Year 2188. Zheng City, 3rd High School, Class 9 of Senior Year. By the window in the back row, the territory of the king. Su Liang, a transmigrator, was seated in the last row. His gaze was fixed straight ahead. On the podium stood a goddess-like beauty of a teacher, her curves captivating and her long legs wrapped in black stockings. Next to her, the class flower exuded pure charm, as delicate as morning dew. However, Su Liang's eyes never once strayed from the crystal ball on the podium, a radiant object emitting dazzling starlight. As a transmigrator, Su Liang had already lived in this world for 18 years and spent 2.5 years in high school. He had come to fully understand the rules of this world. 100 years ago, Blue Star and his original world had developed along nearly identical trajectories until a holographic game called Origin merged with reality. The world expanded hundreds of times, and quests, dungeons, equipment, items, and potions began to materialize. Along with them came ferocious beasts and world bosses that invaded Blue Star, ushering humanity into an age of universal digitization. And this crystal ball was a product of Origin. The Origin Crystal Ball. It allowed humans who turned 18 and graduated from high school to unlock a digitized interface, enter the Temple of Origin, activate their talents, and choose their classes. Number 28, Su Liang. The beautiful teacher, Jiang Shui, finally called Su Liang's name. Taking a deep breath, Su Liang immediately stood up and walked forward. Don't be nervous, just place your hand on it. Jiang Shui, the black-stockinged, long-legged beauty, gave a radiant smile and spoke gently. Okay. Su Liang nodded and placed his hand on the crystal ball. Instantly, the crystal ball erupted in a dazzling light. You meet the conditions, digitization successful. Would you like to immediately enter the Temple of Origin? Yes, no. A cold, mechanical voice rang out, and a virtual screen visible only to Su Liang appeared before him. Yes. Without hesitation, Su Liang clicked. The Temple of Origin was the place where one obtained their talents and chose their class. The next moment, shwa! A brilliant light descended, and Su Liang's vision went black. Amidst the swirling chaos, Su Liang suddenly found himself in an ancient, majestic temple. Welcome, being from Blue Star, to the Temple of Origin. Randomizing talent. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an SSS grade talent, Master Thief. A series of notifications rang out like thunder. What the? An SSS grade talent? Su Liang was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. Talents were divided into 9 grades, from lowest to highest. F, E, D, A, S, SS, SSS. SSS grade was the highest possible talent. Was this the legendary cheat of a transmigrator? Hurriedly, Su Liang checked his talent. Master Thief, SSS grade. Effect 1, activate the talent to silently and effortlessly steal one random item from a target, regardless of its grade. Cooldown, 24 hours. Effect 2, during attacks, there's a chance to trigger the petty theft effect, stealing one random item from the target. Trigger chance depends on the target's level and grade. Evaluation, the Master Thief strikes, and nothing is left unclaimed. Nothing is left unclaimed? Su Liang's heart skipped a beat. In other words, it wasn't limited to coins, equipment, treasures, or items. If luck was on his side, he could even steal divine classes, godhoods, and innate talents that were supposedly unchangeable. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. In fact, Su Liang began to suspect that other SSS grade talents were deemed SSS grade simply because they were inherently SSS grade. But Master Thief? Its designation as SSS grade might only be because SSS was the highest grade possible. The gap between them was like heaven and earth. At that moment, adventurer, choose your class. A cold, ethereal voice suddenly echoed through the air. Immediately after, an endless golden radiance burst forth within the grand temple. Brilliant, dazzling, holy. As the light gradually faded away, an absolutely stunning figure descended slowly from above. With bright, clear eyes and flawless, delicate features, her beauty seemed beyond mortal comprehension. She wore a flowing gown of gilded gold, accentuating her tall and alluring figure. Behind her, 6 immaculate, snow-white angelic wings exuded an aura of divinity and majesty. She radiated a noble, regal elegance. Name, Guiding Angel, Salia. Avatar. Grade, Mythical. Level, Class, Attributes, Skills. Description: the avatar of Salia, the sacred guiding angel, endowed with the unique authority granted by the supreme will of the Origin world. The next second, the avatar of guiding angel Salia gently waved her hand, and 3 class options appeared before Su Liang. These 3 classes were hand-picked by the guiding angel herself, tailored specifically for the player, with an incredibly slim chance of being offered. Among them appeared hidden classes. These classes focused on close combat, capable of becoming either ferocious warriors or unyielding paragons of steel. Knight, common, possesses excellent damage resistance and powerful aggro control skills. Berserker, epic, a warrior consumed by fury, a complete madman willing to sacrifice everything for victory. Phantom assassin, epic, a ghostly figure that moves like a shadow, mesmerizing and deadly. Su Liang's gaze locked onto the three options in front of him, and satisfaction filled his heart. No mundane or utility-based classes here, every choice was combat-oriented. In this monster-infested world, combat classes were undoubtedly the most sought after. Moreover, there were two extraordinarily rare epic-grade hidden classes among them. Hidden classes were ranked into 5 tiers: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical. Even an epic-grade option was nothing to scoff at. In the entire Jiang City region, the number of players with epic-grade hidden classes could likely be counted on one hand. Without hesitation, Su Liang selected Phantom Assassin. While he did enjoy the raw, explosive power of the Berserker, smashing through all obstacles, there was no doubt that the high attack speed of the Phantom Assassin was far more compatible with his innate talent, Master of Sleight of Hand. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Liang's gaze suddenly froze on the breathtaking figure of the guiding angel's avatar before him. At that moment, a bold idea surfaced in his mind. The avatar of the guiding angel, could this also be a target? I wonder if I can steal from her, Su Liang mused inwardly. Outwardly, he maintained a calm demeanor, casually selecting his class while stealthily activating his talent, Master of Sleight of Hand, toward the guiding angel Salia. In that instant, Su Liang's heart raced so wildly it felt as though it might leap from his chest. After all, his target was a divine being. Ding! Congratulations, player, on successfully selecting your class, Phantom Assassin. As the notification for class selection played, another system prompt immediately followed. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your talent Master of Sleight of Hand has been successfully activated. You have stolen, class granting authority, partial. What the? It worked! Su Liang's eyes widened in sheer disbelief and exhilaration. However, when he noticed the guiding angel Salia's avatar appear momentarily dazed, a wave of panic washed over him. After all, Master of Sleight of Hand was a skill that stole from its target, not duplicated. While it was described as silent and imperceptible, should the theft be discovered, he would undoubtedly be doomed. The guiding angel was an emissary of the world's will, wielding unparalleled mythical grade power and overseeing the granting of classes. Even though this was merely one of her countless avatars, crushing Su Liang in his current state would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Ding! Player, please select the difficulty for the beginner dungeon, Assassin's Trial. Normal, hard, nightmare. As the prompt appeared with 3 choices, Su Liang didn't hesitate for a moment. Nightmare. He immediately selected the highest difficulty. The next instant, his vision blurred, and his figure vanished from the ancient temple. Assassin's Beginner Trial Dungeon. After ensuring no monsters were nearby, Su Liang eagerly checked the spoils of his recent theft. Considering the guiding angel was a mythical great entity of terrifying power, whatever he had stolen from her would undoubtedly be extraordinary. But when he laid eyes on his prize, Su Liang was still utterly stunned. Class-granting authority, partial, a gift from the world's will, grants you the ability to bestow and modify the classes of your target. Master of Sleight of Hand is insane. Even divine authority could be stolen. And this wasn't just any ordinary divine authority. It was the unique, unparalleled authority bestowed specifically upon the guiding angel by the world's will. After the initial shock, Su Liang quickly checked the professions he could grant himself, along with their quantities. Common professions, 8,880,000. Rare professions, 77. Epic professions, 21. Legendary professions, 7. Archmage, Elemental Archer, Divine Beast Summoner, Divine Chef. And finally, there was even the most powerful mythical profession, one of a kind. Godslayer, unique. Grade, mythical. Description, a profession feared even by the primordial gods and demons. The ultimate assassin, capable of delivering the most terrifying single-target burst damage in existence. The primordial gods and demons were born alongside the origin world, the strongest deities and devils in existence. Without hesitation, Su Liang assigned himself the Godslayer profession, replacing his previous Phantom Assassin. Compared to a mythical profession, an epic one was utterly insignificant. Ding! Transfer successful. Your profession has been changed to Godslayer. The profession was successfully replaced. Ding! You have learned the skill power of the Godslayer. Ding! You have learned the skill Divine Concealment. Ding! You have learned the skill Unrivaled. Ding! You have learned the skill Phantom Strike. System prompts rang out in succession. Su Liang could hardly contain his excitement and eagerly checked his new skills. Power of the Godslayer, passive specialization as a Godslayer, you possess the power to annihilate gods with ease. All attributes are increased by 1000%. Divine Concealment, instantly enter stealth mode, ignoring all forms of detection. Lasts for 3 minutes. After exiting stealth, attack. Speed is increased by 100% for 3 seconds, and your next attack deals 1000% additional damage. Consumes 20 MP, with a 30-second cooldown. Unrivaled, enter Unrivaled mode, gaining plus 200% movement speed, plus 100% attack power, plus 100% attack speed, plus 100% critical hit rate, and immunity to crowd control effects. Lasts for 60 seconds. Consumes 100 MP, with a 5-minute cooldown. Phantom Strike, instantly teleport to a target within 50 meters, delivering a strike that deals 1000% attack damage. If the target is killed, the skill's cooldown is reset. Consumes 10 MP, with a 4-second cooldown. Whoa! When Su Liang saw the passive specialization, his eyes widened, and he couldn't help but gasp. Tenfold attributes. Every profession had 1 or 2 passive specialization skills. For instance, a regular assassin's specialization might look like this. Dagger Mastery, when using dagger weapons, attack power plus 10%, attack speed plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%. Leather Armor Mastery, when wearing leather armor, defense plus 10%, HP plus 10%, movement speed plus 10%. But compared to these, Power of the Godslayer had no equipment requirements and granted an outrageous tenfold boost to all attributes. It was absurd. Utterly insane. Moreover, the other 3 skills were just as overpowered. Divine Concealment ignored all detection and even had a duration longer than its cooldown. As long as his mana was sufficient, Su Liang could essentially stay invisible indefinitely. Unrivaled elevated short-term burst damage to its extreme limits. Phantom Strike, with its cooldown reset upon a kill, compensated for the assassin's traditional weakness, lack of area of effect attacks and difficulty clearing mobs. There was no doubt about it, this was truly a mythical profession. Closing the skill menu, Su Liang opened his attribute panel with mounting anticipation. He couldn't help but wonder, with the tenfold attribute boost, how powerful would his stats become? Title, Su Liang. Level, LV1. Class, Novice Godslayer. Strength, 210. Constitution, 150. Agility, 170. Spirit, 150. Talent, Sleight of Hand. Skills, Power of Godslaying, Divine Concealment, Peerless, Blink Strike. Staring at the terrifying stats panel, Su Liang felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Even better than he had anticipated. For a normal adult, the base stats for each attribute were a mere 5 points. After 2.5 years of rigorous training, Su Liang's physical condition was already exceptional among his peers. Before any enhancements, his strength was more than 4 times that of an average untrained adult. His other 3 attributes were roughly 3 times the norm. So, even without obtaining a hidden class, these stats alone would make clearing the beginner's trial on normal difficulty a walk in the park. And now, with the Godslayer class boosting his stats tenfold, it was simply outrageous. He could now rival players at levels 20 or 30. Feeling thoroughly pleased, Su Liang closed the panel with a contented smile. This heist had been more than worth it. This time, he had scored big. The authority granted by the class didn't just allow him to claim the Godslayer class for himself, it also enabled him to bestow other classes upon others. Simply offering 8.88 million standard classes and letting people choose their ideal professions would already attract countless admirers. Let alone the fact that there were also precious rare, epic, and even legendary hidden classes in his grasp. However, this was, after all, the unique authority of the Guiding Angel, and its use required extreme caution. If discovered by someone with ill intent, it would undoubtedly bring enormous trouble. What a pity! The Guiding Temple could only be entered once. Otherwise, the Guiding Angel's tens of thousands of avatars would have kept him occupied for a good while longer. Su Liang couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Exhaling deeply to calm himself, he began to survey the beginner trials environment. What greeted him was a cold, lifeless expanse. The light could not penetrate the dense and shadowy forest, where gusts of eerie winds howled through the air. Instance name, Shadowed Forest. Instance difficulty, Nightmare. Level restriction, LV1. Player limit, 1. Instance description, a sinister and terrifying forest that never sees sunlight, infested with greedy and vile goblins. Su Liang's lips curled into a calm smile. The nightmare difficulty would have been a significant challenge for him if he were still an epic-class phantom assassin. However, now that he wielded the power of the mythical class Godslayer, this was nothing but a breeze. With that, he pulled out the beginner dagger granted by the system and strode confidently into the forest. Not long after, 10 grotesque, short-statured goblins with red eyes and pointed ears appeared before Su Liang. As he cast his detection skill, the monster's stats quickly materialized before his eyes. Monster, Goblin Warrior. Rank, Normal. Level, LV5. Skill, Heavy Strike. Notes: greedy and vile goblins with weak combat capabilities, but they compensate for their shortcomings with sheer numbers. As a beginner trial instance, the difficulty was undoubtedly low, but to encounter level 5 monsters right at the start, and to find them clustered together without dispersing, the difficulty level had undoubtedly spiked. This truly was nightmare difficulty. Still, for my first real combat practice, this is just perfect, Su Liang murmured to himself with a faint smile. He randomly picked the goblin at the center of the group. With a single step forward, he activated a skill. Blink Strike. Spatial ripples spread instantly. Su Liang's figure blurred and vanished. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind the chosen goblin. Before the other goblins could even react, the dagger in Su Liang's hand gleamed coldly, like a flash of lightning, plunging toward the goblin's back. SHHHHK. There was no resistance, as if slicing through tofu. The shining dagger effortlessly pierced the goblin's body. Blood sprayed in a gruesome arc. The goblin didn't even have time to scream. Its eyes bulged, and its health bar emptied instantly. Ding! You have slain a goblin warrior, gaining 20 experience points. One-shot kill. With Su Liang's overwhelming stats and skill bonuses, the level 5 monster was dispatched in a single strike. In the next moment, the goblin's short, lifeless body collapsed forward. To its dying breath, it never even saw who had killed it, perishing with unresolved confusion. Hashtag at %%. Demon. Hashtag at %. It's a human demon, eliminate him. The surrounding goblins, upon witnessing this scene, let out shrill cries of alarm. In the next moment, they quickly encircled Su Liang and launched their attack. Swish, swish, swish. The goblins raised their massive wooden clubs in unison, swinging them down with a deafening whoosh, cutting through the air. Although, given Su Liang's physique, these attacks posed no real threat to him. However, even after being digitized, professional players still retain 5% of pain sensation. Naturally, one cannot simply take the hits head-on as if playing a game. Su Liang's expression remained calm. His body twisted slightly, effortlessly dodging the goblin's furious strikes. At the same time, his dagger moved with practiced precision as he stabbed toward one of the goblins. Die! Su Liang sneered coldly. Put! The dagger plunged straight into the goblin's throat, and with a reverse pull, it was instantly slain. Immediately after, Su Liang's figure darted between the goblins like the wind. Under the terrifying power of his stats, the massacre silently commenced. With every swing of his dagger, another goblin's life came to an abrupt end. One-hit kill. Every single one was a one-hit kill. And the goblin's attacks, in Su Liang's eyes bolstered by his 170 agility points, seemed laughably slow. Coupled with his masterful 2.5 years of evasive footwork, their overwhelming numbers proved utterly futile. They couldn't touch him even once. Ding! You have slain a goblin warrior, gaining 20 experience points. Ding! You have slain a goblin warrior, gaining 20 experience points. Ding! You have slain a goblin warrior. As goblins fell one after another, the kill notifications flooded in like a tide. Su Liang's experience bar surged rapidly. 5 seconds later. Slash! The dagger, gleaming coldly, sliced through a goblin's neck, sending blood spraying into the air. With that, Su Liang claimed the life of the final goblin, marking the end of this one-sided slaughter. At the same time, a radiant glow of leveling light descended upon him. The substantial experience from defeating monsters above his level allowed Su Liang to level up instantly. Ding! Your level has increased to level 2. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30. The growth attribute of the Godslayer class was 10 times that of ordinary classes. At level 1, he was already comparable to a level 10 of a regular class. And with each subsequent class advancement, the disparity in growth between classes would only widen further, adding the 10-fold attribute bonus on top of that. By then, the attributes he gained with every level up would reach an absolutely terrifying figure. Awesome! A grin spread across Su Liang's face as he decisively allocated all 30 free attribute points into agility. Agility was the primary attribute for an assassin. It not only increased attack speed and movement speed but also provided additional attack bonuses. The boost in attack speed would also allow Su Liang to more frequently trigger the passive steal effect of his talent. After allocating the points, his agility attribute soared past 570 points. He then gathered up the spoils of battle and continued advancing deeper into the dense forest. Clearing out a few more waves of goblins, his experience skyrocketed. Su Liang smoothly reached level 3. During this time, his passive skill Light Fingers was triggered about a dozen times, but unfortunately, all he managed to steal were some useless materials. He pressed on through the dungeon. Not long after, a glaring flash of firelight flickered in Su Liang's eyes, standing out conspicuously in the dim forest. From a distance, a small goblin settlement came into view. There were around 40 to 50 goblins gathered there, including the goblin warriors he had faced earlier, as well as over a dozen ranged units carrying wooden spears, goblin spear throwers. By the bonfire, a massive goblin stood tall, towering more than 2.3 meters in height. Its robust frame and iron-spiked club in hand made it look particularly imposing. Its overwhelming presence starkly contrasted with the scrawny goblins beside it. An elite monster? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, immediately casting his detection skill. Monster, Great Goblin. Rank, Elite. Level, LV5. Skills, Savage Strike, Battle Roar. Description: a strong and brutish great goblin with formidable strength and vitality. Let's see if an elite monster can withstand even one of my strikes. Su Liang silently mused. Elite monsters not only possessed area of effect skills but also far superior stats, especially their health. The next second, Su Liang shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bow, charging directly into the goblin horde without hesitation, showing none of the cautiousness typical of an assassin. The massive agility boost unleashed an explosive burst of speed. Crack, crack. Su Liang sprinted through the dense forest like a gale, sending fallen leaves swirling in his wake. The branches beneath his feet cracked audibly as he dashed forward. Such a commotion naturally drew the attention of every goblin in the small settlement ahead. The goblins froze in disbelief. Clearly, they had never encountered a human who would recklessly charge forward in the shadowy, trap-filled assassin's trial dungeon, a place notorious for its cunning challenges designed for stealth and subtlety. At the rear of the group, the goblin chief was enraged upon seeing this assassin blatantly abandon any pretense of hiding, instead rushing forward in open provocation. The sheer audacity of this human adventurer's stance was nothing short of an insult to its authority. Roar! The goblin chief let out an ear-splitting roar, activating its war-cry ability. Instantly, the goblin warriors bared their teeth and charged ferociously at Su Liang, their speed boosted by 20% under the group buff. In a heartbeat, Su Liang and the goblins were locked in a headlong clash. Simultaneously, a dozen goblin spear throwers readied their skills, unleashing a volley of double shots. Whoosh! 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 In an instant, the sky filled with wooden spears raining down like a torrential storm. If even one of them hit, Su Liang would be riddled with holes, reduced to a lifeless pincushion. But Su Liang, sprinting forward, remained utterly unfazed. Now, he muttered. As the foremost goblin warrior entered the range of his skill, Su Liang's lips curled into a faint smirk. The dagger in his hand gleamed with an icy light. Blink strike! The space around him rippled. Boom, boom, boom. The moment Su Liang vanished, dozens of wooden spears plunged into the ground, missing their target entirely. At the same time, the charging goblin warriors stumbled to a halt, confused and bewildered as their prey disappeared before their very eyes. Suddenly, Su Liang reappeared out of thin air, standing directly in front of the goblin warriors. Slash! A barely perceptible arc of light flashed. Boom! A cloud of blood erupted. The goblin warriors at the front were instantly killed, their lifeless bodies crumpling to the ground. Su Liang's skill triggered another kill refresh, readying itself again. As the goblin chief watched its underlings get obliterated within seconds, disbelief filled its eyes. Its gaze met Su Liang's cold, piercing stare. Using the goblin warriors as stepping stones, Su Liang had now closed the distance. His blink strike skill range now encompassed the goblin chief at the rear. Swish! The moment Su Liang disappeared again, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over the goblin chief. And then, without warning, Su Liang silently materialized behind it. Hiss! The dagger in Su Liang's hand, glimmering with a ghostly light, pierced forward with a sharp whistle through the air. The goblin chief heard the sudden sound behind it and instinctively tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Fast, too fast. Thud! A heavy, dull impact echoed as the dagger plunged directly into the goblin chief's skull, blood gushing out in a crimson fountain. The thick health bar above the goblin chief's head instantly emptied. Even with its elite status, it stood no chance against Su Liang's terrifying tenfold attribute advantage and was killed in a single, decisive strike. Boom! The massive body of the goblin chief collapsed to the ground, causing a slight tremor. Dust filled the air. Even in death, it never understood how this low-level human demon could be so fast. His damage output was even more terrifying than their chieftain's. Ding! You have slain the goblin chief, elite, and gained 200 EXP. With Su Liang's level rising, the experience gained from killing higher-level monsters had diminished. The 200 EXP from the Goblin Chief was equivalent to the experience from a dozen regular goblins. In addition, another notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your passive skill Sticky Fingers has triggered, and you have successfully stolen Cross Sword, Bronze. The theft had triggered, and it was even a bronze tier item. A grin of satisfaction spread across Su Liang's face as he opened his inventory to take a look. In this world, equipment was ranked across 10 tiers: common, iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, mythical, and origin. Killing an elite monster like the Goblin Chief typically only dropped iron tier gear. Gaining a bronze tier item was an unexpected bonus. However, when Su Liang finally laid eyes on the imposing knightly sword in his inventory, the corner of his mouth twitched. Cross Sword, Bronze. Level requirement, 1. Attributes, Strength plus 15, Constitution plus 7. Requirement, 25 Constitution. A sinister and cruel Goblin Chief that doesn't carry a dagger for sneak attacks but instead hauls around a knight's greatsword? Are you serious? Su Liang muttered with exasperation. He was just about to toss the sword into his inventory to sell later when a sudden thought struck him. Assassins traditionally used daggers because of their weapon mastery bonuses. Other weapons often came with hefty attribute requirements. But his god-slaying power didn't have any restrictions on weapon types. As for the 25 Constitution required to wield the sword, which was a threshold usually only achievable by warriors or knights, Su Liang glanced at his own Constitution stat, a staggering 350 points, and fell into thought. A level 3 assassin with 350 Constitution using a knight's greatsword, that's not overkill, right? Thinking of this, Su Liang scanned the surrounding goblin warriors charging towards him, accompanied by wooden spears whistling through the air. Without hesitation, he equipped the Storm Greatsword, instantly boosting his attack and strength. The very next second, Flash Thrust. With a swift movement, he dodged the incoming spears and appeared directly in front of a goblin warrior. The Storm Greatsword in his hands swept out in a wide arc. Swish! A streak of silver light flashed by, so fast it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, slicing through the air with a sharp, tearing sound. In an instant, the blade cleaved through the necks of 4 or 5 goblin warriors, killing them all in one strike. What a rush! A grin tugged at the corner of Su Liang's lips. When your output is strong enough to kill instantly, the sweeping range of a greatsword makes clearing mobs far quicker than using daggers. Using Flash Thrust to rapidly close the distance, he swung his greatsword in wide, sweeping attacks. Each swing took down multiple goblins. Ah! 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 In no time, the goblins' anguished screams echoed through the dense forest. However, the cries didn't last long. Soon, the shadowy forest fell silent once more, returning to its eerie stillness, as if nothing had happened. Except, the ground was now littered with dozens of fresh goblin corpses. The experience gained from these goblins brought Su Liang's XP bar to the brink of leveling up, just 2 more goblins to go. But for now, first things first, looting. With a mischievous chuckle, Su Liang unceremoniously reached his hand toward the largest goblin, beginning his search. Ding! You've obtained Gold X3. Ding! You've obtained Goblin Chief's Fangs X2. Ding! You've obtained equipment, Dusky Gauntlets X1. Dusky Gauntlets, Bronze. Level requirement, 5. Attributes, Constitution plus 15, Strength plus 8. Requirement, 20 Strength. Another piece of bronze tier equipment. Su Liang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Not bad, though it wasn't a pair of assassin's leather gloves, but rather heavy armor for warriors. The stats made it a minor treasure easily worth over 1,000 gold. Moreover, with his strength stat being sufficient, and at level 5, he could equip it right away as a transitional piece of gear. After stowing it in his inventory, Su Liang proceeded to loot the other corpses. Before long, the battlefield was fully cleared, and Su Liang ventured deeper into the forest. However, no more monsters appeared along the way. After nearly 10 minutes of walking, a chilling wind, carrying the stench of decay, swept toward him. What unfolded before his eyes was a jungle village-like structure. Wooden walls, watchtowers, goblin patrol squads led by elite monsters. Inside the settlement, thatched huts, wooden houses, and stone buildings stood in organized rows. Clearly, this was a well-ordered, large-scale goblin encampment. Finally, a serious expression appeared on Su Liang's face. After all, this was the final boss area of the Nightmare Difficulty Dungeon. In his mind, the dungeon's strategy guide surfaced. The Assassin's Novice Trial Dungeon had a unique mechanic. If you were spotted by the patrol squads or the sentries in the watchtowers, the war horn would sound. At that point, the player would face a siege involving all the goblins, including the final boss itself. On normal difficulty, the settlement contained 500 regular goblins and 10 elite goblins. On hard difficulty, there were 1,000 regular goblins and 30 elite goblins. But on nightmare difficulty, there were a staggering 2,000 regular goblins and 200 elite goblins. Facing such a terrifying siege, an assassin's fragile early game build had virtually no chance of survival. Thus, the goal of this level was to stealthily infiltrate the goblin stronghold and assassinate the goblin chieftain. To do so, one would have to evade countless traps and wait until the chieftain entered the stronghold alone. With good luck, this process might take just a few minutes. With bad luck, it could take hours. So troublesome. Su Liang rubbed his temples and sighed. Forget it. Life's too short to waste sneaking around for an assassination. The best assassination is clearing out all witnesses. What's the point of stealth? Sneaking around on edge, only to be discovered and forced to face all the monsters anyway? Might as well take them head-on. Besides, with so much experience up for grabs, Su Liang couldn't just pass it up. Once he left the assassin's novice dungeon, finding such a dense monster farming area would be nearly impossible. Hoisting his greatsword over his shoulder, Su Liang casually strode toward the goblin settlement. His plan? To carve his way through this goblin stronghold teeming with thousands of enemies. Such an audacious approach naturally drew the immediate attention of the goblin sentries in the watchtowers. Woo! 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 Suddenly, the deafening sound of war horns echoed through the dense forest. Su Liang remained unfazed. As he approached the front of the goblin tribe, hundreds of goblins had already gathered, with no shortage of elite monsters among them. Hobgoblins, goblin warriors, goblin squad leaders, goblin mages, goblin chain wielders, goblin priests. At $$ hashtag. Attack. The next moment. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Double shot, fireball, ice spike, lightning bolt, chain hammer throw. A barrage of goblin skills rained down. Wooden spears, flames, ice spikes, lightning, chain hammers. The overwhelming attacks descended upon him like a torrential storm. Su Liang took a deep breath and stomped his foot. Boom! His body shot forward like an arrow, leaving the bowstring, moving so fast that afterimages trailed behind him. He easily weaved through the storm of attacks. 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. When he was just 50 meters away, Su Liang vanished into thin air. The first one. From the air, Su Liang's icy voice rang out. Just as the words fell. Slash! A gleaming streak of light, as his greatsword sliced cleanly across a goblin's throat. Splurt! A clean kill, no doubt about it. As the goblins scrambled to retaliate, Su Liang disappeared once more. Against such an overwhelming goblin assault, it was impossible to fight as casually as before. Su Liang relied on his agile movement techniques to evade their attacks. Blink strike, blink strike, blink strike, blink strike. Using the skill's cooldown reset mechanic, Su Liang continuously repositioned himself, striking down goblins with precision while effortlessly dodging attacks. The second one, the third one. Su Liang's voice, cold and foreboding, was like the whisper of death itself, pronouncing the goblin's doom. With each declaration, another goblin or several fell in an instant. Even the elite goblins stood no chance. With Su Liang's stats, cutting down these goblins was as easy as slicing through vegetables. However, driven by some unknown command, the goblins kept pouring out from the tribe's depths in an endless stream. The rate at which they gathered wasn't any slower than Su Liang's killing speed. If anything, it was faster. Before long, the clearing before him was a sea of green, surging toward him in a frenzy. But it was futile. Su Liang moved like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. None of the goblins could land even a single hit on him. No matter how many there were, it made no difference. This realization filled the goblins with terror and confusion. Until a thunderous roar shattered the chaos. Roar! With this deep, guttural bellow, the disorganized and cowardly goblins suddenly fell into formation, their morale soaring. Hearing the sound, Su Liang instinctively looked up. 20 elite goblins clad in crude iron armor and wielding iron swords and shields came into view. And at their center, a massive figure clad in heavy armor, wielding a giant battle axe. Its grotesque face twisted in a savage roar. There was no doubt about it. This was the goblin chieftain, the ruler of the goblin tribe. While the goblin chieftain wasn't as tall as a hobgoblin, it made up for it in sheer bulk. Unlike the hobgoblin's bloated frame, the chieftain's body was muscular and powerful, the armor barely containing its explosive strength. Its presence was far more oppressive than any hobgoblin. Monster, Goblin Chieftain. Rank, Bronze Boss. Level, LV7. Skills, Cleaving Axe Swing, War Stomp, Savage Charge, Durability Aura, Earthshattering Slash. Description: an absolute ruler among goblins, possessing immense strength and intelligence rivaling that of humans. A level 7 bronze boss, 3 levels higher than Su Liang, who had just reached level 4. Watching the chieftain lead its elite guards in a charge, Su Liang withdrew his gaze, his expression calm and unchanging. His movements did not falter. He continued using Blink Strike to systematically eliminate the ordinary goblins. Even if the final boss, the goblin chieftain, had arrived, so what? Without a massive, wide-area attack skill, no matter how high its rank, the boss wouldn't be able to touch him before he finished off these regular and elite goblins. Slash! 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 Su Liang's blade moved like the wind, cutting through the air like a grim reaper harvesting lives. The greatsword flashed in arcs of deadly light. Swish! 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 Goblin heads flew through the air, blood splattering everywhere. Even with the goblin chieftain's durability aura, which greatly enhanced the constitution of nearby units, they were powerless to escape instant death. Roar! Watching goblins collapse one after another before his eyes, the goblin chieftain's face twisted with rage and despair, unleashing a furious bellow. But alas, it was nothing more than a futile outburst of anger. The chieftain couldn't even get close to Su Liang. Every time it tried to approach him and prepare to unleash its area of effect attack, Su Liang would instantly teleport to another goblin 50 yards away. And as a mere early-stage boss, the goblin chieftain's area of effect range only spanned 30 to 40 yards at most. Helpless, time continued to pass, and goblins fell in droves. Faced with Su Liang's one-sided massacre, the goblins' will to resist gradually crumbled. Panic, terror, despair, a wave of extreme, negative emotions swept through the goblin ranks. Under the shadow of death, the goblin tribe descended into chaos. The goblins were numerous, scattering in all directions, making the slaughter significantly more challenging. Yet, armed with nothing but his sword, Su Liang carved through them like a hot knife through butter. Kill, kill, kill. From the tribe's entrance to its central camp, and then from the central camp back to the entrance, he slaughtered his way through, round after round. The pitiful screams of the goblins echoed endlessly in his ears. After several back-and-forth sweeps, finally, every single goblin was slain, including the elite-level goblin honor guard, all 20 of them at level 7. All the experience points were his. However, leveling up was never an easy feat. Su Liang had managed to quickly reach level 4 only because he had been fighting monsters several levels higher than himself. But now, as his own level increased, the experience gained from killing goblins had sharply diminished. Even so, slaughtering those 20 level 7 elite monsters from the honor guard only bumped him up by 2 levels. His current level now stood at 6. This didn't surprise Su Liang in the least. His sharp gaze locked onto the enraged goblin chieftain. Stealth was all about silence and subtlety. Glancing at the ground littered with goblin corpses, Su Liang nodded in satisfaction. Yes, silent and efficient. Now, all that remained was to take down the goblin chieftain, and he would fulfill the conditions for a flawless assassination. The dungeon rating would undoubtedly be high perfect. Arg, damn human, I'll tear you to pieces. The goblin chieftain, seeing its minions being slaughtered to the last, roared in fury. Its face twisted darkly, its blood-red eyes glaring, and breaking into human speech it interrupted Su Liang's train of thought. With a heavy stomp, the goblin chieftain charged forward like an enraged bull, exuding an unstoppable aura as it hurtled toward Su Liang. Barbaric charge. Watching the axe-wielding chieftain rush toward him, Su Liang's expression turned serious. Facing the final boss, he didn't dare let his guard down for even a moment. After all, this was the nightmare difficulty's final boss. He wasn't entirely confident in his ability to win. Divine Concealment. For the first time, Su Liang activated his invisibility skill, facing the chieftain's charge head-on. Unlike ordinary stealth, which required a few seconds to activate, his form vanished instantly. At the same time, he quickly sidestepped to the right, narrowly dodging the bull-like charge. War Stomp. The moment the goblin chieftain's charge ended, it launched a counterattack without hesitation. Boom! Possessing intelligence, the chieftain was well aware that Su Liang could no longer use other goblins to teleport and evade. Without a second thought, it unleashed a wide-area attack. Its foot stomped heavily onto the ground, sending violent tremors through the earth. The ground cracked layer by layer. A white shockwave erupted outward with a deafening roar. But in that very instant, swish! Behind the goblin chieftain, Su Liang, hidden in the shadows, leapt high into the air. While dodging the shockwave, his silver greatsword descended like lightning in an arc from above. Slash! A horrifying, bone-deep gash tore across the goblin chieftain's muscular torso. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Roar! Impossible! The goblin chieftain let out a gut-wrenching howl, its green eyes wide with disbelief, its face a mask of shock. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifeless, eyes wide open in death. Ding! You have slain the goblin chieftain, bronze boss, and gained 10,000 experience points. What the? That's it? The boss is dead just like that? Su Liang stood frozen in place, his gaze shifting between the greatsword in his hand and the fallen corpse on the ground, his face tinged with a hint of astonishment. This is it? This is what the final boss was like? He had expected it to be much tougher. He hadn't even needed to use his blink strike. With just one critical hit after breaking stealth boosted by 1000% damage, the boss was instantly killed. Ugh, why are you so weak? Su Liang nudged the goblin chieftain's corpse with his foot, letting out a faint sigh, feeling utterly unsatisfied. Weak, far too weak. It left him somewhat troubled. Sometimes, too much attack power isn't necessarily a good thing. He had chosen the assassin class for its lightning-fast attack speed, but now, the assassin's rapid attacks couldn't even come into play. Every monster fell with a single strike. This left him with no opportunity to pickpocket or loot much at all. After tidying up the battlefield, Su Liang didn't bother to fully clean it. There were simply too many ordinary goblins. He only looted the corpses of the elite monsters and the goblin chieftain. Before long, his backpack was filled with a large amount of black iron and bronze equipment, along with one piece of silver gear. Savage heavy armor, silver. Level 7. Attributes: HP plus 400, Constitution plus 25, Strength plus 17. Requirement: 80 Constitution. Su Liang's face darkened. A bronze tier boss had only a 1% drop rate for silver equipment, and yet the armor's stats were absolutely top tier. He was ridiculously lucky. However, why was it heavy armor again? While Su Liang mentally grumbled, he still equipped the armor without hesitation. Ding! You have slaughtered too many goblins. The enraged juvenile goblin king is about to descend. Just as Su Liang was about to tally his gains, a glaring red notification suddenly appeared. A hidden boss. The trigger condition for it turned out to be the complete annihilation of all goblins. No wonder no other assassins had activated it. After all, most assassins relied on stealth to carry out targeted eliminations. None would use Su Liang's unabashed, brute force slaughtering method. Su Liang's heart surged with excitement. Feeling invincible, he couldn't help but think, isn't this just a delivery of free loot and experience? However, in that moment, from the shadows, a dark figure lunged toward him. The figure moved with incredible speed. Caught off guard, Su Liang couldn't evade in time. Thud! The shadow struck him, sending a powerful force crashing into Su Liang, forcing him to stagger back several steps. At the same time, the health bar above his head dropped ever so slightly. Su Liang rubbed his slightly sore shoulder and focused his gaze. Standing before him was a small goblin, wielding a long sword and wearing a ferocious, enraged expression. Monster: Juvenile Goblin King. Grade: Gold Tier Boss. Level: LV10. Skills: Bloodlust, Berserk, Gale Slash, Shadow Step, Shadow Chain Slash. Talent: Shadow Walker. Description: the prodigal son of the goblin race's legendary Dragonslayer Sword Saint. Born with the Shadow Demon God's blessing, granting him the Shadow talent, he is a natural-born Goblin King. At this moment, the young king is in a state of uncontrollable fury. Shadow Walker, S-rank talent. As the favored child of shadows, all shadow-based skills have doubled effectiveness. Attack speed plus 100%, movement speed plus 100%, and all attributes are doubled when in shadow. A monster with a unique talent and an S-rank one that perfectly complemented its abilities. It seemed, talents could be stolen, right? As Su Liang stared at the juvenile Goblin King's stats, his eyes gleamed with excitement. As for the boss's grade suddenly jumping from bronze to gold, that sneak attack earlier? It only inflicted forced damage on him. No big deal. On the contrary, the gold tier boss's enhanced health pool would allow Su Liang to land more hits. I'm taking that S-rank talent, Su Liang declared inwardly. Even if he couldn't steal it, he'd wring every bit of loot out of this. The son of the Goblin Dragonslayer Sword Saint? There's bound to be good stuff to claim. Su Liang made up his mind. You despicable human devil, I'll kill you, the young king roared, his fury igniting. In the next instant, he activated Shadow Step, charging straight at Su Liang with incredible speed. Thanks to his Shadow Walker talent and skill enhancements, he closed the distance in a blink of an eye. Sword gleaming, he thrust it forward. Unfortunately, he was fast, but Su Liang was faster. Whoosh! The moment the sword neared, Su Liang sidestepped swiftly, leaving only an afterimage behind. This speed, how is it possible? The Goblin King's thrust missed, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. Whoosh! Su Liang, now standing to his side, didn't hesitate. He struck back with a decisive slash. Clang! The heavy blade of his cross-shaped greatsword smashed against the Goblin King's armor, emitting a sharp metallic ring. Fearing he might accidentally one-shot the boss, Su Liang purposely refrained from using instant stab or phantom strike, opting for a straightforward attack instead. Even so, the gold-tier boss's health barely budged. That one strike reduced less than a tenth of its HP. Ha. As expected of a gold-tier boss, your toughness is ridiculous. Su Liang chuckled, a smug grin spreading across his face. Although he hadn't stolen anything yet, he felt reassured. Good, as long as I can't instantly kill it. Arg! The enraged Goblin King howled in pain, retaliating by swinging his sword in a horizontal arc. Su Liang dodged once more, taking a step back to evade the strike. Whoosh! Whoosh! The cross-shaped greatsword danced through the air, carving two elegant arcs in succession. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Even with the Shadow Walker talent, the Goblin King found himself under immense pressure from Su Liang's lightning-fast attacks. It had just thrust its sword forward when Su Liang counterattacked with lightning-fast speed, striking twice in rapid succession. Swish! 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 Clang! 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 The air was filled with the sound of blades slicing through it and the clash of metal upon metal. The battle grew increasingly intense. Su Liang maintained his relentless basic attacks, while the Goblin King alternated between using its skills and normal strikes. Aside from the area of effect skill, Shadow/Combo, which inflicted a forced 6 points of damage, all of the Goblin King's other attacks were effortlessly dodged by Su Liang's agile footwork. Finally, when the Goblin King's health dropped to less than 1/10, a delightful notification sounded in Su Liang's ears. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from your talent Nimble Fingers. You have successfully stolen skill Shadow/Combo. His talent had activated. Unfortunately, what he had stolen was a skill, not a talent. Su Liang wasn't surprised. Stealing a talent required a bit more luck. Vanish! In an instant, Su Liang's figure blurred and faded away, disappearing entirely from the Goblin King's line of sight. If the boss remained out of combat for a short period, its health would rapidly regenerate. Thus, Su Liang didn't finish it off. He left behind the young Goblin King, whose intelligence was far from impressive, standing there in a mix of anger and confusion, as if it sensed something precious had been taken away from it. Not far away, Su Liang, hidden in stealth, opened his inventory and frowned. The stolen skill book was nowhere to be found. A thought crossed his mind. He opened his skill panel. As expected, a new skill icon had appeared. Shadow/Combo, transform into a shadow, delivering 5 rapid strikes to a single target, each dealing 100% attack damage. Upon completion, deal 100% attack damage to all targets within a 30-yard radius. Costs 50 MP cooldown, 60 seconds. The skill had been learned automatically. It hadn't been turned into a skill book. Ha ha! Su Liang was stunned for a moment, then burst into delighted laughter. Not only had he gained a small area AoE ability, but more importantly, Shadow/Combo was a skill meant for warrior classes, something an assassin couldn't normally learn. But now, it had appeared in his skill panel. Did that mean he could not only steal skills from other classes but also use them? This revelation filled Su Liang with exhilaration. The thought of becoming a master of all, combining the skills of assassins, mages, warriors, knights, priests, and archers, was enough to make his blood boil with excitement. Hee. Watching as the Goblin King's health rapidly regenerated, Su Liang couldn't help but let out a villainous chuckle. Once the boss's health was fully restored, Su Liang deactivated his stealth, bloodlust, berserk, wind slash, shadow step. As soon as Su Liang reappeared, the Goblin King, still brimming with rage, charged at him with bloodlust-fueled ferocity. It unleashed a flurry of skills in a mad frenzy. Swish, 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 swish. Su Liang chose to dodge and block with his greatsword, refraining from attacking. 3 seconds later, the stealth-breaking vanish buff expired. Su Liang sprang into action, moving with the force of a thunderstorm as his strikes roared out. Boom, boom, boom. He didn't use any skills, his basic attacks rained down like a torrential storm. When the Goblin King was on the brink of death, Su Liang vanished once more. 10016710. And so the cycle continued. Every time the boss's health dropped to the critical point, Su Liang would vanish like a ghost, disappearing as though he had melted into the shadows. This left the Goblin King both shocked and furious, his mind swirling with confusion. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Light Fingers, Opportunistic Theft, Stealing, Dragon Fong X1. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingers, Opportunistic Theft, Stealing, Gold Coins x80. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingers, Opportunistic Theft, Stealing, Leg Plates of the Destroyer, Gold Tier. The stolen loot kept piling up, bit by bit. Even the young and somewhat dim-witted Goblin King began to sense that something was terribly wrong. It reached the point where even the pants on its body were ripped off by Su Liang. An hour later, Su Liang was almost ready to give up. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingers, Opportunistic Theft, Stealing, Talent, Shadow Walker. The Goblin King's Shadow Walker talent vanished in an instant. Its movement speed and attack speed dropped drastically. The Goblin King's mind went completely blank. Staring at Su Liang, its gaze transformed from rage to sheer terror. It was on the verge of tears. This human refused to kill it. Instead, he stripped it of everything piece by piece. The items on its body dwindled away. And now, even its talent was gone. This is too much. Why bully goblins like this? The Goblin King completely broke down. Ah, finally got it. Su Liang's face lit up with joy, his heart brimming with triumph. Blink Strike. He activated his skill, teleporting in an instant. His blade flashed, and the deed was done. Ding! You have slain the young Goblin King, Gold Tier boss, gaining 150,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 8. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30. It was over. From the young Goblin King's eyes, Su Liang caught a fleeting glimpse of relief as if it was finally freed from this nightmare. A faint pang of guilt flickered in Su Liang's heart. He silently mourned the creature for a second. Then, he began looting the corpse. After a brief moment, a ring with a swirling shadowy aura appeared in Su Liang's hand. Shadow Ring, Gold. Level, 10. Attributes, Agility plus 45, Strength plus 35. Skill, Shadow Fog. Requirement, 150 Agility. Shadow Fog releases a cloud of shadowy mist, significantly reducing the vision of hostile targets nearby. The Goblin King only dropped one piece of equipment, but it was absolutely worth it. Among all equipment types, accessory gear was the rarest, with the lowest drop rates and the highest market value. Moreover, the Shadow Fog skill could be combined with the Shadow Walker talent, enhancing both movement and attack speed bonuses in shadows to 200%. On top of that, Su Liang had also looted Destroyer leg guards and a shadow helmet from the Goblin King. Both were golden tier equipment. What an unexpected bounty! And finally, he had also stolen a rare treasure from the Goblin King. Flaming Dragon Fawn, Material, Quality, Legendary. Effect, the indestructible fang of the Flaming Dragon Nordel, used as a primary material for forging weapons. Provides significant attribute boosts and adds high fire damage. A dragon, once fully grown, is always of legendary quality. Clearly, this was a legendary material taken from a dragon. Aside from the Shadow Walker talent, it was the most valuable item here. It must have belonged to the Goblin Sword Saint who had slain a dragon. Under normal circumstances, this item would never drop from killing the Goblin King. All one could say was, the Master Thief talent was truly terrifying. Additionally, it was worth mentioning, after gaining the Shadow Walker talent, Su Liang's shadow-related skills had been enhanced. The final strike range of the Shadow Multislash skill had increased from 30 yards to 100 yards. Its scale had grown from Su Liang's size to that of a boss. Not bad for the son of the Goblin Sword Saint. What a fat prize! Su Liang grinned widely. After tallying up his spoils, he began the final calculation. Assassin Beginner Trial Dungeon Settlement in progress. Dungeon Rating, SSS. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward, plus 50 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on receiving the reward, 10,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations on being the first to complete the Assassin Beginner Trial with an SSS rating. You have earned an additional reward, No Level Epic Equipment Chest X1. The higher the dungeon rating, the greater the free attribute point reward. However, each dungeon could only grant this reward once. Additionally, the first player to achieve an SSS rating in a dungeon would receive an exclusive bonus. Ding! Would you like to open the No-Level Epic Equipment Chest? Treasure chests, like equipment, were divided into 9 grades, corresponding to the 9 tiers of gear. A glowing chest appeared in front of him. Open it, Su Liang said without hesitation. In an instant, a dazzling purple light burst from the chest. As the radiance subsided, a stunning sapphire blue ring shone brilliantly within. Ding! Congratulations to the player for opening the Epic Equipment Chest and obtaining Resurrection Ring, Epic. Resurrection Ring, Epic. Level, no level restriction. Attributes, all attributes plus 100, strength plus 20%, constitution plus 20%. Skill, resurrection. Resurrection allows the player to revive in full health and status at the location of death, with all skills refreshed. Cooldown, 48 hours. Holy crap, this is insane. Absolutely insane. Su Liang's eyes widen in shock, completely stunned. This was a god-tier item without any level restrictions. No level restriction gear was a rare treasure. While its attributes might fall slightly short of high-level gear, its price was always astronomically high. Why? Because it had no level requirements, no attribute prerequisites. Even someone who had just entered the digitalized world could equip it, effortlessly crushing players and monsters of the same level. Such equipment was sought after by all the major clans. What's more, the number of no-level restriction items was exceedingly rare, obtainable only from specific treasure chests. Even in this age of universal digitalization, 100 years later, no-level restriction items were still as rare as phoenix feathers. From what Su Liang knew, not long ago, a common dark gold no-level restriction armor had fetched an astronomical price of tens of millions of gold coins at an auction. And this? A resurrection ring, with the godlike skill of revival no less. You have to understand. In the digital era, players didn't have unlimited chances to respawn. Life was a one-time deal. If you died, it was true death. Epic quality, no level restriction, a rare accessory, and a revival skill. Combining all these factors, the value of this epic resurrection ring was self-evident. Of course, Su Liang would never consider selling such a life-saving item, nor could he let anyone know about it. After all, an innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Exit the dungeon. Su Liang's figure gradually vanished from the dungeon. Back in the classroom, the lively chatter and excitement of his classmates immediately filled his ears. It's been ages since Jiancheng had someone awaken both a powerful talent and a strong profession, hasn't it? How is Qin Xiaoyu so lucky? Sigh, we're in the same class, but why did I end up with a trash F-rank talent and a basic profession? It's so unfair. Heh, the gap between people is bigger than the gap between humans and dogs. Isn't that the way of the world? Gorgeous enough to be the school belle, rich family, combat talent off the charts, and now both her profession and talent are top-notch. How can someone be this perfect? Su Liang used to overshadow her in everything, but now, 4 hours have passed, and he hasn't come out of the dungeon yet. Looks like his awakening didn't go so well. He won't be able to suppress Qin Xiaoyu anymore. Sometimes, luck is just another form of strength. Their conversations were filled with envy and jealousy, and in the middle of it all, they mentioned him too. Humph. No one remembers the second place. Unless it's a perennial second and a pretty girl at that. In the past 2.5 years of high school, Su Liang, with his exceptional talent, had consistently ranked first in practical combat. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu had always been firmly pressed under his shadow. Even after she spent a fortune on private combat lessons, training her battle techniques, it was all in vain. She could only settle for second place in the grade rankings. Though they were separated by just one rank, the gap between them was like a chasm. Awakened both a powerful talent and profession? Su Liang murmured, his gaze unconsciously drifting to the front row of the classroom. In the first seat sat the so-called school belle his classmates were talking about. Qin Xiaoyu's delicate features, fair skin, and youthful charm stood out. She wore a crisp white short-sleeved shirt paired with slim-fitting jeans that outlined her long, slender legs. Her high ponytail added an air of vitality and elegance. At that moment, she lifted her stunning face, pride gleaming in her eyes like a little beast who had just claimed victory. The next second, Qin Xiaoyu happened to look back and notice Su Liang. Seeing the person who had overshadowed her all these years finally emerge from the beginner's trial, a spark lit up in her eyes, and her pretty face showed a hint of delight. Immediately, she stood up, her footsteps light as she walked straight toward Su Liang. Her movement naturally drew the attention of the entire class. In an instant, all eyes were on Su Liang, who had just returned from the dungeon. You're finally out. How did your awakening turn out? Qin Xiaoyu smiled slightly, her face brimming with curiosity. Her voice was as melodious as silver bells, and her mood seemed exceptionally bright. It was obvious. The girl was here to show off. Su Liang glanced at her, then replied with a question of his own, his tone calm and indifferent. I heard you awakened both a powerful talent and profession? As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiaoyu straightened up abruptly, puffing out her chest, which had just begun to show some curves, and proudly tilted her fair chin. Hee, I awakened an S-rank talent, Aegis of Holy Light, and even got an epic profession, Holy Knight. Her expression was one of pure triumph. Well, it's alright, I guess. Su Liang responded nonchalantly, his face calm and his tone steady. There was none of the shock and awe that everyone had expected. An S-grade talent and an epic class profession, indeed, they were powerful. But compared to himself, they were still a bit lacking. Not to brag, but with part of the divine authority of the guiding angel in his possession, he could create 21 epic class and 7 legendary class professionals. Because of that, his heart was utterly calm. He even felt a faint urge to laugh. Then what's your talent and profession? Qin Xiaoyu pouted, her tone filled with defiance. Nothing much, just an S-grade talent and a legendary class profession. Su Liang smiled as he spoke, heading out of the classroom on his way to the teacher's office to register. After all, talents and professions of professionals had to be officially registered in order to receive resources. This was unavoidable. Hence, Su Liang chose to register with the S-grade talent Shadow Walker and the legendary class profession Shadow Hunter. These were professions derived from the divine authority he had stolen. As for the SSS grade talent Master Thief, there was no way he could reveal it. It was far too overpowered, far too shocking. Not to mention, it was stolen. If exposed, it would certainly raise suspicions and invite caution. The same went for Godslayer. A mythic class profession was just too conspicuous. The tallest tree in the forest gets the wind. Thus, after careful consideration, he opted for the S-grade talent and legendary class profession, just enough to garner attention, but not so much that special organizations would target him right away. As Su Liang's words fell, echoing through the ears of every classmate, his light, breezy tone struck them like a thunderclap. The previously noisy classroom fell into an eerie silence. One could hear a pin drop. Everyone was stunned. Even Qin Xiaoyu was no exception, momentarily dazed. She possessed an S-grade talent and an epic class profession, something exceedingly rare in Jiang City. But on a national level, how rare were legendary class professions? Every one of them who grew to maturity became a figure who could hold down an entire region. The gap between the two was not just a little bit. She was considered a genius, but Su Liang? He was a monster. It wasn't until Su Liang had left the room that, boom, the entire class erupted. The scene was instantly chaotic. A myriad of emotions swirled in the hearts of his classmates. Shock, awe, envy, jealousy, resentment. And even, for many of the girls, admiration. Their cheeks flushed red, and they rubbed their legs together slightly in embarrassment. Holy crap, is this for real? We've got a legendary class professional in Jiang City. Su Liang's gonna make a name for himself across the whole country. Damn it, why couldn't it be me? Ugh, poor Xiaoyu, thought she had her moment to shine, but Su Liang still overshadowed her. Why does Su Liang look even more handsome now? Ha, you're just drooling over his talent, you shameless girl. In the office. What? You awakened an S-grade talent too? Zhang Shui, the elegant and mature homeroom teacher with slender legs in black stockings, exclaimed. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her professional attire accentuated her graceful figure. She was so thrilled that her chest heaved visibly. This was a large office, with more than just Zhang Shui present. Most of the senior year teachers were here, and quite a few students were in the middle of registering. Zhang Shui's exclamation instantly drew the attention of the other teachers and students in the office. Another S-grade talent? Immediately, the students in the office showed expressions of envy, and the eyes of all the teachers turned red with excitement. Jiang City hadn't seen an S-grade talent in decades, and now two had appeared in the same year, both from Zhang Shui's class. What kind of luck was this? Yes, the S-grade talent Shadow Walker. It significantly boosts attack speed and movement speed. Su Liang smiled faintly as he replied, casually mentioning the talent's effects without providing specific numbers. And your profession? Jiang Shui's beautiful face lit up with an even brighter smile. Suppressing her inner joy, she asked softly and expectantly. Su Liang answered, a legendary class profession, Shadow Hunter. A legendary class profession. That's not bad. Hearing that Su Liang wasn't in the same category as Qin Xiaoyu, both being epic-level professions, Zhang Shui felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. She softly comforted him with a sweet voice, it's okay. At least your profession is still impressive. However, the very next second, her delicate face froze suddenly, realizing something was off. What did you just say? You've switched to a legendary profession? Zhang Shui's voice rose a few pitches, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She instinctively reached out her soft, fair hand and tightly grasped Su Liang's larger hand, her gaze intense, filled with anticipation as she awaited his confirmation. Boom! In an instant, everyone around was stunned. The words legendary profession echoed in their minds like a thunderclap, shaking them to their core. Zhang Shui was completely dumbfounded. The other teachers froze in place. The students registering nearby all gawked in disbelief. Feeling the smooth and tender sensation in his hand, Zhang Shui's heart raced uncontrollably. It felt soft, warm, and particularly comforting. Yes. Su Liang's expression remained calm as he nodded and confirmed her excitement without pulling his hand away. Great, that's fantastic. The beautiful homeroom teacher, Jiang Shui, lit up with joy, her graceful long legs wrapped in black stockings subtly rubbing against each other under the desk. A flush of exhilaration spread across her cheeks. She had thought Qin Xiaoyu's achievement had already surprised her enough, but now, an even greater surprise had arrived. After a moment of excitement, Jiang Shui suddenly realized she was still tightly holding Su Liang's hand. Embarrassed, she quickly let go, her blush deepening visibly. Under the watchful eyes of the other teachers, Su Liang calmly used his profession authority to switch his Godslayer profession to the legendary Shadow Hunter. He concealed his SSSSS-Level talent and skills, only displaying his S-Level talent and the attributes of the Shadow Hunter profession. Finally, he revealed his character panel for registration. Once the process was complete, Su Liang quietly used his profession authority again to switch back to the Godslayer profession. Feeling delighted, he whistled a light tune as he left the office. Jiang Shui promptly began filing an expedited report, thoughts racing in her mind. If all goes as planned, the school in Jiang City will allocate resources by tomorrow. Just the legendary profession qualification alone guarantees the highest grade rewards. It's bound to be extraordinary. Su Liang was filled with anticipation. He hadn't taken many steps when a familiar petite figure appeared before him. Xiaoyu, what are you doing standing here? Su Liang approached casually and asked. Humph. During the college entrance exams, I'll definitely surpass you. Don't think that just because you've obtained the legendary assassin profession, your victory is guaranteed. This time, there's no way I'm losing. Qin Xiaoyu huffed arrogantly, clenching her petite fists with determination. So, she came to lay down a challenge. Su Liang thought to himself silently. But her small, adorable figure lacked any true intimidation. Instead, she looked endearingly cute. Wait a second, how do you know my profession is assassin-related? Were you eavesdropping outside the office just now? Suddenly, Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his gaze suspiciously narrowing at her. Earlier, he had only mentioned that it was a legendary profession, without specifying its type. How could that be? I didn't. Stop talking nonsense. Qin Xiaoyu's round, adorable face froze. She quickly denied it, her beautiful large eyes darting around nervously, unable to meet Su Liang's gaze. Her lying skills were truly awful. Ha ha! Su Liang burst out laughing, unable to resist reaching out to touzle Qin Xiaoyu's head. This time, I'm aiming for not just first place in the school, but also first in Jiang City and nationwide. You might as well stay content as the eternal runner-up. Su Liang said confidently, leaving her no chance to retort as he turned and walked away, his figure exuding a carefree charm. I'm not the eternal runner-up. You just wait. Behind him came Qin Xiaoyu's indignant voice. The girl's focus was truly peculiar. Instead of getting mad about him messing with her hair, she was upset that he called her the eternal runner-up. Su Liang had the standard starting point of a transmigrator, both parents deceased. The only thing missing from the equation was a cute, beautiful younger sister or a kind-hearted aunt to take him in. Thus, there was no one he could share his excitement with. The sky was still early. He decided not to return home. Instead, he headed straight out of the city. Time to raid a dungeon and boost his strength. Ever since learning that the skill master thief allowed him to use any job skill he stole, Su Liang had set his sights on a particular dungeon. Half an hour later, Jiang City, western outskirts. In the vast valley of the western outskirts, a pitch-black stone gate loomed. The swirling black vortex on the gate spun endlessly, as if it could suck anyone in at any moment. This was the dungeon entrance. The area was teeming with adventurers, creating an animated and bustling atmosphere. Looking for party members. Need a healer and a tank, also 2 DPS. Silver scale breastplate, silver tier quality, 500 gold per piece. Recruiting for the Blood Fury Guild. Lots of girls and great perks. Fully strength spec berserker, class C DPS talent. Looking for a party. Blade Tyrant Guild leader hosting a raid. Need a 36D healer, male or female. Su Liang heard the noisy chatter of adventurers from afar. At any dungeon entrance, trading, party recruiting, and guild scouting were common sights. He ignored the commotion and strode directly toward the dungeon gate. At that moment, data appeared before his eyes. Dungeon name, Golden Tier Thunder Valley. Dungeon difficulty, normal, hard, nightmare. Level requirement, LV 25. Player limit, 5. Dungeon description, a treacherous valley filled with roaring thunder and deadly thunder beasts lurking around every corner. Extremely perilous. A level 25 golden tier dungeon, with a golden tier boss. The dungeon allowed up to 5 players in a party. As for the difficulty, Su Liang didn't find it particularly challenging. The monster's levels were high enough to help him defeat stronger foes and level up quickly, reaching his second job advancement in no time. Of course, this wasn't the main reason. The primary reason was, the boss of this place was a lightning element mage with a plethora of AoE, area of effect, skills. If he could steal just one of those skills, clearing mobs in the future would become a breeze. As for the fact that he was a physical class, which might not synergize well with magic-based skills, that didn't worry Su Liang one bit. With his tenfold attributes, his spirit stat alone could rival, if not surpass, most mages. While he might struggle against the boss, clearing mobs would be a piece of cake. "Hey, buddy, you're new here, huh? What's your class? Wanna team up with us?" A gruff voice suddenly called out from beside him. Su Liang turned his head. The speaker was a burly man with a broad chest, a thick beard, and a massive greatsword in hand. Behind him stood a mage and an archer. "Boss, he's 1 year below me in school, the top student of his grade. He just awakened his class today." The mage beside the burly man recognized Su Liang and whispered into his ear. The burly man froze mid-motion, his expression turning awkward. He could only muster a sheepish smile. Level 25 dungeons were usually tackled by adventurers at levels 23 or 24. Who would have thought a freshly awakened student would show up here? "Thanks, but no thanks. I don't plan on teaming up." Su Liang picked up on the man's awkwardness, smiled faintly, and declined politely. Then, without hesitation, he stepped into the dungeon's teleportation gate. Ding! "Player, please select the difficulty for the dungeon Thunder Valley. Normal, hard, nightmare." Su Liang clicked on the nightmare difficulty without hesitation. Swish! His figure disappeared instantly. The burly man and his two companions froze for a moment, then their eyes widened in disbelief. What the heck? He was challenging a golden tier dungeon solo, and choosing nightmare difficulty, no less? Is he insane? The same thought crossed their minds as they exchanged astonished looks. Eventually, they came to a conclusion. Youthful arrogance. Clearly, it was his first time here. He probably didn't understand the dangers of the golden tier Thunder Valley. Chances are, he'd be fleeing the dungeon in disgrace soon enough. Thunder Valley was an endless expanse of rugged terrain. As soon as he entered, Su Liang instinctively scanned his surroundings. The ground was littered with charred, withered trees struck by lightning, the landscape marked by jagged rocks. The sound of thunder echoed continuously throughout the valley. At first glance, there seemed to be no immediate danger, not even a single monster in sight. Su Liang frowned and took a step forward. Roar! 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 In an instant, a chilling growl echoed through the air. Immediately after, several massive beast-like figures emerged from behind jagged rocks. Their bodies stretched 2 to 3 meters long, with white bristling manes, interlocking fangs, and an imposing presence. They were colossal white wolves. Their teeth were bared, their eyes glinting with savage light, as they fixed their vicious gazes on Su Liang. Monster, Lightning Wolf. Grade, Common. Level, LV 25. Skills, Thunderbite, Lightning Orb, Swift Pounce, Claw Strike. Description: white wolves residing in Thunder Valley, transformed into fearsome thunder beasts after years of exposure to lightning storms. In the next moment, the lightning wolves opened their mouths in unison, and the sound of crackling electricity filled the air. Zzzzzzzzz. Several white lightning orbs shot out from their mouths, streaking toward Su Liang at high speed. The lightning wolves' lightning orbs were swift, but to Su Liang, they posed no threat at all. Swish! 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 With a few nimble steps, he effortlessly dodged all the attacks. Boom! 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 A dozen blinding lightning orbs crashed onto the ground, withered trees, and boulders, erupting in deafening explosions. Thunder roared, and sparks of lightning scattered everywhere. Shadow/combo. Su Liang chose not to use Shadow Blink Stab. Instead, he decided to test out the newly acquired skill. In a flash, wielding his greatsword, Su Liang transformed into a streak of shadowy light. In the blink of an eye, his shadowy figure slashed through the body of a lightning wolf 5 times in succession. PSHH, 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 PSHH. 5 streaks of dark energy erupted simultaneously from the wolf's body. Instant kill. Then, along the dark shadowy path Su Liang had traversed, a 5-pointed star formed of shadows materialized in an instant. It rapidly expanded, sending rippling waves outward. Wherever the waves passed, mournful howls of wolves echoed. Although the damage of the shadowy 5-pointed star's ripple was only 120% and its bonus damage wasn't particularly high, it still annihilated all the lightning wolves in its path, despite them being nearly 20 levels higher than Su Liang. It was clear. Su Liang's stats were overwhelmingly powerful. Ding! You have killed a lightning wolf, gaining 6,666 experience points. Ding! You have killed a lightning wolf, gaining 6,666 experience points. Ding! You have killed a lightning wolf, gaining 6,666 experience points. Ding! You have killed a lightning wolf. The notifications flooded his screen, and his experience bar surged upward. Satisfying. The corners of Su Liang's lips curled upward as he nodded in satisfaction. After the Shadow Walker enhancement, the range of Shadow/Combo had reached 100 yards, making it an excellent area of effect skill. However, for a skill meant to clear mobs, the 60-second cooldown was painfully long, an obvious drawback. He urgently needed more area of effect skills. For now, he'd still have to rely on Shadow Blink Stab. Su Liang pondered silently, his desire for a boss-level area of effect skill growing stronger by the second. The battlefield was swiftly cleared of enemies. Wasting no time, he immediately began sprinting forward. Inside the dungeon, Su Liang tore through his enemies like a knife through butter. Ding! You have killed a lightning wolf, gaining 6,666 experience points. Ding! You have killed a thunder bird, gaining 6,666 experience points. Ding! You have killed a thunder serpent, gaining experience. The notifications continued to flood the screen. Though Thunder Valley was a small map, its terrain was complex, and monsters were densely packed, a key challenge of the dungeon, as it required facing waves of monsters simultaneously. But, rather than being intimidated, Su Liang welcomed it with excitement. This way, he wouldn't have to scour the map for monsters. He wasn't afraid of being surrounded by monsters. The denser they were, the better. As a result, after 40 to 50 minutes of slaughter, he reached the final boss stage smoothly. During this time, the rich experience rewards from the nightmare difficulty in killing monsters above his level caused Su Liang's level to skyrocket. He leveled up 3 times in a row, reaching level 11. He equipped the 3 level 10 golden items he had obtained from the Goblin King, the Breaker Leg Guards, Shadow Helm, and Shadow Ring. His stats soared once more. The final boss resided in a small, lightning-veiled palace within Thunder Valley. After clearing the thunder beasts outside the palace, Su Liang strode into the lightning palace with ease. Inside the palace, there were no thunder beasts, only an emaciated old man in a black robe, holding a withered wooden staff. He looked as though his body had been hollowed out. Hee, another toy has come knocking at my door. The old man fixed his gaze on Su Liang, letting out a raspy, unsettling cackle. Su Liang remained indifferent, ignoring the old man's taunts. Instead, he activated his detection skill. Monster, Thunder King of Lightning. Rank, Gold Boss. Level, LV 25. Skills, Summon Lightning Elementals, Chain Lightning, Thunderstorm, Thunder Purgatory, Extreme Lightning Chidori, Thunder Serpent Spread, Wrath of Thunder. Description, Master of Thunder Valley, wielding the terrifying power of lightning. Takes pleasure in electrocuting adventurers for fun. Good. Excellent. Su Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze on the Thunder King of Lightning, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. This wasn't just any major boss, this was a walking arsenal of area of effect skills. It matched the intel he had gathered perfectly. Other than summon lightning elementals, every single skill the Thunder King of Lightning possessed was a large-scale AoE, area of effect, attack. What kind of look is that? The Thunder King of Lightning noticed something off in Su Liang's expression and felt a sudden chill in his heart. Su Liang didn't reply, but a playful smirk curved at the corner of his mouth. In that moment, the Thunder King of Lightning felt a bone-deep unease. Initially, he had been thrilled to see Su Liang arrive here alone, planning to toy with him slowly, electrocuting him bit by bit for amusement. But now, the Thunder King of Lightning raised his withered wooden staff in a panic, chanting incantations at lightning speed. Summon lightning elementals. The next second, 2 massive lightning elementals, each standing 4 to 5 meters tall and entirely composed of crackling electricity, were summoned into existence. Kill him for me, the Thunder King of Lightning roared, his hoarse voice thunderous and menacing. Monster, lightning elemental, summoned creature. Rank, Bronze Boss. Level, LV 25. Skill, Lightning Bolt. Description, a manifestation of pure lightning energy. Though its existence is temporary, its devastating attack power strikes fear into the hearts of its enemies. This boss sure has a massive mana pool. Su Liang muttered under his breath, raising an eyebrow. The strength of summoned creatures directly correlates to the summoner's mana reserves. Summoning 2 bronze boss-level elementals? The Thunder King of Lightning's mana pool was likely even thicker than his health bar. But, at the end of the day, they were just free experience. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Half-meter-long, fist-thick lightning bolts began forming rapidly in the hands of the 2 lightning elementals. In a flash, the bolts were fired at high speed. The lightning elementals had only one skill, lightning bolt. But just like a mage's fireball, its cooldown was incredibly short. It was practically a souped-up version of an archer's basic attack. Instant flash strike. In the blink of an eye, just as the bolts closed in, Su Liang decisively teleported, dodging the attacks and appearing right beside one of the lightning elementals. His massive greatsword swung down without hesitation. Splat! With a single slash, one lightning elemental was obliterated. Skill refreshed. In another instant, Su Liang flashed to the other lightning elemental, his blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Ding! You have slain a lightning elemental, bronze boss, and gained 180,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain a lightning elemental, bronze boss, and gained 180,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 12. All attributes plus 10. You have received 30 free attribute points. Both summoned creatures were dispatched in the blink of an eye. However, on the high platform, the Thunder King of Lightning had already completed his next spell. Thunder Serpent Spread. The Thunder King of Lightning raised his withered wooden staff high as purple arcs of electricity surged upward. In the next moment, countless electric arcs began dancing wildly on the staff. ZZZZT, ZZZZT, ZZZZT. Accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder, silver lightning, like a horde of serpentine beasts, shot out from the staff, spreading across half the palace in an instant. A dense storm of thunder serpents roared and twisted through the air. There was nowhere to hide. In an instant, the electric arcs engulfed Su Liang, sending a numbing sensation coursing through his entire body. Thunder Serpent Spread not only dealt damage, but also imposed a paralysis effect. The attached 2-second paralysis left Su Liang completely immobile, and his health bar above his head dipped slightly. His defenses had been breached. This single strike managed to chip away 0.1% of Su Liang's health. Su Liang wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this was a level 25 gold boss on nightmare difficulty. As a mage-type boss, high attack and low health were par for the course. The fact that it could pierce through his defenses was entirely within expectations. Ha 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 ha. The Thunder King of Lightning burst into maniacal laughter as he saw Su Liang immobilized, his face twisted into a grotesque expression of glee under the flickering light of the electric arcs. Without any teammates to help him, Su Liang was about to endure a relentless barrage of paralysis-inducing electric therapy, and the Thunder King of Lightning had no shortage of control skills. Stop laughing. It's giving me a headache, Su Liang interrupted coldly. The Thunder King of Lightning's laughter was genuinely grating, so shrill and unpleasant it made Su Liang's ears hurt. Unrivaled. Suddenly, a dazzling gold light erupted from Su Liang's body, enveloping him completely. His attributes skyrocketed, and he became immune to all control effects. The paralysis status vanished instantly. Su Liang, now free to act, cast a quick glance at the Thunderlord, his mind swiftly calculating the potential damage. Despite the Thunderlord's high level, the universal weakness of mages was clear, high attack, but low defense and frail health. Now that Su Liang had activated his unrivaled mode, his damage output soared by 100%, and every attack was guaranteed to critically hit. Thus, using any skills was out of the question. There was a real risk of being instantly annihilated. With this realization, Su Liang planted his foot firmly on the ground and, in the blink of an eye, covered a distance of dozens of meters, appearing directly in front of the Thunderlord. His speed was so fast that the Thunderlord couldn't even react. Swish! The flash of a blade sliced through the air. Su Liang's greatsword, whistling with a sharp sound, struck the Thunderlord with brutal force, instantly shaving off a tenth of its health. Roar! The searing pain finally snapped the Thunderlord out of its daze, and it let out a guttural roar of rage and agony. Panicked, it tried to retreat and put some distance between them, but it was futile. Su Liang, with his agility maxed out, stuck to the boss like a shadow, giving it no room to escape. He thrust his sword again, this time plunging it directly into the Thunderlord's chest. Ding! Congratulations! You've triggered the passive skill Sticky Fingers of Nimble Hands and successfully pilfered skill Thunder Inferno. Both Su Liang and the Thunderlord froze at this moment. Their reactions couldn't have been more different. Su Liang's face lit up with elation. Holy crap, what luck! With just 2 strikes, he had stolen an area of effect skill that, judging by its aura, seemed to be the Thunderlord's most powerful move. The Thunderlord, on the other hand, was utterly horrified. It could feel it, its ultimate skill had vanished. Roar! You despicable human! What did you do to me? The Thunderlord bellowed in fury, its voice echoing with rage. Die! Die now! The boss began chanting a spell on the spot. Su Liang couldn't have cared less about the boss's impotent rage. Ignoring its tantrum, he casually opened his skill menu to check out his new acquisition, Thunder Inferno. An area of effect skill. After a 3-second channel, summon thousands of bolts of lightning to form an infernal thunderstorm, dealing 150% magic damage to all enemies within a 999-yard radius for 10 seconds. Mana cost, 10,000 MP cooldown, 600 seconds. Su Liang's heart soared with joy. No wonder the boss was so enraged. A 999-yard attack radius? This was clearly the Thunder Lord's ultimate move, meant to be unleashed only when its health dropped below 20%. And now, Su Liang had stolen it. The sheer range was staggering. Though the mana cost was astronomical enough to leave most mages drained, it was clearly designed as a trump card. With that cooldown of 10 minutes, it was destined to be used sparingly, but oh, the devastation it could wreak. Su Liang was already envisioning luring a bunch of monsters together and annihilating them in one fell swoop. Shriek! 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 Suddenly, piercing cries, sharp as needles, rang in his ears. The cacophony of 1,000 birds crying out in unison. Su Liang understood instantly, the Thunder Lord had finished its chant, and the skill was about to descend. Mage skills had vast ranges, dodging was impossible. Moreover, Su Liang lacked any control skills to interrupt the cast. He had no choice. He braced himself to endure it. Pain? So be it. He closed the skill menu and saw the overwhelming storm of electric birds surging toward him, a dense mass of lightning bolts crashing down like a tidal wave. The pain of the electric current swept through his entire body like a flood. Thankfully, the game's data-driven mechanics reduced pain to only 5% of reality. Unfazed, Su Liang leaped forward, activating his unrivaled mode as he charged straight into the flock of lightning birds, completely ignoring the paralysis effect. Swinging his greatsword, boom, 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 his ferocious attacks rained down like a violent storm, slamming into the Thunder Lord's frail frame. From there, Su Liang made a quick decision. To reach level 20 and undergo his first-class advancement in the Thunder Valley, he couldn't afford to waste time like he did with the Goblin King, letting the boss regenerate health. This time, he opted for brute force, using ordinary attacks to take down the boss swiftly. During the fight, the Thunder Lord even thoughtfully cast a lightning shield on itself, forcing Su Liang to land a few extra hits. In doing so, he managed to pilfer one last prize, the boss's golden tier mage robe. Slash! Finally, with a decisive swing of his sword, Su Liang cleaved through the Thunder Lord's neck. The boss collapsed to the ground. Ding! You've slain the Thunder Lord, Golden Tier boss, and earned 400,000 experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to 13. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30. Su Liang bent down to loot the boss's drops. Well, a skill book. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips as he retrieved a skill book and a golden staff from the Thunder Lord's body. Skill book, Thunder Spear. Withered Staff, Golden Tier. A decent single-target control skill. Unfortunately, since it wasn't stolen via nimble hands, Su Liang, as a swordsman, couldn't use it. He'd have to sell it along with the Withered Staff. Thunder Valley Instance Settlement in progress. Instance rating, SSS. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward, 30,000 gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a reward, plus 50 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations on being the first player to achieve an SSS rating in the Thunder Valley instance. You have earned an extra reward, Heart of Thunder X1. Ding! Congratulations, professional player. You have broken the fastest clear record for the Thunder Valley instance. A series of notifications flooded in like a tidal wave. As expected, Su Liang had once again achieved an SSS rating. Without hesitation, he allocated all the free attribute points he earned from leveling up to agility. Then, eagerly, he turned his attention to the extra reward. Heart of Thunder, Artifact. Level 1. Attributes, plus 20% Spirit. Effect, plus 20% Lightning Resistance, plus 100% Lightning Skill Damage. Description, a crystal condensed from pure, concentrated lightning energy. Su Liang was instantly thrilled. It wasn't just equipment, but an artifact. To know, a professional player's equipment slots are limited, 7 in total: weapon, hat, armor, shoulder pads, gloves, pants, and shoes. Additionally, there are 3 accessory slots: necklace, ring, and ring. The advantage of an artifact lies in the fact that it doesn't occupy any equipment slot. As long as it's in your possession, it activates automatically. It's like gaining an additional piece of gear. With his lightning-based area clearing skill, Thunder Purgatory, Su Liang had no intention of selling this magic-based artifact. He gleefully stored it in his backpack. Then, he exited the instance. At the entrance of Thunder Valley instance, a flash of white light, and Su Liang was teleported out. Boss, hey, that junior of mine has come out. Whoa, he stayed in there for so long. Looks like his skills are pretty solid. I remember his simulated combat scores were always top of his grade. But I wonder if he managed to take down even a single monster. Probably just went in to practice his techniques. Too bad. No matter how good his skills are, it's useless. After all, he just recently awakened. The ones chatting were the burly man and his 3-member team whom Su Liang had encountered before entering the instance. Now, having finally gathered their own party, they were just about to enter the instance. But before the burly man could step forward to say hello and strike up a conversation, Su Liang unexpectedly stepped back into the teleportation gate, re-entering the instance. He went in again. The burly man froze in place, visibly startled. He doesn't look tired at all. Judging by his composure, he must have cleared it. The timid voice of the team's newly joined priestess broke the silence. Her words left all three of them momentarily stunned. Recalling Su Liang's calm and collected demeanor upon exiting the instance, an expression of disbelief flashed across their faces. The two newcomers weren't aware of the details, but the burly man and his team certainly knew. Su Liang had entered Nightmare Difficulty Thunder Valley, clearing Nightmare Difficulty solo, as a newly awakened student. Could this even be possible? And in less than an hour, no less. No way. That's absolutely impossible. Didn't they say he just awakened recently? The burly man shook his head in disbelief, clearly agitated. Glug, glug. The sounds of gulping came from his mage and archer teammates, both swallowing nervously. Boss, the Nightmare Difficulty record. It's been updated. The mage trembled as he pointed towards the instance entrance. At his words, the group instinctively turned toward the black stone monument standing near the entrance. On it was carved the leaderboard for Nightmare Difficulty clears. The stone trembled, and a new record appeared. Instance Record Monument. First place, Su Liang's team. Captain, Su Liang. Clear time, 58 minutes 8 seconds. Rating, SSS. Second place, Blue Chen's team. Captain, Blue Chen. Members, Chaos, Zhang Changkong, Lu Haiju, Mo Hui. Clear time, 2 hours 19 minutes 32 seconds. Rating, SS. Third place, Morning Bell and Evening Drum Team. Captain, Wang Dal. Members, Lin Greenfish, Ji Chen, Yi Zi, Xiaohui. Clear time, 2 hours 30 minutes 59 seconds. Rating, S. Holy crap! The group collectively widened their eyes in shock, their mouths forming perfect O shapes as they stood frozen in place. Even the priestess, who hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation initially, now wore the same dumbfounded expression. She finally understood why her teammates had been so worked up. This was absurd. The record was utterly ridiculous. Su Liang's time completely crushed the second and third place records on the monument by over an hour. The second and third teams were both elite squads of 5, with perfectly balanced professional configurations. Yet, it still took them over 2 hours to clear this dungeon. But the first place was a solo player who cleared it in a mere 58 minutes. And the most astonishing part? An SSS level rating. What kind of divine being is this? The burly man's massive frame couldn't help but tremble slightly. Memories flooded his mind. Solo, 58 minutes. The moment the dungeon record was updated, it was broken. Everything aligned perfectly with that handsome young man. Yes, it had to be him. The burly man carefully replayed his earlier conversation with Su Liang in his head, checking if there was anything inappropriate. Had he offended this powerhouse? Fortunately, he hadn't been disrespectful at all. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief, as if a heavy weight had been lifted off his chest. But still, this didn't make any sense. Are you absolutely sure this is your junior and not his older brother? Or maybe some high-level player who just happens to look like him? The burly man swallowed hard and couldn't resist turning to ask. I'm not even sure anymore. The mage junior was now equally unsure of Su Liang's true identity. He shook his head in bewilderment, questioning reality itself. Inside the dungeon, thud, thud, thud. Su Liang sprinted ahead, with a horde of monsters in hot pursuit. Lightning wolves, thunderbirds, thunder serpents, and lightning leopards. A dense swarm of creatures chased after him. Clearly, Su Liang was intentionally slowing down to maintain just enough distance to keep their aggro triggered. Otherwise, at his speed, these monsters wouldn't even catch a glimpse of him. Before long, he led the entire mob to the palace where the final boss resided. Seeing that all the dungeon's monsters had gathered together, Su Liang abruptly stopped, skidding to a halt. He pulled out his greatsword, a massive cross-shaped weapon. His plan? A one-shot kill strategy. With this many monsters, a 100-yard radius of Shadow Slash was clearly insufficient. Using instant stab would take forever, not much different from methodically clearing his way here. Standing still, Su Liang let the monsters' attacks rain down on him. His physique attribute was so high that the attacks from these level 25 monsters couldn't even scratch him, not painful, not itchy. Once all the monsters closed in within a 1,000-yard radius, Su Liang made his move. Thunder Purge. He raised his greatsword, like a staff, and began chanting rapidly, "O lightning elements gathered in the heavens, transform into thunder and heed my call." Rumble. As Su Liang chanted, deafening thunder suddenly resonated out of nowhere, drowning out the low rumbles echoing through the valley. The sky abruptly darkened, lightning flashed, and 3 seconds later, before Su Liang, thunder roared, and terrifying lightning bolts flickered, engulfing all the monsters. In the next instant, boom, 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 with earth-shaking explosions, hundreds of lightning bolts poured down like a raging tide. Ding! You have slain a lightning wolf, gaining 6,666 experience points. Ding! You have slain a thunderbird, gaining 6,666 experience points. In an instant, all common-grade monsters were obliterated, not even leaving time for a death cry. The elite monsters hung on for merely a moment longer. The next second, hundreds more lightning bolts struck in unison. Ding! You have slain a thunder serpent, gaining experience. Ding! You have slain a lightning leopard, gaining experience. All the elite monsters were also reduced to nothingness in the electric storm. In just 10 seconds, the barrage of lightning dissipated. Before the palace in Thunder Valley, the ground was littered with beast-shaped charred remains, like a scene straight out of hell. Ah, this is the joy of a one-shot strategy. Wiping out all the monsters with a single skill, Su Liang leveled up twice. A grin tugged at the corners of his mouth, his mood soaring with satisfaction. Even as an assassin, he was now experiencing the thrill of a mage's AoE grinding. With that, Su Liang turned and walked into the palace of the Thunder King. At that moment, the Thunder King stared blankly at Su Liang, his face frozen in shock. What had he just witnessed? This guy, who had just used his ultimate move, had actually slaughtered all his underlings? Su Liang didn't care about the boss's stunned expression. With a flash step, he closed the distance. Slash! 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 Wielding his greatsword, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, cutting the Thunder King to pieces in a chaotic flurry of blows. Ding! Congratulations on completing the dungeon with an SSS level rating. Ding! Congratulations on breaking the Thunder Valley Dungeon's fastest clear record. The extra rewards for achieving an SSS rating for the first time were already gone, since this was Su Liang's second time earning it. The 50 free attribute points were also no longer available. Without hesitation, Su Liang exited the dungeon directly. How did he come out so quickly? The burly man and his teammates stared in disbelief at Su Liang, who had just emerged from the dungeon. They hadn't even entered yet, they were waiting to confirm if the person who set the record was really Su Liang. But, unexpectedly, Su Liang's speed this time was simply astonishing. Could they have been wrong? Was the record breaker not Su Liang? Their eyes instinctively shifted to the record monument. In an instant, their hearts trembled violently. No mistake, they hadn't guessed wrong. The first-place record had been shattered again. Only 18 minutes and 31 seconds. 18 minutes? How is that even possible? The 5 of them exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with disbelief. Their outburst instantly drew the attention of other nearby professionals. 18 minutes? What 18 minutes? Everyone looked at them in confusion, then followed their gaze to the record monument. First place, Su Liang's team. Captain, Su Liang, completion time, 18:31. The surrounding professionals' expressions instantly became identical. Stunned, shocked, incredulous. As more and more people were drawn by the commotion, discovering the content on the record monument, the bustling dungeon entrance fell into a brief silence. Everyone was in shock. Once they snapped out of it, the news began to spread like wildfire, drawing an ever-growing crowd of professionals to the dungeon entrance. Meanwhile, Su Liang remained completely oblivious. He was still madly grinding through the dungeon, pulling mobs, instant kills, looting corpses, clearing results, exiting the dungeon. Su Liang moved with the fluidity of a storm, executing each step seamlessly. As soon as he cleared the dungeon, he instantly re-entered it. With his level rising, the experience bar grew increasingly demanding, and his leveling progress slowed. However, as the number of runs increased, Su Liang's proficiency in clearing the dungeon surged, to the point where he reduced his completion time to 6 minutes and 33 seconds. Outside the dungeon, others stood dumbfounded, staring at the figure darting in and out of the entrance. Finally, after who knows how many runs, ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered Master Thief's passive skill Sticky Fingers and stolen, skill Summon Lightning Elemental. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered Master Thief's passive skill Sticky Fingers and stolen skill Thunderstorm Fury. His luck had peaked, he managed to steal 2 of the boss's skills. Summon Lightning Elemental. After a 1-second cast time, summon 2 Lightning Elementals to fight for the caster. The size and attributes of the elementals scale with the mana consumed, lasting for 10 minutes. Cost, 20% MP cooldown, 15 minutes. Thunderstorm Fury, an area of effect skill. After a 2-second cast time, unleash a lightning storm, dealing 300% magic damage to enemies within a 300-yard radius. Cost, 1000 MP cooldown, 120 seconds. The absurd probability of his thieving skill left onlookers utterly speechless. Su Liang couldn't help but wonder, had he somehow romanced Lady Luck herself? His luck was simply defying the heavens. And at the same time, ding! Your level has increased to level 20. All attributes plus 10. Free attribute points plus 30. He had reached level 20, meeting the requirements for his first job advancement. To hit level 20 just 1 day after the game's datification, who else could possibly match the speed? Phew, finally hit level 20. Su Liang stretched lazily, letting out a deep breath. Time to head home. I'll finish my school stuff tomorrow, then tackle the first advancement quest. With his plan decided, he exited the dungeon. But as soon as he turned around, he realized something was off. What the hell is going on? He saw. The area surrounding the Thunder Valley dungeon was packed with people, shoulder to shoulder, a dense sea of humanity. Countless pairs of eyes were locked onto him. Particularly some of the girls, their fiery gazes seemed like they wanted to devour Su Liang alive. Wow! The big shot's finally stopping. Holy crap, he actually stopped. Hey, handsome, how did you do it? Why are you so fast? This is Jiangcheng Weekly. Excuse me, handsome, can we get an interview about how you achieved such incredible speed? A tide of people surged toward him. Su Liang was stunned. Damn it! These people are acting like lunatics. They charged at him while bombarding him with questions about his speed. Phantom Cloak. Without hesitation, Su Liang activated his stealth skill and quickly escaped the encirclement. Witnessing Su Liang's stealthy disappearance, the crowd erupted into chaos once again. Everyone was utterly stunned. That was an assassin's stealth skill. Seriously? The onlookers glanced at the record stone monument, their emotions a tangled web of disbelief. If they hadn't seen the dungeon record refresh with their own eyes, who would believe that an assassin could clear Thunder Valley in just 6 minutes? A melee-class assassin, of all things, completing the challenge in such a short time. How on earth did he do it? Could it be some kind of bug? A glitch that trapped the monsters in place? No, that couldn't be it. Even if there were a bug, it wouldn't make any sense. Forget assassins. If they, as mages, were to stand still and spam attacks mindlessly, they'd still need a significant amount of time to finish the job. Questions and shock filled everyone's hearts. Su Liang returned to the small residential complex where he'd rented an apartment. Just as he deactivated his stealth state, he noticed, from a distance, a group of people standing expectantly at his doorstep. Among them was his beautiful homeroom teacher, Jiang Shui. The rest were strangers to him. Yet, judging by their attire and the air of authority they exuded, none of them seemed ordinary. Looks like they've been waiting for me for quite a while, Su Liang thought to himself. However, his expression remained calm, without the slightest hint of annoyance. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he began to guess the identities of the others. Su Liang, over here. At that moment, Jiang Shui noticed him and called out in her sweet, melodic voice, waving him over. Miss Jiang. Su Liang greeted her with a faint smile, addressing his beautiful teacher politely. Then, shifting his gaze to the strangers, he inquired courteously, "May I know who you all are?" As soon as Su Liang returned, the group's faces lit up with excitement. Jiang Shui was just about to make introductions when, "Young man, my name is Jiang He, and I'm the mayor of Jiang City. Congratulations on your transition to a legendary class profession." A middle-aged man with an imposing presence and a dignified air was the first to speak, the stern lines of his face softening into a kind smile. "Mayor Jiang, it's a pleasure to meet you." Su Liang shook hands with the mayor respectfully, his demeanor composed and confident. However, inwardly, he was taken aback. Even the mayor had come in person. This was far beyond his expectations. In this era, where strength reigned supreme and career transitions were universal, for someone to hold the position of a city mayor, they would have to be a formidable transformation professional. They were always busy with their duties. What followed was a round of introductions from the others, which confirmed Su Liang's guesses. The principal, the vice principal, the deputy mayor, the mayor's secretary, and so on. "Please, come inside," Su Liang said, his expression calm as he graciously invited everyone into his home. Young man Su Liang, congratulations on awakening an S-grade talent and transitioning to a legendary class profession. I'm here today primarily to discuss the benefits and resources the city is offering to you. Once seated, Jiang He got straight to the point, smiling warmly as he explained the purpose of their visit. At this moment, the mayor's secretary, a woman wearing black-rimmed glasses, took over the conversation. Speaking respectfully, she said, "These are the benefits you're entitled to for awakening an S-grade talent and achieving a legendary class profession. The black gold card here contains 30 million gold coins. With this card, you'll also enjoy a 20% discount on all expenses within Jiang City. In addition, there are 10 single-use skill scrolls and the ownership of Villa Number 3 in the city center." As she spoke, she pulled out a black gold card, a set of keys, and 10 scrolls from her bag. Such generous benefits! Su Liang was taken aback as he accepted the resources from the secretary. Gold coins were the universal currency in this world, with purchasing power comparable to, if not surpassing, the Chinese yuan from his previous life. The 10 single-use skill scrolls were undoubtedly extraordinary, each one likely worth a fortune. A quick calculation told Su Liang they were valued at no less than 10 million gold coins in total. With this, his assets now exceeded 40 million gold coins. As for the 20% discount across the city, its value might even surpass the other benefits combined. After all, the items used by professionals were exorbitantly priced. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions, even billions were not uncommon. A mere 20% discount could save Su Liang an astronomical sum. And then there was the villa in the city center. Each one was worth at least 50 million gold coins, while Villa Number 3, in particular, was valued at well over 100 million. But Su Liang was well aware of the benefits typically offered after a career transition. The resources the secretary had just listed far exceeded the highest-tier benefits he had known of. The city's policies only apply to those with S-grade talents and epic-class professions. But you're a legendary class professional. Geniuses always receive special treatment, Jiang He explained with a smile, seemingly aware of Su Liang's unspoken questions. Su Liang was the first person in Jiang City to hold a legendary tier profession. Special privileges, exceptional treatment, and prioritized resources were all granted to him. Su Liang suddenly understood this was the level of importance placed on S-rank talents and legendary professions. Jiang City had even carved out a unique set of benefits just for him. It was exhilarating. If he were to reveal his SSS rank talent and mythical tier profession, Su Liang could hardly imagine what he might receive. Still, compared to resources, his own life was far more important. "Thank you, Mayor Jiang." Su Liang curved his lips upward into a smile, remaining humbly polite. "Thank me? These are the benefits you deserve," Jiang He replied, his tone calm. "In addition to these perks, if you can claim the title of top scorer in the city's college entrance exams, I'll see to it that your rewards are upgraded a bit more." "Well then, might I ask if the rewards for the provincial top scorer are even greater?" Su Liang's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together eagerly. "Haha, confident, aren't you? No problem. If you actually achieve it, I'll fight for even better rewards for you," Jiang He said with a nod, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "And what about the national top scorer?" Su Liang raised a brow, his face brimming with a cheeky grin. Jiang He hesitated slightly before replying, "If you manage to become the national top scorer, I'll personally go all out to secure even more resources for you. I'll even gift you a few private treasures." "No problem, Mayor Jiang. Start preparing those rewards now. I guarantee I'll claim the national top scorer title." Su Liang's eyes sparkled with determination as he patted his chest confidently. The wool of a six-turn powerhouse, how could he not take full advantage of it? Jiang He looked at Su Liang's bold demeanor, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. Confidence was indeed a good thing, but Su Liang's level of confidence seemed a little excessive. In recent years, prodigies had emerged from every corner of the nation. While legendary professions were rare, they were not unheard of in Huaxia. In past years, Su Liang might not even have had a guaranteed shot at the top scorer title, let alone this year. Across the provinces, there were already individuals who had awakened SSS-rank talents or legendary tier professions. Some even possessed both simultaneously. Achieving the national top scorer title under such circumstances would be no small feat. Nevertheless, Jiang He refrained from dampening Su Liang's confidence. With that, the matter was settled. The city's rewards were duly handed over to Su Liang. Next came the focus on his studies. The principal of Jiang City's third high school was a white-haired, five-turn veteran. "Su Liang, this card holds 10 million yuan as your scholarship." The elderly principal approached Su Liang with a wide smile, his excitement barely concealed as he made the promise. Earlier this afternoon, the school had learned that two S-rank talents had emerged among its students, one of whom even held a legendary tier profession. The principal had nearly laughed himself silly upon hearing the news. Their third high school was set to soar to new heights. For the next 30 years, the school would never lack resources or students, and the Education Bureau would surely prioritize providing benefits to Jiang City's third high school. Thus, with a grand gesture, the principal allocated 10 million yuan as Su Liang's scholarship and even handed over one of his personal treasures. With an S-rank talent and a legendary tier profession, Su Liang was poised to grow into at least an 8-turn, province-level powerhouse. Once Su Liang reached such heights, both he and the school would bask in the glow of his achievements. After all, Su Liang was their student, a future 8-turn powerhouse, no less. The most important thing was, the resources invested now would yield exponential returns in the future. Once Su Liang became powerful, even the smallest relic or treasure he casually discarded could benefit the school for generations. Even if he gave nothing, a single lecture from an 8-turn professional would still be worth it. Su Liang looked at the bank card and the treasure handed to him. Wing of the Void, treasure. Level 1. Attribute, plus 50% movement speed. #### translation. Effect, enables professionals to soar through the skies. Description, wings crafted from the feathers of the sky feather beast. What a treasure! Su Liang's eyes lit up. Although the attributes of this item weren't particularly strong, it provided him with the ability to fly. A flying artifact, worth 50 million gold coins. Absolutely priceless. The old headmaster really went all out this time. Thank you, headmaster. I won't forget the support and guidance you've given me and the school. A faint smile appeared on Su Liang's lips as he took the wings. Good, good. The headmaster laughed heartily, his face filled with satisfaction. After happily seeing off the mayor of Jiang City and the headmaster, Su Liang was surprised to notice that his beautiful homeroom teacher, Jiang Shui, did not take the school car back. Instead, she got into the same car as Mayor Jiang He. Rubbing his chin, Su Liang thought to himself. There were rumors at school that Jiang Shui had a mysterious family background, to the point that even the teachers didn't dare cross her. Jiang He and Jiang Shui shared the same surname, and their ages seemed to match a father-daughter relationship. Coupled with how others had treated Jiang Shui earlier, it was clear they didn't regard her as just a teacher. Aha! My mayor father-in-law. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, feeling secretly pleased. If he married her, wouldn't that save him 20 years of struggle? Inside the mayor's car. Xiao Shui, your student is quite impressive. Even when meeting me, he managed to remain composed and respectful. He has great potential. The stern expression on Jiang He's face softened, and his tone carried a trace of admiration. He silently added to himself, though he's a bit too confident. Of course, who else could have taught him so well? Jiang Shui crossed her arms over her chest and proudly raised her snow-white chin. Her almond-shaped eyes curved into crescent moons. To an outsider, it might have seemed as though she was bragging about herself. Jiang He suddenly teased, he's quite handsome. Xiao Shui, have you fallen for him? Ugh, he's my student. What nonsense are you spouting, you old rascal? Jiang Shui shot a glare at her father, feigning annoyance. Student? He's a future 8th-tier powerhouse. So what if he's your student? Who would dare gossip about it? Jiang He thought this to himself but didn't voice it aloud. His daughter was not a tool for making alliances with the strong. If she was unwilling, he would never force her. As it was already late, Su Liang decided not to move into the villa that night. Returning to his room, he placed the wings of the sky into his inventory. Then, he glanced at the 10 scrolls he had received. As expected, all of them were incredibly valuable skill scrolls. Area attacks, crowd control, single-target bursts. There was even a rare random teleportation scroll. This one was concerning. It could teleport him up to 100 kilometers away, clearly designed as a life-saving measure. After storing everything into his inventory, Su Liang enjoyed a refreshing shower. While drying off, he suddenly froze. A black shadowy mark had appeared on his right arm, the gaze of the dragon-slaying sword saint. After slaying the son of the goblin sword saint, you've been marked. Using his detection skill to examine it, Su Liang's face immediately turned helpless. The goblin sword saint, Tulong, was a legendary figure amongst monsters. Generally speaking, there were disparities even among monsters of the same level. Different races had varying talents and attributes. Just like the gap between ordinary and hidden classes among professionals, the growth attributes of different types could differ vastly. For instance, a single dragon could easily crush several monsters of the same level. It was the undisputed king of its tier. But the goblin sword saint, Muser, had managed to slay an adult dragon, another legendary boss, despite the goblin's notoriously weak traits. That battle had shocked the entire world. As a result, he was noticed by a demon god from the Shadow Realm, who elevated him to the rank of the 7th general. When he slew the dragon, the Goblin Sword Saint was already a level 159, 8th tier legendary boss. Now, who knew how much stronger he had become? It was likely he had long since stepped into the 9th tier. Being marked by such a being, it was impossible for Su Liang to not feel nervous. No matter how powerful his Godslayer or Phantom Thief abilities were, they still needed time to grow. However, Su Liang quickly calmed himself down. After the main continent merged with Blue Star, several portals to other worldly realms had been discovered. To date, humanity had identified 5 other worlds: the Undead Realm, Shadow Realm, Void Realm, Elf Realm, and Holy Light Realm. The Elven Kingdom of the Emerald Realm and the Holy Nation of the Holy Light Realm were friendly forces. The remaining 3 realms were guarded at their exits by the 3 strongest human powerhouses of Blue Star. They would never allow a legendary boss to step onto Blue Star. So, as long as those 3 guardians were around, unless the Shadow Demon God personally intervened, the Goblin Sword Saint could do nothing but glare at Su Liang from afar. At most, he might send some underlings to try and kill him. This could even turn out to be an opportunity. After finishing his shower, Su Liang ordered some takeout. While eating, he scrolled through his phone. News of him obtaining a legendary class had already spread throughout Jiang City. It was prominently displayed on the professional forums. Title: Awakening Day. A genius with S-class talent and a legendary class appears in Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. A century of human legends, ranking SSS class talents and legendary classes. An assassin clears a level 25 gold dungeon in nightmare mode in just 18 minutes. The conqueror suspected to be the legendary talent from Jiangcheng No. 3 High School. Shocking. What he did before his legendary class awakening will leave you speechless. One breaking headline after another dominated the trending searches, leaving netizens overwhelmed by the cascade of shocking news. Well, amidst the frenzy, it seemed a promotional account had sneaked in. Meanwhile, discussions from several national forums for class professionals were reposted on the Jiangcheng forums, catching Su Liang's attention. The second young master of the Ji family, Ji Sanghai, awakens with SS class talent, Fire Virtue Spirit Body. Trash no more? An F-class talent and trash class earns an SSS rank dungeon score? Multiple SS class talents discovered in America. Geniuses emerging across the globe. Is humanity on the brink of a new era? Was this the golden age described in the novels? Interesting. Particularly the second post. F-class talent? Trash class? Su Liang narrowed his eyes slightly, tapping his fingers thoughtfully on the desk. Still, he didn't dwell on it too much. After a satisfying meal, he tossed his phone aside and sank into a deep sleep after a long, tiring day. The next morning, after freshening up, Su Liang hailed a cab, heading straight to Jiangcheng's Assassin Guild. Every 20 levels marked a class advancement. Having reached level 20, he was eligible to take on his second advancement quest. As soon as he stepped into the Assassin Guild, a cold voice rang out. "Sir, you're in the wrong place. Your guild is in the southern part of the city." A young woman dressed in finely crafted leather armor, with a strikingly beautiful face and long legs, appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Su Liang paused, stepping back to glance at the signboard above the entrance. Assassin Guild. I'm in the right place, aren't I? The next moment, realization struck him. His equipment had caused a misunderstanding. He'd been mistaken for a knight. After all, assassins and knights had always been at odds. No wonder she wouldn't let him in. But this assassin's demeanor was quite different from the usual cold and cunning type. Su Liang sighed inwardly. What could he do? While he was lucky in almost every other aspect of life, his gear was a perpetual headache. From his beginner trials, not a single piece of leather armor had dropped, only heavy armor suited for warriors and knights. Even defeating the Thunder Law Mage in Thunder Valley, a fragile spellcasting boss, had yielded heavy armor alongside a few cloth pieces. Seriously, could anyone believe this? Rubbing his nose in slight embarrassment, Su Liang explained, I'm an assassin here for the second advancement quest." The young woman blinked in confusion, tilting her head. Her puzzled expression seemed to say, "I'm not the problem here. You are. Covered head to toe in knightly heavy armor, wielding a knight's greatsword, and you're telling me you're an assassin? What kind of build is this? Oh, a heretic, perhaps?" Still, as the receptionist, the long-legged assassin didn't make things difficult for him. She led Su Liang to the guild's front desk. "My name is Chun Yu. Please follow me and fill out this form first," she said coolly, handing him a registration form. Su Liang didn't mind. He casually wrote down his name and class, going through the standard procedure. Once registered, he'd be eligible for guild stipends and could accept missions after completing his second advancement. His handwriting was elegant and fluid. Halfway through filling out the form, a sharp, high-pitched voice suddenly pierced the air. "Ah! A legendary class! You're the great Su Liang." Looking up, Su Liang found himself meeting a pair of starry, wide eyes staring at him intently. Shen Yu's face was flushed with excitement, her expression one of pure awe. She even seemed to fidget slightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. "Wait a second. What was going on? I didn't do anything. Why are you blushing like a teapot about to boil over?" Shen Yu's exclamation instantly attracted the attention of everyone in the guild's lobby. All eyes turned to the tall, handsome man clad in knightly heavy armor. "Holy crap, it's really Su Liang. Do you think I can get his autograph? This guy's going to be one of the top-tier powerhouses on Blue Planet. Wait, didn't he just awaken yesterday? What's he doing here already?" In an instant, the already unconventional Su Liang became the center of attention. Su Liang could only offer a wry smile. "Ahem, my apologies for losing my composure, great Su Liang," Shen Yu stammered, covering her mouth as she tried to regain her professionalism. Switching rapidly from the cold demeanor of an assassin guild receptionist, her tone transformed into a sweet, girlish voice, soft and endearing. "She's even got a little lisp now." Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Inwardly, he chuckled to himself. "Heh, women. Honestly, I preferred your aloof and sharp attitude from earlier." "Wait, you're already level 20, great Su Liang?" Shen Yu suddenly exclaimed, her curiosity getting the better of her once again. Shen Yu suddenly came to her senses, her eyes widened in disbelief as she blurted out, "Hiss." The surrounding assassins collectively drew in a sharp breath, utterly shocked. It was common knowledge that Su Liang didn't have a mayor for a father or any powerful backing to help him level up, and yet, so quickly, he had reached level 20 in just one day. What kind of monster was this? "Great Master Su Liang, please follow me this way." Noticing the growing number of curious gazes around them, Shen Yu hurriedly ushered Su Liang into the guild hall reserved for receiving VIPs. After completing the registration, she explained, once you enter the Sacred Hall of Professions, you can begin your class advancement quest. The quests range from 1-star to 5-star difficulty. The higher the star rating, the harder the quest, but the greater the boosts you'll receive. A 1-star advancement grants a 5% boost to all attributes. A 2-star advancement grants a 10% boost to all attributes. A 3-star advancement grants a 15% boost to all attributes. A 4-star advancement grants a 20% boost to all attributes. A 5-star advancement grants a 30% boost to all attributes. The leap from 4 stars to 5 stars is massive, and so is the difficulty. A 5-star quest is extremely challenging. Considering your talent and class, I recommend you choose a 4-star quest, Shen Yu advised earnestly. "Understood." Su Liang nodded, indicating he understood. After leaving the hall, Shen Yu led Su Liang to a quaint, ancient-looking small palace. Every city had 6 sacred halls of professions for class advancements. The Assassins' Guild was built directly over the foundation of the Sacred Hall for Assassins. The ancient doors of the hall creaked open. Stepping inside, the interior bore a striking resemblance to a scaled-down version of the Origin Shrine, where talents and professions were awakened. In the center stood a colossal white jade humanoid statue. The statue's figure was cloaked beneath a hooded robe, and in its hand, it held a pitch-black dagger that exuded an aura of chilling menace. This was the statue of the God of Assassins. Ding! Classholder level detected at LV20, requirements for second advancement met. Please select the quest difficulty level. When Su Liang touched the statue, a system prompt appeared. Without hesitation, he chose the farthest right option, 5-star difficulty. Of course, he aimed for the maximum boost. Ding! Classholder has successfully accepted the second advancement quest. Second advancement quest, Twilight of the Gods, The Rise of Slaughter. Quest difficulty, 5 stars. Quest description: an ancient kingdom, sealed for tens of thousands of years, has been reawakened, emerging from its downfall. Proceed to the secret realm LV40, ancient kingdom ruins, and slay the fallen king, Alex. Time limit, 24 hours. Note, class advancement quests are solo missions and cannot be completed in a team. Twilight of the Gods for a class advancement quest? As expected of the Godslayer class, utterly awe-inspiring. By the time he reached the 9th advancement or even the divine level advancement, would they task him with assassinating actual deities? Su Liang couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. The difficulty of 5-star quests varied across different classes. Considering how absurdly difficult the Godslayer's 5-star quest was, they wanted him to solo a level 40 secret realm boss before even completing his second advancement. It wasn't entirely impossible. Hangjue Mountain Range. After leaving the Assassin's Guild, Su Liang sprinted all the way to the towering mountain range several dozen miles outside Jiang City. The task's coordinate point was located in the heart of the mountain range. Looks like I'll need to find myself a mount when I get back to the city. After nearly an hour of running, Su Liang finally reached the majestic mountain range, panting heavily as he gathered his thoughts. Stepping into the mountain range, Su Liang slowed his pace. The terrain of Hangjua mountain range was complex, stretching north to south and crisscrossed east to west. The dense vegetation was home to all kinds of creatures. Moreover, the monsters in the wild didn't have clearly defined levels like those in dungeons. Their power levels were unpredictable. They could be level 1, level 10, or even level 50. Under such circumstances, the danger was immense. More importantly, unlike in dungeons, where death meant merely being ejected, entering a weakened state, or losing levels, dying in the wild or in secret realms meant actual death. So, he had to remain vigilant. Name, Su Liang. Level, LV20. Class, Apprentice Godslayer. Strength, 4,850. Constitution, 4,750. Agility, 8,770. Spirit, 3,250. Talents, Sleight of Hand, Shadow Walker. Skills, Power of Godslaying, Divine Concealment, Peerless Strike, Blink Stab, Thunderous Wrath, Summon Lightning Element. A glance at his attribute panel told him that even legendary level class holders at the third advancement might not have stats as terrifying as Su Liang's current ones, let alone his talents and skills. Seeing the panel, Su Liang felt a bit relieved. Surviving in the Hangjue mountain range shouldn't be an issue. Worst case, he could always escape using a teleportation scroll. Ding! You have slain the iron-armored ape and gained 9,854 experience points. Ding! You have slain the Gale Serpent and gained 3,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain the mighty antlered deer and gained 12,345 experience points. Ding! Your level has reached the cap. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Player, please proceed with your class advancement as soon as possible. Su Liang carefully looted the monsters along the way. Not bad. The monsters here were mostly around level 20 to 30, posing little threat. Although, since he hadn't undergone his second class advancement yet, he couldn't level up for now, but the experience he gained wouldn't go to waste. All of it was stored in the experience pool. Once he completed his class advancement, Su Liang's level would skyrocket. Just then, boom, boom, boom. The sound of trees collapsing echoed through the forest, accompanied by faint tremors on the ground. Mixed within were heavy, rapid footfalls. What's going on? Su Liang instantly became alert. Not far away, 3 people were running frantically, looking disheveled. Roar! Chasing behind them was a ferocious lion, towering 6 to 7 meters tall. Its entire body was covered in violet crystal, and its mane surged like purple flames. Its powerful limbs were also encased in sharp violet crystal, radiating a chilling, deadly gleam. The violet crystal lion barreled forward, ignoring the massive trees in its path, easily knocking them down. Its speed was terrifying. It was about to catch up to the 3. Boss, there's someone up ahead. Looks like a student. One of them exclaimed in surprise. Ha ha ha, we're saved. Quick, lead the boss to him. The leader's eyes lit up with excitement, laughing maniacally. Noticing the trio, Su Liang frowned slightly. They were clearly bringing the boss straight toward him. Monster, Violet Crystal Lion. Grade, Gold Boss. Level, LV30. Skills, Violet Crystal Claw, Violet Crystal Impact, Lion Charge, Lion's Roar, Violet Crystal Body, Violet Crystal Flame. Description: a mountain lion mutated after consuming mysterious violet crystals. Violent and cruel, its claws can tear through anything. In an instant, Su Liang understood their intention. Provoked a boss and want to use me as bait? Su Liang's gaze turned cold, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. If he really were just some freshly awakened, inexperienced rookie, he'd surely die here. Kid, you're out of luck running into us. The leader sneered maliciously, his face twisted in cruelty. Laughing wildly, he shouted, Tiger, attack. Swish! The archer in the group, still running, loosed an arrow at Su Liang. The arrow carried an icy chill. Frost arrow. Clearly, they intended to slow Su Liang down, making it impossible for him to escape. Courting death. Su Liang looked at the incoming arrow, his expression calm, utterly unperturbed. Just as the arrow was about to hit him, shadow step thrust. Whoosh! The trio, still running, suddenly found the figure of their scapegoat vanish. Not good. The leader was struck by an ominous feeling. Swish! Su Liang reappeared, this time right next to the running archer. Before the archer could react, Su Liang's massive sword sliced cleanly across his neck. Blood sprayed into the air. The archer's pupils contracted, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief, before his body crumpled to the ground. For those who intended to harm him, Su Liang would show no mercy. Without hesitation, clean and decisive, he ended the archer's life with one swift strike. Ding! You have slain Wang Hu. Sin value +1. Above Su Liang's head, his name and level turned crimson. He was now red-named. One down. His voice was calm, devoid of emotion. It rang out like a death sentence, cold and final. SHT, how is this possible? The leader watched in disbelief as his subordinate was instantly killed. Cold sweat rolled down his face as he silently cursed. The now red-named Su Liang's level was visible, but the power he displayed was far beyond what an ordinary level 20 player should possess. Sure, Wang Hu had been low on health, but even the Violet Crystal Lion couldn't have wiped out his remaining HP in one shot. Which meant, this level 20 kid had an attack power even more fearsome than the Violet Crystal Lion. Brother, let's not fight. How about we team up and take down the lion together? Your attack power is high, but you won't be able to tank its hits. The leader stammered, trying to negotiate. Enough noise. You're next. Before he could finish, Su Liang used Shadow Step Thrust again. His figure blurred, and the sword in his hand gleamed coldly as it pierced forward. The blade drove straight through the man's body. The last of the trio, who had discovered Su Liang earlier, was now paralyzed with fear, his face pale and trembling uncontrollably. Faced with the Amethyst Lion, one could still put up a struggle, but against Su Liang, with his mysterious and unpredictable skills, moving like a ghost and striking with lethal precision, even the Knight Leader couldn't withstand a single blow. No, don't come near me, please. I beg you, don't kill me. Before he could finish his plea, the Amethyst Lion chasing from behind swiped a paw, sending him flying into the air. The third one. Su Liang had no intention of sparing him just because he begged for mercy. With another instantaneous movement, his greatsword fell, and the man's head flew high into the air, decapitated in a single strike. Ding! You have killed Wang Ba. Sin value +1. Ding! You have killed Wang Long. Sin value +1. Those who kill shall be killed in return. Su Liang had long steeled himself for taking lives. Although there was a momentary discomfort, it passed in an instant. Now, it's your turn. Su Liang turned his gaze toward the mutated Amethyst Lion, originally an ordinary mountain lion. He hadn't forgotten this massive creature. Wild and secret realm bosses were far more valuable than dungeon bosses. The materials they dropped were incomparable to those from dungeon bosses. Roar! 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 The Amethyst Lion let out a series of deafening roars, attempting to intimidate Su Liang while activating attribute buffs. For itself, wild bosses were no fools. It knew that Su Liang's strength was worlds apart from the three weaklings it had just dealt with. Lion's charge. The next moment, the Amethyst Lion bared its fangs, its paws stomping heavily on the ground as it launched a ferocious charge, kicking up clouds of dust in its wake. Su Liang remained calm, showing no intention of activating his ultimate skill or any other abilities to violently crush the boss. Instead, he wanted to rely on his innate talent to see if he could steal something valuable from the Amethyst Lion. After all, the mysterious amethyst that had transformed an ordinary mountain lion into a golden tier boss in the Hangjue mountain range must be extraordinary. As the Amethyst Lion closed the distance, Su Liang suddenly twisted his body in an uncanny manner, narrowly dodging the charge. His longsword flashed, slashing a significant chunk of health from the boss. However, as a level 30 golden tier boss with the damage-reducing skill Amethyst Body, it wouldn't be easy to kill it quickly without using any skills. Slash! 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 Su Liang's greatsword struck 3 times in quick succession. Roar! The Amethyst Lion roared in pain, its claws enveloped in a fierce wind as they swiped downward with alarming speed. Amethyst claws. It was fast, but Su Liang's agility and footwork were even faster. Boom! Another claw struck empty ground, shaking the earth beneath it. Using his extraordinary agility and 2.5 years of honed combat skills, Su Liang danced around the Amethyst Lion. The lion couldn't land a single blow, while Su Liang's attacks continued to chip away at its health. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill, Light Fingers, under Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Amethyst Lion's main material. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill, Light Fingers, under Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Amethyst Heavy Armor, Golden. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill, Light Fingers, under Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Amethyst Lion's Fong material. He had pilfered quite a few items, even acquiring 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet stolen the mysterious amethyst or any skills he had been aiming for. Meanwhile, the Amethyst Lion's health dropped below 30%, triggering its Berserk mode. Amethyst Impact. Suddenly, the amethyst lion leaped high into the air, its massive claws crashing down toward the ground. It had activated its ultimate ability. Boom, boom, boom. With the impact of its amethyst claws, sharp amethyst spikes erupted from the ground in all directions, extending hundreds of meters and engulfing the surrounding area. This time, the boss finally managed to hit Su Liang, though it only skimmed off an almost negligible sliver of his health. Let's end this. Su Liang sighed softly. With a few more slashes, he prepared to deliver the killing blow to the amethyst lion. However, a system notification made him pause slightly. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill, Light Fingers, under Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Mysterious Amethyst Special. Roar! The amethyst lion let out a desperate roar, sensing the immense power within its body rapidly dissipating. Fear filled its eyes. In a flash of white light, the once 6 to 7 meter tall beast shrank to the size of an ordinary mountain lion, about 3 to 4 meters, reverting from a golden tier boss to a regular monster. Seeing the lion reduced to an ordinary creature, Su Liang wasn't disappointed. On the contrary, he was delighted. After all, he had already stolen most of the equipment and materials from the amethyst lion. The only thing he missed out on was a bit of experience. Besides, none of that could compare to the mysterious amethyst. Ding! You have killed the mountain lion. You gain 13,000 experience points. With a casual thrust of his sword, Su Liang finished off the terrified mountain lion. Eagerly, he pulled out the mysterious amethyst, a diamond-shaped, fist-sized gem radiating enigmatic purple light. It seemed as though it could devour everything in existence. ####Mystic Amethyst, Special. Quality, Mythical. Effect, a fragment of the primal amethyst. Upon consumption, it transforms the user's body into an amethyst form, grants control over amethyst flames, and significantly enhances strength. A fragment of the primal crystal. Su Liang was deeply shaken. In Origins, Primal symbolized the most ancient era, a time when the mightiest gods and demons came into existence. Even a mere fragment of the primal amethyst carried mythical quality. Its power was terrifying beyond imagination. However, Su Liang had no intention of using it himself. While it could greatly amplify his combat power, the thought of transforming into an amethyst-bodied being was unsettling for a human. Perhaps, he thought, it would be better to save it for a future mount. By midday, Su Liang realized he hadn't eaten since the morning. He skewered meat from a mountain lion onto his greatsword and roasted it over an open flame. The monster meat was unbelievably delicious, tender yet firm, far superior to any meat he had tasted in his past life. Even with minimal preparation, it became a gourmet meal. The enticing aroma of the roast attracted several monsters during the process, but they only ended up as free experience points for Su Liang, who dispatched them effortlessly. After devouring the roasted meat and satisfying his hunger, Su Liang resumed his journey. It took him 2 full hours of travel before he finally reached the mission's designated coordinates. There stood an oval-shaped portal, 2 to 3 meters tall, unsupported by any visible structure, quietly radiating a mysterious energy. This was the entrance to a secret realm. And yet, according to the records of the Xia Kingdom, there was no mention of a secret realm named Ancient Kingdom Ruins. Just as Su Liang had speculated, there were no guards stationed around the portal. He guessed that this was a brand new secret realm that had only materialized after he accepted the mission. Jackpot, absolute jackpot, Su Liang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Secret realms, also known as dimensional secret realms, were independent miniature worlds with their own ecosystems. Unlike dungeons, which reset their content upon re-entry, secret realms were persistent. Monsters and bosses killed within would not respawn. Moreover, any resources obtained within the realm could be brought back to Blue Star. The value of an undiscovered, unclaimed secret realm was beyond measure. Without hesitation, Su Liang stepped into the portal. The world around him began to warp and twist. The ancient kingdom lay in ruins. Crumbling walls and shattered structures bore witness to the relentless passage of time. Under the glaring sunlight, amidst the azure skies and the vast sea, dead trees sprouted new branches, tender grass shoots emerged from the soil, and occasionally, flying creatures swept across the sky. It seemed as though the entire land was undergoing a rebirth. And yet, a creeping blackness spread across the landscape, devouring everything in its path and dragging it into decay. Ding! You have discovered the secret realm, Ancient Kingdom Ruins. Reward, 1 million gold coins. Su Liang's grin widened as the notification appeared. 1 million gold coins, just for walking in. The area around the secret realm entrance appeared devoid of monsters. Opening his mission interface, Su Liang checked the coordinates of the final boss and headed directly toward it. Ding! You have slain a swift wind leopard and gained 17,000 EXP. Ding! You have slain a Sky Avian and gained 16,888 EXP. Ding! You have slain a corrupted Swift Wind Leopard and gained 18,000 EXP. Ding! Your level has reached its maximum. Excess EXP has been stored in the EXP pool. Please proceed with your second class advancement as soon as possible. Every monster he encountered along the way was easily dealt with. Among them were ordinary beasts as well as corrupted ones, whose strength had been amplified by the desolation-infused energy. After walking for a while, a silver rock lying on the ground caught Su Liang's attention. Nearby, a colossal 3 to 4 meter tall silver boulder loomed. Mithril ore, quality, gold. Effect, a rock containing mithril, an extremely durable material. It can be used to craft weapons and armor, enhancing both sharpness and defense during the forging process. Mithril vein, quality, gold. Description, beneath this area lies a rich mithril vein. Can be mined using LV.3 or higher mining skill. Remaining quantity, unknown. Gold grade material, mithril Oregon. And beneath it, an entire unexplored vein of mithril. The exposed surface alone could yield hundreds of pieces of mithril ore, worth millions in value. This was the true allure of an untapped secret realm, resources everywhere. Suppressing his excitement, Su Liang remained cautious. Resources like these were often guarded by monsters. And indeed, swish! Darkness suddenly enveloped Su Liang as a massive shadow loomed over him, blocking out the sunlight. The shadow wasn't caused by any magical ability. It was the massive figure of a monster, a towering black gorilla, 20 to 30 meters tall. Its bulging muscles resembled hills, and its steel-like body exuded the sheen of black iron, as if it were clad in heavy armor. The sheer presence of the creature was oppressive. In front of this colossal gorilla, Su Liang's figure seemed as insignificant as an insect. Boom! The gorilla's iron fist came crashing down with earth-shattering force. But Su Liang was prepared. He swiftly retreated, dodging the attack with ease. The ground shattered as the giant ape's fist pounded down, forming a deep crater. Dust billowed, the earth trembled, and the mountains seemed to sway. Monster, iron-eating demon ape. Grade, dark gold boss. Level, LV40. Skills, Titan Slam, Savage Roar, Berserk, Mountain Crushing Iron Fist, All-Out Strike. Talent, Iron Body, Grade A. Description, a metal-devouring demon ape with a volatile temper and an exceptionally tough physique. Iron Body, Grade A increases Constitution attribute by 20% and reduces damage taken by 20%. Dodging the attack swiftly, Su Liang activated his detection skill to analyze the information panel. His brows arched slightly in surprise. How long had he been traveling before encountering a dark gold boss? A level 40 dark gold boss was certainly rare, especially one with a unique talent like this. Was this fortune? Or misfortune? Still, that talent seemed quite appealing. It could significantly offset the inherent fragility of an assassin. A glint of determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Damn pest! How dare you covet my food? You're courting death! The iron-eating demon ape roared, its guttural voice shockingly articulate. A violent aura emanated from its massive frame, and its enormous eyes locked onto Su Liang, vowing to tear this insolent intruder to shreds. Little did the creature know, Su Liang wasn't just after its food, its talent was also firmly within his sights. Whoosh! 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 The giant ape's massive hands slammed down again. With a graceful leap and roll, Su Liang dodged easily. Food? Heh! Forget just the food, I'll take everything, including your talent. Su Liang sneered with the trademark grin of an anti-hero, his eyes gleaming with greed as he spoke arrogantly. Phantom Strike! The air rippled as Su Liang instantaneously teleported above the demon ape. Mid-air, he thrust his sword down toward the creature's back. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resounded. The demon ape's body was as hard as steel. Though the greatsword failed to pierce its metallic form, it still managed to shave off a significant portion of its health, without missing a beat. Clang! 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 Su Liang swung his cross-shaped greatsword once more, the blade's light transforming into a flurry of shadows. Thanks to his agility and the bonus from his Shadow Walker talent, he unleashed 3 strikes in rapid succession. Roar! The iron-eating demon ape roared in pain, its massive hand clawing at its back in frustration. Shadow Combo! Without hesitation, Su Liang activated his skill, transforming into a streak of shadowy light that effortlessly evaded the ape's counterattack. In less than a second, the shadow streaked through the demon ape's body multiple times. Slash! 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 5 dark flashes erupted simultaneously. An intricate 5-pointed star, woven from shadows, spread outward. The iron-eating demon ape's health plummeted rapidly. Ding! Congratulations! Player has triggered the passive effect of Sleight of Hand Opportunistic Theft. You have stolen, all-out strike, skill. Not bad. In fewer than 10 attacks, he had already stolen a skill and some materials. All-out strike, unleash a full-power blow, dealing 200% attack damage to the target and stunning them for 2.5 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Impressive. A sly grin curled on Su Liang's lips as he decisively wielded his greatsword to activate the stolen skill. The blade instantly radiated a blinding white light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the air being torn apart echoed as the greatsword sliced through the air and slammed down onto the iron-eating demon ape. Using your own skill against you. A dizziness icon appeared above the demon ape's head. Yet, Su Liang didn't follow up with another sword strike. Instead, he raised the greatsword high and began chanting, "Thunder Purgatory." In an instant, the heavens seemed to shift as lightning crackled and danced across the sky. Boom, 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 boom. A domain of thunder materialized, and countless bolts of lightning rained down. Roar! By the time the iron-eating demon ape recovered from its stunned state and attempted to interrupt Su Liang's spell, it was already too late. Nearly 100 bolts of lightning descended from above, striking the demon ape's metallic form relentlessly. While the total damage from the lightning wasn't as high as 2 of Su Liang's basic attacks, the sheer number of hits made up for it. Ding! Congratulations! Player has triggered the passive effect of sleight of hand opportunistic theft. You have stolen, refined mithril metal, material. Ding! Congratulations! Player has triggered the passive effect of sleight of hand opportunistic theft. You have stolen, giant ape hide, material. Ding! Congratulations! Player has triggered the passive effect of sleight of hand opportunistic theft. You have stolen, broken demon ape fawn, material. Ding! Congratulations! Player has triggered the passive effect of sleight of hand opportunistic theft. You have stolen, talent, iron body, grade A. A series of notifications flooded the screen. The talent was finally his. Roar! The iron-eating demon ape, whose innate ability had been stolen by Su Liang, instantly went berserk. Its blood-red eyes glared as it bellowed, "You damned insect! What did you do? Die!" Berserk! Savage roar! Mountain-crushing iron fist! Earth-shaking giant ape! In an instant, deep pits appeared on the ground, leaving the surroundings in ruins. The iron-eating demon ape's physique was monstrously terrifying. With its innate ability, it gained additional buffs to its physique and damage reduction, rendering it nearly invincible. Even a dark gold tier boss seemed as fragile as an epic tier boss in front of it. Now, it stood at the pinnacle among dark gold tier bosses. Unfortunately, its attacks and speed were no match for Su Liang. Against Su Liang, who was maxed out in speed, the ape had no chance to retaliate. Aside from the occasional hit from its low damage area of effect, AoE, skills, all its other attacks were easily dodged. The iron-eating demon ape could only rage in impotence, watching helplessly as its health bar plummeted rapidly. 15 seconds later, trying to run? Su Liang dashed forward in a flash, his blade striking repeatedly. Boom! With a deafening crash, the enormous body of the iron-eating demon ape collapsed to the ground, causing a slight tremor. Immediately, a pile of materials and equipment burst forth from its remains. Ding! You have slain the iron-eating demon ape, dark gold tier boss, and gained 10 million experience points. All the massive experience points were stored into the experience pool. Su Liang picked up the loot scattered on the ground. Ding! You have obtained material, refined mithril metal. Ding! You have obtained equipment, refined metal bracers X1. Ding! You have obtained equipment, refined metal boots X1. 7 or 8 types of dark gold materials and 2 pieces of level 40 dark gold equipment. Refined metal bracers, dark gold. Level 40. Attributes, strength plus 260, constitution plus 320. Requirement, constitution 500 or higher. Refined metal boots, dark gold. Level 40. Attributes, constitution plus 310, agility plus 280. Requirement, constitution 500 or higher. 2 more pieces of heavy armor. Su Liang's lips twitched slightly. However, the attributes were top-notch. Barely usable, but he would have to wait until level 40 to equip them. For now, he could only store them in his bag and let them gather dust. After organizing the loot, Su Liang continued toward the location of the fallen king. Along the way, he encountered numerous ordinary monsters and dungeon resources, herbs, ores, and rare materials. For the most part, they were guarded by bronze or silver tier bosses. None were on par with the iron-eating demon ape. 2 hours later, a towering, crumbling city wall came into Su Liang's view. This was the ancient royal city of the dungeon, the capital of the ancient kingdom. The surrounding land had been entirely swallowed by dark desolation, signaling that this ancient royal city had fallen completely into ruin. Monster, fallen royal soldiers. Rank, elite. Level, LV40. Skills, spear thrust, shadow triple strike, dark sweep, death charge. Description: soldiers of the ancient kingdom who have risen again in their fallen state, obeying the will of their king. Monster, fallen royal guard captain. Rank, bronze tier. Level, LV40. Skills, shadow triple strike, dark sweep, death charge, spear phalanx. Description: the captain of the royal guard, revived in its fallen state under the king's will. At the ruined gates of the royal city, 2 patrol squads of soldiers, emanating a dark aura and holding long spears, moved back and forth. Each squad consisted of 20 elite soldiers, led by a bronze-tier boss. And this was just the entrance. Deeper within, the city's defenders would only grow more fearsome. The entire city was filled with elites or higher-ranked monsters. Su Liang narrowed his eyes slightly. If he were to fight his way through to reach the fallen king, Alex, it would take an inordinate amount of time. Before his second-tier class advancement as an assassin, he lacked effective AoE skills, and the quest had a strict 24-hour time limit. Just getting here from Jiang City had already taken a few hours. As expected of the Assassin's Advancement Dungeon, this was designed to force players to assassinate the final boss. If not for his Master Thief ability to steal skills, Su Liang would have no choice but to use Divine Stealth and make a direct dash for the boss. Summon Lightning Elementals. Raising his hand, Su Liang summoned 2 6 to 7 meter tall elemental creatures composed of pure lightning. Lightning Elemental, summon, silver tier. Thanks to his mana pool, now exceeding that of the golden tier boss, the Thunder Mage King, the summoned lightning elementals had reached silver tier boss status. They also came equipped with 2 AoE skills, Chain Lightning, and Thunderstorm. Additionally, the lightning elementals benefited from the Heart of Thunder artifact Su Liang carried, which provided a 100% boost to lightning damage. With these 2 lightning elementals attacking together, they could easily annihilate level 40 elite monsters. As for Su Liang, he only needed to focus on swiftly eliminating the boss. Experience and resources, I want them all. The corners of Su Liang's mouth curled into a cruel smile as he fought with unrestrained joy. Ding! You have slain a fallen royal city soldier and gained 41,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain a fallen royal city captain, bronze tier boss, and gained 400,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain a fallen royal city guard and gained 41,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain a fallen royal city commander, silver tier boss, and gained 1,800,000 experience points. After clearing the soldiers at the gate, Su Liang stepped into the ancient royal city. Countless notifications flooded his vision every second. The density of monsters far exceeded Su Liang's expectations. So many, too many. In the Thunder Valley, luring monsters required time and effort. But here, in this ancient royal city, Su Liang could annihilate hundreds of monsters in one go by chanting a single thunder purgatory. The monsters were densely packed, and the challenge of this dungeon was absurdly high. But for Su Liang, it was exhilarating, absolutely thrilling. The more, the better. Although he couldn't level up instantly, the experience in his pool was skyrocketing at an astonishing rate. The higher one's profession level, the more experience was required to level up. In the later stages, leveling up even once could take a month. The experience demands after the second-class transition were already staggering. But in a dungeon like this, leveling up was the least of his worries. Of course, that was assuming you could survive, like Su Liang. This place is practically a treasure trove for me. Looking at the loot scattered all over the ground, Su Liang's eyes sparkled. He activated auto-loot, covering all drops within a 5-meter radius. In an instant, an avalanche of materials flooded into his inventory. Fortunately, most of the materials dropped by the royal city soldiers were similar, allowing them to stack neatly. Otherwise, Su Liang feared his inventory might have exploded from being overfilled. Several hours later, Su Liang was nearly too exhausted to lift his blade. He had swapped out his lightning elements dozens of times. Glancing at his experience pool, it was almost full. That's enough for now. A satisfied smile graced his lips. Stretching lazily, Su Liang activated stealth mode. Divine Concealment. The invisibility lasted for 3 minutes with a cooldown of only 30 seconds. He had no fear of being exposed midway. Su Liang headed straight for the fallen king's throne room. The palace of the ancient royal city was incomparably majestic. Though it showed no signs of decay, it seemed to have undergone simple repairs. However, the architectural style had undergone a dramatic transformation. Intricate carvings and painted beams on the walls were now stained with a corrupt, black hue. The atmosphere was oppressive, heavy with a sense of foreboding. Inside the grand hall of the palace, the fallen king, Alex, sat upon his throne, his expression one of detached arrogance, as though he were a sovereign overlooking all creation. The recovery of the royal guard is still too slow. They've actually let a mere insect slip in. You two, deal with him. Alex furrowed his brows slightly, casting a disdainful glance in Su Liang's direction before speaking with scorn. He had no intention of lifting a finger himself. As you command, my king. Two deep, hoarse voices echoed in response. At the entrance of the throne room, just as Su Liang, now visible again, was about to push open the doors, his hand froze. The two ancient, black doors slowly creaked open on their own. Then, two dark knights clad in menacing armor strode out. Their eyes glowed blood-red, and they wielded obsidian-tipped lances. Their heavy armor, adorned with ghastly, snarling faces, was grotesque and terrifying. A dense aura of darkness and an overwhelming killing intent emanated from their bodies. Monster, Fallen Knight. Rank, Dark Gold Tier Boss. Level, LV40. Skills, Conquest, Reckoning, Undying Zeal, Guardian's Holy Shield, Stormspear Thrust, Annihilation, Sacred Faith, Sealed. Description: once righteous knights sworn to guard the throne, they have been reborn in corruption, their faith in the holy light twisted. Their strength is gradually recovering. Both were Dark Gold Tier bosses. Su Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, and he prepared to strike. Nay, nay. A bone-chilling horse's whinny echoed from the depths of his soul, like the wails of ghosts and the cries of the damned, reverberating in Su Liang's ears. Moments later, two massive, fully armored, blood-eyed fallen warhorses charged out from the flanks of the palace, bringing with them a gust of icy wind. The fallen knights immediately mounted their steeds. With their mounts, the fallen knights' strength surged to an entirely new level. Their aura became even more imposing, their presence overwhelmingly oppressive. Monster, Corrupted Warhorse. Grade, Golden Boss. Level, LV40. Skills, Dark Charge, Accelerated Gallop, Death Stomp, Dark Corruption. Description: once a sacred warhorse that fought alongside knights for a lifetime, it has been revived in corruption and fears no death. Two warhorses, both Golden Boss level. A combination of a Dark Gold Boss and Golden Boss, forming a siege of such magnitude. And within the palace behind them, sat the corrupted King Alex on his throne, gazing down at them with a mocking glint in his eyes, as though he were watching a gladiatorial spectacle. The corners of Su Liang's mouth twitched slightly. Clearly, this was the game's way of saying, no, you do not get a 5-star clearance for your class advancement quest. Intruders. Kill without mercy. Both corrupted knights spoke in unison, their deep voices echoing as if rising from the depths of the abyss. Suddenly, waves of dark energy surged forth like a tide. Accelerated Gallop. Accelerated Gallop. The two corrupted knights launched their coordinated assault. Their warhorses charged forward with blazing hooves, blue flames tearing through the air. Then, Dark Charge. Dark Charge. With perfect charging formation, the knights stormed towards Su Liang. The tips of their lances gleamed with an icy, sinister light, as though they were about to pierce him through completely. Corrupted knights were masters of both offense and defense, and their mounted speed compensated for any prior shortcomings. Their momentum was unstoppable, their aura overwhelming. Phantom Stab. However, Su Liang wasn't interested in any of the loot they might drop. Thus, he showed no mercy. In an instant, Su Liang vanished from sight, his figure disappearing into thin air. The corrupted knight's lances struck nothing but air. At the same time, Su Liang reappeared, behind one of the knights. Slash! With a single sword strike, a burst of tenfold critical damage landed directly, causing the knight's health to plummet. Compared to the iron-eating demon ape, which relied purely on physical endurance and defense, the corrupted knight's balanced offense and defense seemed fragile in contrast. Their total health was less than half of the demon ape's. Just one strike. Su Liang had already shaved off a tenth of the knight's health. Divine Concealment. In the blink of an eye, Su Liang's figure faded once more. Intruder, you cannot escape. The two corrupted knights reacted swiftly, their hoarse voices like the summons of the Grim Reaper. Sweeping Lance. Judgment. One knight reversed his lance and swept it horizontally in the direction of Su Liang's hidden figure, while the other thrust forward, the tip of his lance igniting with scorching black flames. But unfortunately, Su Liang was already long gone. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Unrelenting, Su Liang didn't switch targets. His ghostly silhouette darted back and forth, unleashing 4 consecutive sword strikes. Among them, one strike carried the effect of breaking concealment upon attack, a tenfold damage blow. The remaining health of the knight was now critically low. Guardian Shield. The corrupted knight, panicking, hurriedly raised his hand to cast a protective shield. All-out strike. Su Liang's lips curved into a faint smile, his blade flashing like lightning. His attack, swift and thunderous, struck first. The corrupted knight was stunned by the blow, his shield skill interrupted with no chance to retaliate. Piercing lance. The other knight activated his skill, attempting to block Su Liang's assault. Whoosh! A black lance flew like a meteor, slicing through the air and hurtling towards Su Liang. Slash, 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 slash. Su Liang neither dodged nor flinched. Ignoring the skill damage that bypassed his defenses, he launched a ferocious assault on the half-health corrupted knight. His greatsword swept out afterimages, his attack speed so blistering it was almost absurd. Undying frenzy. Storm lance. Annihilation. The remaining corrupted knight buffed himself with a frenzy skill, his body glowing a dark crimson hue. His lance struck rapidly, its dark energy flashing as relentless attacks rained down like a storm. 2.5 seconds later, Su Liang had lost a tenth of his health, but the half-health corrupted knight had finally recovered from his stun. By now, though, his health was hanging by a thread. Phantom stab. With the skill's 4-second cooldown just refreshed, Su Liang leapt onto the knight's warhorse, driving his blade deep into the knight's side. Ding! You have slain corrupted knight, dark gold boss, earning 10 million experience points. The fallen knight tumbled powerlessly from his mount. Death stomp. Seeing its master slain, the corrupted warhorse reared up angrily, stomping the ground in an attempt to throw Su Liang off its back. Phantom stab. Su Liang ignored the warhorse entirely. Using the refreshed cooldown from his kill, he charged toward the remaining corrupted knight. Slash. Shadow slash. One sword strike followed by 5 streaks of black light shot through the air, dark ripples spreading outward. Then, Su Liang's greatsword danced in his hands, a blur of deadly precision. Slash, 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 slash. A frenzied series of attacks rained down. Even with a shield skill active, the corrupted knight stood no chance. The health bar plummeted. Finally, a swift and decisive slash swept across the fallen knight's neck, sending blood splattering through the air. Ding! You have slain the fallen knight, dark gold boss, gaining 10 million experience points. In less than 10 seconds, both dark gold tier bosses had fallen. At the very moment the fallen knight perished, his murky eyes gradually cleared. Su Liang caught a fleeting glimpse of relief in them. Perhaps their fall from light into darkness was not of their own will, but merely the result of knights obeying their king's commands, remaining faithful to their duty until the end. Casting a casual glance at the 2 fallen warhorses charging at him, Su Liang was utterly unfazed. He knew they posed no real threat. With a few effortless swings of his sword, he dashed forward in a flash, eliminating them in an instant. Nay, nay! The warhorses let out long, mournful cries before collapsing heavily beside their master's lifeless body. Ding! You have slain the fallen warhorse, gold boss, gaining 4 million experience points. Ding! You have slain the fallen warhorse, gold boss, gaining 4 million experience points. As the loot was automatically collected, Su Liang slowly turned around. His eyes locked onto the grand throne in the hall. 2 pairs of eyes met. A pathetic end courting death. You've successfully enraged me. The voice of Alex, seated upon the throne, was sharp and piercing, like the edge of a blade, seething with fury. But within his heart, he was equally shocked. Even he hadn't anticipated that the fallen knight would be so easily dispatched by Su Liang right before his eyes. Now, the way Alex looked at Su Liang had shifted from one of disdainful arrogance to a gaze of serious scrutiny. Su Liang, however, had his focus fixed firmly on the boss's stats panel. Monster, Fallen King Alex. Rank, Epic Boss. Level, LV40. Skills, Resurrection of the Dead, Bloodsucking Aura, King's Aura, Frost Impact, Blade of Corruption. Talent, Sovereignty Supreme, SS Tier. Description: the ruler of an ancient kingdom, reborn after death through the power of a catastrophic force. His strength is gradually recovering, and he seeks to restore the ancient kingdom to its former glory. Sovereignty Supreme, SS Tier. Sovereignty reigns supreme. Any who refuse to submit to the king's authority will suffer a 20% reduction in all attributes. Su Liang licked his lips, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. What a treasure trove! Absolutely luxurious. An SS Tier talent paired with over 20 top-tier skills, this was value beyond measure. Especially that SS Tier talent, it was utterly unreasonable. Even deities themselves would suffer a 20% reduction in attributes if they refused to yield to his sovereignty. And what's more, there were no limitations on the number of targets. In some ways, this was comparable to an SSS Tier talent. Such a talent. He had to have it. Sleight of hand. Su Liang silently activated his talent. Ding! Congratulations, your talent Sleight of Hand has activated successfully. You have stolen Bloodsucking Aura. Though he hadn't managed to steal the SS Tier talent on the first try, Su Liang wasn't disappointed. Blood-sucking aura. Upon activation, all allied units within a 1,000-yard radius gain a 10% lifesteal effect. When their health falls below 30%, the effect increases to 20%. Consumes 100 mana per second. A top-tier aura skill. With 10% lifesteal, and given his current attack power, a single skill strike was enough to restore him to full health. It seemed, dealing with this boss was going to be much easier now. Alex, who had been about to make his move, suddenly frowned. He felt as though something had vanished from his grasp, yet at the same time, it seemed like nothing had happened at all. Unlike the passive effect of Sleight of Hand, which could randomly pickpocket items or skills, its active effect ignored rank and silently stole from the target without them ever realizing. An illusion? No matter. First, he had to deal with the pest standing at the palace gates. Alex rose from his throne, his gaze cold as he looked toward Su Liang. In his hands was a massive frosty sword, emanating a chilling aura mixed with dark energy. Its blade was etched with runes, and between the blade and hilt rested an ornament in the shape of a skull. Berserk aura, evil aura, slaughter aura, death aura, king's aura. With each step Alex took, an aura unfolded beneath his feet. By the time he had taken 5 steps, the ground beneath him was radiating 2 crimson, 2 black, and 1 golden aura. The buffs were stacked to their peak. Die. In the next instant, Alex stomped hard on the ground. Boom! The floor shattered beneath him, and Alex shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. His sword, steeped in a chilling and oppressive darkness, was aimed directly at Su Liang. In the blink of an eye, the boss closed the distance. What incredible speed! Su Liang's eyes narrowed as he felt his attributes plummet. He immediately grew serious. At this stage, the epic boss was indeed monstrous, its speed so fast it was jaw-dropping. Unrivaled, Su Liang decisively unleashed his full power. A dazzling golden light shot skyward, enveloping his entire body. He had entered unrivaled mode. His speed skyrocketed, both attack power and attack speed surged, with every strike guaranteed to be a critical hit. Immune to all control effects. Boom! Alex swung his massive sword down, sending a cloud of dust billowing into the air. According to the no damage from smoke rule, as the dust cleared, Su Liang's figure was nowhere to be seen. At the boss's side, Su Liang's greatsword moved swiftly, slicing toward Alex. Alex reacted instantly, dodging with incredible agility. Su Liang froze for a moment, surprised that his strike had missed. Instant strike! Without hesitation, he activated another skill, pressing his advantage and closing the gap in an instant. The long sword gleamed with unparalleled sharpness as it stabbed forward, landing a hit on Alex. Thud! This time, the critical hit multiplier paid off massively. Double damage stacked on top of the tenfold damage from instant strike. In an instant, a burst of 20 times the normal damage exploded. The epic boss's health bar suddenly took a significant hit. There was no time to follow up with another attack. Frost impact. Alex swung his icy greatsword, unleashing a frozen storm of bone-chilling cold. A whirlwind of frost swept over the area. Countless sharp icicles erupted from the ground, covering a 1,000-yard radius. The Grand Hall instantly transformed into a small-scale frozen tundra of deadly spikes. Hit by frost impact, Su Liang's iron body talent reduced the damage he took, causing his health bar to drop only slightly. Immune. The word flashed prominently above his head. Unrivaled mode's immunity to control effects easily nullified the freezing effect of frost impact. Blood-sucking aura. Splat. 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 Taking advantage of the slight delay after Alex's skill, Su Liang activated the blood-sucking aura beneath his feet and struck with several quick slashes, swiftly replenishing his health. What the hell? That's my skill. Alex was momentarily stunned, finally realizing what he had lost. You damned thief. Feel the wrath of a king. An enraged Alex let out a cold snort. Corrupted blade. Alex's icy greatsword became shrouded in black mist as he swung it downward. A strike reeking of corruption flew towards Su Liang. Shadow mist. Su Liang grinned. After gauging the boss's damage output, he decided not to dodge. A mist of shadows expanded outward. Alex's vision instantly dropped significantly. But that wasn't the effect Su Liang was after. Instead, it was the bonus from his Shadow Walker talent. In darkness, he gained double attack speed. The mist conveniently qualified as shadow. His attack speed was now maxed out. Shing 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 shing. The greatsword struck repeatedly, raining down attacks like a torrential storm. Alright, no more holding back, I'm going all in. A true assassin maximizes their damage output. Su Liang let Alex's attacks land on him freely. Thanks to the blood-sucking aura he had stolen from the boss, he began trading blows head-on. Immune to control, landing critical hits with every strike, and wildly regenerating health. A grin spread across Su Liang's face. At this moment, he was the epitome of a fearless warrior. No tactics, just a straight-up brawl. He even found himself grateful for Alex's stolen skills. Without them, he'd still be forced to kite and maneuver. "Your skills are amazing," Su Liang said with a devilish smirk, his tone like the low whisper of a demon. Hearing this, Alex grew even more furious, his eyes turning blood red. "I'll tear you apart." It was humiliation. Blatant, unrestrained humiliation. Ice Devour. Extreme Froststorm. Death Reckoning. Death Coil. Alex unleashed a relentless barrage of furious attacks, combining burst damage, control, and sustained strikes. All his skills poured out in a storm of wrath. But alas, it was all in vain. Every time a skill or attack landed, Su Liang's health dipped momentarily, only to be fully restored a second later. And so, the two kept trading blows. The difference was, the boss's health bar steadily decreased, while Su Liang's health bar barely showed any signs of staying down before bouncing back to full. Because of the boss's high rank and Su Liang's lower level, the chances of stealing skills had been reduced. After who knew how many slashes, even the Thunder Inferno skill had been used. Finally, when Su Liang's basic attacks had shaved a third off Alex's health bar, a notification popped up. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive Light Fingers under the Master Thief skill tree. Skill stolen, Berserker Aura. As it happened, one of the auras beneath Alex's feet disappeared. Berserker Aura, when activated, all allied units within a 1,000-yard radius gain plus 100% attack speed, plus 50% attack power, and minus 20% defense. Consumes 100 mana points per second. The very next second, the aura appeared beneath Su Liang's feet. Su Liang's attack rhythm accelerated once again, while Alex's movements began to slow. Aha! Watching helplessly as another skill was stolen, Alex was utterly terrified, his face twisted with dread. At that moment, he gradually realized the gravity of the situation. Mine, all mine. Su Liang grew more exhilarated with each strike. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingered under Nimble Hands. Successfully stolen, Evil Aura. Evil Aura, when activated, all allied units within a 1,000-yard radius gain plus 200% health regeneration, plus 100% movement speed, and plus 100% damage boost for Dark-type skills. Consumes 100 mana per second. Another aura successfully obtained. However, to Su Liang, this aura was somewhat underwhelming. Other than the movement speed boost, its utility was limited unless he managed to steal Alex's Dark-type skills. The battle raged on. Alex's health was nearly depleted, just one final strike away from death. "No! I haven't made the kingdom great again. I won't accept this." Alex roared in despair, his voice tearing through the air like a wounded beast. Yet, as his cry echoed, he didn't feel the imminent grasp of death. Su Liang's figure had vanished from the grand hall. In a shadowy corner of the throne room, Su Liang stood cloaked under invisibility, his unmatched mode having just ended. Even though Alex's health was critically low, so low that a single skill or basic attack would finish him off, there was no need to rush. After all, Alex's wool hadn't been completely sheared yet. His talents hadn't been stolen. How could Su Liang end things so quickly? The mission still had plenty of time left. While replenishing his mana with potions, Su Liang patiently waited for Alex to exit combat and fully regenerate his health. 10 minutes later, the boss's health was fully restored. Hehehe, a sinister grin curved across Su Liang's lips as his mana and skill cooldowns fully recovered. His figure slowly emerged once again in front of Alex. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingered under Nimble Hands. Successfully stolen, King's Aura. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingered under Nimble Hands. Successfully stolen, Winter's Impact. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingered under Nimble Hands. Successfully stolen, Ancient Crown. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Lightfingered under Nimble Hands. Successfully stolen, Talent, Supreme Sovereignty, SS Class. Su Liang lost track of how many cycles of invisibility he had used or how many times he had beaten Alex to the verge of death. But apart from the SS Class talent, Supreme Sovereignty, Su Liang had successfully stolen every single one of Alex's 6 auras, including the Mighty King's Aura, during these repeated beatdowns. Aura of Slaughter, when activated, allied units within a 1,000-yard radius gain plus 10% attack and plus 10% defense for every enemy unit killed, stacking up to 10 times and lasting 10 seconds. Killing an enemy refreshes the duration. Consumes 100 mana per second. Aura of Death. When activated, enemy units within a 1,000-yard radius suffer -20% defense, -20% movement speed, -20% evasion, and -20% resistance to all elements. Consumes 100 mana per second. King's Aura. When activated, enemy units within a 1,000-yard radius experience doubled skill costs and cooldown times, with a chance to be inflicted with the fear status, rendering them unable to attack. Consumes 100 mana per second. If all 6 auras were activated simultaneously, the mana consumption would reach 600 per second. Su Liang estimated that he'd be drained within mere seconds. Additionally, Su Liang had stolen the AoE skill Corrupted Blade, the crowd control skill Winter's Impact, and several high-level legendary grade equipment pieces that could only be equipped after reaching the 7th rank. Su Liang couldn't help but marvel. This was, after all, a resurrected boss. The treasures on him were truly abundant. At this moment, Alex, who had been tormented repeatedly by Su Liang, sat slumped on his throne, staring blankly at the palace ceiling. That damned demon, he cursed inwardly. If his strength hadn't been sealed and he weren't confined to this palace by some mysterious force, he would have fled long ago. Now, his auras were gone, his talents were gone, even his skills had been stolen. The hope of restoring his strength had been utterly extinguished. Alex finally gave up resisting. He was now drowning in deep self-doubt. Why had he bothered to rise from the abyss of corruption, only to endure such humiliation? He might not be human anymore, but Su Liang was like an unrelenting hound. It's time to end this. Su Liang thrust his sword forward, depleting Alex's health bar completely. A single tear slid down from Alex's crimson eyes. Finally, it was over. Ding! You have slain the fallen King Alex, epic boss, gaining 50 million experience points. Ding! You have obtained material, Ancient Rare Metal X10. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Frost Gem X1. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Dark Gem X1. Ding! You have obtained equipment, Fallen King's Armor X1. Looking at the Autoloot interface, Su Liang raised an eyebrow, a trace of regret flashing across his face. In the end, the boss's weapon didn't drop. He glanced at the materials that had been looted. Ancient Rare Metal, Material. Quality, Legendary. Effect, a prime material for forging weapons, significantly enhancing sharpness and multiple attributes. Unexpected. To think it would drop a legendary material across tiers. This is great. A satisfied smile crept onto Su Liang's face. Even though the boss's weapon didn't drop, these rare metals combined with the Flame Dragon's Fang he had acquired earlier would be more than enough to craft a top-tier legendary weapon, perfectly suited to his level. He then shifted his gaze to the other loot. Frost Gem. Quality, Epic. Effect, a mystical gem infused with terrifying frost power. When embedded in equipment, it increases ice-based skill damage by 50%, strength plus 10%, and mana plus 20%. Cannot stack. Dark Gem. Quality, Epic. Effect, a mystical gem infused with immense dark energy. When embedded in equipment, it increases dark-based skill damage by 50%, strength plus 10%, and health plus 20%. Cannot stack. Both gems were outstanding. Su Liang had managed to steal one skill of each attribute from the boss. When the time came, he could choose one of the gems to embed into his weapon, instantly amplifying his damage output. Finally, there was the Epic tier equipment. Fallen King's Armor, Epic. Level, 40. Attributes, Strength 1488, Constitution 1288, Defense plus 20%, Health plus 20%. Skill, Undying King. Equip requirement, minimum Constitution of 2200. Undying King grants the ability to negate one fatal attack. Cooldown, 12 hours. An epic tier armor wearable at level 40, with exceptional stats and a powerful skill that could negate a fatal blow. Su Liang felt a surge of pride. With his life-stealing aura, he was confident he could recover his health instantly if needed. But still, why is it heavy armor again? I'm an assassin, for crying out loud. After reviewing his spoils, Su Liang didn't immediately leave the secret realm. His mission was complete, and he only needed to return to turn it in. However, before heading back, he planned to scour the entire ancient royal city for any rare resources. After all, this was once the royal capital of an ancient kingdom. With thousands of years of history, there was bound to be something left behind. Ding! You have obtained material, Ancient Meteorite X10. Ding! You have obtained material, Dragon Agate X66. Ding! You have obtained material, Shadow Crystal X88. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Dark Gem X1. One day later, the royal city had been almost entirely cleared out. Su Liang's inventory was brimming with gems, minerals, and rare materials. Most were of dark gold and epic quality, with the occasional legendary great item. Feeling utterly satisfied, he stepped out of the secret realm. Suddenly, a shadow engulfed the earth. Again? Su Liang noticed the sudden appearance of a massive shadow beneath his feet. His first thought was that it might be another ambush, like the time with the iron-eating demon ape. A monster attack. Swish! A cross-shaped greatsword instantly appeared in his hand as Su Liang raised his guard, looking upward. What he saw was a titanic figure blotting out the sky as it passed overhead. Roar! The sky-darkening figure let out an earth-shattering dragon's roar. In an instant, a terrifying wave of dragon's might swept across the surroundings, scattering every nearby monster. The creature's ferocious, domineering head was covered in dark purple scales. Its massive body was adorned with the same, while two colossal wings blocked out the sun. Razor-sharp claws capable of tearing through anything glinted menacingly, and its long, sinuous tail ended in barbs and hooks. Purple lightning coiled around its body, crackling with an overwhelming force. It was a dragon. No, something wasn't right. An adult dragon's wingspan should be at least 100 meters. This one's wingspan was only 40 to 50 meters. Clearly, it was a wyvern. An unexpected surprise. Su Liang immediately activated his detection skill. Monster, Thunder Drake. Grade, Epic Boss. Level, LV 118. Skills, Thunder Breath, Dragon Tail Sweep, Berserk Thunder Claw, Dragon's Roar, Thunder Strike, Endless Thunderfield. Talents, Drake Bloodline, Grade A, Thunder Affinity, Grade A. Description: one of the overlords of the mountain range, master of destructive thunder, possessing extraordinary intelligence. Drake Bloodline, Grade A, reduces damage taken by 30%, increases elemental resistance by 30%, immune to certain negative statuses, and strength grows with age. Thunder Affinity, Grade A, thunder skill damage is doubled, reduces thunder damage taken by 50%. No doubt about it, this is a subspecies of a dragon. Instinctively, Su Liang focused his mind and activated the active effect of his talent, Masterful Pilfering, toward the Thunder Drake. Ding! Congratulations, player! Your talent Masterful Pilfering has successfully activated. Stealing, Thunder Drake Egg. The system notification popped up. An egg? What the? A one-shot jackpot hit? He had just stolen a baby from a random drake passing by. Su Liang couldn't help but swallow hard, utterly astonished. What kind of heaven-defying luck was this? Phantom Veil. He swiftly concealed himself. Although the active effect of Masterful Pilfering was silent and unnoticed, he couldn't afford to take any risks. A 6th-tier epic boss would crush him with ease if it detected him. Only after the Thunder Drake flew far away did Su Liang let out a sigh of relief. He deactivated his stealth mode and eagerly took out the dragon egg from his inventory. Thunder Drake Egg. Quality, Epic. Effect: this is an unhatched Thunder Drake Egg. Once hatched, it will automatically become your companion pet. Hatch. Su Liang was so excited he nearly jumped for joy. What man hasn't dreamed of becoming a dragon knight? He was no exception. Taking a deep breath, he wasted no time selecting the hatch option. A small line of text immediately appeared before his eyes. Thunder Drake Egg Hatch Countdown, 23 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. In just 24 hours, he would have his very own Drake companion. Carefully stowing the dragon egg back into his inventory, Su Liang dialed the number of Mayor Jianghe. During their last meeting, Jianghe had provided him with his contact information. Developing the resources of a secret realm was an incredibly complex task that required vast manpower and resources, not something he could handle alone. Take mining, for example. He couldn't possibly learn mining skills and slowly dig everything out on his own. Alone, he wouldn't finish mining the resources of this ancient kingdom's secret realm even in several hundred years. Beep, beep, the phone rang twice before it was picked up. Mayor Jiang, it's Su Liang. I recognize your voice. What is it? Is something wrong? Jiang he asked, puzzled. He couldn't imagine what would prompt Su Liang to call him at this moment. I've discovered a brand new secret realm, Su Liang stated straightforwardly. The other end of the line went silent for a moment. Then, Jiang He, usually composed and calm, suddenly raised his voice several decibels in astonishment. What? You've actually discovered a new secret realm? The development of new secret realms was one of the nation's highest priorities. These realms not only contained abundant raw materials and expansive land, but also unique herbs that could only grow within them. Each secret realm was like a golden goose, far more valuable than any legendary class profession. Yes, it's a level 40 Ancient Kingdom Ruins secret realm, Su Liang replied casually. Ancient Kingdom? Jiang He's heart skipped a beat. This secret realm might be even more precious than he'd initially imagined. Any secret realm associated with terms like ancient or primeval tended to hold extraordinarily rare and powerful resources. Moreover, a level 40 secret realm was considered low tier, meaning it would be less dangerous and thus attract more adventurers and crafting professionals. Su Liang, send me your location right away. I'm coming over immediately, Zhang He said hastily before hanging up. 30 minutes later. Scree! A sharp screech pierced the air as a massive griffin, spanning 7 to 8 meters, descended gracefully from the sky. Monster, Storm Griffin. Grade, Dark Gold Boss. Level, LV 120. Skills, Griffin Dive, Storm Rend, Storm Claw, Storm Gathering, Wings of Tempest. Description, a griffin born of the storm, serving as the guardian of balance within the tempest. Its flight is akin to the arrival of a storm itself. This griffin was Zhang He's companion pet. It was 2 levels higher than the Thunder Drake and, as a griffin, was considered a formidable presence among its peers. However, if it were to face off against the Thunder Drake in combat, its battle power would undoubtedly fall short. Bang! Zhang He leapt urgently off the back of the griffin, his expression brimming with excitement. However, the moment he noticed Su Liang's red name, his face immediately darkened. He didn't ask about the situation in the secret realm right away. Instead, he voiced his concern. Liang, why is your name red? Are you okay? Su Liang had killed 3 people, earning himself 3 points of red name value. It would take 3 days for it to dissipate, and for now, his name was still glaringly red. Ran into 3 people on the way who tried to harm me. Su Liang casually explained what had happened, his voice calm and detached. Once Zhang He understood that Su Liang wasn't killing people to steal the secret realm, he let out a sigh of relief. Liang, you're really strong, but if you encounter something like this again, you have the wings of space. Try to be cautious and escape. Growing steadily is the real key. Just remember what they look like. After a few words of advice, Zhang He turned to look at the entrance of the secret realm. Liang, is this the ruins of the ancient kingdom? Yeah, Su Liang nodded. Let's go. Accept my team request, and I'll help you take down the boss, Zhang He said confidently, patting Su Liang's shoulder. There were no level restrictions for dungeon monsters, but there were for professionals, which made the situation quite unique. The secret realm only restricted the level of monsters, but professionals were unrestricted. No matter how high your level was, you could enter. Su Liang grinned and shook his head, replying, no need. I've already dealt with the final boss inside. What? Zhang He was instantly stunned, waves of shock surging in his heart. Dealt with? He glanced at Su Liang's level displayed above his head. It was already level 20, faster than he'd expected. But, wasn't the final boss of this ancient secret realm at least of dark gold rank? A level 20 professional who hadn't even undergone their second-class advancement managed to take down a level 40 secret realm's final boss? This was simply unbelievable. What's one final boss? I'm aiming to become the top scorer in the entire nation. When that happens, Mayor Jiang, don't forget about me. A confident smile curved at Su Liang's lips. Don't worry, I won't forget. Zhang He gave Su Liang a deep look, refraining from asking further questions. Deep down, however, he couldn't help but feel a growing sense of anticipation. Now let's talk about developing the secret realm. This secret realm will be developed and managed by Zhang City. We'll establish a stronghold city inside. According to the rules, all profits from the secret realm are split evenly, with the developing city and the discoverer each getting 2.5 shares. I'll make the call. Zhang City will take 2 shares, and you'll get 3. How about that? Zhang He directly threw out an enticing offer. Don't underestimate that extra 0.5 share. While it might not sound like much, once the secret realm is developed into a large-scale professional city, the profits will be astronomical. Su Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed, though Zhang City was small, Zhang He himself was no simple figure. His status in the southern province must be quite significant. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to make such a decision so easily without even filing an application. No problem. Su Liang agreed without hesitation. Do you have anything else to take care of next? I've completed my second-class advancement quest. I'm planning to return to the city to submit the advancement task. Then let's head back together. I'll give you a ride, Zhang He offered warmly. Alright, thank you, Mayor Jiang. Su Liang didn't decline. With a flying beast like the griffin, they could return to Zhang City in half an hour. If he went back on his own, it would take several hours. Riding on the back of the storm griffin, the scenery around him blurred as it sped past in retreat, feeling the fierce winds roaring around him. This sensation was completely different from flying on an airplane. Su Liang felt a slight surge of excitement. By tomorrow, he too would have his own flying companion. And not just any flying companion. It was going to be a mighty and imposing dragonkin. The storm griffin flew swiftly, Upon entering Jiang City, the sight of the mayor's pet was enough to ensure that, even with a glaring red name hovering above Su Liang's head, the guards allowed them to pass without interference. The griffin did not land. It continued soaring through the skies. Jiang He, the mayor, personally escorted Su Liang to the entrance of the Assassin's Guild. Whoa, who's that guy? A red-named player entering the city? Could he be the mayor's illegitimate son? Ugh, that's nonsense. That's Su Liang, the one who awakened a legendary profession. But even a legendary profession doesn't give him the right to kill indiscriminately, right? The moment Su Liang jumped off the griffin, hushed murmurs immediately rippled through the crowd around him. In an instant, people's expressions darkened. Fear began to flicker in the eyes of those nearby. After all, a red name symbolized killing someone in the wilderness. Relax, everyone. It was just self-defense, Jiang He said loudly, his voice calm and authoritative as he sought to reassure the crowd. Hearing the mayor's explanation, most of the onlookers visibly relaxed. However, a few still eyed Su Liang with lingering wariness. Upon entering the Assassin's Guild, Jiang He, for reasons unknown, followed him inside. Su Liang paid it no mind. Mayor, Mr. Su Liang. Shen Yu greeted them sweetly in her soft, honeyed voice. Under her warm reception, Su Liang once again stepped into the Hall of Professions. He approached the statue of the God of Assassins. Submit mission. Su Liang clicked. Suddenly, a golden beam of light descended, shaking the entire Hall of Professions. The immense commotion immediately drew the attention of everyone in the Assassin's Guild. What the hell? What's going on? Did a monster attack the guild? A group of people exchanged bewildered glances, utterly confused about what was happening. Meanwhile, the guild staff, Shen Yu included, who were aware of the situation, stood frozen in shock, their eyes wide and mouths agape, like wooden statues. The Hall of Professions only reacted this way when someone completed a 5-star mission. Is this a 5-star difficulty second advancement mission that's been completed? Their gazes were filled with disbelief and utter astonishment. The level of shock was beyond description. Beside him, gulp, Jiang He maintained a composed exterior, but internally, he was just as dumbfounded. Through the trials of the Mystic Realm and the final boss, he had long anticipated that Su Liang's class change quest would be of 5-star difficulty. But even so, when this was finally confirmed, the shock in his heart couldn't be quelled. 5 stars. This was the 5-star difficulty of a legendary class. The stronger the class, the higher the demands of a 5-star difficulty quest on the adventurer. Ordinary classes, rare classes, and even epic classes. Over the past few years, there had occasionally been cases in the Grand Xia Kingdom where individuals managed to complete 5-star difficulty quests. But a 5-star difficulty quest for a legendary class? That was utterly despair-inducing. It was an almost impossible task. For years, no one in the Grand Xia Kingdom had succeeded in completing a 5-star difficulty quest for a legendary class. Dual talents? Dual classes? Or perhaps some extraordinary stroke of fortune? The more Jiang He thought about it, the more thrilled he became. He secretly made up his mind he had to bind himself to Su Liang at all costs. At that moment, Jiang He suddenly recalled the first time he met Su Liang. Back then, Su Liang had been full of confidence, vowing to secure the top national ranking. He can really do it. In that instant, Jiang He completely believed in Su Liang's strength. Inside the class sanctuary. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for completing the 5-star difficulty quest Twilight of the Gods, Genesis of Slaughter, and successfully achieving their second-class advancement. As a golden pillar of light descended, countless notifications rang in Su Liang's ears. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for gaining a permanent 30% increase to all attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for learning the skill, Divine Slayer's Multistrike. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for learning the skill, Merciful Release. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for learning the skill, Blink Thrust. Ding! Congratulations to the adventurer for learning the skill, Blade of the Throat. Ding! Your skill Power of the Godslayer has advanced. Ding! Your level has been raised to 38. All attributes plus 180, free attribute points plus 540. Awesome! The experience stored in the pool from solo clearing the Mystic Realm had immediately catapulted him to level 38. Just 2 more levels, and he would be eligible for his 3rd-class advancement. Feeling the surge of newfound power coursing through his body, Su Liang couldn't help but smile. After his 2nd advancement, he had gained 4 new skills. Judging by the previous skills, the abilities of the Godslayer class were absolutely astonishing. However, what Su Liang was most excited about was the passive skill tied to his class specialization, Power of the Godslayer, which had actually advanced. Class specialization advancements were unheard of. The power of the Godslayer already granted a tenfold attribute bonus, which was heaven-defying in its own right. What changes would it bring after this advancement? Open the character panel. Title, Su Liang. Level, LV 38. Class, Godslayer. Strength, 10,645. Constitution, 10,115. Agility, 20,761. Spirit, 6,865. Talents, Master Thief, Shadow Walker, Iron Body, Sovereign Supremacy. Skills, Power of the Godslayer, Divine Concealment, Peerless, Flash Stab, Godslayer Combo, Blessed Liberation. Power of the Godslayer, Passive Mastery. The Godslayer possesses the overwhelming ability to annihilate gods effortlessly. All attributes are multiplied by 1000%, with attacks dealing true damage directly. Blessed Liberation, Passive, enhances assassin techniques. Attacks have a 50% chance to deal double damage, a 24% chance to deal triple damage, a 15% chance to deal quadruple damage, a 10% chance to deal quintuple damage, a 1% chance to deal tenfold damage, and a 0.1% chance to trigger an instant kill. Godslayer Combo executes 9 consecutive strikes instantly, with each strike dealing 300% attack damage and inflicting a grievous wound debuff on the target. Cost, 300 MP cooldown, 15 seconds. Flash Stab teleports to a target area within 100 yards, becoming untargetable during the movement. Upon arrival, charges forward, dealing 300% attack damage. Can chain up to 9 consecutive teleports and stabs. Cost, 999 MP cooldown, 20 seconds. Throat Cutting Blade slices the target's throat, dealing 1000% attack damage and inflicting a 2-second suffocation debuff, rendering the target immobile. This skill is a forced control ability. Cost, 200 MP cooldown, 8 seconds. This dazzling and terrifying character panel would be unbelievable to anyone who sees it. Unprecedented Attribute Surge. Both Strength and Constitution have surpassed 10,000, while Agility has broken through the 20,000 mark. After the second advancement, although the attribute points gained per level did not increase, all subsequent points now receive a 30% bonus. What's even more incredible is that the attribute boost from the class advancement is calculated separately. This means the 30% bonus is applied first, and then the attributes are multiplied by 10. In the end, this results in a staggering 1,300% total attribute boost. At level 40, Su Liang plans to equip the items dropped by the Iron-Eating Demon Ape, the Fallen Knight, and Alex. With this setup, he will complete a full set of level 40 Dark Gold plus Epic Gear, only lacking a weapon and accessories. His attributes are about to skyrocket once again. As Su Liang continued to browse through his panel, his eyes landed on his skill list. Despite having mentally prepared himself, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. So this is it. My class mastery is called Power of the Godslayer. After advancing, the Power of the Godslayer introduced true damage, completely bypassing all defense and damage reduction effects. Even talents like Iron Body, which grants 20% damage reduction, are utterly ineffective against this deadly true damage. In the late game, where monsters' defenses can reach hundreds of thousands, Su Liang's attacks can still deal tens of thousands of damage per hit. This is the ultimate nemesis of tanks. Knights, who are typically the bane of assassins, would be left weeping in front of him. Moreover, his other skills are equally absurd, elevating Su Liang's burst damage to an unimaginable level. The Godslayer truly lives up to its name. Humming a light tune, Su Liang stepped out of the Sanctum of Professions, feeling elated. Inside the Assassin's Guild, staff members were busy with their tasks. Mr. Su Liang. The moment they saw him emerge, they immediately put down their work, bowed respectfully, and greeted him in unison. This scene left not only Su Liang but also the other assassins nearby puzzled. The staff's attitude had grown significantly more reverent, far exceeding the level of respect he received when they initially learned he had a legendary class profession. Could it be the secret of his mythical class profession had been discovered? Just then, Zheng He approached with a sincere smile on his face. Congratulations on completing the 5-star difficulty second advancement. In that instant, Su Liang understood the situation. Ahem, let's not make a big deal out of it. It was just a 5-star advancement quest, Su Liang said modestly, coughing lightly while waving his hand. He then casually made his way toward the exit of the Assassin's Guild. Not a big deal, my foot, Zheng He muttered, his mouth twitching. If it weren't for Su Liang's voice growing louder and louder, practically audible to everyone in the guild hall, along with the barely concealed grin on his face, Zheng He might have actually believed him. This was blatant bragging. It was as if someone greeted him with a simple hello, and he instantly replied with, "Oh, How did you know I completed a 5-star difficulty quest? What's the difference? In an instant, hearing Su Liang's words, the previously bustling Assassins Guild fell silent. Hiss. The assassins around him, still unaware of what had happened, widened their eyes and collectively gasped. Damn it, he really pulled it off. A 5-star difficulty quest for a legendary class profession, unbelievable. And it happened right here in Zhang City. Now, who would dare look down on the assassins of Zhang City? By the way, why is the great Su Liang wearing that kind of gear? Inside the Assassins Guild, everyone was buzzing with excitement, whispering fervently among themselves. As they watched Su Liang, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive sword, walking away, a sudden realization seemed to dawn on them. Could it be that this was the true way an assassin should operate? It was as if a door to a whole new world had opened before them. After leaving the Assassins Guild, Jiang Yi began making preparations to develop the secret realm. Su Liang, not one to hold back, hitched a ride on Jiang Yi's griffin, asking him to drop him off at the Federal Chamber of Commerce in the city center. The Federal Chamber of Commerce was a global trade organization formed by dozens of nations, including the Great Xia Empire. Its branches could be found in almost every country and city. As long as you could pay the price, the chamber could procure anything, whether it was materials, equipment, skills, items, pets, or even intelligence. The moment they stepped into the chamber, its opulent decor came into view. Goods of every description were displayed, dazzling the eye and overwhelming the senses. The ground floor was the most basic area, with items mostly below the gold tier. Sir, may I ask your name? An elderly gentleman approached, glancing briefly at the red name floating above Su Liang's head. His expression remained composed as he asked politely. With the chamber's formidable backing, even 8th-tier powerhouses dared not stir up trouble here, let alone a mere 2nd-tier weakling at level 38. Su Liang replied, "My name is Su Liang. Liang is in kindness." Paired with the ominous red name above his head, his words felt less than convincing. The corner of the old man's eye twitched slightly, though his professional smile stayed intact. "Mr. Su Liang, what can we assist you with today? You sell materials and equipment here, right?" Su Liang asked. "Yes, we do," the old man answered after a brief pause, "but the items must be valued at over 100,000 gold coins to qualify for trade." The chamber's staff were all professionally trained, there was no disdain in his tone. "Very well, please lead me to an open area. I've got quite a bit to offload," Su Liang said evenly. The old man raised an eyebrow, casting a curious glance at Su Liang. It seemed this young man might actually have something substantial to offer. "Please follow me," the old man gestured courteously, guiding Su Liang to the rear courtyard of the chamber. "This will do. Go ahead and lay out your items," the old man said, pointing to an open space. "All right." Su Liang scanned the vast empty courtyard, which spanned over 1,000 square meters, and rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This should barely be enough space. Clatter, clatter, clatter. From Su Liang's inventory, an endless stream of materials and equipment began spilling out one after another. Gradually, small mountains of materials started to pile up, then a second mountain, and a third. In just a few moments, the once empty courtyard was completely packed. The old man, who had been indifferent at first, began to show a hint of anticipation. Soon, his expression underwent a dramatic shift. He stood frozen in place, his mind completely blank. "What the hell? You call this a bit much? This is an insane amount." "All right, that's everything," Su Liang said casually, closing his inventory. His expression remained calm and unbothered. The only items left in his inventory were a few legendary-grade materials, which he intended to keep for his own use. "My apologies, Mr. Su Liang. This matter is beyond my authority. I'll have to inform the president and let her decide. Please wait here for a moment," the old man said quickly, bowing respectfully. "No problem, go ahead," Su Liang replied, waving him off casually as he leaned back lazily in a chair in the courtyard. A gold-tier client should be treated like a gold-tier client, after all. At the top floor of the Federal Chamber of Commerce, in the president's office, seated behind a grand desk was an elegant and refined woman whose beauty was breathtaking. Her features were exquisite, her neck slender and graceful, her skin flawless like fine jade. She wore a form-fitting, luxurious purple cheongsam, which perfectly outlined her voluptuous figure, her curves accentuated at every turn. Her hair was styled in an intricate updo, radiating an air of regal sophistication. Beneath the cheongsam, her fair, shapely legs crossed elegantly, exuding an irresistible allure. She was fully engrossed in reviewing documents, diligently handling the chamber's affairs. Knock, knock, knock. Urgent knocking broke her concentration, followed by an elderly voice from outside the door. "Madam President, there's a client downstairs selling a massive quantity of materials and equipment." The transaction volume is too large for me to handle. I need you to take a look. Hearing this, Wen Mengqing lifted her head and frowned slightly. She stood, opened the office door, and replied calmly, "Lead the way." As she descended to the lower levels, Wen Mengqing didn't think much of the situation. After all, in a small city like Jiang City, how large could any transaction really be? The strongest figure here was the 6th-tier mayor, Jiang He. There were no other notable powerhouses to speak of. But then, she was utterly stunned. As soon as she pushed the door open and stepped into the courtyard of the Merchant Guild, the sight before her was overwhelming. 3 towering piles of materials and equipment. For a moment, when Mengqing stood in stunned silence, her heart tightening, she immediately activated her detection spell. Refined mithril metal dark gold, frostthorn silverleaf herb dark gold, dragon agate stone epic, shadow crystal epic, thorium or dark gold. All the items piled into these small mountains were either dark gold or epic-grade materials. In an instant, when Mengqing's eyes flashed with shock, her red lips parted slightly, her expression utterly incredulous. This was unbelievable. Did someone rob a merchant store to gather all this? No ordinary store could possibly have such a treasure trove of rare materials. Wait a second, those pieces of equipment over there. 7th-tier legendary equipment. When she spotted several pieces of 7th-tier legendary gear, Wen Mengqing could no longer maintain her composure. Her legs felt weak, and she almost stumbled. 7th-tier legendary bosses were not only immensely powerful but also extremely rare. The equipment they dropped was extraordinarily scarce and valuable. She took a deep breath, her gaze quickly locking onto Su Liang, who stood lazily in the distance with an indifferent expression. Suppressing the waves of excitement in her heart, Wen Mengqing gracefully walked towards Su Liang. Her lithe, snake-like waist swayed lightly with each step, exuding an irresistible charm. Her long, snow-white legs peeked through the slit of her qipao, tantalizingly visible and hidden at the same time. For a brief moment, a flicker of admiration passed through Su Liang's eyes. Her beauty and aura were in no way inferior to Jiang Shui, the homeroom teacher. In fact, her mature elegance gave her an edge. As for Qin Xiaoyu, that young girl's youthful innocence couldn't even begin to compare. "Hello, I'm Wen Mengqing, the president of Jiangcheng branch of the Federation Merchant Guild." Standing in front of him, Wen Mengqing extended her delicate hand, her voice soft and alluring, accompanied by a gentle smile. Su Liang stretched lazily, then stood up and lightly shook her slender, fair hand. Her hand was so smooth and soft. "Ahem, nice to meet you, President Wen. I'm Su Liang." Su Liang cleared his throat, his expression calm and composed. After all, in the face of wealth, what does beauty even matter? Why call me President Wen? Wen Mengqing's red lips curved into a playful smile. "You can call me Sister Mengqing or just Sister Wen. What a little minx." Su Liang couldn't help but mutter to himself. "Sister Mengqing, can you sell all these items?" Su Liang asked, his tone steady. "No problem," Wen Mengqing replied without hesitation. "Then, how will the sales fees be calculated?" Su Liang continued. "Don't worry," Wen Mengqing said with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Call me sister once, and your sister here certainly won't overcharge you." She blinked playfully and teased, "You're quite meticulous, aren't you?" To be honest, the blacksmith who forged some of these items is a reclusive master. He dislikes being disturbed and only takes on work under special circumstances. We don't know much about him either, but he's definitely a legendary figure. Su Liang's interest was piqued. A reclusive master? That sounded extraordinary. Could this be someone capable of forging unrivaled divine artifacts? Where can I find him? Su Liang asked. Wen Mengqing's lips curled into a mysterious smile. That depends on your luck, but I can help you inquire about him. After all, we do our best to meet the requests of our black card clients. That's great, thank you, Sister Mengqing. Warmth filled Su Liang's heart. It seemed his decision to seek information here had been a wise one. And what about the information on that boss? Su Liang pressed on, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. Wen Mengqing flipped through a stack of documents and continued, according to our intelligence, bosses between levels 40 and 80 are active in 2 main locations, the Nightingale Forest and the Ninefold River. In particular, the Nightingale Forest recently saw the emergence of a boss called the Shadow Hunter, known for its powerful area of effect skills. It seems well suited to your needs. Shadow Hunter? Su Liang felt a jolt in his chest. The name alone carried an air of mystery and menace. His gaze grew resolute. I want detailed information on this Shadow Hunter. Wen Mengqing nodded. No problem. I'll have someone investigate right away and get back to you as soon as possible. Sister Mengqing, you're amazing, Su Liang said, gratitude bubbling in his chest. Thinking about his upcoming plans, he couldn't suppress his excitement. This is my job, after all. Cooperation should always be pleasant, Wen Mengqing replied with a gentle smile, her eyes shimmering with intelligence. By the way, besides the information, is there anything else you need? Su Liang paused to think before suddenly recalling something. Sister Mengqing, you mentioned the black card earlier, can it be used in other cities as well? Of course. Wen Mengqing said confidently, this black card is an exclusive pass issued by the Federation Chamber of Commerce. It is recognized by all Federation chambers worldwide. As long as you're a cardholder, you're entitled to the same privileges everywhere. Su Liang nodded, feeling a surge of relief in his heart. This way, I won't have to worry about being neglected when I'm out and about. Wen Mengqing smiled faintly, her eyes flashing with a hint of admiration, as if she truly appreciated Su Liang's intelligence. The atmosphere between the two became increasingly harmonious. Well then, now we just wait for the intelligence you mentioned, Su Liang said softly, his heart brimming with anticipation for the adventures ahead. This legendary blacksmith is named Lin Lei. I wouldn't exactly recommend him, though, because his weapons are a bit unusual. Their attributes are significantly stronger than others, but also extremely chaotic. A warrior's weapon might carry mental and agility attributes, and sometimes even dual skill bonuses. Wen Mengqing shook her head, hesitating for a moment before finally speaking. Let's go with him. Where is he? Su Liang's eyes lit up. He slammed the table decisively and said firmly, more attributes mean the bonuses to other attributes will be somewhat reduced. Although the reduction may not be as significant as the extra bonuses gained, a greatsword with decent mental attributes but weakened strength attributes would be useless for a warrior. So, it's not worth it. But for Su Liang, it was different. Every attribute was useful to him. The benefits were immense. If it's Lin Lei, then he's closer. He's right in Shucheng, the provincial capital of our southern province. Wen Mengqing's expression turned slightly peculiar. She glanced at the excited Su Liang and said softly, the southern province is the one Jiang City belongs to. Shucheng isn't far from Jiang City, just 2 cities apart. As for the information you needed on the bosses, the boss in the Lava Valley dungeon has a pseudo-forbidden spell with a long casting delay but an extremely wide range. The boss in the Abyss of Boulders dungeon possesses strength-enhancing skills and talents. In the Storm Abyss of Shucheng, there's a boss with agility and speed skills. Wen Mengqing listed 6 bosses and their locations in one breath, handing over the intelligence and maps directly to Su Liang. By the time Su Liang left the Federation Chamber of Commerce, it was already evening. He arrived at Villa number 3 in the city center. The adjacent villas number 1 and number 2 were occupied by the mayor, Zhang He, and the wealthiest man in Jiang City, respectively. Entering the villa, Su Liang took a moment to survey his surroundings. The villa was spacious, covering more than 2,000 square meters. It boasted a private cinema, swimming pool, sports court, KTV room, every facility one could imagine. There was even a private training ground spanning several thousand square meters in the backyard, encased in a protective barrier capable of withstanding the attacks of 5th-tier professionals. In a major city, this villa would be worth well over 1 billion gold coins. Su Liang didn't need to relocate, he moved in effortlessly. Everyday items and furniture had already been prepared by Zhang He, and there was even a butler and several maids. Having gone 2 days without rest, though his post-class transformation body could endure over 10 days without sleep, why put himself through that? After grabbing a casual meal, Su Liang slept soundly until dawn. When he woke up, Su Liang didn't rush to Shucheng to find the legendary blacksmith. There was no urgency for that. He decided to wait for the dragon egg to hatch and then ride the dragon there for added convenience. Looking at the intelligence Wen Mengqing had given him, he set his sights on the dungeon closest to Jiang City. Su Liang planned to first level up to 40 and acquire the pseudo-forbidden spell skill from the dungeon boss. Here, feeling the heat wave that hit him, Su Liang gazed upon the fiery red valley before him, its surface scarred by traces of lava flows. With a leap, he descended from above, his white wings of the void spanning 3 to 4 meters unfurling behind him, whistling as he glided down. The wings of the void could only sustain flight for half an hour before entering a 1-hour cooldown period, great for temporary travel or shortcuts, but ultimately no match for a rideable mount. Before landing, Su Liang's pupils suddenly contracted. On the crimson ground lay dozens of scorched corpses. Feeling a surge of wariness, Su Liang raised his eyes to scan the surroundings. He spotted a group of about 10 black-robed figures standing near the dungeon entrance. Their bodies were shrouded in robes, each bearing a black skull emblem on their chest and holding skeletal staffs. This was the emblem of the undead church. Suddenly, a deep look of disgust flashed through Su Liang's eyes. The people of the necromancer cult were all a bunch of lunatics. They sacrificed their parents and even their own lives to immerse themselves in the realm of the undead, all to obtain a rare class, the necromancer. Once they became necromancers, they could exchange the lives of other professionals for power, absorbing the souls of their victims to enhance their own mental strength. Thus, they grew stronger. Name, Fanfeng. Level, LV 80. Name, Luo Pengxing. Level, LV 77. Name, Deng Zhen. Level, LV 78. At a glance, these necromancers all bore the red names of killers, their names and levels highlighted above their heads. Every single one of them had undergone the 4th class transfer. While standing across from them was a group of young boys and girls, desperately resisting under the command of a female warrior. However, this was the Molten Valley, a level 45 dungeon. Those who came here to train were typically around level 40 at best. Some had just completed their 3rd class transfer, while others hadn't even reached that point yet. They were no match for these 4th class necromancers of the cult. What's more, every member of the necromancer cult possessed rare professions. We're doomed. Sister Xia, I can't hold on anymore. I don't want to die. These damn bastards, even if I die, I won't let them off. The faces of the teenagers were pale, their expressions nearly hopeless. Suddenly, among the crowd, a young man wielding a shield noticed Su Liang in the air. Sister Xia, look, someone is coming. The shield-bearing youth trembled as he spoke, his voice quivering in fear of death. Shut up, don't drag him into this and get him killed. The leading woman snapped in a low voice to stop him. Molten Valley was remote. Unless someone came here to grind levels, it was rare for anyone to pass by. Therefore, it was almost impossible for anyone above level 45 to appear here. Calling out to Su Liang would only add another casualty to the death toll. The leading woman gripped her greatsword tightly, her body poised to attack at any moment. And yet, even with her S-rank talent and epic-class profession as a judge, she could barely hold her own against a single necromancer. After several rounds of combat, they had already lost nearly half their group. Even she was nearing her limit. Her hope for survival was almost extinguished. These necromancers weren't just killing them, they were playing with them, like a cat toying with a mouse. No, he's coming over on his own. The shield-bearing youth cried out in alarm. In the distance, they could see Su Liang's wings of the sky beating rapidly, propelling him toward them at an astonishing speed. I didn't expect someone to deliver themselves to us. The surrounding necromancers sneered as they turned toward the sound of rushing wind, their faces twisted in cruel delight. Don't come over here. Run away. Go back and get help. The leading woman screamed desperately, trying to get Su Liang to leave, but Su Liang ignored her. His expression remained icy as he dove downward. Frenzy aura, evil aura, slaughter aura, king's aura. In an instant, 4 auras of power manifested beneath Su Liang's feet. The Golden King's aura radiated a fearsome sense of dread that blanketed the battlefield. Unmatched. Next, Su Liang's entire body became bathed in golden light, resembling a god descending from the heavens. He dove straight down from the air. What's happening? Why are my stats dropping? Stay away from me. The innate talent of sovereign supremacy, combined with the king's aura, plunged 2 of the 4th class necromancers into a state of absolute fear. Their pupils contracted as the airborne Su Liang appeared before them like an unassailable king, a force that could neither be defied nor resisted. Instantly, their will to attack vanished. What's going on? There's something wrong with this guy. The other necromancers checked their stats, their brows furrowing as they suddenly grew wary. Attack him, now. Fanfeng, one of the necromancers, shouted, swiftly waving his skeletal staff. Necrotic missiles, soul fire, bone spear, cursed missile. Dozens of necromancers launched their skills simultaneously. A barrage of blue flames, black missiles, and white bone spears erupted from their skeletal staves, hurtling through the air toward Su Liang in a dense array, impossible to evade. Just as the attack was about to land on Su Liang, flash thrust, Su Liang's body transformed into a streak of light, and the attacks passed straight through him, as though he were nothing more than an illusion. In the next instant, he dashed forward 100 yards in a flash. The golden figure expanded rapidly in their eyes, growing closer with each heartbeat. At this moment, Su Liang had already closed in within 50 yards of the necromancer. Blink strike. A ripple of spatial distortion surged forth, and Su Liang's golden figure vanished without a trace. The faces of the necromancers turned pale, their expressions contorted in fear. An unexplainable dread gripped their hearts, sending chills down their spines. Swish! Suddenly, right before the necromancer Fanfeng, who had just launched an attack, Su Liang reappeared. Thud! With a single, lightning-fast thrust of his sword, he pierced through the necromancer's body effortlessly. Tenfold damage from Blink Strike. Critical hit times 2 damage. Divine Retribution times 2 damage. with the additional stacking buffs from his myriad of auras. Amid the horrified gazes of all present, the health bar of this full health, 4th tier necromancer vanished in an instant. With a single strike, he had slain an 80 level, 4th tier necromancer in a heartbeat. The remaining necromancers stared in utter shock, their previous ferocity and arrogance completely shattered. They finally understood. Fan Feng had sacrificed countless lives and absorbed innumerable souls to reach the peak of 4th tier at level 80. Among the group of necromancers, he was undoubtedly one of the strongest. And yet, even he had been effortlessly killed. What chance did the rest of them have? How could someone of this caliber appear here of all places? A wave of terror swept through their ranks like wildfire. Run! Run for your lives! This scene left the despairing adventurers in the distance utterly dumbfounded. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of nervous swallowing echoed through the air. These ordinary adventurers stood frozen, their minds blank, unable to process what they had just witnessed. But amidst their shock, a glimmer of hope began to shine in their eyes. Su Liang hovered in the air, high above, his piercing gaze as cold and unyielding as a blade. In the next moment, his figure disappeared once more. Blink strike, blink strike, blink strike. Relying on the instantaneous lethality of blink strike, Su Liang took down his enemies one by one with surgical precision. Thud, thud, thud. His figure flickered about like a phantom, making it impossible for the necromancers to track him down, let alone counterattack. Some necromancers, in a desperate attempt, tried to grab the nearby adventurers to use them as hostages, hoping to force Su Liang to halt his assault. But the moment they took a single step forward, Su Liang would appear before them in a blink and strike them down first. Eh ha ha! The necromancer's anguished screams echoed throughout the valley. Su Liang's cold expression remained unchanged, devoid of any trace of emotion. Sword raised, sword swung, another necromancer fell, their health bar emptied in an instant. Life extinguished. When the last necromancer finally collapsed, Su Liang sheathed his sword and stopped moving. It wasn't mercy that stayed his hand. For beasts who would even sacrifice their own parents, he would show no leniency. But reason dictated that he should leave one alive. He pulled out a binding scroll, sealing the survivor tightly before tossing him to the ground like garbage. At this moment, the bedraggled adventurers stared blankly at the scene before them. Silence. An overwhelming silence. Deathly silence. In less than 10 seconds, the 18 4th-tier necromancers that had driven them to despair were all effortlessly annihilated. Such terrifying power, could he be a 6th-tier warrior? But, this man looked to be about the same age as them. All eyes from the surviving group were locked on Su Liang, their breaths shallow and cautious. Su Liang deactivated the wings of the sky, the golden glow of his invincible mode faded, and the radiance of his auras disappeared. Suddenly, I'm alive, I'm alive, ha ha ha, Hu Hansan has survived. The shield-bearing youth let out a series of triumphant roars, releasing the emotions he had suppressed for so long. In an instant, the dam of pent-up emotions burst wide open. Tears filled their eyes as they wept openly. We're really alive. This isn't a dream, right? Thank the heavens, I'm not dead. I'm still alive. Wah-ah, wah-ah, ah. Some were overwhelmed with relief, holding their heads and crying uncontrollably. Others stared at the charred corpses in the distance. Among them lay strangers and friends alike. They wept for their fallen companions. Eventually, their rage turned toward the sole surviving necromancer. They surrounded him, kicking and punching, venting their anger as much as they could. As long as they didn't kill him, Su Liang didn't intervene. Among this group of people, only Xiaoying, who had led the defense moments ago, appeared outwardly calm and composed. However, Su Liang could tell that she was merely putting up a strong front. As expected, Xiaoying took a long, deep breath, and the sword she had been gripping so tightly slipped from her hand. She felt as though the taut string inside her heart had finally loosened. My name is Xiaoying. Thank you for saving us. May I ask your name? Dragging her weary body forward, Xiaoying approached him and spoke softly. Her beautiful eyes shimmered as she gazed at the handsome man who had descended like a heavenly savior, rescuing them from despair. Gratitude filled her gaze. My name is Su Liang. There's no need to thank me. These beasts deserve to be eradicated by anyone and everyone. Su Liang forced a gentle smile. You should rest and recover first. That smile, like a ray of sunlight, warmed Xiaoying's heart. All right. Xiaoying obediently nodded her head. Looking around at the surrounding devastation, the carnage and the pervasive stench of blood, Su Liang fell into brief contemplation. Finally, he made a call to Jianghe. Although this place was within the jurisdiction of another city, Jianghe was the only person he could rely on. He briefly explained the situation involving the followers of the undead church. It wasn't long before Jianghe arrived in a hurry, riding his storm griffin. Are you all right? Jiang He immediately asked as he dismounted. Su Liang had just undergone his second-class advancement. While his combat power was formidable, the undead mage he had defeated possessed the strength of a fourth-tier professional, a gap in levels that was not to be underestimated. I'm fine, Uncle Jiang. They were no real threat to me, Su Liang said, rubbing his nose. But I'll have to trouble you to take care of things here. Understood. I'll contact the mayor of Jiangxin City and have him send people over to handle the corpses and notify the victims' families. Jiang He nodded. He glanced at the fallen bodies of the professional fighters and let out a helpless sigh, his heart heavy with mixed emotions. Su Liang, you've done well this time, Jiang He said approvingly. Not only did you save these people, but you also managed to capture an undead mage alive. I'll coordinate with Jiangxin City to ensure you receive a proper reward, Jiang He continued, his eyes flickering toward Su Liang. This kid had some remarkable methods. The undead church had been causing chaos in various regions, and even Jiang City had seen several cases involving them. Many professionals had lost their lives. Capturing an undead mage wasn't something they hadn't tried before, but these mages would typically resist until the end, choosing to self-destruct rather than be taken alive, unless an 8th-tier powerhouse intervened directly or the mage was stripped of any will to resist. Capturing one alive was nearly impossible. Su Liang's accomplishment clearly fell into the latter category. All right, Su Liang replied. He hadn't considered the possibility of a reward when he saved those people, but now that it was mentioned, he didn't refuse. After all, who wouldn't want a reward? Jiang He glanced at the captured undead mage and ruthlessly kicked him. You bastards will all be wiped out one day. A cold glint flashed in Jiang He's eyes. If this mage weren't still useful for interrogation, he would have already killed him on the spot. But interrogation was crucial. This time, with a live captive, they had to extract valuable information. No matter the means, they would unite their forces and uproot the undead church's base in the southern province. The survivors, having regained some composure, began to approach one by one, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. Truly, thank you. Thank you for saving our lives. My name is Zhao He. My father is Zhao Lei from the Zhao Group in Jiangxin City. If you ever need any resources or assistance, just say the word, and I'll do whatever it takes. These were people who had just walked the edge of death. Their eyes were brimming with genuine gratitude. No need to thank me. It was just something I could do, Su Liang said nonchalantly, waving his hand. Then, he turned and walked away. As they watched his departing figure, the group collectively took a deep breath, bowed slightly, and silently etched this life-saving grace into their hearts. Whether or not it was as effortless as Su Liang claimed, he had indeed saved their lives. Arriving at the entrance of the dungeon, a translucent interface appeared before Su Liang, displaying the dungeon's details. Dungeon name, Dark Gold Molten Lava Valley. Dungeon difficulty, Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Level requirement, LV 45. Player limit, 20. Dungeon description, this is a region inhabited by demons and flame elemental beings. The molten lava flowing through the valley forms a natural labyrinth, teeming with multiplied dangers. Su Liang hadn't forgotten the purpose of his journey. This was a large-scale dungeon requiring 20 players to clear, with a difficulty several times greater than the standard 5-player dungeons. In a dungeon like this, there would be no fewer than 3 bosses. His target was none other than the final boss, the Flame Elemental Lord, a being capable of wielding pseudo-forbidden magic. Ding! Please select the difficulty level for the dungeon Dark Gold, Lava Valley. Normal, Hard, Nightmare. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Liang directly clicked on the Nightmare difficulty. Ding! This dungeon is extremely challenging. Are you sure you want to proceed solo? Confirm. He clicked again. As the teleportation light of the dungeon enveloped him, in the blink of an eye, Su Liang vanished. In that instant, aside from Jiang He, who knew Su Liang's level, everyone else, still bowing their heads, stared in utter disbelief, their eyes wide open. This included the captured undead mages and Xiaoying. Su Liang's ability to enter the dungeon meant his level was below 45. A combatant below level 45 had just slaughtered over a dozen 4th-tier undead mages with a single strike per enemy. What the heck? Was this even possible? Everyone was dumbfounded, their worldview shattered into pieces. As for Su Liang entering a 20-player dungeon solo, no one found it questionable. If someone capable of massacring 4th-tier undead mages couldn't clear it, then who could? Although, Su Liang wasn't even level 45 yet. Su Liang. Xiaoying silently mouthed the name, feeling a strange sense of familiarity, as though she'd heard it somewhere before. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened in shock, her small mouth slightly agape, and her chest rose and fell rapidly with excitement. She finally remembered, just a few days ago, there was a report from the southern province. Su Liang was the newly awakened holder of an S-tier talent and a legendary class profession in Jiang City, neighboring Jiang Town, and it had only been a few days since his awakening. Ding! You have entered the dungeon nightmare level, Lava Valley. The monsters in the Lava Valley were terrifying beyond imagination, making every step treacherous. A warning message flashed repeatedly, emphasizing the lurking dangers. Be cautious, it said. Su Liang scanned his surroundings. A dense crimson mist enveloped the area, compressing his field of vision to its limits. Scalding air surged toward him, while waves of intense heat rolled up from beneath the ground, suffocating and oppressive. Ding! Due to the effects of the scorching lava, your health decreases by 10 points per second. Under normal circumstances, Su Liang would have needed a fire resistance potion to fend off the extreme heat. But, with his extraordinary physique, his automatic health regeneration far exceeded the damage rate of 10 points per second. Fearless, Su Liang's sharp eyes pierced through the red mist, spotting the river of lava erupting with fiery sparks. Boom! 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 Fist-sized chunks of molten rock shot into the air, as if propelled by tiny flaming hands. The sheer number of these projectiles was overwhelming, a nightmare for anyone with a fear of density. Monster, Lava Imp. Grade, Common. Level, LV45. Skills, Flame Shield, Fire Burn, Lava Spray, Lava Throw. Description, mischievous imps dwelling within lava, known for their rapid attacks and burning effects. They tend to move in swarms. The lava imps' attacks and defenses weren't particularly remarkable, and their skills were limited. However, their numbers, nearly 200 of them, were enough to drive anyone to despair. Moreover, their attacks inflicted a burn status effect. Even though each hit dealt minimal damage, the accumulation of burn effects would stack exponentially, resulting in a terrifying rate of health loss. The classic strategy of death by 1,000 cuts remained as effective as ever. As these thoughts ran through Su Liang's mind, lava spray, lava throw, lava spray, lava throw. The lava imps began their assault. Small lava streams spewed from their mouths, while flaming hands hurled molten rocks like tiny projectiles. Swish, swish, swish. Countless streams of lava rained down like a fiery storm, so dense it made Su Liang's scalp tingle. He swiftly retreated dozens of meters, dodging the barrage while his sword began to emit a layer of ominous black mist. Without hesitation, a horizontal slash. Boom! The blade tore through the air, unleashing a 40-meter arc of dark, corrosive energy imbued with power both sinister and destructive. This was none other than Alex's signature skill, Corrupted Blade. Corrupted Blade unleashes a 40-meter sword slash, dealing 500% attack damage to all targets within 800 yards. Cooldown, 20 seconds. Mana cost, 888 MP. The black, deathly sword energy surged through the heated air, slicing toward the swarming lava imps. They didn't even have time to react before. Boom! The corrupted blade descended mercilessly, obliterating the lava imps into a cascade of molten fragments. Ding! You have slain Lava Imp, gains 17,000 EXP, X188. The notification flooded his screen. Although the lava imps provided less experience than level 40 monsters, their overwhelming numbers made the total experience comparable to slaying a golden tier boss. Su Liang's experience bar edged upward ever so slightly. Still, he was far from reclaiming the ancient royal city he had conquered before. The terrain of the first stage in the lava valley was intricate and maze-like, with stone pillars scattered everywhere, creating winding, confusing paths. After nearly an hour of navigating this labyrinth and encountering over a dozen waves of lava imps, Su Liang finally reached the second stage of the dungeon. Fortunately, the journey had provided him with plenty of experience points. As for the boss, there wasn't one in the first stage of Lava Valley. Roar! 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 Low, guttural growls echoed ominously, as if rising from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. From the distance, black and red hounds emerged. Their bodies seemed to ooze molten lava, their sharp fangs bared, and toxic saliva dripped from their mouths. Sizzle! The crimson ground beneath them sizzled and blackened wherever their saliva landed. Monster, Hellhound. Grade, Elite. Level, LV48. Skills, Lava Armor, Vicious Bite, Lava Breath, Lava Spit, Enrage. Description, a terrifying creature born of lava and molten rock. Its mouth is filled with fiery poison, capable of spewing high-temperature lava to attack. All of them were elite monsters. The pack of hellhounds numbered around 30 to 40. This nightmare-level difficulty isn't too bad, Su Liang muttered, smirking slightly. Compared to the challenges he had faced in the ancient kingdom's secret realm, this was child's play. Without hesitation, Su Liang charged toward the hellhounds, unleashing another horizontal slash. The corrupted blade, now his go-to skill for clearing mobs, tore through the air like a storm. Its devastating power turned every encounter into a one-sided massacre. Alex, you truly lived up to your title as an ancient king, Su Liang thought to himself, quietly marveling at the brilliance of the skill. The pitch-black sword aura tore through the crimson mist like a ghost, slicing straight into the pack of hellhounds. The elite monsters stood no chance. One strike. Instant annihilation. Ding! You have slain Hellhound and gained 58,000 experience points, x36. Ding! Congratulations, you triggered the passive skill Life-Fingered from sleight of hand and successfully stole, Enrage, skill. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. An unexpected surprise, he had actually stolen the Hellhound's skill. Enrage reduces attack intervals to 50%. Duration, 30 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. MP consumption, 100. This skill, it was fantastic. Su Liang was overjoyed, the corners of his mouth curling into an uncontrollable smile. This pleasant surprise far exceeded his expectations. Although both attack speed and attack interval reduction enhance the speed of attacks, there's a key difference. These two belong to entirely separate stat categories. And because they are different categories, their effects are calculated multiplicatively through stacking algorithms. Reducing attack intervals to 50% would double the attack speed regardless of any other bonuses. Thus, the higher the attack speed bonus, the stronger the effect of Enrage. Moreover, skills that involve attack interval reduction are typically exclusive to monsters, rarely ever accessible to players. That's why Su Liang had almost forgotten about it. Good dog, such a good dog. While looting the corpses, Su Liang's face lit up with a radiant smile. The second stage of the lava valley was vast and open. The silhouettes of hellhounds were easily spotted. He swiftly cleared the monsters, harvesting their lives. Before long, Su Liang reached the entrance to the next stage. Suddenly, a colossal hellhound, towering 4 to 5 meters high, emerged. Unlike the other hellhounds, this one had 2 heads, its body clad in obsidian armor, exuding an overwhelming sense of dread. Monster, Hellhound Twin Head. Rank, Gold Boss. Level, LV 48. Skills, Lava Armor, Lava Revival, Lava Devour, Lava Impact, Lava Shatter. Talent, Twin Heads, Grade B. Description, a terrifying creature as if from the depths of hell, devourer of lava, and loyal servant to the fire elemental lord. Twin Heads, Grade B, each head calculates skill cooldowns independently but simultaneously suffers double damage. A gold boss with a Grade B talent. This talent was undoubtedly intriguing. Double damage and control duration gave it a significant edge in one-on-one combat. If it could burst down part of its enemies with consecutive skill explosions, it would greatly minimize the drawbacks of the double damage. A true double-edged sword talent. But that was just part of the story. Su Liang hesitated. After all, this talent required 2 heads to fully manifest its potential. It was simply too strange. Even stranger than swallowing a mysterious crystal and having your body covered in amethyst. He decided against it. Besides, the mysterious crystal could be fed to other creatures. But talents like this, once stolen, would directly affect the user. As Su Liang shook his head and made his decision, a deafening roar echoed in the valley. Roar! Lava Shatter! Lava Impact! The Hellhound Twin Head bellowed furiously, both heads unleashing skills simultaneously. Rumble! The ground began to fracture, scorching magma erupting like a fountain. The sky echoed with another thunderous explosion. Boom! A massive fire-encased boulder, wrapped in magma, hurtled toward Su Liang like a meteor. Taking the brunt of both skills, Su Liang's health barely fluctuated. His defense remained unbroken. It was merely forced HP deduction. Unmatched. Phantom Cloak. Berserk Aura. Flash Stab. To avoid accidentally stealing the Twin Head's talent, Su Liang activated all his attack buff skills with caution. The Hellhound Twin Head attempted a teleportation, but Su Liang was faster. Appearing behind it, he drove his blade into its back. Schlick! The greatsword plunged into its molten body, triggering a 4-fold damage effect from Divine Liberation. Awah! Awah! The Hellhound Twin Head let out a pained howl as the fiery glow in its pupils dimmed. Clearly, it couldn't withstand Su Liang's attack. Its molten body collapsed heavily to the ground. Ding! You have slain Hellhound Twin Head, Gold Boss, and gained 5 million experience points. Ding! You obtained material, Obsidian X20. Ding! You obtained special material, Lava Core X1. Ding! You obtained equipment, Flame Rune Grimoire. Ding! You have acquired equipment, Core Mantle Shoulders. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Hellhound Cerberus Pet Egg X1. Su Liang paused his looting, his hand stopping mid-motion as a look of surprise flashed across his face. Hellhound Cerberus Pet Egg. Quality, Dark Gold. Effect, an evil Hellhound Cerberus Pet Egg. Once hatched, it will automatically become your loyal pet. What the heck? Is this some kind of dog luck for killing dogs? Excitement sparkled in Su Liang's eyes, and a satisfied smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. A mere golden tier boss actually dropped a dark gold pet egg, completely beyond expectations. However, Su Liang already had a thunder wyvern pet nearing its hatching stage. Before reaching the 5th profession advancement, players were limited to owning only one pet. After the 5th advancement, with Su Liang's strength, a mere dark gold pet didn't even catch his interest anymore. Looks like he'd have to sell it. Still, the Hellhound Cerberus had a menacing and commanding appearance. Coupled with its innate talent, threefold skulls, its damage potential was unlimited as long as its owner had a tank-type profession. This pet would undoubtedly fetch a high price. Molten Core. Quality, Special. Effect, a core forged from underground magma, possessing extremely high temperatures. It significantly increases the success rate of forging. Well, this dog luck is as double-layered as the Hellhound's heads. The Molten Core was another highly valuable item. According to Wenmengqing's intel, the drop rate for this item was a pitiful 0.1%, making it a must-have for many blacksmiths. Moreover, the Inferno Instance Dungeon, a challenging 20-player raid with a strict level cap, was notoriously slow to progress and inefficient to clear. The dismal drop rate only added to the rarity of this item. Stepping over the corpse of the Hellhound Cerberus, Su Liang advanced to the 3rd stage of the dungeon. Not long after, his path was blocked by a pile of massive black rocks. Su Liang's eyes narrowed slightly. These weren't just ordinary minerals, they were monsters from the volcanic depths. Monster, Lava Giant. Grade, Elite. Level, LV 50. Skills, Flaming Fist, Scorching Lava, Lava Rift, Lava Shield. Description: giants formed by volcanic fire and rock. They possess exceptionally strong defenses, but their offensive power should not be underestimated. Boom, boom, boom. The slumbering lava giants began to awaken. The red, scorched earth trembled slightly as the black rocks scattered, revealing fiery giants constructed from chunks of black stone. Molten lava dripped and flowed from their bodies as they emerged. Su Liang made his move without hesitation. With one swift thrust of his blade, Frostwind Impact, a bone-piercing frost shock that targets the enemy, dealing 300% attack damage to the target and all enemies within a 999-meter radius, freezes them for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 999 MP. Boom! In an instant, the air within the volcanic cavern plummeted in temperature. White frost mist formed rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A piercingly cold wind howled, carrying the biting chill across the Hellhound's lair. Moments later, countless sharp ice spears erupted from the ground, spreading an aura of frost and freezing the lava giants solid. Within seconds, the once fiery landscape of the lava zone turned into a frozen tundra covered in jagged ice spikes. The massive lava giants were turned into towering ice sculptures. Crack, crack, crack. As the 2-second freeze duration ended, the ice sculptures shattered into countless shards, scattering icy debris into the air. The awakening lava giants collapsed completely, their bodies disintegrating into piles of scattered black stone fragments. Enjoy your nap a little longer. I'm such a considerate guy. Su Liang flashed a bright grin, slinging his sword over his shoulder as he moved forward, hunting for more monsters. Monster, Lava Giant Overlord. Grade, Dark Gold Boss. Level, LV 50. Skills, Molten Explosion, War Stomp, Lava Spray, Summon Lava Giants, Megaton Molten Punch. Description: the ultimate leader of the lava giants. It possesses unparalleled strength, making it a true war machine. After countless battles with the lava giants, Su Liang finally came face to face with their boss. Standing at an imposing height of 40 to 50 meters, its rocky body radiated an overwhelming sense of dread. Even the droplets of molten lava dripping from its form were larger than Su Liang himself. Roar! The lava giant overlord launched its first attack. Molten Explosion. A massive fireball, the size of a falling meteor, hurtled towards Su Liang with devastating force. At the same time, the colossal boss followed closely behind, its body rumbling with each step. Boom! 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 The ground trembled violently. Su Liang didn't wait for the boss to close the distance. Activating Blink Thrust, he teleported directly in front of the lava giant overlord. Bam! With a single strike, his attack triggered the graceful liberation effect, dealing 3 times the usual damage. The lava giant overlord's health plummeted drastically, dropping to a critical level in an instant. Even Su Liang himself was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected his current damage output to be this outrageous. After all, this was supposed to be a boss known for its tank-like durability. But before he could revel in his power, Megaton Molten Punch. Boom! The lava giant chief raised its colossal fist of molten rock, carrying a devastating power that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth. With an unstoppable momentum, it smashed down toward Su Liang like a raging storm. Godslayer's consecutive stabs. A cold smirk curved on Su Liang's lips as he transcended time and space, launching an attack preemptively. Before the lava giant's fist could even descend, Su Liang had already thrust his sword 9 times in the blink of an eye. The health bar of the lava giant chief instantly dropped to 0. At the same time, Su Liang's passive skill, Master Thief, was triggered by his 9 consecutive stabs, activating its thieving effect. Ding! You have slain the lava giant chief, Dark Gold tier boss, and earned 13 million experience points. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have triggered the passive effect of Master Thief, Opportunistic Looting. You have stolen, Summon, Lava Giant, skill. Summon, Lava Giant. After 1 second of chanting, summon a lava giant to descend from the sky, dealing 300% magic damage to all enemies within a 50-yard radius. The lava giant will fight for you for 10 minutes. Mana cost, 10%. Cooldown, 30 minutes. What great luck! Su Liang raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. He had gained yet another powerful ally. The lava giant's form and attributes would also scale according to the 10% mana consumption. Gathering all the loot from the battlefield into his backpack, Su Liang stepped toward the final stage. Before him stretched a boiling lake of molten lava. The Fire Elemental Lord lounged lazily within it, its enormous body half-submerged, towering no less than 20 to 30 meters high. Monster, Fire Elemental Lord Yanma. Tier, Dark Gold Boss. Level, LV 55. Skills, Elemental Fury, Meteor Shower, Lava Eruption, Molten Strike, Magma Shockwave, Pseudo-Forbidden Spell, Doomsday Volcano. Talents, True Sight, S-Rank, Incarnation of Flame, S-Rank. Description: an ancient elemental being, born from a spark of flame dropped by the primordial god demon, the Elemental King, onto the origin continent. True Sight, S-Rank can pierce through all illusions and identify the properties of any object. Incarnation of Flame, S-Rank, the embodiment of fire elements. Fire-based skill power plus 200%, fire-based skill cooldown minus 30%. No wonder it had dual talents and such an extraordinary origin. Su Liang was slightly taken aback, his heart surging with realization. He finally understood why, despite the Lava Canyon dungeon being open for decades, no one had ever cleared its nightmare difficulty. The boss's level was 5 levels higher than the Lava Giant Chief, exceeding the dungeon's level cap by a full 10 levels. On normal and hard difficulties, the boss only possessed dual A-rank talents, but on nightmare difficulty, it had dual S-rank talents. That was a qualitative leap. Though the True Sight talent did not significantly enhance combat abilities, its ability to reduce the surrounding red mist's interference was notable. However, the Incarnation of Flame talent was undoubtedly top tier among S-rank talents, delivering incredibly explosive damage. Combined with the pseudo-forbidden spell exclusive to nightmare difficulty, for ordinary players, even a team of 20 would struggle to stand a chance. This wasn't merely a Dark Gold tier boss, it was practically a God tier adversary. Kick. Su Liang's smile turned kind and amicable, though his heart brimmed with excitement. The more overpowered the boss's talents and skills, the more thrilled he was. Dual talents plus a pseudo-forbidden spell? He wanted them all. Master Thief. Overcome with anticipation, Su Liang immediately activated his theft skill against the Fire Elemental Lord. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your talent Master Thief has activated successfully. You have stolen, Summon, Fire Elemental. Another summoning skill? Just like the Summon, Thunder Elemental skill I got before. Su Liang wasn't disheartened. If the talent's active effect wasn't enough, he'd just rely on its passive effect to steal. He took a step forward, his movement resonating through the surroundings. Foolish insect! I am the embodiment of flame, the lord of fire elements. How dare you disturb me? You shall pay dearly for your insolence. Witness the end of days. The Fire Elemental Lord's deep, arrogant voice echoed as its immense flaming body slowly rose from the molten lake, gripping a magma warhammer dozens of meters long. Yet, midway through its declaration, the voice abruptly stopped. The flames in its pupils flickered with fear. Through the dense red mist, the Fire Elemental Lord's expression shifted to one of disbelief as it stared at Su Liang. Impossible! How could you? How could you possibly be this powerful? Hearing those words, Su Liang froze for a moment before recalling the innate ability of the Fire Elemental Lord. It must have been the True Sight eye that revealed his panel. Who would have thought I could actually scare a boss one day? Su Liang burst into laughter. With a forceful stomp, he quickly approached the Fire Elemental Lord. In rage, activating the skill reduced his attack interval, and his eyes instantly turned blood red. Swish, swish, Swish! Unleashing a barrage of attacks, he lifted his sword and began an unrelenting assault on the boss. Ding! Congratulations, player! You have triggered the passive skill Snatch under Master Thief Hands, Stealing, Talent, True Side-Eye, S-Rank. After a flurry of over a dozen strikes, the system notification sliced through the air like lightning. What incredible luck! He had managed to directly steal a talent. However, the Fire Elemental Lord's health was now like a candle in the wind, teetering on the verge of extinguishing. Slash! Raising his sword, Su Liang struck decisively, ending the boss's life with a powerful blow. He didn't even bother using any pseudo-forbidden spells. There was still another talent and skill to steal, but he figured he could do that while grinding levels. There was no need to rush. Ding! You have slain the Fire Elemental Lord, Flame Demon, Dark Gold Boss, gaining 15 million experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to 39. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30. With the Fire Elemental Lord's defeat, Su Liang leveled up instantly, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The dungeon's final results began to roll out promptly. Magma Valley Dungeon results processing. Dungeon rating, SSS. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the following rewards: Gold X 100,000. Ding! Congratulations! You have received the following rewards: free attribute points plus 50. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to achieve an SSS rating in the Magma Valley Dungeon, earning an additional reward, Heart of Molten Flame X1. Ding! Congratulations! You are the first player to clear the Magma Valley Nightmare difficulty, earning an additional reward, Ashen Crystal X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have broken the record for the fastest completion of the Magma Valley Dungeon. As expected, Su Liang once again secured an SSS rating with ease, as if it were second nature to him. And more importantly, beyond the SSS rating rewards, he had also received exclusive first clear rewards for conquering the Nightmare difficulty. Heart of Molten Flame, Treasure. Level 1. Attributes, Spirit plus 30%. Effect, Fire Resistance plus 30%, Fire Skill Damage plus 100%. Description, a crystal forged from intense magma and fire elemental energy. It was yet another treasure with exceptional attributes. Compared to the Thunderheart he had acquired in Thunder Valley, the Heart of Molten Flame was significantly more powerful. It offered an additional 10% boost to Spirit and Fire Resistance, while maintaining the same skill damage bonus. There was also the Ashen Crystal from the first clear. Su Liang examined its properties. Ashen Crystal, Special. Quality, Unknown. Effect, a unique crystal born from ash. When used in weapon forging, it grants the weapon a special flaming form. Granting a weapon a special flaming form? Su Liang stroked his chin, deep in thought. He had never heard of this item before and wasn't sure of its exact effects. But considering it was a first clear reward for a Nightmare difficulty dungeon, it couldn't possibly be disappointing. Exiting the dungeon, Su Liang found himself under the afternoon sun. Magma Valley was enormous. This run alone had taken him a full 4 hours to complete. Meanwhile, Jiang He had already contacted the mayor of Zhenjiang City to handle the surrounding corpses appropriately. The surviving professionals had been sent back safely, while the necromancer had been captured for interrogation. Now, standing at the vast entrance of the dungeon, Su Liang was the only one left. He glanced at his pet space. Mysterious pet egg hatching countdown, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 59 seconds. At last, only 1 minute remained before the Thunder Drake would hatch. Wait for a moment, and let's level up Yalon while we're at it. Su Liang's heart was brimming with excitement. Time passed slowly. 3, 2, 1. The countdown reached its end. Ding! The Thunder Yalon dragon egg has successfully hatched. The notification echoed in Su Liang's ears like a melody from heaven. Suddenly, a massive purple dragon egg, streaked with thunder and covered in dragon scales, vanished from the pet space in an instant. The gigantic egg, standing 2 to 3 meters tall, appeared right in front of Su Liang. Crack! Crack! A fissure emerged on the dragon egg, gradually spreading as more cracks appeared. And then, the dragon egg shattered completely, revealing a tiny purple head poking out from within. Its beautiful, vertical purple pupils curiously observed Su Liang, darting up and down. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Electricity crackled as the mini purple dragon, covered in thunderbolts and with a chubby little body, wobbled out of the broken eggshell. Yip! The newborn Thunder Yalon was less than a meter long. It looked both tender and irresistibly adorable. In fact, it exuded a kind of clumsy, silly charm. It approached Su Liang, raised its little head, and affectionately nuzzled against him, its demeanor full of intimacy. Let's give you a name. Su Liang extended his hand, gently stroking the little creature's head. After a moment of thought, he said, "I'll call you Xiaozi." Yip yip yip. With its new name, the little dragon chirped excitedly, its pupils gleaming with joy. It was clear. In its young and innocent state, Xiaozi had no idea how hastily Su Liang, a self-proclaimed terrible name-giver, had chosen such a casual name. Name, Thunder Yalong. Grade, Epic Boss. Level, LV1. Health, 11,500. Attributes, Strength 130, Constitution 115, Agility 100, Spirit 140. Innate talents, Yalong Bloodline, Grade A, Affinity for Thunder, Grade A. Skills, Thunder Breath, Frenzied Thunder Claw. Su Liang opened the pet attribute panel, his eyes gleaming with astonishment. The dragon's stats were truly intimidating, none of them fell below 100 points. It had perfectly inherited its mother's 2 innate talents, making it a natural-born beast. With 495 points in growth attributes, Xiaozi was nearly at the upper limit of 500 points for legendary pets. Moreover, as a boss-class pet, it came with a 10x health multiplier template. Though it couldn't yet rival a true boss, this was already enough to make Su Liang's heart race with excitement. "Xiaozi, come here, let me show you something amazing." Filled with enthusiasm, Su Liang held out a mysterious purple crystal near the Thunder Yalong's mouth. "Eat this." Yip yip. The mysterious purple crystal seemed to have an irresistible allure for the Thunder Yalong. Its eyes lit up instantly as it eagerly swallowed the crystal in one gulp. Boom! In that instant, a dazzling pillar of purple light enveloped Xiaozi, surrounded by swirling blue and violet mist. The Thunder Yalong began to evolve. Under Su Liang's expectant gaze, "Awah!" With a skyward roar, the Thunder Drake unleashed terrifying lightning from its small body, forcing Su Liang to hastily retreat several steps. A shimmering amethyst radiance swiftly spread, enveloping the Thunder Drake entirely, even transforming its dragon scales into semi-transparent amethyst. Then, the Thunder Drake's aura and physical form began to expand rapidly. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, finally. After 1 minute, the Thunder Drake's body swelled to 5 meters before slowly coming to a halt. At this moment, the Thunder Drake had completed its metamorphosis, transforming in an earth-shattering way. Its body now resembled a masterpiece carved from pure amethyst, intricate and breathtakingly exquisite. The amethyst dragon scales gleamed with dazzling purple brilliance, as radiant as gemstones, their dazzling luster captivating under the sunlight. Occasionally, faint wisps of purple flames and lightning would escape from between its scales. Its entire presence exuded an otherworldly aura. Nobility, elegance, majesty. The Thunder Drake raised its proud head high, its razor-sharp dragon teeth seemingly capable of tearing through anything. Beneath its sharp and powerful claws, purple flames and lightning seemed to leap and writhe with each movement. The dragon's might was oppressive as a storm, wild and domineering. Roar! The Thunder Drake let out an exhilarating roar. Ding! Your pet Thunder Drake has successfully advanced. Name, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon. Grade, Legendary Boss. Level, LV1. Health, 37,700. Attributes, Strength 430, Constitution 377, Agility 325, Spirit 455. Talents, Dragon Bloodline, S tier, Amethyst Flame Body, S tier, Lightning Affinity, A tier. Skills, Amethyst Thunder Dragon's Breath, Amethyst Dragon Flame, Dragon's Roar, Amethyst Thunder Flame Claw. Dragon Bloodline, reduces damage by 50%, increases elemental resistance by 50%, grants immunity to certain negative statuses, improves potential, and scales strength with age. Amethyst Flame Body, the amethyst body of a true powerhouse increases all attributes by 30%, imbues all attacks with amethyst flames, and enhances skill power by 200%. Hiss! That's insane! Su Liang drew in a sharp breath, his face practically glowing with joy. Little Z had directly leapt from an epic tier creature to a legendary grade, no longer a lowly subspecies but a true legendary being. A dragon. Moreover, it had awakened new talents. Its overall attributes had more than doubled. The enhancements from Dragon Bloodline and the Amethyst Flame Body had directly propelled Little Z beyond the growth attribute cap for legendary pets. Such astonishing stats. Even without any equipment bonuses, Su Liang found that Little Z's power was absolutely on par with his own. This was indeed the power of the original Amethyst Fragment, capable of transforming ordinary monsters into golden tier bosses. Closing the pet interface, Su Liang gestured with his hand. In the next second, poof, poof, Little Z shrank back to its original size and flew over, affectionately licking Su Liang's cheek. Roar! It blinked its radiant amethyst pupils and let out a low growl, its gaze full of anticipation. No more, not even a drop. Su Liang immediately understood what it wanted and couldn't help but chuckle at its expression. Has getting stronger become your addiction? Woo, little Z's head drooped instantly, a dejected look crossing its face. But don't worry, as long as you stick with me, you'll never be short of good stuff in the future. Su Liang rubbed little Z's head vigorously, promising earnestly, alright, let's go level up and get stronger. Roar! Roar! Little Z let out 2 excited growls as soon as it heard that. 10 seconds later, Su Liang once again stepped into the Lava Valley dungeon. This time, things were different from the last. Other than little Z by his side, he now possessed an S-tier talent, True Sight. In the first section of the Lava Valley, the labyrinth-like terrain was completely exposed before his eyes, and the red mist that obstructed vision was effortlessly penetrated by his gaze. Little Z, grow larger. Su Liang patted the amethyst thunderflame dragon's head and commanded, roar! A deafening dragon roar shook the air as a terrifying aura swept the surroundings. Little Z's body rapidly expanded to 5 meters in height, its fleshy wings unfurling like massive sails, spanning over 10 meters. Su Liang leapt onto its back with excitement, directing little Z, fly toward the left front. Roar! Little Z gave a soft growl in response, instantly spreading its amethyst wings. Carrying fire and lightning, it shot toward the direction Su Liang had pointed. Boom! On Xiao Zi's back, Su Liang swung his sword downward towards the lava. Before the lava imp lurking beneath the molten surface could even show its face, it was instantly slain by the fallen blade. Swish 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 swish! A cascade of white light rained down upon Xiao Zi. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has leveled up to level 2. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has leveled up to level 3. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has leveled up to level 10. The notifications came in rapid succession. Even though there was an experience cap for defeating monsters above one's level, the sheer number of lava imps allowed Xiao Zi to easily climb to level 10 in just one sweep. Keep going. Relying on the Eye of True Sight, Su Liang swiftly cleared through wave after wave of monsters, defeating over a dozen groups in no time and successfully passing the first stage of the Lava Valley. More notifications popped up. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has learned the skill, Dragon Tail Sweep. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has learned the skill, Amethyst Thunder Dragon Slash. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has learned the skill, Amethyst Thunder Prison. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has learned the skill, Amethyst Thunder Beam. By this point, Xiao Zi had already reached level 20. Unlike players, pets didn't need to complete class advancement quests, they could directly learn powerful new skills as they leveled up. As Xiao Zi's level increased, her amethyst dragon form also expanded dramatically, from 5 meters in length to a massive 15 meters. Her wingspan now stretched an impressive 30 to 40 meters, almost rivaling her mother, a 6th-class transformed Thunder Wyvern. After all, Xiao Zi was now a true dragon. By the time she reached level 40, her size would fully match her mother's. Not bad, let's keep going. Su Liang, standing on Xiao Zi's back, flashed a radiant smile. With a mighty dragon as his mount, both exploration and grinding became significantly faster. More importantly, he no longer had to waste time traveling on foot. Su Liang estimated that with a few more level-ups, given Xiao Zi's terrifying growth stats, he'd soon become the ultimate laid-back Dragon Knight. All he'd need to do was leisurely ride on Xiao Zi's back, occasionally stepping in to one-shot some Dark Gold tier boss. The rest? Xiao Zi could handle easily. Soon, it would be the master lounging in comfort, while Xiao Zi worked on full auto. Roar! Feeling the surge of power within her body, Xiao Zi's amethyst eyes gleamed with excitement as she let out a jubilant roar. Whoosh! With a powerful flap of her wings, she stirred up a wave of scorching air, propelling herself toward the next stage, Lava Giant's domain, for further grinding. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital of Nan Province, Shujin City, deep within a lavish underground palace, dim and eerie blue lights flickered, casting an unsettling glow. Beneath the faint illumination, a gaunt young man sat upon a towering skeletal throne. His face was pale, like a lifeless shell. Below him, 2 rows of grotesque, bone-crafted chairs lined the hall, their sizes diminishing as they approached the hall's entrance. At the center of the palace, a black carpet prominently displayed the emblem of the necromancer's court. At that moment, a hunched old man in a black robe hurriedly entered the hall. My lord, the black-robed elder greeted reverently. The gaunt young man, seated high above, cast a cold and piercing gaze down at the elder, the oppressive aura of death radiating from his body was suffocating, like a rabid beast on the verge of eruption, a presence so overwhelming that it made one's chest tighten. Who allowed your subordinates to leave? And why haven't any of them returned yet? The young man narrowed his eyes, his hoarse voice rasping like nails scraping against glass. "My lord, I do not know," the elder stammered. The ecstasy of sacrifice and devouring must have been too tempting. Those low-tier necromancers failed to control their desires. This has nothing to do with me." The black-robed elder dropped to his knees in panic, his body trembling as cold sweat poured down his face. "Humph. If their actions jeopardize the Holy Master's plan, you know the consequences." The gaunt young man lightly tapped the armrest of his skeletal throne with two bony fingers. His voice was low, yet it carried an undeniable authority. The elder's heart tightened, terror surging like a tidal wave, his eyes filled with sheer panic. "Please rest assured, my lord," the elder hurriedly explained. They went to the outskirts of Jiangtown's dungeon. The mayor there has only just reached 6th class transformation as a warrior. It's absolutely impossible for him to annihilate or suppress all of them. Surely, they must have encountered some unexpected trouble along the way, causing a slight delay. Before he could finish, the gaunt young man interrupted coldly, "A bunch of fourth-tier incompetents. Sacrifice them." His expression remained void of emotion, as though he were merely disposing of insects. His tone was so calm it sent chills down one's spine. "Yes, I will deal with them immediately. I swear, the Holy Master's plan will not be disrupted." The elder quickly complied, a glint of viciousness flashing in his eyes. "Go," the gaunt young man commanded with a wave of his skeletal hand. The moment his words fell, the black-robed elder transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished without a trace. After a brief moment, the gaunt young man slowly stood up, walked to the back of the palace, and approached an altar littered with the remains of monsters and human skeletons. Dark blood etched intricate patterns across the bones. "Lord Sovereign, I will ensure your plan is carried out to perfection," he murmured fervently, his eyes burning with zeal. As long as he completed the plan, he would be transferred to the headquarters to undergo the baptism of death. Boom, boom, boom. As the lava giant leader collapsed with a deafening crash, Su Liang, riding his amethyst thunderflame dragon, once again arrived at the lava lake, where he encountered the Fire Elemental Lord. Monster, Fire Elemental Lord, Balrog. Rank, Dark Gold Boss. Level, LV 55. HP, 3 million. Attributes, Strength 1500, Constitution 3000, Agility 2800, Spirit 4200. Skills, Elemental Fury, Meteor Shower, Magma Eruption, Lava Strike, Pseudo-Forbidden Spell, Apocalypse Volcano. Talents, True Sight, S-Class, Flame Incarnation, S-Class. Description: one of the ancient elemental beings, originating from a flame dropped by the primordial god demon, the Elemental King, onto the continent of origin. Loot, Bone-Shearing Blade, Flame Warhammer. Unlike the last time he saw the interface, this time, thanks to the True Sight talent, every detail of the boss's health, attributes, and skill effects was laid bare. Even the loot was clearly displayed. What a fantastic talent! Su Liang's lips curled into a faint smile. Especially the loot, given his light-fingered passive skill, this was an unexpected windfall. After defeating the boss again, following 2 dungeon runs, Little Z, the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, successfully leveled up to 30. In the subsequent dungeon grinds, Su Liang opted to take it easy, leaving all the monsters to Little Z while he focused solely on taking down the lava giant leader and Fire Elemental Lord in one-shot kills. After battling through the night, Su Liang's level had finally reached 40, allowing for his 3rd class advancement. Meanwhile, Little Z had leveled up to 36. Ding! You have defeated the Fire Elemental Lord, Balrog, Dark Gold Boss, gaining 14.5 million experience points. Ding! Your level has reached the cap. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please proceed with your 2nd class advancement as soon as possible. Ding! Congratulations! Your passive skill Lightfingered has triggered its effect, Opportunistic Theft, granting you Pseudo-Forbidden Spell, Apocalypse Volcano, skill. With Su Liang's final blow, the towering 50-meter-tall body of the Fire Elemental Lord collapsed with a thunderous crash. Finally, he had managed to steal both the S-Class talent Flame Incarnation and the Pseudo-Forbidden Spell, along with a bunch of other miscellaneous skills. Finally stole everything I wanted. Su Liang stretched lazily, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Pseudo-Forbidden Spell, Apocalypse Volcano. Chant for 10 seconds to create a miniature volcano, unleashing apocalyptic flames that deal 500% damage per second to all enemies within an 18,888-yard radius for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 hours. MP consumption, 99,999. Reading the skill description, Su Liang couldn't help but click his tongue. No wonder 8th class mages who mastered pseudo-forbidden spells were called mage lords. With an almost 20,000-yard range, no ordinary player could hope to escape. Even with a 10-second cast time, the fragile nature of mages made them easy targets to be killed or interrupted beforehand. But for Su Liang, such concerns were non-existent. Once he activated his invincible mode, no one could kill him or interrupt him with control effects. Perfect. Shaking off his thoughts, he began to clean up the battlefield. Ding! You've obtained the material, Pure Flame Essence. Ding! You've obtained equipment, Lava Fire Robe X1. Ding! You've obtained equipment, Elemental Ring X1. Finally, another ring. Su Liang couldn't help but exclaim. This thing was truly rare. Aside from the Shadow Ring dropped by the Goblin King and the Revival Ring found in a gradeless treasure chest from the beginner trial dungeon, this was the third accessory type equipment he'd ever acquired. Elemental Ring, Dark Gold. Level, 55. Attributes, Spirit plus 488, Mana plus 30%, Spell Damage plus 20%. Skill, Elemental Shield. Requirement, Spirit 800 or higher. Elemental Shield generates a shield equal to 100% of your spirit stat, lasting 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. The attributes were excellent for a mage, and the skill could significantly enhance a mage's survivability. However, it required level 55 to equip, and the skill wasn't particularly useful to Su Liang right now. He tossed the elemental ring into his inventory but couldn't help feeling a sudden tension in his heart. Abruptly, his gaze shifted to the revival ring on his hand, and his movements froze. His heartbeat quickened. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Even bolder than the thought of making his beautiful homeroom teacher, Jiang Shui, take maternity leave. Could the skills of equipment be stolen? The skill of the revival ring was incredibly precious, but it was merely a grade-less epic item. Eventually, it would be replaced by better accessories. But if its skill could be stolen, that would mean a permanent revival skill usable every 48 hours. Unfortunately, the active effect of his thieving hand skill had a 24-hour cooldown, so for now, he had to suppress his excitement. From his inventory, Su Liang pulled out his level 40 equipment. Previously, he had avoided upgrading his gear after reaching level 40, fearing he might accidentally one-shot the Fire Elemental Lord. But now, with everything in hand, Su Liang directly equipped a full set of level 40 gear. His stats surged in a dazzling wave of growth. Title, Su Liang. Level, LV 40. Class, Godslayer. Strength, 43,800. Constitution, 40,415. Agility, 38,088. Spirit, 11,835. Talents, Sleight of Hand, Sovereignty, Shadow Walker, True Sight. Skills, Power of the Godslayer, Divine Concealment, Peerless, Flash Stab, Godslayer Combo, Mercy Release. With stats like these, invincible. Both offense and defense are unmatched. Perfection incarnate. But something seems off. I'm clearly an assassin. How come my agility is my lowest stat? Su Liang glanced down at his full set of equipment. The ferocious and menacing Fallen King's armor, along with the dark metallic sheen of the bracers and boots dropped by the dark gold demon ape, the knight's greaves, helmet, pauldrons, and belt from the fallen knight, all engraved with ghostly fanged faces, completed the ensemble. This aesthetic. Su Liang rubbed his chin thoughtfully. No matter how you looked at it, he resembled a domineering knight. The only thing missing was a legendary greatsword to complete the look. But, Su Liang, will one day don leather armor and max out my agility, just you wait. Exiting the dungeon, it was already midday. The sun hung high in the sky. Returning to Jiang City, Su Liang handed over the materials and equipment obtained from the Lava Valley dungeon, as well as the Cerberus pet egg, to the Federation Trade Guild, entrusting Wen Mengqing to sell them on his behalf. After enjoying a luxurious lunch with Wen Mengqing, ding! 1 billion gold coins credited to his account. Just a small portion of the profits from selling materials from the ancient kingdom's secret realm. Back at his villa, Su Liang took a short rest. Once the active cooldown of his sleight of hand talent was over, his heart raced with excitement. He carefully removed the resurrection ring from his finger. With a decisive motion, he activated sleight of hand on the ring. The resurrection ring was unlike a boss. It didn't drop materials or equipment. It only possessed one skill. And so, under Su Liang's eager gaze, as expected, ding! Congratulations, player. Talent sleight of hand successfully activated. Skill stolen, resurrection. Holy crap, it worked! Su Liang couldn't contain his excitement, his face alight with joy. This discovery wasn't just about obtaining a resurrection skill. Many skills were exclusive to certain pieces of equipment. Neither players nor monsters could acquire them otherwise. But now, in the future, he realized that if he found equipment with valuable skills, he could use the same method to permanently claim them. After putting the resurrection ring back on, though the skill was gone, its attributes remained. Su Liang left his room and headed to the villa's living room, ready to embark on his journey to Shu City. But then, he paused. The amethyst thunderflame dragon had shrunken down in size, its entire body now adorably compact as it lounged on the sofa. This dragon, once a lord of lightning and purple flames, was currently holding a bag of chips in one claw and a soda in the other, munching and sipping contentedly. "Let's go, Xiao Zi." Su Liang frowned slightly and gestured. "Yip." Xiao Zi chirped excitedly. In one swift motion, it devoured the remaining chips, its sharp teeth puncturing the soda can, guzzling the fizzy liquid with gusto. Then, flapping its tiny wings, it darted out of the hall and onto the grassy lawn outside the villa. Its body expanded rapidly, transforming into a magnificent and imposing form, a full 20 meters tall. And then, Xiao Zi obediently bowed its head, allowing Su Liang to leap onto its back. "Let's move out," Su Liang commanded, pointing towards Shu City. "Is it getting dark already? Why did the sky turn black so quickly? And what's with the thunder? Is it about to rain?" The moment they left the villa district, chatter erupted below. The villa district was located in the city center, right next to the bustling Federation Trade Guild. At this moment, the area was packed with people. The unsuspecting crowd only felt an enormous shadow pass overhead, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Many assumed it was just a sudden storm, but when they looked up, they froze in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. What they saw was a massive, fearsome figure shimmering with amethyst hues soaring above them. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was a dragon. What the heck? A dragon? Oh my god, why is there a dragon in the city? We're doomed. Mom, the dragon's attacking the city. Run! Run for your lives! The crowd screamed, and fear surged like a tidal wave, plunging the city center into instant chaos. People scattered in all directions, fleeing for their lives. A dragon of this size, here in a small place like Jiang City, there wasn't a single thing that could stand against it. "Xiao Zi, hurry! Let's go!" Su Liang rubbed the tip of his nose and urged Xiao Zi to accelerate, quickly leaving the city center behind. Just moments ago, Xiao Zi had transformed into her larger form, and Su Liang instinctively jumped onto her back. For a moment, he completely forgot that they were in the middle of the city. It seemed they might have caused a bit of a commotion. Just as Xiao Zi spread her wings and took off, a storm griffin darted out in panic from Villa 1, hurriedly taking flight. However, it quickly came to an abrupt halt. Who is this big shot? Zhang Yi, exhausted from a full day's work, could only manage a bitter smile as he looked up at the figure standing atop the dragon's massive head. He made no attempt to pursue. Someone capable of taming wyverns and dragons was clearly not someone he could contend with. Ah, what a headache. Jiang City's downtown area was always bustling with people. Many noticed the figure standing atop the amethyst dragon's head. A powerful individual riding a dragon and soaring through Jiang City's skies. It didn't take long for the scene to explode on social media. Curious onlookers speculated wildly, who was this powerhouse? What rank could they possibly be? In the wilderness outside Jiang City, mid-air, roar, the amethyst thunderflame dragon bared its ferocious maw, unleashing the iconic dragon breath. Amethyst blaze thunder dragon's breath. Brilliant streaks of lightning and blazing purple flames surged like a flood, sweeping violently downward. Xiao Zi's dragon breath covered an enormous area. In an instant, dozens of monsters below were reduced to nothing but molten remains. This ability was absurdly overpowered. As the most basic long-range attack for dragons, dragon breath was as natural to them as breathing itself. Therefore, compared to a mage's fireball spell, it had virtually no cooldown. The difference was, dragon breath required no incantation. Its attack range expanded with the dragon's size, and its destructive power far surpassed any fireball spell. Xiao Zi, well done. From now on, as soon as you see a monster, attack immediately. Su Liang clicked his tongue in admiration, offering some encouragement to the amethyst thunderflame dragon. Roar! Roar! Hearing Su Liang's praise, Xiao Zi seemed to get an adrenaline rush. Her amethyst-colored vertical pupils narrowed in excitement as she let out two joyful roars. On the road to Shu City, whenever a monster appeared, Xiao Zi would open her jaws and unleash her dragon breath, obliterating it instantly. All Su Liang had to do was sit back and enjoy the experience gains. Even though he was already at level 40 and could no longer level up passively, the experience could still be stored. More importantly, it would help Xiao Zi reach level 40 sooner and unlock new abilities. Before long, they arrived at Shu City. Su Liang promptly recalled Xiao Zi into his pet space. Once inside the city, the last thing Su Liang wanted was to court death by drawing too much attention. Unlike Jiang City, Shu City was the central hub of the entire southern province. It was home to numerous 6th and 7th rank powerhouses, and even an 8th rank powerhouse served as the city's guardian. If he wasn't careful, he could end up getting obliterated with a single punch from one of these big shots. After entering the city, Su Liang hailed a cab and headed straight to the address Wen Mengqing had given him, Lin Lei's forging workshop. As soon as he stepped out of the car, an imposing and magnificent forging workshop came into view. Master Forge Workshop. The weapons crafted by Lin Lei might not suit everyone, but he was undeniably a legendary blacksmith. His reputation alone attracted countless blacksmiths and buyers from far and wide. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The moment Su Liang stepped into the workshop, a wave of heat hit him, as if he had walked straight into a furnace. Inside the forge, the air was filled with the rhythmic sound of metal striking metal. Clang, clang, clang. It echoed like a war drum, shaking the ears. A group of shirtless blacksmiths, sweating profusely, swung their hammers in unison as they worked around the blazing forge. The scene was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Molten lava churned within the massive furnace, and the bellows roared with a steady rhythm. The walls were lined with an array of weapons, swords, armor, daggers, bows, and endless variety. At the counter for purchasing equipment, Su Liang was greeted not by a young lady, but by a burly man. After all, in such a sweltering environment, few could endure the heat, let alone the sight of shirtless men all around. "Brother, what do you need? We've got everything here, the best in the entire southern province." The burly man thumped his chest, speaking with bold confidence. "Please inform Lin Lei, the blacksmith, that I'd like to meet him." Su Liang stated his purpose directly. "Apologies, but what business do you have with him?" "A legendary blacksmith isn't someone you can just meet on a whim," the man replied with a frown. "I'm here to commission a legendary weapon. If I can't meet Lin Lei, who else here could handle such a task?" Su Liang retorted calmly. "Then, could you prove it?" The burly man's demeanor instantly became cautious. Someone seeking to forge a legendary weapon wasn't a person he could afford to offend lightly. Although Su Liang looked young, perhaps he was here on behalf of an elder. Hearing these words, Su Liang paused for a moment, then reached into his pocket and pulled out a black card from the Federal Chamber of Commerce, slamming it heavily onto the front desk. After that, he retrieved the flaming dragon fong from his backpack. The next instant, boom! The massive, crimson dragon fong, emanating intense heat, crashed heavily onto the ground with a deafening sound. Around them, the blacksmiths all stopped what they were doing and turned their heads to look. For a moment, every gaze was fixed on that flaming dragon fong, their eyes filled with hunger, like wolves staring at a feast. After all, this was legendary-grade material. "Does this suffice as proof?" Su Liang asked with an air of casual indifference. "Yes, absolutely. Please wait just a moment." The burly man's attitude turned fawning in an instant. The black card symbolized immense wealth, while legendary materials underscored the demand. This was undoubtedly a VIP customer. The burly man hurriedly ran inside and just as quickly returned. "Esteemed guest, Master Lin Lei has invited you in," he said respectfully, gesturing for Su Liang to follow. Su Liang put away his items and followed the man into the largest forging chamber within the Grandmaster Forging Workshop. The room was massive, spanning thousands of square meters. The moment he stepped inside, he was hit by a wave of scorching heat, as if he had entered a volcanic valley. Soon, a muscular man with a beer belly and a thick beard approached. "Master Lin Lei, hello," Su Liang greeted politely. "Ah, young man, you've got quite the eye. I am the greatest legendary blacksmith on Blue Star." Lin Lei laughed heartily, pulling Su Liang into an enthusiastic embrace. It had been ages since someone came to him to forge a legendary weapon. Su Liang proceeded to take out the flaming dragon fong, along with 10 pieces of ancient rare metals, and he even presented a lava core. For a moment, Lin Lei's eyes lit up. These were all extremely precious legendary materials. The lava core, in particular, was exceptionally rare, something even he hadn't seen in ages. "Tell me, what level and class of legendary weapon would you like forged?" Lin Lei asked, his face brimming with pride. "I can forge any legendary weapon for levels below 180, regardless of the class," he declared confidently. In the Grand Xia territory, blacksmiths capable of forging legendary weapons above level 160 were exceedingly rare. Su Liang pondered for a moment before making his request. "I want a level 40 greatsword." A greatsword might not be an ideal choice for an assassin, but there was no denying that, among all melee weapons, the greatsword offered far superior attribute bonuses compared to an assassin's dagger. Moreover, Lin Lei's weapons always boasted perfectly balanced attributes. The design didn't matter. "No problem," Lin Lei agreed readily. But then, a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Lin Lei? As a legendary blacksmith who had witnessed countless peculiar requests, this was a scenario he had never encountered before. Who among the legendary blacksmiths doesn't dream of crafting a weapon for the 7th tier? Even creating one for the 6th tier is a significant milestone. But who would be so extravagant as to forge a legendary level weapon for a level 40 character? Aren't you crafting this for an elder in your family? A level 40 legendary weapon? That's just too extravagant. If it's for yourself, why not consider making in level 81 and prepare in advance? Lin Lei hesitated for a moment before offering his advice. No need. I want a level 40 weapon, Su Liang replied with a casual smile. His lips curled upward with confidence. By then, who knows? He might even end up with a quasi-divine artifact or perhaps a true divine weapon. Which family does this kid belong to? How can he afford to be this extravagant? Lin Lei shot Su Liang a glance, tongue clicking in disbelief. If you're covering the materials, the forging fee will be 5 billion gold coins. No problem, Su Liang nodded without hesitation. This price, Lin Lei mused, was probably because he hadn't had much business lately. Otherwise, the cost of crafting a weapon would often surpass the price of the gear itself. Normally, a legendary blacksmith would charge at least 6 to 8 billion gold coins to forge a legendary weapon. Oh, right. When crafting the weapon, make sure to include this as well. Su Liang retrieved a special item, the Ash Crystal, a rare reward from clearing the Lava Valley dungeon on Nightmare Mode, and handed it to Lin Lei. Lin Lei froze, taking a deep breath as he stared at Su Liang in astonishment. He actually wanted to incorporate such a rare, top-tier material into the weapon? What a spendthrift! Truly, a reckless spendthrift. Alright, go pay at the front desk first. Come back at 8 p.m. to pick up the weapon, Lin Lei instructed, unable to suppress a flicker of anticipation. He rubbed his hands together eagerly. He had never had such a wealthy customer before. What kind of supreme legendary weapon could he forge this time? After swiping his card, Su Liang sighed deeply. Money really does burn fast. The 10 billion gold coins he had received just this morning were already halved by the afternoon. With 3 hours to kill before 8 p.m., Su Liang wandered around the city of Xujiang. At precisely 8 p.m., he arrived outside Lin Lei's private forging workshop. Creak! The door swung open just as he approached. You're right on time. Only the final step remains, and you'll witness the birth of an exceptional legendary weapon, Lin Lei said with a hearty laugh, his rough voice echoing in the workshop. The final step, quenching. Lin Lei gestured, summoning a barrel of crimson liquid exuding a pungent, metallic scent. Wyvern quenching liquid, material, quality, pseudo-legendary. Effect, a mixture of various wyvern bloods combined with elven spring water, enhancing the durability of equipment. This is one of my last reserves, Lin Lei said with a boisterous laugh, taking a swig of strong liquor. 5 billion gold coins, and you're lucky enough to have wyvern blood for the quenching process. You've hit the jackpot. Typically, elven spring water alone would suffice for quenching. But to see the limits of this legendary weapon, Lin Lei had decided to use his wyvern blood mixture instead. Wait, what if we added dragon blood? Wouldn't that make it even better? Su Liang suddenly suggested, his words halting Lin Lei mid-motion. Could it be, you have dragon blood? Lin Lei's eyes lit up with astonishment as he looked at Su Liang. Considering the sword being forged was made from the fang of a flame dragon, it wasn't entirely impossible for Su Liang to have some dragon blood on hand. I don't have dragon blood right now, but I do have a dragon, Su Liang replied with a dazzling smile, raising his hand. Come on out, little purple. Inside the forging workshop, a massive six-pointed star formation materialized on the floor at Su Liang's command. Roar! A deafening roar echoed as the amethyst thunder flame dragon was summoned, stepping out of the formation. It hadn't shrunk itself down, and every step its imposing, majestic body took caused the ground of the workshop to tremble slightly. You have a dragon? This isn't a wyvern, this is a true dragon. Lin Lei was utterly stunned, spitting out the mouthful of liquor he had just taken in shock. Su Liang even had a dragon as his pet. No wonder he was so extravagant. Dragons, with their innate pride, were incredibly difficult to tame. Even a 6th-tier wyvern wouldn't submit to a 7th-tier powerhouse. One could kill it, but taming it was another story entirely. Raising one from an egg was the only feasible method, but where would one even find a dragon egg? Thus, wyvern pets were already incredibly rare, let alone a true dragon. What kind of powerful family did this young man belong to? Lin Lei pondered briefly. No prominent family in the southern provinces bore the surname Su. Wait, there was one. Could it be the grandson of that legendary figure who had guarded the immortal wall in the netherworld for a century? The sole supreme leader of the Xia kingdom? Judging by his lavishness, it was entirely possible. A trace of reverence flickered in Lin Lei's heart. His gaze toward Su Liang subtly changed. Little purple, be good. Just a small amount of blood, alright? Su Liang said, drawing out a massive sword with a playful grin. Whimper. Little Purple took a step back, trembling slightly in fear. Don't be scared, Little Purple. Just a little blood, and I'll treat you to snacks and soda later, Su Liang coaxed with a warm smile, looking every bit like a sketchy uncle trying to bribe an innocent child. When venturing into the secret realm and grinding the Lava Valley dungeon, he always brought snacks and soda to stave off hunger. One time, he shared them with Little Purple, and this crystal dragon immediately became smitten with him. Roar! Hearing the call of snacks and soda, Little Purple's eyes instantly lit up like a warrior spotting their enemy. Without hesitation, it stretched out a claw. Rip! With a gentle swipe of its amethyst claw, a bead of purplish gold blood dripped into the quenching liquid. A few seconds later, "That's enough!" Lin Lei exclaimed excitedly. The red quenching liquid in the barrel had somehow taken on a purplish gold hue. Dragon blood quenching liquid, material, quality, legendary. Effect, a mixture of various subdragon blood and amethyst dragon blood, blended with elven spring water. It significantly enhances the durability of equipment. Casting a detection spell, Su Liang's face broke into a satisfied smile. Whimper. Little Purple whimpered softly, gazing pitifully at Su Liang. Alright, here you go. Su Liang chuckled helplessly, pulling a few bags of potato chips and 2 bottles of soda from his backpack. The aggrieved Little Purple immediately perked up, its eyes sparkling like stars. It shrank to a smaller form, clutching its newfound treasures as it scurried off to devour them in a corner. Snacks and growth, both were non-negotiable. This scene left Lin Lei utterly dumbfounded. This dragon was truly an oddball, seemingly ready to be lured away at any moment. Master Lin Lei, let's begin the quenching, Su Liang urged, snapping Lin Lei out of his daze. Lin Lei retrieved the glowing red greatsword from the forge and swiftly plunged it into the dragon blood quenching liquid. Hisses. The quenching liquid evaporated and was absorbed. Clang! A fiery red beam shot skyward, illuminating the entire forge. Moments later, Lin Lei removed the sword, revealing that over half of the quenching liquid in the barrel had been consumed. The greatsword had fully taken shape. Its crimson blade radiated intense heat, engraved with intricate runes. Its overall design resembled a flaming version of Frostmourne, though instead of a skeletal ram's head between the blade and hilt, it bore the visage of a dragon's head, more ferocious and imposing. Blade of Ash's nameless greatsword, legendary. Level, 40. Attributes. All attributes plus 3,888. All attributes plus 30%. Damage output plus 30%. Attack speed plus 200%. Critical hit rate plus 20%. Critical hit damage plus 50%. Lifesteal plus 5%. Cooldown reduction minus 10%. Casting speed minus 10%. Skills. Dragon's Wrath. Attacks have a chance to trigger Dragon's Wrath, summoning a phantom fire dragon that unleashes a breath capable of reducing everything to ashes, dealing 999% attack damage within a range of 999 yards. Flame Blade. Attacks deal an additional 100% mental attribute fire damage, with a chance to inflict a burning effect. Awakening. Blade of Ashes. Activates the Ashen form for both the wielder and the weapon for 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Both Su Liang and Lin Lei stared at the greatsword's stats, drawing in sharp breaths. This was terrifying. The greatsword was an outright anomaly. It had every attribute imaginable. Even attack speed, critical hit rate, and casting speed, traits rarely seen on greatswords, were present. It also boasted rare cooldown reduction and lifesteal properties. On top of that, the combination of premium legendary materials had pushed its dual all-attribute bonuses to the limit for legendary weapons. And it had not 1, but 3 skills. The specifics of the Ashen form remained unclear, but the other 2 skills were already absurdly powerful. This greatsword had transcended the bounds of the legendary tier. A broad grin spread across Su Liang's face. He truly loved this thing. It was a perfect fit for him. Ahem, this greatsword, its strength requirement is quite high. You're a knight, so you might not meet it. Lin Lei coughed awkwardly, his tone a mix of admiration and pity. The weapon was undoubtedly incredible, but Su Liang probably couldn't equip it. The requirement of 3,888 base strength excluded any bonuses from equipment, meaning it had to come solely from allocated points and class advancements. For most knights, even at the 2nd or 4th class advancement, achieving such strength was nearly impossible. Even legendary tier strength-focused warrior classes, with all their passive bonuses, might not reach this threshold at the 2nd class advancement. Who said I'm a knight? I'm an assassin, Su Liang replied seriously. With his mythical tier class, achieving a base strength of 3,888 was a breeze. Unable to contain his excitement, he grabbed the greatsword and gave it a test swing in the air. Howl! As Su Liang swung his weapon, the blade erupted in fierce flames, carving a scarlet streak through the air. Within the massive sword, it seemed as though a ferocious and majestic fire dragon lay dormant, its roar reverberating deep into the soul. Lin Lei's lips twitched slightly as he witnessed the scene, disbelief flashing in his eyes. An assassin? This guy was even more absurd than himself. He had always thought his forging skills were quite peculiar, but he never imagined there could be someone even stranger than that, a fully armored Su Liang. No matter how he looked at him, Su Liang resembled a knight far more than an assassin. And the weapon he had requested? A colossal greatsword. Moreover, how could an assassin possess a base strength of 3,888 points? What kind of twisted design was this? No wonder he sought someone to forge his weapon. Awaken, Ashen Blade. Raising the flaming greatsword high, Su Liang declared with an air of grandeur. He activated a skill. Awakening, Ashen Blade. Whoosh! The greatsword instantly doubled in size, blazing flames surging forth in a torrent of heat. The air distorted under the intense temperature, as though on the verge of melting. Whoosh! Another surge of flames roared to life. But this time, it wasn't the greatsword that ignited, it was Su Liang himself. An overwhelming power coursed through his body as Su Liang's form instantly swelled, doubling in size. He was like a living embodiment of the blazing sun, flames transforming into armor that enveloped him entirely. Even his eyes burned with fire. He had become the very image of a flaming war god, majestic and imposing. Clatter! The amethyst thunderflame dragon, watching Su Liang in his ash form transformation, was so stunned that it dropped the potato chip it had been holding in its claw. Master is just too cool. Ashen form, HP plus 200%, MP plus 200%, damage output plus 100%, attack range plus 100%, attack speed plus 100%, movement speed plus 100%, damage taken minus 30%, immune to most debuff effects. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. Staring at the stats displayed in the buff panel, Su Liang was utterly stunned. This ashen form was practically a cheat mode. It enhanced him in every possible aspect. Once activated, he looked more like a boss than any actual boss. Not bad, not bad. When Su Liang reverted from ashen form, he gazed at the greatsword with even greater satisfaction. After a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "I'll call you Flame of Joy." A counterpart to Frostmourne. Ashen Blade, Flame of Joy. Name successfully registered. Hearing what Su Liang had just named the weapon, Lin Lei's face darkened. He clenched his fists tightly. This was supposed to be his masterpiece, his magnum opus. Even though it wasn't the highest level weapon, it was a top-tier legendary item, with all stats maxed out. And yet, it had been given this kind of name. How was he supposed to brag about this to others in the future? But, remembering that Su Liang might be the grandson of that influential figure, Lin Lei could only sigh in resignation. Under Lin Lei's inexplicably respectful demeanor, Su Liang left Shujian City. An hour later, in the wilderness outside Shujian City, within the Twilight Moon Forest. Boom! Another wave of monsters was obliterated under the dragon's breath of the amethyst thunderflame dragon. Just as it flew a short distance further, a massive swarm of skeleton monsters gathered ahead, their numbers exceeding 100. They formed a churning tide of white bones. Why are there skeletons here? A glimmer of confusion flashed in Su Liang's eyes. These creatures were clearly not native to the Twilight Moon Forest. Could it be the handiwork of the necromancer cult again? No! Within the skeleton horde, a massive bear clad in stone armor suddenly rose, its paw slamming downward. A single skeleton was crushed to powder in an instant. Monster, stone-clad bear. Grade, dark gold boss. Level, LV 30. HP, 1,600,000. Attributes, strength 1550, constitution 1600, agility 1300, spirit 500. Skills, bear's roar, earth tremor, stone armor, stone smash, berserk. Description, a cold and ruthless bear that uses stone to reinforce its body, possessing exceptionally high defense. Drops, Beast Staff, Stone Chestplate. Was this a boss fight? Su Liang narrowed his eyes. Amidst the sea of white bones, he caught sight of a girl's figure. Xiaozi, stop right now. Su Liang quickly raised his voice, halting the amethyst thunderflame dragon, which was just about to unleash a fiery dragon breath. Then, with a flick, he cast a true sight spell toward the beautiful girl standing amidst the pile of skeletons. Name, Lin Yue. Level, LV 33. Class, Necromancer/Death Empress. Strength, 230. Constitution, 350. Agility, 270. Spirit, 1060. Talent, Twin Undead, SS rank. Skills, Necromancy Mastery, Skeleton Summoning, corpse explosion, bone shield, curse arrow. Twin undead, doubles the number of undead creatures you summon, and grants plus 20% to all undead attributes. Huh, a dual-class wielder? Su Liang raised his eyebrows slightly as he reviewed the information revealed by the true sight. Wait, no. These attributes, this is clearly beyond what a regular epic class profession would have. The Necromancer is already an epic tier class, and the Death Empress is a legendary tier class. If she truly possesses dual classes, her stats should be the sum of both panels. Could it be? Su Liang's mind trailed to a possibility he had read about after his transmigration. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he had always fantasized about awakening dual talents or dual classes. He had specifically researched this and recalled records from decades ago about a rare dual soul in one class wielder. In such cases, when the soul's personality shifts, the active class changes accordingly. This kind of situation, ordinary detection spells could never uncover it. Only his true sight could reveal the truth. TSK. Still, the girl's attributes were undeniably extravagant. 3 epic tier classes and a legendary tier class, along with an SS-ranked summoning focus talent. From the true sight results, it was apparent that the Death Empress's class skills could enhance the base stats of all her undead minions by a staggering 100%. Combined with her talent, the number of undead she could summon would grow exponentially. In later stages, she would practically be a walking calamity. Thankfully, while necromancers and death sorcerers might sound similar, they were worlds apart in nature. Necromancers had already fallen into corruption, becoming undead themselves. Bloodthirsty and savage, they could strengthen their power through sacrifices and consuming souls, completely losing control of their desires. In contrast, the Necromancer and Death Empress were simply skilled summoners of skeletal undead, powerful, yes, but ultimately harmless. Otherwise, Su Liang might have had to capture the girl, tie her up in a secret chamber, and slowly steal her talent for himself. Xiaozi, fly a bit lower, Su Liang said with interest as he observed the battle below. The girl appeared delicate and harmless, but her control was impressive. She was skillfully casting spells while micromanaging her skeletons, positioning them, instantly casting shields, and detonating low-health skeletons with precision. However, the rock giant bear, being a dark gold tier boss, wasn't an easy opponent. Its robust body could endure heavy blows, and the skeleton's attacks barely scratched it. So far, it had only lost a tiny bit of health. At this rate, if the girl didn't switch to the Necromancer Empress class, she'd eventually have no choice but to flee in defeat. Need some help? Su Liang asked with a smile. A dragon. The girl froze briefly, looking up at Su Liang atop the dragon's head as his voice reached her. If you don't decide soon, all your skeletons will be wiped out, Su Liang gently reminded her, pointing at the battlefield. Without her precise control, the skeletons attacked aimlessly, and within moments, 2 or 3 were crushed by the rock giant bear. Sir, could you help me? The girl hesitated before stammering out a plea. As soon as she spoke, she let out a breath of relief, as if asking for help had drained her energy. Shadow step thrust. A flash of light gleamed from Su Liang's greatsword as he instantly teleported to the top of the rock giant bear's head. Swish! A dazzling flame erupted, and with a fierce downward strike, flame exaltation pierced through the bear. Boom! The rock giant bear, whose health bar had barely budged earlier, saw its entire health vanish in an instant. Its massive body collapsed backward, crashing heavily onto the skeleton warriors behind it. Ding! You have slain the rock giant bear, dark gold tier boss, gaining 6.4 million experience points. Ding! The rock giant bear, dark gold tier boss, has been slain. As the first professional to attack the boss, you have earned 1.6 million bonus experience points. Both Su Liang and the girl received the notifications simultaneously. One-shot kill? That fast? That powerful? So impressive. The girl's small mouth hung open in shock. My name is Lin Yue. Thank you, sir, she murmured softly, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She shyly lowered her head, speaking so quietly that Su Liang almost couldn't hear her. Su Liang, Su as in plain, Liang as in kindness. Su Liang casually introduced himself while glancing at the loot scattered on the ground. Tilting his head, he asked, want to pick something? After all, you were the one who found the boss. Lin Yue frantically waved her hands in refusal. Initially, the boss had attacked her, forcing her to expend a significant number of skeletons just to stay alive. Su Liang's swift kill had saved her a lot of time and mana. According to Origin's rules, in cases where no party was formed, the first professional to attack a boss would receive 20% of the experience points. She was already more than satisfied with the experience she'd gained and wouldn't dare ask for any of the boss's loot. Lowering her head even further, she softly declined, and no, I don't need anything. I'm already very grateful just for the experience. Hearing this, Su Liang didn't hold back and swept up all the loot. Among the items, there was one that piqued his interest. Ding! You have obtained gold coins x 99.99. Ding! You have obtained material, rock giant bear's fur x10. Ding! You have obtained material, claws of the rock bear x2. Ding! You have obtained equipment, rock staff x1. Ding! You have obtained equipment, heart of the rock x1. The loot from the wild boss was indeed bountiful, with materials and equipment flooding the notification list in a dazzling display. Su Liang quickly opened his inventory to check. Inside, quietly lay a necklace embedded with rugged stone. Heart of the rock, dark gold, level 35. Attributes: strength plus 233, constitution plus 260, HP plus 10%. Skill: Earth's revival. Requirement: constitution above 400 points. Earth's revival, standing on the ground, absorb the Earth's energy to instantly restore 50% HP, increase defense by 50%, and subsequently recover 5% HP per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 1 minute. While the attributes weren't particularly overwhelming, the skill made up for it. The combination of healing and defense boosting was quite decent. Things dropped by wild bosses are always worth it. Su Liang grinned with satisfaction. He swiftly equipped the new item. With this, his accessory slots were finally complete. When the time came to upgrade, he could use Master Thief to permanently retain the item's skill. Alright, I'm off. See you later. With a carefree wave, Su Liang turned and leapt onto the back of the amethyst thunderflame dragon. Oh, goodbye. Lin Yue stammered, caught off guard and fumbling for a response. Am I really that intimidating? Su Liang rubbed his nose in slight exasperation as the dragon soared into the sky. The girl seemed incredibly nervous, her voice trembling ever so slightly. It was hard to believe she was a necromancer capable of commanding the dead. Back in the city, Su Liang dismissed the amethyst thunderflame dragon and headed straight for the Assassin's Guild to take on his third advancement quest. The moment he stepped into the guild, the crowd's attention fixed on him. His new equipment radiated an imposing aura. Mr. Su Liang, you're here. Shenyu approached him with starry eyes, her long legs striding confidently as she smiled radiantly. Su Liang wasted no time and interrupted directly, I'm here for the third advancement quest. Ha! Shenyu gasped, visibly stunned. Hadn't it been just a short while since he completed his second advancement? And now he was already level 40? His leveling speed was nothing short of terrifying. Right this way, please. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Shenyu tried to suppress her astonishment, though the faint rise and fall of her chest betrayed her emotions. Ding! Detected that the player has reached level 40. Meeting the requirements for the third advancement. Please select the star difficulty of the quest. Su Liang touched the statue, and a familiar prompt appeared. 5 stars. Without hesitation, Su Liang made his choice. Ding! You have successfully accepted the third advancement quest. Third advancement quest, Twilight of the Gods, Duel with the Slayer. Quest difficulty, 5 stars. Quest description: the ancient Colosseum lies buried under heavy snow, where the last remaining Slayer, the Shadow Mantis, slumbers. Having evolved through relentless slaughter, it possesses unparalleled combat skills. Defeat it. Time limit, 7 days. Note: advancement quests must be completed solo and cannot be undertaken in teams. 7 days. Glancing at the coordinates, Su Liang noted that the location was deep within the 10,000 snow mountains. The quest site was a considerable distance from Jiang City. Su Liang furrowed his brows slightly, pondering for a moment. The college entrance exams were in 6 days. However, with the speed of the amethyst thunderflame dragon and his efficiency at taking down bosses, he should be able to make it back in time. Federal Trade Association. Given the long journey to the 10,000 snow mountains, Su Liang decided to stock up on supplies here. Su Liang. A sweet, familiar voice reached his ears just as he stepped through the door. Looking up, he saw a familiar figure approaching. It was Qin Xiaoyu, youthful and vibrant. She wore dazzling golden heavy armor, her high ponytail swaying as she moved. Her delicate, lively face exuded both charm and confidence. Wait, I thought you were an assassin. Qin Xiaoyu tilted her head in slight surprise, her gaze landing on Su Liang's new gear, her face full of curiosity. Well, it's a long story. I'll explain later. Su Liang gave an awkward smile, quickly changing the subject. By the way, what are you here to buy? Obviously, things that'll let me crush you during the exams. Epic materials and a dark gold boss pet egg. Hee hee, scared yet? This lady plans to leave you in the dust. Qin Xiaoyu proudly pointed to the epic materials section in the distance, lifting her snow-white chin with unabashed smugness. TSK, what a spendthrift, Su Liang muttered under his breath, unable to hold back his amazement. Clearly, this girl was way too fixated on surpassing him. Epic materials and equipment forging were outrageously expensive. Using them at this stage just to get by. What a luxury. And yet, Su Liang seemed to have conveniently forgotten that he had just forged a legendary weapon as a transitional piece. You're the spendthrift here. Besides, I'm not spending your money, Qin Xiaoyu huffed indignantly. Qin Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes fiercely glared at Su Liang, her lips pouting. And besides, I'll earn this money back double and repay my dad in full one day. But when Su Liang turned his head and saw the pile of materials and the pet egg Qin Xiaoyu had just purchased, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It wasn't his money she was spending. On the contrary, the money she spent ended up right back in his pocket. That's right. The epic materials Qin Xiaoyu had bought were the very same items he had entrusted Wen Mengqing to sell. And the so-called dark gold boss pet egg she was talking about? It was none other than the Hellhound pet egg. However, this Hellhound, with its talent for wielding 3 heads, had explosive offensive capabilities, making it quite a suitable pet for Qin Xiaoyu's paladin class. Brother Su Liang. Suddenly, a charming voice rang out. When Mengqing walked over gracefully, wearing a tight-fitting purple cheongsam that accentuated her curves, her steps as elegant as a cat's. In an instant, everyone in the hall couldn't help but shift their gaze toward her. Sister Mengqing, Su Liang greeted naturally. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu sneaked a glance at Wen Mengqing, her little mouth subconsciously pouting slightly as she muttered to herself, when did they get to know each other? Why do they seem so close? We've sold another batch of epic materials, and the Hellhound pet egg has also been sold. I'll transfer the funds to your account shortly, Wen Mengqing said with a soft smile as she approached Su Liang. I know. A mischievous grin appeared on Su Liang's face as he turned to Qin Xiaoyu. Miss Qin is here too. Some of the items were bought by Miss Qin herself. You two know each other? Wen Mengqing asked, recognizing Qin Xiaoyu despite not having finalized the sale herself. After all, Qin Xiaoyu was the daughter of Jiang City's richest man, someone impossible to overlook. We're classmates, Su Liang replied with a grin. Listening to their conversation, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly exclaimed, the epic materials and pet egg were sold by you? The next instant, her pretty face flushed bright red. Recalling her earlier boasting and grand declarations, Qin Xiaoyu wished she could find a hole to crawl into. How embarrassing. Do you have more items to sell? There's still a mountain of the last batch left, Wen Mengqing asked again, her curious eyes sparkling as her voice carried a teasing lilt. Every time Su Liang came to her, he always surprised her. Her question made Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widen even further. No, this time I'm just here to buy some long-distance travel gear and anti-cold potions, Su Liang replied, shaking his head with a smile. But who knows, I might bring back something interesting when I return. This unintentional showing off left him quite satisfied. Are you heading to the snow mountains? I'll have someone prepare the supplies for you, Wen Mengqing said, immediately calling over a staff member and giving some instructions before asking with a hint of curiosity, is it for a class transfer quest? Yeah, Su Liang nodded. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Liangzi, you're falling behind. I completed my second class transfer 2 days ago, Qin Xiaoyu suddenly boasted, puffing out her chest with pride. She looked delighted to finally have something to surpass him in. Su Liang chuckled inwardly but said nothing. He couldn't wait to see her reaction during the college entrance exams when she found out he had already completed his 3rd class transfer. It would definitely be priceless. Wen Mengqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a hint of doubt but didn't press further as Su Liang remained silent. In just a few moments, the staff member returned, carrying a large bag. Everything Su Liang needed, and even things he didn't need, was prepared. The bag was packed with top-quality items, all crafted from premium materials. Even the anti-cold potions were of the finest quality. How much for all of this? Su Liang asked. What are you talking about money for? Consider it my gift to you, Wen Mengqing replied with a smile. Thank you, Sister Mengqing. It's a long journey, so I'll take my leave now, Su Liang said, nodding politely. Alright, take care of yourself and stay safe. After exchanging a few words, Su Liang stored everything into his spatial backpack and left without a second thought. Hey, aren't those supposed to be my lines? And he didn't even say goodbye to me before leaving. Qin Xiaoyu pouted so hard her lips looked like they could reach the sky. What's this? Jealous? Afraid your sister will steal your man? Wen Mengqing teased with a light laugh, covering her mouth. Of course not. I don't even like him. We're rivals. Qin Xiaoyu retorted, puffing out her cheeks, her pretty face tinged with a faint blush. She turned her head away in a huff. I'll definitely surpass him. The moon hung high in the sky, surrounded by a sea of stars. Su Liang did not return to the villa to rest. Instead, he left the city overnight, riding his amethyst thunderflame dragon straight toward the 100,000 snowy mountains. set off for the 100,000 snowy mountains. The amethyst thunderflame dragon streaked across the sky like a shooting star, its speed so terrifyingly fast it could make one's heart tremble. Meanwhile, Su Liang lay on its back, taking a short nap. The speed of the dragon, affectionately called Little Purple, was so overwhelming that it didn't even bother with the monsters along the way. They flew through the night, and it wasn't until dawn the following day that they crossed the icy plains and arrived at the entrance to the 100,000 snowy mountains. This was a vast new world, magnified 100-fold compared to the previous realm. The 100,000 snowy mountains were perpetually covered in snow, year-round. Standing at the edge of the mountains, the bone-chilling winds quickly cleared Su Liang's mind. Finally here, the moment he stepped into the snowy mountain range. Ding! Player has been frostbitten by the fierce snowstorm. Your health decreases by 10 points per second. Movement speed reduced by 50%. Attack speed reduced by 50%. A negative status effect lasting 60 seconds immediately appeared in Su Liang's status bar. And yet, the duration of this effect refreshed every second. As long as one remained in the 100,000 snowy mountains, the debuff would persist indefinitely. Unlike the lava valley, where only movement and attack speed were reduced, a situation Su Liang could handle with healing, the dual slow effects of the snowy mountains required the use of specialized anti-cold potions to counteract. Supreme Anti-Cold Potion. Quality, Dark Gold. Effect, after use, resists the endless cold, ignoring any snowstorm invasions. Lasts for 24 hours. Ding! You have consumed the Supreme Anti-Cold Potion. A surge of warmth washed over Su Liang, instantly banishing the biting cold. As for the amethyst thunderflame dragon, Little Purple, it required no potion at all. As a creature that commanded violet flames, it was naturally impervious to cold. Moreover, with the dragon's bloodline granting a 50% innate resistance to elemental effects, it could ignore even harsher snowstorms. After taking the potion, Su Liang surveyed his surroundings. The environment of the 100,000 snowy mountains was far more brutal than the lava valley dungeon. Whoosh! Endless snowstorms raged, reducing visibility to nearly zero. Massive snowdrifts reached heights taller than several people combined. In these conditions, the snowy mountains were extremely perilous. You could never know when a monster might burst out from the snow. For this reason, the 100,000 snowy mountains were rarely tread by others. However, to Su Liang, who possessed the eye of true sight, nothing in the snowstorm or beneath the snow could hide from him. In the next instant, his gaze fell upon a pile of snow. Sure enough, roar! A massive creature, 10 meters in length, with pure white fur and limbs adorned with crystalline ice spikes, suddenly erupted from the snow. Its enormous saber-like fangs gleamed as it roared and lunged toward the airborne amethyst thunderflame dragon. As it leaped into the air, a pair of enormous crystalline wings unfurled from its back. The saber-toothed tiger soared toward them. Monster, Snowwing Saber Tiger. Rank, Dark Gold Boss. Level, LV 80. Health, 10,800,000. Attributes, Strength 9999, Constitution 10800, Agility 9800, Spirit 3000. Skills, Blizzard, Piercing Frost, Frostfang Bite, Shatter Snow Roar, Extreme Cold Beam. Description, evolved with crystalline ice spikes on its limbs and icy wings on its back, the saber-toothed snow-winged tiger is a fearsome hunter of the 100,000 snowy mountains. As expected of the 100,000 snowy mountains, immediately upon entering, Su Liang encountered an LV-80 Dark Gold boss at the peak of the 4th tier, just one step away from the 5th tier. No wonder it dared to attack him and the amethyst thunderflame dragon. Little Purple, show me your strength, Su Liang said calmly. Roar! The amethyst thunderflame dragon let out an unyielding dragon roar. Amethyst dragon flame. Whoosh! A torrent of violet dragonfire surged forth, sharp crystalline fragments embedded within the flames. But the snow-winged saber tiger flapped its crystalline wings, its body twisting midair to cleverly evade the attack. It landed gracefully atop a massive tree. Extreme Cold Beam. Snow elements gathered in the tiger's maw, forming a dazzling white light. The amethyst thunderflame dragon's eyes flashed with disdain. Amethyst Thunder Beam. Crackle! Violent thunder and scorching violet flames converged at the dragon's maw. Boom! Boom! The icy beam, as thick as a barrel, shot forth from the snow-winged saber tiger's mouth, glowing with a chilling blue light. At the same time, the amethyst thunderflame dragon unleashed its own massive amethyst beam, a terrifying energy blast that seemed capable of piercing through anything. The two beams collided violently, causing snow and wind to erupt wildly around them. The chaotic scene made it impossible to discern the outcome of the clash. But as the swirling snow settled, as the saying goes, the left side always loses in a beam struggle. However, this time, the situation was clear. The two skills were not on the same level. The Thunder Beam. Its speed was as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it directly struck the snow-winged saber tiger, leaving it paralyzed. As for the icy beam it had shot out, the amethyst thunderflame dragon had easily dodged it with agility to spare. All right. On the dragon's back, Su Liang nodded in satisfaction. But unfortunately, the amethyst thunderflame dragon excelled in large-scale area attacks but lacked single-target burst skills. Against the snow-winged sword tiger, due to the level gap, its damage was insufficient and only managed to chip away a portion of its health. It's great for clearing mobs, but when it comes to bosses, I have to handle it myself. Stretching lazily, Su Liang gripped the blazing flame of joy in his hand, his figure flashing forward like a streak of lightning. Blink thrust. Blink thrust. 2 consecutive blink thrusts instantly covered a distance of 200 yards, bringing him right in front of the paralyzed snow-winged sword tiger. Instant strike. Throat cutter. Godslayer combo. In an instant, 3 single-target burst skills were unleashed in rapid succession. Slash. 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 Countless fiery sword shadows rained down like a storm, their violet onslaught enveloping the snow-winged sword tiger. With the blazing flame of joy equipped, Su Liang's attack power and attack speed reached astonishing levels. Though the snow-winged sword tiger possessed strong defenses, the Godslayer power ignored all protection, delivering true damage with every strike. Plus, the passive skill gift of liberation. Thud, thud, thud. The blade repeatedly pierced into the snow-winged sword tiger's body. An 80-level dark gold boss, boasting a health pool of 10.8 million, gone in the blink of an eye. At that moment, the snow-winged sword tiger had just recovered from its paralysis, yet it hadn't even lasted a full second. A clean, decisive kill. Ding! You have slain the snow-winged sword tiger, dark gold boss, earning 38 million experience points. Ding! Your pet amethyst thunderflame dragon has leveled up to level 40. A golden light descended upon the amethyst thunderflame dragon, marking its advancement to level 40. Roar! The dragon let out an excited bellow, radiating an overwhelming draconic aura that swept across the surroundings. Even the raging snowstorm momentarily paused under its might. Its massive frame swelled once again, becoming even more fierce and imposing, now resembling its level 118 mother. Its dragon teeth and claws grew tougher and sharper, capable of tearing through anything. Ding! Your pet amethyst thunderflame dragon has learned the skill Amethyst Thunderstrike. Ding! Your pet amethyst thunderflame dragon has learned the skill Amethyst Infinite Thunderfield. Ding! Your pet amethyst thunderflame dragon has learned the skill Dragon Wave. Ding! Your pet amethyst thunderflame dragon has learned the skill World-Destroying Thunderflame. Su Liang's eyes narrowed sharply as the last skill caught his attention, causing him to draw in a cold breath. World-Destroying Thunderflame, an endless rain of amethyst flames and lightning descends like meteors, covering all enemies within a 28,888-yard radius. Deals 888% damage per second for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 6 hours. Mana cost, 99,999 MP. A dragon is truly a dragon. Su Liang couldn't help but feel envious. At just level 40, it had already acquired World-Destroying Thunderflame, which surpassed the pseudo-forbidden spell Doomsday Volcano. Of course, the skill's cooldown time was also considerably longer. 10 hours later, Su Liang rode the Amethyst Thunderflame dragon through the blizzard, arriving at the central region of the 10,000 Snow Mountains. Let's take a break. He patted the dragon's head gently, spit some fire on the ground. Including the flight from the previous night, the Amethyst Thunderflame dragon had been flying for 18 hours straight. Roar! With a powerful dragon's breath, the beast instantly melted several meters of accumulated snow on the ground, creating a clear landing area. Su Liang tossed out a scroll, summoning a barrier that blocked the relentless snowstorm over an area dozens of meters wide. Amid the crackling sounds, a luxurious tent appeared on the ground, along with a pile of elven firewood, pots, pans, various seasonings, and, of course, the meat of the dark gold boss snow-winged sword tiger, paired with premium-grade vegetables. Roar! The Amethyst Thunderflame dragon, now in its smaller form, spewed a burst of amethyst flames, igniting the elven firewood and illuminating the area like daytime. Sizzle! As the snow-winged sword tiger meat roasted over the fire, its tantalizing aroma quickly permeated the air. Good work today. Su Liang smiled, placing all the cooked meat in front of the now-drooling Amethyst Thunderflame dragon. As a bonus, he also pulled out a large bag of snacks and a bottle of soda. Arg woo! The little greedy dragon let out an excited cry. Happily clutching its feast, Su Liang retreated into his pet space and began enjoying his meal in comfort. A faint smile played on his lips. Hot pot, barbecue, and a bottle of strong liquor to warm himself, he relished this rare moment of tranquility. Before long, the enticing aroma spread far and wide. Interesting! A cool, ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his ears. In the next instant, a young woman appearing 3 or 4 years older than Su Liang descended from the sky, landing gracefully within the storm-shielding barrier. She stood tall, about 175 centimeters in height, her long hair cascading down her shoulders in a pinkish-white hue, ethereal like a celestial maiden. Her nose was elegantly high, her lips a vivid red, and even the sunglasses couldn't conceal the breathtaking beauty of her face. A tight black leather suit clung to her figure, accentuating her voluptuous curves, gleaming under the firelight with a dazzling smoothness. Her long, slender, and shapely legs were clad in black stockings, accompanied by tall black boots, exuding both elegance and boldness. In one hand, she held a half-length blade, while a shorter white blade hung at her waist. What incredible speed! Su Liang's pupils contracted sharply, his thoughts no longer lingering on the girl's beauty. This leather-clad girl's speed was even faster than Zhang He at his sixth awakening. From the moment he spotted her with his true sight to the instant she stepped into the barrier, it all happened in a fleeting moment. Name, Zhao Anren. Level, LV 141. Class, Shadow of the Eternal Night. Strength, 721,065. Constitution, 531,062. Agility, 881,060. Spirit, 315,038. Innate talent, Sword Emperor, SS rank. Skills, Dusk Slash, Blade Shadow Dash, Twilight Edge, Night's Killing Intent, Soul Shattering Shadow Strike. Sword Emperor, a born Emperor of the Blade. When wielding a sword, all attributes increase by 200%. What kind of monster is this? Su Liang stared at the stats displayed on the panel, utterly shocked. These attributes, they were terrifying. His own strength, constitution, and agility had only just surpassed 100,000 points. Yet Zhao Anren boasted 720,000 in strength and 880,000 in agility. Her stats were comparable to an 8th-tier boss. With the legendary class's passive 200% attribute boost and the SS rank talent, Su Liang was certain that Zhao Anren was equipped with no fewer than 4 legendary grade items. Moreover, from her second awakening to 8th awakening, she must have completed 4-star difficulty class change quests. What surprised Su Liang the most was, Zhao Anren seemed somewhat similar to himself. Her class, Shadow of the Eternal Night, was clearly warrior-based, yet she wore light armor, and her highest attribute was actually agility. Miss, care to sit down and join me for some food? Su Liang casually closed the stat panel and asked with a smile, offering her a skewer of roasted snow-winged saber tiger meat. You're not afraid of me? Zhao Anren accepted the skewer, a flicker of surprise in her eyes, as if taken aback by Su Liang's easygoing nature. In the wilds, one had to guard against not only monsters but also other people. Yet Su Liang remained completely unruffled. With your speed and my mere second-tier status, if you wanted to kill me, I wouldn't stand a chance to resist. Su Liang shrugged nonchalantly, his tone as relaxed as ever. Of course, he had already made mental calculations. With the Godslayer's skill Divine Concealment keeping him undetectable, he didn't believe Zhao Anren could see through it. If she unleashed an area of effect attack, he had an emergency teleport scroll from Jiangyi that could transport him 100 kilometers away in an instant. With his current attributes, he could withstand a few of Zhao Anren's attacks. Even if she truly attacked, he could either go invisible or crush the teleport scroll to escape. A second-tier adventurer, daring to venture into the 10,000 snowy peaks and even having a barbecue here. Aren't you worried the aroma of the food will attract monsters? Zhao Anren's tone was calm as her gaze swept over Su Liang. I'm here for my third-tier advancement quest. As for attracting monsters, well, I was too tempted by hunger to think about it. Su Liang chuckled. With his S-rank talent True Sight, he had no fear of being ambushed by monsters. In this part of the 10,000 snowy peaks, the strongest monsters were at most 6th tier. If any were drawn here, they would just become extra dishes or experience points. And if he couldn't handle them, he would run, fearless. The flavor's not bad. Zhao Anren took a bite of the roasted meat, her eyebrows raising slightly as her eyes glimmered. Just average, really. Amateur level, top 3 at best, Su Liang replied modestly, seemingly reluctant to boast. As an orphan, Su Liang had learned to cook from a young age. While not on par with professional chefs, his skills far surpassed those of most people. The corner of Zhao Anren's mouth twitched, clearly not expecting such a response from Su Liang. The two fell into a brief silence. Su Liang had brought plenty of ingredients. After the two had eaten their fill, thanks for the meal. Here, take this for self-defense, it's my payment for the food. Zhao Anren casually tossed Su Liang a ring before turning and walking away with an air of nonchalance. Su Liang caught it quickly. Ring of Time, Dark Gold. Level, no level restriction. Attributes, Agility plus 300, Spirit plus 300, Agility plus 10%. Skill, Time Rewind. Time Rewind, when the wearer sustains fatal damage, time rewinds, restoring 50% of HP and MP cooldown, 12 hours. What a formidable expert of the 8th tier. With just a casual move, she produces a non-tiered dark gold accessory. Its attributes already surpass those of level 40 dark gold equipment, and it comes with an exceptional life-saving skill. Su Liang decisively replaced his shadow ring with it. Thanks. By the way, what's your plan now, miss? Su Liang asked tentatively, calculating in his heart whether he could freeload a bit more, perhaps even convince this 8th tier powerhouse to act as his bodyguard. In simpler terms, cling to a big shot. Going to slay a dragon. A cold yet melodious voice echoed in the air as Zhao Anren strode away with flair, leaving behind only the mesmerizing sight of her smooth and graceful back, sparking endless imagination in Su Liang's mind. Someone's going to slay a dragon? In the pet space, the body of the amethyst thunderflame dragon trembled slightly, as though sensing something terrifying. So scary. Baby's scared. Frightened, the amethyst thunderflame dragon hurriedly munched on a potato chip to calm its nerves. Slay a dragon? Su Liang's face was stunned. He had not expected the young woman's purpose for coming to the 10,000 Snow Mountains was to slay a dragon. And the dragons here were definitely not wyverns. A mere wyvern's loot would not be worth her time. Which meant, her target was a legendary dragon. Zhao Anren knew there was a legendary dragon in the 10,000 Snow Mountains? A bold idea suddenly sparked in Su Liang's mind. Follow her. Steal from the dragon. With this thought, Su Liang couldn't afford any rest. He quickly packed up his things. Shadow Veil. With a sly grin, Su Liang activated Shadow Veil, entering a stealth mode as he silently followed Zhao Anren's trail. Tail her. Amidst the snowstorm, Zhao Anren, with her black wings unfurled, flew ahead gracefully, while a shadow moved stealthily behind her, keeping pace. Although Zhao Anren wasn't traveling at full speed, her agility stat was incredibly high. Su Liang, in order to avoid being detected, couldn't summon his amethyst thunderflame dragon while in Shadow Veil mode, so he had to push his sky wings to their limit to keep up. Half an hour passed. Just as Su Liang's sky wings were about to run out of energy, Zhao Anren suddenly stopped, changed direction, and flew toward a steep, snow-covered cliff. Could it be? We've arrived? Su Liang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly followed Zhao Anren's movements. On the sheer snowy cliffside, he discovered a massive frost-covered cave, with an entrance at least 400 or 500 meters wide. The ground and cliff walls bore the unmistakable marks of dragon claws. It was obvious. This was a dragon's lair. Zhao Anren's lips curled into a faint smile as she flew inside. So, this is the place, Su Liang thought to himself. Now that he had found the location, he wasn't in a rush to follow her in. Instead, he decided to scavenge for some benefits first. Entering the dragon's lair cautiously, Su Liang found the enormous cavern lined with ice crystals on all sides. Encased within the ice crystals were the corpses of countless monsters. It seemed these were the dragon's food reserves. Searching the area around the entrance, Su Liang soon discovered a patch of frost-covered blue herbs behind a massive ice crystal. There were at least 1,000 stalks. Jackpot. At that moment, Su Liang's eyes gleamed with excitement. Frost Dragon's Breath Herb. Quality, epic. Effect, a frost herb infused with the breath of an ice dragon over decades. Consuming it can cure negative frost-related debuffs, permanently. Increase 10 free attribute points and 10% frost elemental resistance, and can also be used to craft various potions. Limit 2 per person. Epic tier Dragon's Breath Herb. There really was a legendary dragon here. I'm gonna strike it rich. Su Liang's face lit up with joy, his grin stretching from ear to ear. With Zhao Anren, the 8th tier powerhouse, engaging the dragon up ahead, Su Liang felt completely at ease and began gathering the herbs. Ding! You've obtained material, Frost Dragon's Breath Herb X1. Ding! You have acquired material, Frost Dragon Breath Grass X1. Ding! You have acquired material, Frost Dragon Breath Grass X1. These thousands of plants are all epic tier herbs. They can permanently increase attributes and elemental resistance, their effects even surpassing some legendary herbs. Occasionally, one might even dig up the legendary Frost Dragon Breath Grass. It grants a permanent plus 30 to attributes and plus 15% ice elemental resistance. When crafted into potions, its effects are even more potent. However, consuming it directly does not conflict with using potions. Without hesitation, Su Liang swallowed 2 legendary quality Frost Dragon Breath Grasses. Ding! You have consumed Frost Dragon Breath Grass, legendary, gaining plus 30 free attribute points and plus 15% ice elemental resistance. Ding! You have consumed Frost Dragon Breath Grass, legendary, gaining plus 30 free attribute points and plus 15% ice elemental resistance. 60 free attribute points were now in his hands. He decisively allocated all of them to agility. With the stacking effects of his class specialization, second-class advancement bonuses, and equipment attributes, his agility skyrocketed by over 1,000 points in an instant. His ice elemental resistance also rose to 30%. From now on, while traversing the 10,000 snow mountains, he wouldn't need to rely on potions anymore. The damage he sustained would also be significantly reduced. After harvesting all the Frost Dragon Breath Grass, Su Liang activated stealth again and ventured deeper into the area. Boom! 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 The deafening sound of fierce battle echoed ahead. Following the noise, Su Liang arrived at the true lair of the dragon. Around the lair, greed-driven dragons circled, their most beloved treasures gleaming brightly. Gold coins, jewels, gemstones, crystals, piled into mountain-like heaps. However, though they appeared valuable, many of these treasures were far less precious than the relics and secret treasures he had looted from the kingdom's ruins. At the very heart of the dragon's lair, bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. A slender figure wielding a half-length greatsword was fiercely battling an enormous, menacing frost dragon with a wingspan of over 200 meters. Joanren. Monster, Frost Dragon. Rank, Legendary Boss. Level, LV 148. HP, 746.36 million. Attributes, Strength 859,120, Constitution 746,368, Agility 684,800, Spirit 868,720. Innate abilities, Dragon's Bloodline, S tier, Frost Power, S tier. Skills, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Wave, Extreme Frost Domain, Frost Current, 1,000 Miles of Ice. Description: one of the overlords of the 10,000 snow mountains, a frost dragon capable of freezing everything in its path. Drops: Frost Dragon Heart, Frost Dragon Sword, Frost Dragon Cloak. Frost Power, S tier ice skill damage plus 200%, reduces incoming ice skill damage by 30%. A level 148 Frost Dragon, with attributes far surpassing Zhao Anren's, and an almost 8 billion HP pool. This was the terror of a boss template. Zhao Anren's class and innate ability bonuses couldn't match up. Su Liang estimated that he would need to reach his 4th class advancement before he could possess such terrifying attributes. Boom, boom, boom. The battle was extraordinarily intense. The frost dragon roared with pride, unleashing a terrifying frost dragon breath that surged like a biting cold wave. Zhao Anren's movements were as swift as lightning, gracefully dodging the incoming skills, making it nearly impossible to predict her path. With agile maneuvers, she alternated between her dual swords, her attacks sharp and unpredictable. Sword shadows layered upon one another, striking the frost dragon's enormous body without warning. Countless wounds appeared, and blood gushed out in torrents. Roar! The frost dragon let out an enraged roar, activating its extreme frost domain. An overwhelming and terrifying dragon's aura spread instantly, frost rapidly engulfing the entire lair, and the surrounding temperature plummeted by several degrees. Even Su Liang received a notification. Ding! The Frost Dragon, Legendary Boss, has activated Extreme Frost Domain. Ice skill damage output plus 50%, current movement speed plus 50%. Ding! You are affected by Extreme Frost Domain. Attack speed minus 30%, current movement speed minus 30%. Of course, with Su Liang's 30% ice elemental resistance, the actual impact on him was less than 30%. In the next moment, whoosh! The Frost Dragon's speed suddenly increased. Its massive, sky-obscuring wings flapped, stirring up a bone-chilling wind. Its frosty claws, carrying immense power, slammed down toward Zhao Anren. Boom! The powerful strike shattered the ice crystals, landing heavily on Zhao Anren, who had taken cover behind the frozen formations, dropping her HP significantly. Immediately following was another Frost Dragon Breath. Zhao Anren let out a fierce shout, her fiery figure twisting midair, narrowly evading the incoming breath of frost. Inside the domain, potions couldn't be used to dispel negative effects, but Zhao Anren's ice elemental resistance seemed exceptionally high, leaving her relatively unaffected. Phantom Soul Shatter Slash. Swish, 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 swish. Zhao Anren darted to the dragon's side, unleashing dozens of sword shadows. The sword energy exploded against the dragon's massive body. The frost dragon's enormous tail suddenly swept out, forcing Zhao Anren back and interrupting her follow-up attacks. Relying on the Frost Dragon boss's monstrous health pool, Zhao Anren knew that trading blows was a losing strategy. She understood clearly hit and retreat was the best course of action. Why does it feel like she's more of an assassin than me? Su Liang fell into deep thought. No, wait, I am the assassin here. Master Thief's Touch. Without hesitation, Su Liang activated his skill and made a sharp throw towards the Frost Dragon. To steal is the true essence of being an assassin. Ding! Congratulations, your talent Master Thief's Touch has successfully activated. You have stolen Absolute Frost Domain. What the hell? I even stole its domain skill. Su Liang was momentarily stunned. Inside the dragon's lair, the once expansive frost domain vanished in an instant. At the same time, his SS-tier talent Sovereignty above all triggered any unit considered hostile to the user would suffer a 20% reduction in all attributes. The frost dragon, which had been charging towards Zhao Anren, suddenly slowed down. Its speed was noticeably reduced. Roar! The frost dragon sensed something was wrong and let out an earth-shattering roar. Draconic Will. A brilliant blue light flared on its body. The skilled Draconic Will could remove all negative effects and control debuffs. However, this was where the power of the SS-tier talent Sovereignty above all shone. For any who opposed the Sovereign, all tiers and statuses would be ignored, nothing could be dispelled. Despicable human insect! What have you done to me? The frost dragon roared in fury, its golden-slit pupils locked onto Zhao Anren with unbridled rage. Zhao Anren wore a bewildered expression, she was just as clueless. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure. When did he get here? Neither she nor the frost dragon noticed his arrival. Clearly, this was all Su Liang's doing. Ahem, if I told you I was just passing by, would you believe me? Su Liang cleared his throat twice, feigning innocence as he casually glanced around. He hadn't expected using Master Thief's Touch would force him out of his stealth state. Zhao Anren was speechless. She wanted to ask what nonsense he was spouting. Who passes by and ends up in a cliffside cave? Ding! Zhao Anren has invited you to join her party. Su Liang was momentarily taken aback, puzzled. This dragon is stronger than I anticipated. I only have a 20 to 30% chance of taking it down on my own. How about we take it on together? We'll split the experience and loot evenly, Zhao Anren suggested while continuing her assault. Clearly, she had taken a liking to Su Liang's talent, not his handsome face. She wanted to team up for the shared benefits. No problem. Su Liang agreed readily. After all, taking down this dragon was a huge windfall. Ding! You have joined Zhao Anren's party. Ding! Party leader Zhao Anren has adjusted the party's experience and loot distribution. Changes cannot be made for the next 24 hours. After joining the party, Zhao Anren immediately set the distribution terms, putting Su Liang at ease. So, you really are in your second-class advancement. Interesting. Zhao Anren glanced at the party panel and raised an eyebrow slightly upon noticing his level. So, it was you despicable insect. The frost dragon sneered, its massive amethyst jaws opening wide as it dove down with ferocious intent, aiming to tear Su Liang apart. Shadow Step. Zhao Anren moved in a flash, appearing in front of Su Liang. Her blade met the beast's ferocious bite head-on. Stay back, Zhao Anren commanded coldly. Got it. Su Liang grinned, quickly vanishing again into stealth mode. Originally, the frost dragon had the upper hand thanks to its overwhelming health and attributes. But with its stats reduced, it was no longer a match for Zhao Anren. Under her relentless assault, Su Liang occasionally emerged from stealth to unleash a couple of ranged attacks, stealing skills before vanishing again, thoroughly frustrating the frost dragon. An hour later, the frost dragon finally fell. Rohar! It let out a heartbreaking wail, its life extinguished, and its eyes filled with unwillingness. Its massive body, which once blotted out the sun, plummeted from the sky. Boom! The entire dragon's lair trembled violently. Ding! Your party has slain the frost dragon, legendary boss. You have gained 1 billion experience points. Ding! Your level has reached the cap. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please proceed with your third-class advancement as soon as possible. The massive influx of experience caused Su Liang's experience pool to swell dramatically. He couldn't stop grinning. But unfortunately, because of the vast difference in level and rank between him and the frost dragon, the opportunistic swipe effect of Master Thief's Touch was significantly diminished. Despite his best efforts, he had only managed to steal 2 items. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have triggered the passive skill Sleight of Hand Pickpocket. Successfully stolen Diamond Starry Sky skill. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive skill Light Fingers of Master Thief and successfully stealing Frost Dragon Cloak Special Equipment. What a top-tier piece of equipment. It was truly dazzling. Diamond Star summons a star that glimmers like a diamond, formed from frozen crystals. It crashes down violently, dealing 999% attack damage to all enemies within a 9,999-yard radius and freezing them for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Mana cost, 9,999 MP. The other item was an ultra-rare, special piece of equipment, practically a priceless treasure. It didn't even occupy an equipment slot, its effects activated simply by wearing it. Frost Dragon Cloak, Legendary. Level 1. Attributes, all stats plus 100. Skills, Frost Clone, Blink Swap. Frost Clone, designate a location within 100 yards to create an untargetable elemental clone. The clone possesses the same talents, attacks, status effects, and buffs as the wearer. When the original casts a skill, the clone mirrors the action. Lasts for 10 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Blink Swap, during the clone's duration, the wearer can swap positions with the clone up to 10 times. Though the attribute bonuses of the special equipment weren't particularly high, its attached skills were nothing short of extraordinary. True double damage and double skill effects. What excited Su Liang the most was, the clone also inherited his special talents, doubling the chance of theft during attacks. Even more astonishing was, when Frost Clone combined with the active effect of Master Thief, it could potentially trigger the active skill twice. Meanwhile, Blink Swap allowed him to dodge enemy attacks with ease, toying with opponents effortlessly. Without hesitation, he equipped the cloak. At that moment, Zhao Anren had already begun looting the corpse. Ding! You've obtained gold X888. Ding! You've obtained materials, Frost Dragon's Fong X2. Ding! You've obtained materials, Crystalline Frost Dragon's Saliva X5. Ding! You've obtained materials. Ding! You've obtained materials, Essence of the Crystal Frost Dragon X5. Ding! You've obtained special material, Heart of the Frost Dragon X1. Ding! You've obtained equipment, Ring of Frost Dragon's Fury X1. The Frost Dragon had dropped more than a dozen expensive, legendary-grade materials, which the two split evenly. Su Liang also managed to secure the only unique material, the Heart of the Frost Dragon. This material could be fed to a common pet, granting a chance of mutating into a draconic species while increasing ice element resistance. If consumed by a draconic or subdraconic creature, it could enhance the purity of their dragon bloodline and even carry the possibility of atavism. He had also obtained a legendary ring with an extremely low drop rate. Meanwhile, Zhao Anren came away with 2 pieces of equipment, a chilling wind leather armor and a Frost Dragon's Lament greatsword. Su Liang was more than satisfied with his haul. While the value of the greatsword was indeed higher than a standard piece of equipment, it couldn't compare to the rarity of accessories. In his eyes, the combined worth of the Heart of the Frost Dragon and the legendary ring far surpassed anything else. Ring of Frost Dragon's Fury, Legendary. Level 140. Attributes: Spirit plus 4,888. Constitution plus 3,888. Agility plus 3,888. Damage output plus 50%. Movement speed plus 100%. Skills: Frost Dragon's Fury, Dragon Transformation. Requirements: none. Frost Dragon's Fury, pseudo-forbidden spell. Unleash the raging soul of the Frost Dragon. After 5 seconds, it breathes endless frost, attacking all targets within a 33,333-yard radius, dealing 6,666% spell damage and binding them in ice for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Dragon Transformation: the player transforms into a mighty frost dragon, gaining plus 1000% HP, 50% damage reduction, and transforming basic attacks into wide-area magic attacks. Grants access to powerful frost-based draconic spells. Lasts for 3 minutes. Cooldown, 12 hours. The ring's stats and skills were both exceptional. Although Dragon Transformation wasn't as offensively aggressive as the Ashen form of the Blade of Fire's Delight, it was incredibly useful in certain situations. The only drawback was the high-level requirement. Perhaps he could use Master Thief later to steal the attached skills for immediate use. So this is the reason you could act so fearlessly on the snowy mountain? Your stealth skill, even an 8th-tier player like me, not to mention the Frost Dragon, couldn't detect you. Zhao Anren walked over, raising an eyebrow. Her expression turned rather peculiar. A knight with stealth skills? And one so effective that even she hadn't noticed? It's alright, I guess, Su Liang replied with a casual smile, noticing that Zhao Anren no longer pressured him to hand over his loot. He then asked nonchalantly, by the way, how did you find this place? Don't tell me you've been following me invisibly this whole time? Zhao Anren scrutinized Su Liang carefully, a tinge of suspicion flickering in her eyes. This was a location on a cliff, buried in the snowstorms of the 10,000 peaks, a place as hidden as could be. I only found it because I happened to see the frost dragon hunting and returning to its lair while I was doing my 7th-tier quest, she explained. Besides, I'm not some creepy stalker, alright? Su Liang's expression stiffened for a moment, but he quickly straightened up and declared righteously, I am an assassin. My mission is to infiltrate the frost dragon's lair and steal its treasures. The mission coordinates are clearly defined. You're an assassin? Zhao Anren suddenly understood. She had initially thought Su Liang was a knight with stealth abilities. To her surprise, Su Liang was indeed an assassin dressed in knight's armor. It wasn't unusual for assassins to take on such tasks. Stealing treasures from a dragon's hoard was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. However, Zhao Anren still harbored some doubts about whether Su Liang might be a stalker with ulterior motives. "You're interesting, very interesting." A sly smile curved her lips. "You must be one of the newly awakened students today, right? If you can get into Tian Academy, come find me. My name is Zhao Anren." With that, she swept up half of the treasure in the dragon's lair. Then, tearing a white scroll in her hand, her tall, fiery figure gradually disappeared before Su Liang's eyes. Su Liang narrowed his eyes. Tian Academy? That was one of the top 3 academies in the Grand Xia Empire and undoubtedly the most powerful, with access to the best resources. It was precisely his target academy. But he wasn't sure whether Zhao Anren was a student or a teacher. Judging by her appearance and age, she seemed to be a student. Yet her strength, with her SS grade talent and legendary class, she had already reached the 8th tier. If she were a teacher, she'd undoubtedly be one of the strongest. No matter, it doesn't matter. A sly grin spread across Su Liang's face, his gaze sharp as a wolf's. He turned and began looting the frost dragon's hoard. To his surprise, when Zhao Anren said half each, she had meant the entire treasure trove of the dragon's lair. Although gold coins and jewels weren't particularly rare, there were plenty of crystal materials and gemstones that could be embedded into equipment and weapons. It took him over 2 hours of relentless scavenging before he finally stopped. Every inch of the lair, every shard of ice crystal, and not even a single thread was left untouched. Satisfied, he lay down within the dragon's lair and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, in the frost dragon's lair, "Xiaozi, come out." Su Liang raised his hand and summoned his amethyst thunderflame dragon, placing 2 items before it. Frost Dragon Heart, Special Material. Rarity, Legendary. Effect, the heart of a frost dragon. Consuming it increases the concentration of dragon bloodline. Frost Dragon Essence Blood. Rarity, Legendary. Effect, the essence blood of a frost dragon, extremely valuable. Consuming it increases health by plus 20% and frost resistance by plus 20%. Each person can consume it only once. Xiaozi cautiously poked its head out, scanning the surroundings to make sure Zhao Anren wasn't there. Roar! Without needing much coaxing, the amethyst thunderflame dragon let out an excited roar and immediately devoured the items upon realizing they could enhance its strength. Boom! A terrifying aura of dragons might burst forth. Although there were no visible advancements or size changes, Xiaozi's attributes across all 4 dimensions had significantly improved. Content with their gains, Su Liang left the dragon's lair. Riding on Xiaozi's back, he spent an entire day flying through the snowy mountains. Finally, he arrived. He had reached the coordinates for his class advancement mission. Using dragon breath to melt the snow, he uncovered the entrance to an ancient coliseum. This was a dungeon. Dungeon name, Ancient Coliseum. Dungeon difficulty? Level requirement, LV40. Player limit, 1. Dungeon description: within this ancient coliseum lies the last remaining slayer, the Shadow Mantis, a creature of extreme danger. This is a one-time special dungeon. If the Shadow Mantis is not defeated, it will break free from its dungeon constraints, descend upon Blue Star, and begin its hunt and evolution. A one-time special dungeon. No difficulty setting. Solo entry only. Su Liang was baffled. Yet another entirely unfamiliar entity. Just how powerful was this Shadow Mantis? Frowning, he took a step forward and entered the dungeon. After the world spun around him, Su Liang found himself in a new environment. Looking around, it resembled an ancient Roman Colosseum. The arena was vast, stretching tens of thousands of meters. It was completely empty. There were 9 iron cage-like entrances distributed around the arena. Meanwhile, the spectator stands were protected by shields strong enough to withstand even a 9th-tier legendary boss, making it impossible to climb onto them. Where are the monsters? Just as the question arose in Su Liang's mind, the sound of rushing wind came from behind him. A razor-sharp claw suddenly struck out. Damn it! No honor at all, attacking from the shadows right away. Death has come from afar. A raspy, low voice echoed ominously in his ears. Slash! Before the words even faded, scythe-like claws slashed across his fallen knight armor. Everything happened too fast, catching Su Liang completely off guard. In the blink of an eye, a portion of his health bar was wiped out by the boss's attack. God damn it! Su Liang cursed under his breath and quickly activated his stealth mode, his figure fading into the shadows. It was the first time he had been ambushed by a boss before even laying eyes on it. And that damage output, how could it be so ridiculously high? Su Liang turned his head sharply. As a top-tier predator, killer, and assassin, the Shadow Mantis possessed unparalleled combat skills, which meant the Shadow Mantis wasn't particularly large, just slightly taller than Su Liang, who stood at 1.8 meters. Compared to other bosses Su Liang had encountered, it seemed as insignificant as an ant. And yet, aside from the Frost Dragon, it was the most terrifying existence he had ever faced. Monster, Shadow Mantis Rogues. Grade, Legendary Boss. Level, LV 60. HP, 42.1 million. Attributes, Strength 58,050, Constitution 42,100, Agility 63,550, Spirit 23,110. Talent, Devour Evolution, SSS. Skills, Isolation, Killing Instinct, Shadow Thrust, Deathly Sides, Shadow/Combo. Description: once a weak mantis in a shadowy forest, it evolved through relentless killing and devouring, becoming the most feared predator in the gladiatorial arena. Devour Evolution, SSS gains attributes and evolves its body by devouring flesh. Its stats were downright terrifying, far surpassing the usual attributes of a level 60 boss. If the Shadow Mantis and the Frost Dragon were at the same level, its stats might even surpass those of the Frost Dragon. Su Liang continued scanning its details. An SSS-level talent. His eyes widened, and his breathing quickened. This was the first time he had encountered another being besides himself with an SSS-level talent. No wonder the Shadow Mantis's stats were so monstrous. Too bad for you, running into me means your bad luck's just begun. You're not getting out of here alive, Su Liang murmured with a cold gleam in his eyes. If it had encountered a weaker adventurer, they would have been dead long ago. Then, the Shadow Mantis would have broken free from the dungeon's constraints, no longer trapped in the gladiatorial arena. With that SSS-level talent, it could hunt and devour monsters and humans alike, evolving endlessly. Soon enough, it would grow into a 9-turn apex predator. It might even ascend to godhood and start hunting gods. But your talent, I'll be taking it out of here and making it shine, Su Liang muttered, his eyes glinting with greed. Devouring flesh didn't require eating it raw, it could be cooked and consumed. He was determined to take this SSS-level talent for himself. Berserk Aura, Vampiric Aura, Death Aura, Sovereign's Aura. Su Liang activated all 4 auras simultaneously. To be cautious, he refrained from using his ultimate skill, Unmatched. The Shadow Mantis's isolation skill doubled the damage of single-target attacks, making it especially dangerous in one-on-one combat. Once Unmatched's duration ended, if he were caught off guard, he could be reduced to critical health in an instant. Even though he had skills like Time Rewind and Resurrection, Su Liang wasn't inclined to take unnecessary risks. As for summoning the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, while it might neutralize the isolation skill, if the boss wasn't killed quickly, the dragon could also be in danger. And Su Liang still had his eyes set on the boss's talent and skills. He swiftly closed in on the Shadow Mantis. Godslayer Thrust Combo. Terrifying power surged into his blade as Su Liang emerged from stealth, launching a sudden and explosive attack. Boom! The sword ignited in blazing flames. In an instant, Su Liang unleashed 9 consecutive strikes. Slash! 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 9 crimson sprays of blood burst from the Shadow Mantis's body. Unfortunately, the damage multiplier triggered by the Blessing of Release wasn't high. He had only managed to chip away a tenth of its health. At the same time, the Vampiric Aura kicked in, restoring Su Liang's lost health. He raised his flaming sword, preparing to strike again. However, the Shadow Mantis reacted with astonishing speed. Its eyes gleamed red, and its wings buzzed furiously as it darted into the air, evading Su Liang's assault with ease. "I'll tear you to pieces," it screeched. Deathly Sides. The Shadow Mantis swung its massive side-like claws, slicing through the air with terrifying force before crashing down on the momentarily stunned Su Liang. The sudden blow snapped Su Liang out of his daze. His expression instantly turned grim. This was the first time a boss had evaded his attack after just a single skill, and all it took was a moment of distraction. What's more, this was despite his Death Aura reducing its movement speed and his Sovereign's Supremacy talent lowering its agility attribute. This skill is insane, Su Liang exclaimed, gritting his teeth. He wasn't referring to the deadly twin sides, but rather to the skill honed by the Shadow Mantis in the arena. Killer Instinct. A skilled killer can respond with the fastest reflexes and speed, executing the most perfect countermeasures. Incredibly difficult to deal with. Shadow Chain Slash. Full Force Strike. As the Shadow Mantis launched another attack, Su Liang gripped his greatsword tightly in his right hand and thrust it forward with ferocious power. Both unleashed their skills simultaneously. In the fraction of a second before their attacks collided, Su Liang and the Shadow Mantis instinctively twisted their bodies in unison, evading each other's blow and sidestepping to unleash their next moves. Shadow Slash. Throat-cutting blade. The Shadow Mantis's enormous side-like claws gleamed with a dark light as they swept across. At the same time, Su Liang's flaming greatsword traced an elegant arc through the air, aiming directly for the Shadow Mantis's throat. I'm still the better one. Su Liang's lips curled into a faint smirk. With the advantage of his superior agility stats, his throat-cutting blade struck first, interrupting the Shadow Mantis's skill. The suffocation effect of the skill left it paralyzed. Swish, 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 swish. A series of air-tearing sounds erupted. The Shadow Mantis could only watch helplessly as Su Liang's attacks rained down like a relentless storm. Slash! 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 The flames danced wildly, devouring the Shadow Mantis's body, as Su Liang's strikes turned into countless afterimages. In a mere 2 seconds, Su Liang had stabbed the Shadow Mantis over 20 times in rapid succession. And then, a pleasant chime echoed in Su Liang's ears. Ding! Congratulations, player, for triggering the passive effect of Nimble Fingers Opportunist. Stolen item obtained, Shadow Chain Slash, skill. Shadow Chain Slash, summon countless shadowy figures to deliver a rapid series of slashes at the enemy. The number of slashes scales with attack speed, up to a maximum of 24 hits, each dealing 50% attack damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Cost, 999 MP. The first skill was in his hands. A perfect match for his Nimble Fingers talent. A smile tugged at the corner of Su Liang's mouth. This was a good start. Many of the Shadow Mantis's skills were ones he could use. Your time is near. Taste the fear. As the 2 seconds elapsed, the Shadow Mantis rasped its sinister threat, toying with its prey like a seasoned hunter. In an instant, its figure vanished from Su Liang's sight, slipping into stealth mode. You got lucky with your first ambush. You think that'll work again? Su Liang sneered, completely unfazed. With his talent, True Sight, activated, the Shadow Mantis's movements became crystal clear in his vision. There was nowhere to hide. Meanwhile, the Shadow Mantis, cloaked in stealth, had no idea its position was already exposed. Taste the fear. It swiftly circled behind Su Liang, its side-like forelegs glowing with a menacing purple energy as it slashed downward, exuding an aura of terror. Su Liang's lips quirked upward ever so slightly. Bang! The ground shattered under the force of the claws, but Su Liang had already blinked to a safe distance. Blink thrust. Frost impact. To avoid depleting the Shadow Mantis's health too quickly, Su Liang refrained from using his ultimate instant stab, instead relying on the mobility of blink thrust to dodge its attack. With a swift turn, he slashed upward, his blade striking the Shadow Mantis's wings. The flaming edge of his sword glimmered with frost as it swept past. This strike drove into the ground with full force. Boom! A surge of frost erupted, spawning countless icy spikes that froze the Shadow Mantis in place. Without missing a beat, Su Liang's greatsword danced in the air like a storm. Each slash tore through the air, swift as lightning. However, the freeze duration hadn't even run its course when the Shadow Mantis broke free early. This wasn't because it had used an immunity skill to shrug off the control. Boss monsters possessed control resistance. The more they were subjected to control effects, the shorter the duration of subsequent controls. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Throat-Cutting Blade was a forcible effect. It ignored immunity and even bypassed a boss's control resistance. Shadow Chain Slash. Not giving the Shadow Mantis a chance to retaliate, Su Liang transformed into a shadowy figure, repeatedly slashing at its body. Soon enough, the Shadow Mantis's health had dropped to just 1/10 of its maximum. Divine Concealment. At the perfect moment, Su Liang entered stealth mode, exiting combat. What a joke! Without stealing its SSS grade talent, how could Su Liang possibly let it die? Moreover, he was deeply envious of that killer instinct. This was something he had to claim. Battle, fight, clash. As Su Liang grew more familiar with his damage output, he adeptly used his frost clone for double the theft attempts. Yet due to the extreme difficulty of stealing from a legendary boss, the man and the mantis fought from dawn till dusk, from sunrise to sunset. They had clashed an innumerable number of times. Hundreds? Thousands? He'd lost count. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Shadow Boots, Legendary. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Fierce Scythe, skill. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Mantis Molted Claws, material. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Sonic Blade, skill. And yet, Su Liang still couldn't steal the innate ability and instinct for slaughter. In this battle, Su Liang grew increasingly alarmed. As the fight against the Shadow Mantis dragged on, though its arsenal of skills dwindled, it didn't show the slightest hint of fear like other bosses might. From beginning to end, the Shadow Mantis remained eerily calm, sending chills down Su Liang's spine. Its ability to evade attacks became more refined, and worse. It wasn't learning skills passively through its level. It was comprehending new moves during the heat of battle. This thing absolutely cannot be allowed to escape. Su Liang thought to himself grimly. It wasn't just strong, the Shadow Mantis's combat techniques were evolving too quickly. Of course, Su Liang himself had gained a lot from the fight. His combat talent was exceptional, his title as the top student of his year was no exaggeration. No matter how powerful the private tutors Qin Xiaoyu hired, it was pointless. Because whenever Qin Xiaoyu improved, Su Liang would instantly master her skills just by observing. After an entire day of intense fighting, Su Liang's combat skills had skyrocketed. Initially, he had relied on his superior stats to dominate the Shadow Mantis. But now, he felt confident that if he went back to the day before, he could match the unupgraded Shadow Mantis in skill alone, without relying on his attributes. The next morning, the sun rose once more. Shadow/Barrage. With a single swing of his sword, Su Liang unleashed a flurry of strikes, mirrored perfectly by his frost clone. Slash! 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 In an instant, dozens of shadowy side strikes rained down upon the Shadow Mantis's body. Thanks to Su Liang's attack speed, he was able to trigger the maximum number of strikes from Shadow/Barrage. In a single moment, a torrent of 48 slashes descended like a downpour. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Innate Ability, Devour Evolution, SSS rank. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Instinct for Slaughter, skill. Ding! Congratulations to the player for triggering the passive skill Sleight of Hand from Master Thief. You have successfully stolen Isolated Prey, skill. What the? Holy! A triple jackpot. As 3 notifications flashed before his eyes, Su Liang's pupils dilated sharply, his heart pounding with excitement. An SSS rank innate ability and the skills he had been aiming for all in his hands now. Ha 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 ha. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh maniacally, tilting his head back as he pressed a hand to his forehead. At this moment, for the first time, fear appeared in the Shadow Mantis's eyes. Scree! The Shadow Mantis let out a piercing shriek, as if it had gone berserk. Its previously calm demeanor had shattered, replaced by panic and terror. After all, its 3 most prized trump cards had been stolen by Su Liang. In an instant, its will to continue fighting crumbled. Keek, don't be afraid of death. What matters most are your innate abilities and skills, they still exist, don't they? Su Liang laughed wildly, his eyes brimming with unbridled confidence. To him now, the Shadow Mantis was no longer of any value. Without hesitation, he moved to deliver the killing blow. Flash stab, throat slash. Under the Shadow Mantis's horrified gaze, Su Liang and his frost clone simultaneously drove their blades into its body. Boom! This time, without its instinct for slaughter, the Shadow Mantis failed to dodge. A devastating burst of power obliterated what was left of its health bar, sending the Shadow Mantis to its death with an expression of despair and terror. The third-class advancement quest complete. The mission timer came to an end. Ding! You have slain Shadow Mantis Rovers, legendary boss. You have gained 666 million experience points. Ding! Your level has reached the cap of 653. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please proceed with your third-class advancement as soon as possible. Phew! After a day and night of relentless fighting, Su Liang exhaled deeply, exhaustion washing over him. He casually looted the Shadow Mantis's corpse before sitting down on the spot to rest. Ding! You have obtained the following materials. Shadow Mantis Claws X2. Ding! You have obtained the following materials. Shadow Mantis Elytra X1. Ding! You have obtained the following treasure. Heart of Slaughter X1. Ding! You have obtained the following equipment. Slaughterer's Hard Shell Greaves X1. As expected, most of the good loot the Shadow Mantis could drop had already been stolen by Su Liang, including its legendary equipment and rare items. So, only 4 items dropped. Heart of Slaughter, Artifact. Quality? Effect, Slaughter fuels your growth. For every target you kill, gain 1 stack of Slaughter, increasing attack by 1%, attack speed by 1%, and movement speed by 1%. Maximum stacks, 999. Duration, 10 seconds. Killing a target refreshes the duration. Su Liang was ecstatic. He never imagined such a rare artifact would drop from the Shadow Mantis. A seemingly insignificant boost of 1% per stack? With his pseudo-forbidden spell, he could wipe out hundreds, if not thousands, of monsters in one go. This bonus was nothing to scoff at. With a maximum of 999 stacks, that meant a staggering 999% increase in attributes. It was practically a solo-enhanced version of an aura of slaughter. And the best part? Placing it into his inventory activated it automatically. Slaughterer's Hardened Leg Guards, Legendary, Level 60. Attributes: Constitution plus 3,333, Agility plus 3,333, Attack Speed plus 50%, Movement Speed plus 50%. Requirement: Constitution above 19,999. Set: Slaughterer. Slaughterer set bonuses. 2/4 equip 2 pieces to gain plus 20% critical strike rate and plus 20% critical damage. 4/4 equip all 4 pieces to gain plus 50% critical strike rate and plus 50% critical damage. Sets of this caliber were incredibly rare, let alone a legendary level set. And as for this Slaughterer set, Su Liang had already gathered the other 3 pieces during prior battles. Slaughterer's Hardened Gauntlets, Legendary. Slaughterer's Hardened Boots, Legendary. Slaughterer's Hardened Pauldrons, Legendary. While leather armor might have offered better crit bonuses, once Su Liang donned the Slaughterer set at level 60, his critical strike rate would still soar past 70%. Instance completion. Assassin's Beginner Trial Dungeon Completion Summary. Dungeon Rating, SSS. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned a reward, plus 50 free attribute points. Ding. Congratulations. You've earned a reward, 3 million gold coins. Ding. You are the first to achieve an SSS rating in the Ancient Colosseum. You've earned an additional reward, plus 1 accessory slot, an SSS rating in a one-time dungeon, and the bonus reward was an extra accessory slot. This meant he could equip 1 more rare item. The corners of Su Liang's lips curled upward. This additional slot was another boost to his stats. Opening his character panel, he saw the new accessory slot as expected. Without hesitation, he re-equipped the shadow ring he had previously set aside. Now, 3 rings adorned his fingers. Unfortunately, he hadn't reached the required level yet. Otherwise, the stat boosts from the Ring of Frost Dragon's Wrath would have given him an even greater surge in power. Outside the dungeon. Xiaozi, let's head back. Su Liang spoke. The creature before him, the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, had already flown to his side, needing no further guidance. Roar! The dragon let out a low growl before unfurling its massive, sky-shrouding wings. Whoosh! With a beat of its wings, the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon whipped up a tempest of wind, crackling with lightning and thunder. Together, it and Su Liang ascended into the sky, soaring toward Jiang City. 3 days later, early morning, Su Liang finally returned to Jiang City. Standing before the sacred statue of professions, he submitted his 3rd-tier advancement quest. Ding! Congratulations, practitioner! You have completed the 5-star difficulty quest, Twilight of the Gods, Confrontation with the Slaughterer. 3rd job advancement successful. With the descent of a golden pillar of light, an ocean of experience surged into Su Liang's body. Several streaks of white light symbolizing level-ups flashed over him. Ding! Congratulations, practitioner! You've gained a permanent 30% boost to all attributes. Ding! Congratulations, practitioner! You've learned the skill, Bloodthirsty Stab. Ding! Congratulations, practitioner! You've learned the skill, Annihilation Piercer. Ding! Congratulations, practitioner! You've learned the skill, Godslayer Chainstrike. Ding! Congratulations, practitioner! You've learned the skill, Oblivion Inferno Kill. Ding! Your level has risen to 56. All attributes plus 160, free attribute points plus 480. It had to be said, the higher the level, the harder it was to progress. The experience from 2 legendary tier bosses barely pushed Su Liang to level 56. One of them was as high as level 148, yet even with that, he only earned half the possible experience. The difficulty of leveling up was self-evident. As Su Liang grew stronger, so too did his pet. The Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon in his pet space had surged to level 55, just 1 level behind him. Exiting the Sacred Hall of Professions, Su Liang was greeted by Qingyu, who had been waiting outside. Her eyes sparkled as she gazed at him. Her long legs pressed together tightly, rubbing ever so slightly. Another 5-star difficulty advancement quest completed. Oh, by the way, Mr. Su Liang, Qingyu suddenly remembered something and asked curiously, don't you have to take the college entrance exams today? College entrance exams? Still basking in the joy of his 3rd-tier advancement, Su Liang's expression instantly froze. He had completely forgotten that he had spent an entire day stealing the boss's talents and skills. He thought the college entrance exam was tomorrow. But now, it was already past 8 a.m., with less than an hour before the exam began, and the exam location was Shujiang City. Xiaozi, let's go. To Shujiang City. Su Liang rushed to the entrance of the Assassin's Guild in a panic, not sparing a moment for further thought. Boom! Amid countless stunned gazes, the amethyst thunder flame dragon burst through the air. Roar! Hearing its master's command, the amethyst thunder flame dragon let out a deafening roar. Its massive wings, over 100 meters long, suddenly unfurled as it soared upward at full speed. Whoosh! With Su Liang on its back, it shot straight into the sky. Deathly silence. A deathly silence spread across the surroundings of the Assassin's Guild. For several seconds, no one uttered a sound, and no one caught sight of the dragon. Then, everyone finally snapped out of their shock. A dragon? A amethyst dragon. The dragon rider who had soared over Jiang City a few days ago was him. He has a dragon? Chen Yu, along with the staff of the Assassin's Guild, felt their hearts tremble violently, as though a tidal wave had crashed over them. Wasn't Su Liang someone who had just awakened not long ago? They had witnessed his progression from the second transition to the third transition with their own eyes. And yet, he had a dragon? Moreover, if they weren't mistaken, Su Liang was probably on his way to take the college entrance exam. He must have summoned the dragon because he didn't have time to spare. Riding a legendary dragon to take the college entrance exam? This was completely absurd. Shujiang City, on the outskirts. At the examination site capable of accommodating 5 million people. Today was the day of the college entrance exam. Inside the venue, nearly 1 million newly awakened professionals were already prepared, while more examinees were steadily streaming in. At the center of the venue, a tall observation platform had been erected, where nearly 100 powerful individuals sat. Among them were the 8th-tier governor of Nan Province, the mayors of various cities in the province, and other 6th-tier and 7th-tier professionals from Nan Province. They were there to observe the exam and to maintain order, ensuring no accidents occurred. Boom! Suddenly, a massive black eagle, tens of meters long, descended onto a designated landing platform for flying mounts. A black-winged eagle. Another dark gold mount. I wonder which young master or young miss it belongs to this time. Ah, I envy these second-generation elites. Their families send them flying mounts to collect them, while I'm stuck pedaling a bicycle to get here. Amidst the chatter, Xin Xiaoyu, accompanied by her ferocious and terrifying three-headed hellhound, leapt off the black-winged eagle. The appearance of a dark gold boss pet once again stirred a wave of exclamations. On the observation platform, however, the powerful individuals present didn't even blink. Dark gold mounts and pets might be rare, but they weren't anything special to them. After all, who among them didn't own a dark gold boss pet? Some even possessed epic tier pets. Xin Xiaoyu's already here. Why isn't A Liang here yet? Seeing that the exam was about to begin in just a few minutes, Zhang Yi, sitting on the observation platform, frowned and hastily sent a message to Su Liang. Among the crowd, Lin Yue, socially anxious, stood uneasily amidst the densely packed crowd. Xiao Yue, your only real competition is just a handful of people. Keep an eye on them. Believe in yourself, you can definitely become the champion of Nan Province. A kind-hearted female teacher stood in front of Lin Yue, encouraging her. She held a small stack of documents in her hand, which contained information she had painstakingly gathered on all the awakened professionals in Nan Province whose talents or professions might pose a threat to Lin Yue in this year's exam. Lin Yue's gaze fell on the stack of documents. Finally, she paused on one particular photograph. As she stared at it, she recalled the image of a figure descending from the heavens atop a dragon, a mischievous smirk on his face, slaying a dark gold boss with a single strike. Is he also an examinee? Su Liang? The girl's slightly parted lips revealed her astonishment. I can't do it. He's so strong, Lin Yue murmured, pointing at Su Liang's photo as she shook her head. You can't keep doubting yourself all the time, the teacher said earnestly. Yes, his S-tier talent and legendary profession are indeed impressive, but you also have SS-tier talent and an epic profession. Your gifts and profession are perfectly compatible, you're definitely stronger than him. But he's really, really strong, Lin Yue said softly, her tone resolute. Hearing her unusually firm words, the teacher grew curious. It was rare to see Lin Yue speak with such conviction. You've met him? Lin Yue was just about to reply. A dragon is coming. Suddenly, cries of alarm erupted, causing the entire examination site to descend into chaos. Even the powerful individuals on the observation platform turned their gazes skyward in unison. There, a majestic, noble, and awe-inspiring amethyst dragon, over 100 meters long, was rapidly approaching. At this moment, aside from the examinees from Jiang City who already knew the dragon had an owner and remained relatively calm, The rest of the examinees were utterly stunned. Even though the powerful individuals on the observation platform could intervene if necessary, if a fight were to break out, the aftermath of such a battle would undoubtedly affect everyone present. Don't make a move. This dragon has an owner. Zhang Yi shouted, hastily stopping the powerful figures who were poised to attack the amethyst dragon. He knew long ago that the dragon had a master. If they really attacked, it would not only anger the dragon's owner but could also drag the examinees into the chaos. A dragon with an owner. The group of powerful individuals all widened their eyes in disbelief, including the 8th-rank governor of the southern province. All their gazes turned to Zhang Yi. Old Zhang, are you serious about this? You know the dragon's owner? Could it be someone from Cloud City? No one doubted his words. Instead, they began to question him one after another. They recalled Zhang Yi's background, speculating that he might indeed be from Cloud City. He flew past Jiang City's skies, but I don't know him. I have no idea where he's from. Zhang Yi forced a wry smile. Before his words had completely settled, a voice came from the dragon's back. Don't attack. I'm a candidate from Jiang City here for the college entrance exams. Su Liang, with his true side-eye, noticed a powerful figure rising from their seat and immediately shouted, fearing they might take action. A candidate from Jiang City? Upon hearing this, everyone once again turned their eyes to Zhang Yi. Didn't you just say he wasn't from Jiang City? Zhang Yi stood there stunned, listening to the familiar voice. In the next second, his eyes widened to the size of saucers, his face filled with disbelief as he blurted out, "What the hell? What the hell? Could that be Su Liang on the back of that amethyst dragon?" "Xiaozi, land over there," Su Liang directed, pointing to the landing platform in the exam grounds designated for mounts. Roar! The amethyst thunder flame dragon let out a low growl as it descended slowly. Su Liang leaped off its back with ease. It really is Su Liang. Zhang Yi's eyes were filled with disbelief. Old Jiang, who is he? The governor turned around and asked. The governor, an 8th-rank powerhouse, was the highest authority in the southern province. Who is he? Su Liang's parents passed away, he has no background. He just awakened 10 days ago. Sure, his talent and profession are strong, but that's it. Maybe some 9th-rank powerhouse took a liking to him and sent their pet to escort him. Zhang Yi swallowed hard, attempting to explain. Before he could finish, Su Liang raised his hand and, with a single wave, the amethyst thunder flame dragon was recalled into his pet space. What? Zhang Yi completely lost his composure, exclaiming in shock. He had assumed that Su Liang had caught the attention of some 9th-rank powerhouse, who had sent the dragon to escort him. But he hadn't expected, this amethyst dragon actually belonged to Su Liang. Unbelievable. Just days ago, Su Liang had been envying his storm griffin, and now he was riding a dragon. Zhang Yi couldn't accept it. He began to question if he was dreaming. The other powerful figures were equally stunned, their worldviews utterly shattered. From Zhang Yi's words, they understood that Su Liang was indeed a candidate for this year's exams. But a candidate who had only awakened 10 days ago, owning a dragon as a pet and without any backing. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would believe such a thing? At this moment, the entire venue fell into a dead silence. All the candidates were in shock, utterly dumbfounded, questioning their existence. I told you, he's really amazing. I've seen it. Lin Yuwei murmured quietly from within the crowd. The female teacher's mouth twitched, left speechless. What kind of monster was this? Even if it had been a subdragon, that might have been barely acceptable. Low-tier subdragons were strong, but they could still be countered by SS-grade talents or legendary professions working together. But this? A full-fledged dragon. A true, legendary class dragon. How was anyone supposed to compete with that? With a dragon in his possession, who could possibly challenge him for the top spot in the southern province? What do we do now? After a full half-minute, a mayor finally recovered from the shock and asked, clearly referring to how the exams should proceed. What else can we do? Pets are part of a candidate's strength too, another powerful figure responded calmly. But the strongest pets we've seen before were only epic level. This just feels unfair. So what? Are only those from privileged families allowed to use their high-grade equipment and pets? But, a legendary dragon as a pet? That's just too much. It's like crushing the competition. The group of 6th rank and higher powerhouses began to argue among themselves in the stands. A creature like a dragon, a legendary entity, even they, let alone the candidates, couldn't handle it. Su Liang's dragon, though still a juvenile, was already facing a group of 2nd and 3rd rank candidates. The difference in power was like heaven and earth. Enough. Time is running out. The exams will proceed as planned. The southern province governor decisively ended the discussion and ordered Su Liang to participate in the exams with his amethyst thunder flame dragon. Off stage, the examinees stared unblinkingly at Su Liang, the owner of the mighty dragon, their eyes flickering with curiosity, envy, and awe. Wherever Su Liang passed, the examinees automatically made way, creating a spacious path for him. Before long, he reached the ranks of his class's camp and stopped in front of Qin Xiaoyu. Little fish, strutting around in epic-grade gear with no rank, quite the show-off, huh? Su Liang scrutinized Qin Xiaoyu, a wealthy player, his face full of teasing amusement. Qin Xiaoyu? She was just about to ask something but immediately widened her beautiful eyes, her lips twitching slightly as if to say, "Are you sure I should even dignify that with a response? I'm showing off? Then what do you call riding a dragon into the scene?" Qin Xiaoyu helplessly retorted, "Keep it low-key, low-key. So, do you still think you can beat me now?" Su Liang raised an eyebrow, flashing a mischievous smirk that made people want to give him a good smack. Qin Xiaoyu couldn't help but roll her eyes. That cocky attitude, how does that even remotely resemble low-key? As for the second part of Su Liang's comment, she was too exhausted to respond. Deep down, she understood, Su Liang had brought out a dragon. What else could she do? No amount of money could compete with a legendary dragon. At this thought, Qin Xiaoyu's eyes dimmed, her mood suddenly heavy as she fell silent. Perhaps, this time, she would be left far behind by Su Liang, and in the future, there might no longer be any hope of catching up to him. After all, Su Liang not only possessed a legendary profession but also a dragon. In the future, he was highly likely to ascend to a pinnacle like the nine-turn grandmaster or even a demigod. They were no longer on the same path. Alright, I'm a man destined to take first place in the entire nation. It's perfectly normal if you can't surpass me. Su Liang reached out and ruffled Qin Xiaoyu's hair, teasing, "Just work hard to get into Taiyan Academy. I'll look out for you." "Humph, who needs you to look out for me? I'll definitely surpass you. Let go of your hand, you're messing up my hair." Qin Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled, swatting away Su Liang's hand with a proud huff. It seemed she had suddenly thought of something, as her lips curved into a faint smile, and the gloom in her heart dissipated. Su Liang looked surprised. So confident all of a sudden? Has the sun come out after the rain? Is little fish back to believing in herself? Ahem, the rules for this year's college entrance exam are the same as previous years. You'll enter the exam's secret realm, slay monsters, and earn points. The points will vary depending on the strength of the monsters. The final rankings will be determined by your total points. Good luck to all examinees, I hope you achieve satisfying results. The governor cleared his throat and formally announced the rules of the exam. As soon as he finished speaking, the examination hall erupted into chaos. "Martial Academy, here I come. Brother Chun, protect me, please don't let me encounter an SS grade talent or legendary profession, and definitely not that dragon riding freak. Ha ha ha, this time, second place in the province is mine. Just praying for enough points to get into Southern University." Excited shouts, anxious prayers, and the sound of knuckles cracking filled the air as the examinees voiced their ambitions. However, there was one thing everyone knew deep down. The top scorer of South Province would undoubtedly be Su Liang with his dragon. He might even be the national top scorer. The secret realm assessment is about to begin. All examinees, please prepare yourselves. The governor's voice rang out once again. 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, the college entrance exam officially began. Boom, boom, boom. Within the examination hall, countless dazzling flashes of white light erupted. All the examinees were enveloped by the light and instantly teleported into the secret realm for the assessment. The examination secret realm had been created by several mythical level formation masters from Dixia using supreme power, a special world designed specifically for the college entrance exams. There were 33 such secret realms nationwide, each capable of automatically recording the points for slaying monsters, which would then be tallied for the final rankings. In the audience stands, Zhang He watched as all the examinees were teleported into the secret realm. Suddenly, he let out a sigh, his tone filled with resignation. "Looks like, once this exam is over, I'm going to bleed money." What's the story? A group of powerful figures turned their curious gazes toward him. "I made a bet with that kid, the one riding the dragon. If he takes the top spot, I'll have to give him a reward." Sigh, Zhang He explained helplessly. When the others heard this, their mouths couldn't help but twitch. They finally picked up on it. Zhang He was blatantly showing off. "God damn it, could you at least wipe that smug smile off your face? It's way too obvious. Old Zhang, if I could take you down in a fight, I'd really want to punch you right now." The mayor of the neighboring city of Zhenjiang gritted his teeth and said bitterly, "Oh, he's the one who helped your city deal with that necromancer and saved your daughter," Zhang He said casually. "It was him who saved Sakura?" The mayor of Zhenjiang was taken aback and fell silent, sneaking a sidelong glance at Zhang He as he calculated in his heart. Why is he setting up a fire right there on the spot? A mayor asked curiously. Everyone turned their attention to the projection of the assessment's secret realm, their faces filled with confusion. Inside the assessment's secret realm, this was a vast, dense forest, with monsters ranging from level 1 to level 60. It was a test of strength, but also of luck. After entering the secret realm, Su Liang didn't immediately start racking up points. Instead, he summoned a shrunken 1-meter-tall amethyst thunderflame dragon from his pet space and began stacking wood. The dragon, in perfect sync with his intentions, breathed out a mouthful of dragon flames, igniting the wood. Su Liang then pulled out half a snow wolf's corpse from his backpack, a dark gold boss he had casually slaughtered on his way back from the 100,000 snow peaks. He skewered the meat with his Flame of Joy greatsword and began roasting it leisurely. Ever since he acquired the Devour Evolution talent, his appetite had increased significantly. Not to mention, he had rushed straight from Jiang City to take the college entrance exam and hadn't even had breakfast. Skillfully, he sprinkled cumin and salt on the meat, and thus began a culinary spectacle in the midst of the exam. With the high heat of the dragon flames, the dark gold boss's meat roasted quickly, its aroma wafting through the air and immediately attracting a horde of monsters. The monsters ranged from level 10 to level 40, with even a few elite monsters among them. Their eyes glinted with greed as they slowly approached the roasted meat. Roar! Any monster that came within a 10-meter radius of Su Liang was instantly obliterated by the amethyst thunderflame dragon's fearsome roar. Streams of experience and point lights flowed into Su Liang's body. Brilliant! While many powerful individuals watching the projection initially thought Su Liang was using the roasted meat to lure monsters, they were left dumbfounded as he devoured the half-cooked snow wolf meat within minutes. Then, pulling out the other half of the snow wolf's corpse from his backpack, Su Liang continued roasting without a care. That appetite, could he be some kind of humanoid monster? Half an hour later, burp! After finishing off an entire 6 to 7 meter long snow wolf, Su Liang finally felt a bit full. Ding! You've devoured the Snow Mountain Demon Wolf, Dark Gold Boss, gaining 50 free attribute points. Ice Element Resistance plus 3%. The Devour Evolution talent activated. Though the flesh of a single Dark Gold Boss wasn't enough to trigger an evolution, it still granted Su Liang nearly an entire level's worth of attribute points. Time to take this exam seriously now. Extinguishing the fire and packing up his belongings, Su Liang stretched lazily. Catching sight of another examinee nearby, he watched them scurry away in terror and couldn't help but rub his nose. Wouldn't this be the perfect time for some arrogant team of so-called geniuses to show up, demanding to steal his points? Then, of course, he'd teach them a lesson and slap them in the face. But on second thought, with a massive dragon in tow, who would be foolish enough to court death like that? With a light stomp, Su Liang left a small crater in the ground and leapt onto the back of the amethyst thunderflame dragon. Together, they began a rampage through the secret realm, slaughtering everything in their path. As its size increased, the amethyst thunderflame dragon's breath attack now covered a range of several hundred meters. No cooldown, no chanting, wide area destruction. With one breath of dragonfire, points flowed into Su Liang's tally like a surging tide. Dragons are just the ultimate cheat code. The powerful onlookers watching the projection couldn't help but pity the other examinees in the same tier as Su Liang. They soon lost interest and switched their focus to other participants. Meanwhile, Su Liang, whose points were skyrocketing while he barely lifted a finger, failed to notice the faint, shadowy black glow flickering on the dark mark on his arm. The gaze of the Dragon Slayer. At the far reaches of the secret realm, violent spatial fluctuations erupted as a terrifying shadowy power surged, battering against the boundaries of the realm. Boom! In mere seconds, the spatial boundary of the secret realm shattered, leaving a small opening. A moment later, a pitch-black portal began to slowly open. On the other side of the portal lay a void of utter darkness, devoid of even the faintest speck of light. From the portal emerged a hulking shadow goblin, clad in heavy black armor and wielding a long spear. Finally, I've made it through. A dry and hoarse voice slowly echoed through the air. The shadow goblin spoke in human tongue, its blood-red eyes gleaming as it stared intently in Su Liang's direction. An hour later, boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of thunder and violet flames from the amethyst thunderflame dragon, Su Liang's score had skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands of points. Ranked first. Unshakable. Well, look who it is. So, you guys teamed up, huh? Su Liang ordered the amethyst thunderflame dragon to stop, and a 3-person team appeared before him. The trial's secret realm allowed the formation of teams with fewer than 5 members. Among this group, 2 were familiar faces to Su Liang. The Holy Knight Qin Xiaoyu and the Necromancer Lin Yuwei. Su Liang raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that the two had crossed paths and even formed a team. The third member was an unfamiliar mage girl. She had a decent figure, though her looks were slightly overshadowed by the other two. With the probing of the eye of true sight, Su Liang discerned that this mage possessed a legendary class. 2 mages, 1 tank, and the explosive firepower of a 3-headed hellhound. Such a lineup was nothing short of devastating. The monsters they encountered couldn't even withstand a single round of attacks, being annihilated in an instant. No wonder all 3 of them had scores ranking in the top 5. Though Qin Xiaoyu's class and talent were slightly inferior, she was wealthy. Their teaming up could definitely be considered a union of powerhouses. Just as Su Liang was exchanging pleasantries with them, outside the secret realm in the spectator stands. What? Intense spatial fluctuations in the 21st trial secret realm? The boundaries of the realm have shattered. An invasion by monsters from another world? Hearing the news over the phone, everyone's expressions changed, including the governor. Unexpectedly, the fanatical necromantic cult they had been most concerned about hadn't made a move, and no external attacks had occurred. Instead, the problem arose inside the secret realm. Are they invading now to hunt these examinees? The governor's eyes flashed sharply as he made a decisive decision and issued an order. Quick! Tell the examinees to hide. Join forces with me to destroy the secret realm's entrance and terminate the trial. The trial secret realm prohibited entry for those beyond the 4th tier. If they wanted to enter, they would have to forcibly break through the realm's barrier. However, a secret realm was an independent world, and its barrier was incredibly sturdy, unbreakable even to gods. Although the trial secret realm was man-made, its world barrier was still exceptionally resilient to them. Unless a 9th-tier powerhouse intervened, it would take at least half an hour to break through. And in that time, who knows how many would perish. This is bad. Su Liang and the others have already encountered the invaders. Governor Zhang, what kind of monster is it? What's its strength? Zhang Yi, glancing at the projection screen out of the corner of his eye, was burning with anxiety. It's from the Shadow Realm, a 6th-tier epic-level boss, the Goblin Shadow Knight. Governor Zhang immediately recognized the monster's identity, his expression grim. Su Liang has a dragon, he should be able to hold out for a while. Hurry! Attack with full force. Though dragons were formidable and could even fight across tiers, Su Liang's Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon was only 3rd tier. The level gap was far too great. The opponent was a 6th-tier epic-level boss, the Goblin Shadow Knight. There was no telling how long Su Liang could hold on. Powerful monsters have invaded the trial secret realm. All examinees, please quickly find a safe place to hide. We will enter the realm as soon as possible to eliminate the threats. X3. Governor Zhang's voice echoed across the secret realm 3 times in a row. In an instant, a wave of fear spread like wildfire, leaving the million examinees within the 21st trial secret realm in utter panic. They scrambled to find hiding places, praying fervently for the strong to come to their rescue. However, the Goblin Shadow Knight seemed to have a specific target in mind. Several examinees watched in terror as a fully armed shadow goblin, wielding a black gold spear, dashed past them at lightning speed. As they stood there, frozen with fear, the monster ignored them entirely, continuing its charge forward. While Su Liang and his group were chatting idly, they too heard the announcement. Stay close to. Su Liang frowned, just about to instruct them to stick with him when suddenly, a black figure, clutching his spear, hurtled straight toward Qin Xiaoyu at incredible speed. Xiaoyu, dodge! With a thunderous shout, Su Liang leapt forward, pulling Qin Xiaoyu behind him. At the same time, he issued a command to the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, Xiaozi, lock him down. Violet Flame, Thunder Beam. From the mouth of the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon erupted a massive, violent beam of purple light, enveloping the black figure entirely. The paralysis effect triggered, immobilizing the figure for a brief moment. Damn it, this thing is after me. As Su Liang caught a clear glimpse of the goblin's dark figure, he instantly understood that the monster's invasion was undoubtedly connected to the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint. It had been sent to avenge his son. The creature's initial target wasn't Qin Xiaoyu, it was him, Su Liang, standing atop the dragon's back opposite her. Ah Liang, thank you, Qin Xiaoyu said, her face pale, the terror still lingering in her voice. If not for the thunderous beam unleashed by the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, she might have already fallen victim to a lethal ambush. Cut the chatter and get out of here, Su Liang ordered coldly. This monster was coming for him, Qin Xiaoyu was merely caught in the crossfire. I'm a paladin. My skills and equipment can withstand a few hits. You climb onto the dragon first. Qin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, suppressing her fear as she firmly stood in front of Su Liang. With that tiny frame of yours, you think you can tank damage? Give me a break, I can take more hits than you. Su Liang shot a glance at her chest, a meaningful smirk playing on his lips. He casually pulled her behind him. Qin Xiaoyu's face froze, her voice trembling with frustration. This isn't the time for jokes. My skeletons. Lin Yue, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, summoning hundreds of skeletal warriors and archers. Your skeletons won't hold up either, Su Liang remarked indifferently, casting a glance at them. Given Lin Yue's current attributes, these hundreds of skeletons had feeble combat power. Against a boss, a single area of effect attack would wipe them out. Besides, I'm asking you to leave because I don't want you all caught in the crossfire. Su Liang's lips curled into a confident smile. A boss delivering itself as free experience? How could he let that slip away? This is a tier 6 boss. Even your dragon is no match for it, Qin Xiaoyu urgently reminded him. I know that. Su Liang shrugged, drawing his sword of fiery joy and revealing a cruel grin. That's why. I'm planning to take it down myself. The Shadow Knight stood tall and imposing, nearly 2 meters in height. Even paralyzed, it exuded an oppressive aura, like a feral beast ready to devour its prey. Monster, Goblin Shadow Knight. Rank, Epic Boss. Level, LV 120. HP, 176.76 million. Attributes, Strength 186,000, Constitution 17,676, Agility 154,896, Spirit 63,540. Talent, Shadow Body, Grade A. Skills, Summon Batwolf Mount, Shadowless Shield, Shadow Charge, Shadow Multistab, Shadow Bind. Description, an elite Goblin Shadow Knight under the command of the Dragon Slayer Sword Saint, Muser. Shadow Body, Grade A. A shadow-like physique that reduces damage taken by 20%, increases movement speed by 50%, and boosts evasion by 20%. The Goblin Shadow Knight's attributes appeared before Su Liang's eyes. He frowned slightly. After all, this was a Tier 6 epic boss, and its stats were stronger than his own. Of course, this was before his sovereign supreme talent came into play to weaken it. Listen up, you all stay out of this. This boss isn't something you can handle, Su Liang declared, his tone domineering and leaving no room for argument. Skyblue, take them into the air, Su Liang directed. Before he finished speaking, boom! Su Liang's feet stomped hard on the ground as he suddenly charged toward the boss, which had just broken free from its paralysis. His speed was so fast that his figure blurred, leaving afterimages in his wake. Meanwhile, the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, following his command, grabbed the 2 girls and the female mage, carrying them high into the air. Are you insane? Come back! Qin Xiaoyu struggled as she shouted in panic. Even the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon wasn't a match for this boss. Wasn't Su Liang rushing straight to his death? Besides, he was an assassin, charging in head-on like this. Roar! The Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon growled low, its amethyst pupils flashing with disdain as it gazed at the Goblin Shadow Knight. Its master was so powerful, how could this thing possibly be a match for him? Has Su Liang lost his mind? Outside the Trial Secret Realm, a group of people attacking the realm's barrier was shocked. They were utterly anxious. They hadn't expected Su Liang to forego commanding the dragon to stall for time, instead choosing to charge in alone. A Tier 3 professional, what could he possibly do? But what happened next left them utterly stunned. Boom! 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 As Su Liang charged forward, 6 glowing auras beneath his feet flared to life in succession. Attributes skyrocketed, and the boss's stats began to diminish. Unrivaled. Awakening, Blade of Ashes. In the next instant, under a radiant beam of golden light, Su Liang seemed to transform into a war god descending upon the battlefield. And this was only the beginning. Whoosh! Both Su Liang and the massive sword in his hand ignited in dazzling flames. His body was enveloped in fiery armor, instantly making him appear even more towering and imposing. Transforming into a nearly 4-meter-tall golden flaming war god, wielding a massive 3-meter-long sword, he swept through all opposition with unstoppable might, sending chills down everyone's spine. His buffs were maxed out. All attributes soared to unprecedented heights. Now, Su Liang looked more like an overwhelming boss than the Goblin Shadow Knight itself. In contrast, the Goblin Knight seemed more like a human knight sent to raid a boss. The 3 women caught in the dragon's claws were utterly stunned. The strong ones attacking the secret realm were left slack-jawed. Even the Goblin Shadow Knight was momentarily frozen in disbelief. Summon, Batwolf Mount. Shadow Charge. Sensing the impending danger, the Goblin Shadow Knight swiftly called forth a dark golden boss-level mount, an airborne Batwolf shrouded in shadow. Mounted on the Batwolf, the Shadow Knight exuded unmatched momentum, wielding a long lance while shadow energy engulfed its entire being, charging straight at Su Liang. A clash of titans was about to unfold. As the Shadow Knight charged forward, its shadow-infused lance was just about to pierce Su Liang. In the nick of time. Instant step thrust. In an instant, Su Liang appeared behind the Shadow Knight, atop the Batwolf. His flaming greatsword surged with overwhelming power, and he plunged it downward with a thunderous strike. Ignoring all defenses, The Gift of Liberation triggered, dealing 4-fold damage. With attack power boosted nearly 20-fold, the critical strike landed squarely on the Goblin Shadow Knight, instantly slashing a significant chunk off its health bar. In just one blow, Su Liang had drained over 10 million HP from the level 6 epic boss, nearly 1/10 of its health bar. Shadow Cloak. Before the Goblin Shadow Knight could react, Su Liang vanished into thin air, only to reappear an instant later. Another sword thrust. The scorching flaming greatsword radiated an ominous black glow, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. Indomitable. This was the skill Su Liang had learned post-third transformation, Annihilation Thrust. Annihilation Thrust harnesses the power of ultimate destruction, dealing 4,888% attack damage to the target, with a 0.1% chance to trigger an instant kill. Cooldown, 18 seconds. Mana cost, 999 MP. Though its cooldown was several times longer than instant step thrust and lacked a kill refresh mechanism, it could unleash invincibility in a single burst. Simple, brutal. Paired with Shadow Cloak, the attack buff exceeded 60-fold. This strike was utterly devastating. SHHHK. The massive flaming sword pierced through the Goblin Shadow Knight's body. In an instant, its health bar plummeted by a third. With just 2 attacks, Su Liang had nearly halved the Goblin Shadow Knight's health. Shadow Spear. The Goblin Shadow Knight's eyes widened in shock. It spun around and unleashed a storm-like spear thrust, ripping through the air. Rip! Its spear was fast, but Su Liang was faster. The moment the Shadow Spear was launched, his killing instincts kicked in. His massive frame flickered, effortlessly dodging the attack. So fast? The Goblin Shadow Knight's pupils shrank in disbelief, and it quickly tried to evade the next assault. Godslayer Combo Thrust. Swish, 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 swish. But Su Liang had already closed in on its flank. His greatsword moved like a shadow, thrusting repeatedly. Shield of Shadows. The Goblin Shadow Knight, unable to dodge, hastily cast a shadow barrier on itself to endure the onslaught. Boom! 9 consecutive sword slashes erupted. Su Liang's terrifying burst shattered the shadow shield, draining more of the knight's health. Roar! The Goblin Shadow Knight let out a pained howl. In the next moment, it urged its Batwolf mount to spread its wing-like membranes, flapping like a bat to soar into the sky. Blinking Thrust. Su Liang instantly dashed 100 meters, closing the distance to the airborne Batwolf. Slash! A horizontal sweep of the sword. Screech! The struck Batwolf let out a harrowing cry, its wings flapping fiercely as it struggled to ascend. Shadow Volley. The Goblin Knight, perched on the Batwolf's back, unleashed an attack. Shadow spears materialized in its hands, and in an instant, dozens were hurled like a torrential storm. The shadowy spears turned into streaks of black light raining down, attempting to block Su Liang's advance. Trying to stall for time until my buffs wear off? Su Liang sneered with a disdainful smirk. He activated Blinking Thrust again, his body flashing through the rain of shadowy spears. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Relying on a chain of blinking thrusts, Su Liang dodged the attacks while delivering relentless blows to the Batwolf. After 9 consecutive thrusts, the Batwolf's health was nearly depleted. Swish! Behind Su Liang, the wings of the void unfurled. In midair, he swiftly closed the distance with the Shadow Batwolf. Attack! The Shadow Knight's eyes gleamed with a savage light. Realizing he could not shake off Su Liang, he immediately steered the Shadow Batwolf into a dive, charging straight at his pursuer. Death Dive! The Goblin Shadow Knight infused his spear with shadow energy, while the claws of the Shadow Batwolf gleamed with a razor-sharp chill, hurtling downward, intent on tearing Su Liang to shreds. Su Liang raised his greatsword high and slashed downward with a sudden force. Blade of Corruption. In his ashen form, Su Liang wielded his blackened greatsword, emitting a dark energy that burned like flames. In an instant, the energy transformed into a colossal blade, 40 meters in length, cutting through the air with devastating power. Whoosh! Boom! The attack tore through the battlefield, and the health bars of the Shadow Batwolf and Shadow Knight plummeted dramatically. Roar! A fiery spectral dragon, ferocious and enraged, suddenly appeared behind Su Liang. Its overwhelming dragon's might swept through the area, and from its gaping maw, it unleashed an inferno of ashen flames. This was none other than the passive skill of the Greatsword Ashbringer, Flame's Exaltation. With every attack, there was a chance to trigger the dragon's wrath, dealing a staggering 999% of Su Liang's attack as damage. Boom! Despite being a Dark Gold tier boss, the Shadow Batwolf stood no chance. Enveloped by the ashen flames, its health bar emptied in an instant, leaving it on the brink of death. Its massive body fell heavily to the ground. Ding! You have slain Shadow Batwolf, Dark Gold tier boss, earning 55 million experience points. Ding! You have slain Shadow Batwolf, Dark Gold Tier Boss, earning 150,000 points. Amid the raging flames, the Goblin Shadow Knight emerged, wielding a shadow-infused spear. It charged out of the firelight at full speed. Without its mount, the Goblin Shadow Knight could no longer fly. However, leveraging its momentum, it lunged at Su Liang with unstoppable force, the spear following like a shadow. Throat-cutting blade. Su Liang sidestepped the attack, and with a fluid motion, the fiery greatsword slashed across the Goblin Shadow Knight's throat. Its health plummeted, dropping to less than half. The knight's body crashed to the ground, paralyzed by the suffocating injury. Slash! 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 Su Liang wasted no time. He closed the distance and swung the fiery greatsword relentlessly. During the boss's incapacitated state, none of Su Liang's skills, save for those of the Godslayer, could match the speed and ferocity of his basic attacks. Time flew by in a blur. 2 seconds passed in the blink of an eye. Shadow Fury. Enraged, the Goblin Shadow Knight's shadowy form emitted a crimson glow as it entered a berserk state. The next moment, Su Liang noticed something unusual. The Goblin Shadow Knight made no attempt to dodge but instead began unleashing a flurry of skills from its position. Shadow Imprisonment. Shadow Barrage. Shadow Explosion. Phantom Assault. The Shadow Spear flickered in the air, releasing a torrent of terrifying energy that swept across the battlefield. A combination of single target and area of effect skills erupted simultaneously. You dare to challenge me? A glimmer of determination flashed in Su Liang's eyes. The Goblin Shadow Knight's tactic of trading blow for blow was laughably naive. Unfortunately for it, the knight underestimated Su Liang's strength. Su Liang was no fragile assassin. Trading blow for blow? Brute force versus brute force? With his lifesteal aura, Su Liang had nothing to fear. On the contrary, the prospect thrilled him. Boom! 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 Su Liang clashed head-on with the boss, refusing to back down even an inch. He didn't even bother using his skills. 2 seconds later, the Goblin Shadow Knight, now visibly alarmed, realized an unsettling truth. The longer the fight went on, the faster Su Liang's attack speed became, and the higher his damage soared. This was the effect of the Godslayer combo passive skill. With every consecutive strike, Su Liang's attack power and speed increased by 5%, with no upper limit. However, if his attacks were interrupted for 3 seconds, the combo would reset. Moreover, Su Liang's health showed no signs of depleting. The Goblin Shadow Knight's barrage of skills barely scratched Su Liang, as he instantly regenerated any lost health through lifesteal, returning to full strength. On the other hand, the knight itself was relentlessly battered by Su Liang's strikes, its health rapidly dwindling to a mere 20%. Shadow Merge. A sense of panic overtook the Goblin Shadow Knight, and it attempted to flee. Its body dissolved into shadows, and its speed skyrocketed. Trying to escape? Su Liang snorted coldly. Extinction Overkill Slash. The skill allowed Su Liang to dash toward an enemy, launching them into the air and following up with 10 consecutive strikes. Each attack dealt 300% of his base damage, and if the target's health was below 10% by the end, they were instantly executed. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 999 MP. In a flash, Su Liang closed the distance to the fleeing knight. With a powerful upward slash, he launched it into the air. Slash! 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 Su Liang's fiery greatsword danced through the air, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes from every direction upon the airborne knight. Flames and sword beams intertwined, creating a dazzling display. 20%, 18%, 17%. The boss's health bar dropped visibly with every passing moment. 1 second later, the final barrage of attacks concluded, leaving the Goblin Shadow Knight's health at just 8%. Boom! A brilliant crimson blood flower erupted from the knight's body. Execution. Ding! You have slain Goblin Shadow Knight, epic tier boss, earning 220 million experience points. Ding! You have slain Goblin Shadow Knight, epic tier boss, earning 500,000 points. The light in the Goblin Shadow Knight's eyes gradually dimmed, and despair spread through its heart as the last trace of life faded away. Even in death, it could not comprehend how a mere third-tier human could possess such overwhelming power. At the very moment its life ended, an almost imperceptible wisp of shadow energy drifted from its body and silently merged into the shadow mark on Su Liang's arm. No one noticed. As the battle concluded, the amethyst thunderflame dragon descended gracefully, loosening its claws and gently placing the 3 women on the ground. It was as if they had just woken up from a dream. The 3 of them finally regained their senses. Hiss! They collectively gasped, as though they had just witnessed something utterly earth-shattering and mind-boggling. Their beautiful eyes reflected disbelief, shock, awe, and the lingering fear of narrowly escaping death. A torrent of emotions churned within their hearts. They were all awakened on the same day, all candidates in the same test, all possessing the same level of talent. So how in the world had Su Liang become this monstrously powerful? How were they supposed to face him now? Outside the trial's secret realm, the gathered powerhouses gradually ceased their attacks on its boundaries. Their gazes were fixed on the projection streaming out from within the realm. They looked at each other, shock mirrored in their expressions. The scene fell into a deafening silence. No one had expected that a 6-tier peak epic level boss would be counter-killed by a mere 3rd-tier student. Not just counter-killed, but single-handedly defeated. And to top it off, the student's pet dragon hadn't even joined the fight. Gulp, gulp. The sound of throats swallowing resounded among the crowd, breaking the stillness. Even Governor Zhang was no exception. Having governed the southern province for over 30 years, he had encountered countless geniuses. Yet, never had he seen anyone as absurdly capable as Su Liang. Unprecedented. In less than 10 seconds, a 6-tier epic level boss had fallen to Su Liang, who had awakened only 10 days ago. Everyone knew that assassins were notoriously fragile. But what had Su Liang just done? He had stood his ground and gone toe-to-toe with the boss. Even warriors and knights wouldn't dare attempt such a reckless feat. Forget the southern province, there wasn't a second person in the entire Great Xia Kingdom, or even the world, who could replicate this. Is this kid really just a freshly awakened student? A monster? Could he actually be the offspring of some deity, concealing his identity? Rather than being a deity's son, I'd believe he's the grandson of the immortal Great Wall. With this level of power, even that legendary figure might not have been able to do the same in his youth. It looked so effortless, far too effortless. Most of the onlookers now gazed at Su Liang with a mix of awe and dread. He was terrifying. The majority of the people present were 6-tier powerhouses themselves. Yet Su Liang had not only managed to defeat the Goblin Shadow Knight with ease but could likely dispatch them just as handily, perhaps even more effortlessly. After all, not everyone here could match the strength of the Goblin Shadow Knight. No one is allowed to speak of today's events. If word gets out, it will be treated as an act of treason, Governor Zhang declared coldly, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd. Yes. Zhang He and the others nodded solemnly, their expressions grim. Su Liang's talent, profession, or whether his registration details matched reality, none of that mattered now. What mattered was that someone who could slay a 6-tier epic level boss at 3rd tier, and who had contracted a dragon as his pet, would inevitably strike fear and despair into other nations and even otherworldly invaders once he fully matured. This youth was terrifying beyond measure. He had the bearing of a god. But before that day came, their duty was to protect Su Liang at all costs. Let the examination continue. Pretend none of this ever happened. Governor Zhang hesitated briefly before speaking again. The boundary of the secret realm has been repaired. The invading monsters have been cleared. Candidates, please resume your examination without concern. X3. 3 announcements echoed through the secret realm. Hearing Governor Zhang's words, the candidates finally exhaled in relief, cautiously stepping out from their hiding spots. Phew. Qin Xiaoyu let out a long breath, trying to suppress the shock in her heart as she quickly ran to Su Liang, who had just recovered from the ashes. Her face was full of worry as she asked with concern, "Liang, are you okay? You didn't use any life-draining skills, did you?" It was common knowledge that some skills consumed a portion of the user's life force in exchange for a temporary surge in power. Such skills often provided incredible boosts. Naturally, Qin Xiaoyu assumed Su Liang had used one of those abilities. "Stop touching me. Are you trying to take advantage of me while you're at it?" Su Liang swatted away Qin Xiaoyu's soft, delicate hands as she examined him, smirking with disdain. "What could possibly happen to me? A measly 6-tier boss? I can crush that in my sleep. Why would I need to burn my life force? As long as you're okay." Qin Xiaoyu ignored Su Liang's teasing and let out a long sigh of relief. "Alright, let's continue with the assessment. Your teammates are still waiting for you, hurry up and go. But be careful," Su Liang said with a slight smile, his tone relaxed. "Hopefully, I can get into Taiyan Academy." Qin Xiaoyu nodded obediently, her face full of determination. "Okay." She turned to leave, but with every step she took, she glanced back 3 times. Only after confirming that Su Liang was safe and sound did she, accompanied by her 3-headed hellhound, resume the assessment and head off to slay more monsters. She had to get into Taiyan Academy. Once Qin Xiaoyu had gone far enough, Su Liang squatted down gleefully and began looting the corpses. Ding! You've obtained 999,999 gold coins. Ding! You've obtained materials. Shadow Goblin's Fong X10. Ding! You've obtained a rare item. Shadow Gem X1. Ding! You've obtained a rare item, Spatial Crystal X1. Ding! You've obtained equipment, Shadow Knight's shoulder guards X1. Ding! You've obtained equipment, Shadow Knight's helmet X1. Looking at his spoils, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Not bad luck. He had just collected over a dozen epic grade materials and even scored 3 pieces from the epic grade Shadow Knight set, a 6-piece set. Although equipping it only triggered the 2/6 set bonus, it was still a set, meaning it could fetch a higher price if sold. Apart from that, there was a pile of gems for socketing into equipment. But wait, something else stood out, something valuable. Su Liang's casual glance suddenly sharpened as his eyes gleamed with excitement. Among the purple glow of epic quality gems, there was a peculiar crystal radiating a golden orange light. This was the glow of legendary quality. Spatial crystal. Quality, legendary, 1. Abilities, spatial breakthrough, spatial imprint, eternal imprint. Spatial breakthrough, inject energy into the crystal to break through a fragile spatial barrier. Spatial imprint, imprint a spatial marker at a location. Activating the crystal allows teleportation to the marker after 3 seconds. 0 out of 10. Eternal imprint, imprint a permanent spatial anchor point. Use a scroll to record the anchor's coordinates for spatial teleportation. 0 to 1. A spatial crystal? Su Liang's heartbeat quickened. What an incredible surprise. This was even more exhilarating than getting legendary equipment. The spatial breakthrough ability could force entry into secret realms, dungeons, and other restricted areas, though it wasn't particularly useful to him. But the other 2 abilities, their value was astronomical. Spatial imprint allowed him to mark up to 10 locations. As long as the crystal was activated, he could teleport directly to any of those markers. If he had owned this before, he could have marked a location back at his villa. Even if he were deep in the 10,000 snow mountains, he'd still be able to return home in just 3 seconds. Whether for retreating or traveling, it was unbelievably convenient. And the last ability, Eternal Imprint. Its value was comparable to that of a lower-tier divine artifact. Previously, Zhao Anren had torn a scroll in the dragon's lair, transporting herself to Tian Academy. That scroll had been tied to an eternal spatial anchor. To put it in MMORPG terms, it was essentially a Hearthstone. Items with this ability were exclusively controlled by a few major powers and the 3 top academies. In the entire southern province, there wasn't a single eternal anchor. The rarity of the spatial crystal was evident. Selling it could easily fetch tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions, and even at that price, it'd be nearly impossible to find a seller. It seemed the dragon-slaying sword saint had not only gifted him experience points but also this priceless treasure. What a kind soul. Thank you, dragon-slaying sword saint. I hope more treasures like this come my way in the future. Su Liang sincerely expressed his gratitude and happily stowed the spatial crystal away. Sell it? Not a chance. Traveling would be so much easier with it. Let's go, Xiaozi. Time to rack up more points. Su Liang mounted his amethyst thunderflame dragon and continued grinding for points. Since the Shadow Goblin Knight and Shadow Batwolves were slain inside the assessment's secret realm, even though they weren't originally part of the exam's monster pool, their kills still granted him points. This had netted Su Liang over 600,000 points, bringing his total close to 1 million. At this point, he was practically guaranteed to be the national top scorer. But points could be spent in college, so the more, the better. And the national exam was the easiest way to earn points. In the secret realm, even killing a small monster granted points, whereas outside, such opportunities didn't exist. Out there, points could only be earned by completing missions or clearing special dungeons. An hour and a half later, the 3-hour-long national exam finally came to an end. Swish, swish, swish. All the examinees were teleported back to the plaza. In an instant, the mood was a mix of joy and sorrow. Some people celebrated, while others were consumed by despair. And some never made it out of the secret realm alive. Such was the brutal reality of the era of universal job transitions. Su Liang had been transported back as well. After an hour and a half of relentless grinding with his amethyst thunderflame dragon, his points skyrocketed to an astonishing 1.8 million. He now firmly occupied the top spot on the Southern Province leaderboard. Unshakable, unbeatable. In second place was the necromancer Lin Yue, who used her agile skeleton army tactics to easily amass 480,000 points. Third place belonged to a legendary Thunderflame mage, who wielded the power of both lightning and fire with remarkable skill, earning 450,000 points, coincidentally of the same elemental affinity as Su Liang's dragon. Fourth place was Qin Xiaoyu, the owner of a 3-headed hellhound, with 440,000 points. Fifth place was the legendary mage who had teamed up with Qin Xiaoyu, securing 435,000 points. Is that what a dragon is like? That's terrifying. First place probably broke the national record, didn't it? Looks like we've got a guaranteed national champion. Our southern province is finally going to shine. That necromancer is so unlucky, running into Su Liang. Sigh, being in the same year as a monster like him is just tragic. The surrounding examinees marveled in awe, their discussions buzzing with excitement. Meanwhile, in the stands, a group of powerful figures looked at Su Liang with complex expressions. Each of them wanted to approach him and establish a connection, but given Governor Zhang's orders, they had to restrain themselves. Except for Jiang He, who already had a personal connection with Su Liang, and the mayor of Zhenjiang City. The two of them made no effort to hide their excitement as they walked toward Su Liang, their joy plain for all to see. After all, not everyone had the opportunity to curry favor or send gifts. Su Liang had intended to leave with Qin Xiaoyu, but the girl had bolted off somewhere the moment she exited the examination realm, running in such a hurry that he couldn't even catch up. When he looked up, he saw two middle-aged men walking toward him with overly enthusiastic smiles. Their eyes shone with such fervor that it was as if they were gazing upon a peerless beauty. A chill ran down Su Liang's spine, and he couldn't help but shudder. Ah, Liang, congratulations on scoring such an incredible 1.8 million points. Come by my house when you have time. Xiao Xue has been missing you. Oh, and don't forget, the national rankings will be announced in 5 days. Come by my place to pick up 3 treasures. I'll personally ensure you get the best rewards for being the top scorer. The preparations for the secret realm are almost complete as well. It'll be officially open soon. Jiang He was the first to speak, shaking Su Liang's hand with unrestrained enthusiasm as he rattled on. From high exam scores to the beautiful homeroom teacher Jiang Shui, and then on to the development of the secret realm, the conversation flowed seamlessly. Of course, Uncle Jiang. And this gentleman is? Su Liang forced an awkward smile, shifting his gaze to the other middle-aged man, his curiosity evident. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Xia Minghui, the mayor of Zhenjiang City. Brother Su Liang, may I call you that? You saved my daughter when you defeated that undead mage, and I haven't had the chance to thank you properly. Before Jiang He could chime in, Xia Minghui quickly stepped forward, beaming with a bright smile as he introduced himself. Both men were extremely warm and welcoming, so much so that Su Liang felt almost overwhelmed by their enthusiasm. After some polite exchanges, Su Liang finally managed to extricate himself from the exam grounds. Before returning to his villa in Jiang City, he made a stop at the Federal Commerce Guild. In the exclusive reception room on the top floor of the Federal Commerce Guild, Su Liang sat comfortably. Dream's sister, a familiar figure in a stunning purple cheongsam, entered the room. Setting down a cup of premium dark gold grade tea leaves, Su Liang greeted her with a nod. When Mengqing sashayed gracefully over, her every movement accentuating her captivating curves. She sat down on the sofa with her long, snow-white legs crossed, their faint luster catching the eye. It had to be said, purple truly had its own irresistible charm. Every time Su Liang saw Wen Mengqing, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Little brother Su Liang, how did your college entrance exam go? Did your points break 500,000? When Mengqing's lips curved into a seductive smile, her voice as soft and gentle as a spring breeze, sending a shiver through Su Liang's heart. Her tone carried an unmistakable sense of anticipation. After all, by past standards, breaking 500,000 points meant having a shot at becoming the national champion. When Mengqing firmly believed Su Liang had the ability, even though his assassin profession typically fell short in efficiency compared to mages when it came to grinding. Well, it's alright. I just managed to score over 1.8 million points. Su Liang maintained a modest demeanor as he spoke. How much? When Mengqing's charming face froze in disbelief as she stammered out the question, momentarily losing her composure. Her reaction was understandable. After all, in previous years, 450,000 points was enough to secure the top spot in the southern province, and anything slightly above 500,000 could contend for the national title. Even the highest score in history was just 880,000, barely half of Su Liang's total. Come on, don't tease me like that. When Mengqing playfully scolded him, her laughter brimming with allure, every glance she gave him oozing charm. Check the Jiang City Professionals Forum if you don't believe me, Su Liang said, a sly smile tugging at the corner of his lips. The college entrance exams had just concluded, and the forum was already abuzz with news of his score. At the same time, his identity as an Amethyst Dragon Knight had also been revealed. When Mengqing cast a doubtful glance at Su Liang before pulling out her phone to verify his claim, the moment she looked, she froze. A few seconds later, it's true, that Amethyst Dragon is really yours. You're incredible. Looking at the posts on the Jiangcheng Professional Forum on her phone, when Mengqing's red lips parted slightly in amazement, her face glowing with astonishment. As a resident of Jiangcheng, she naturally knew about the amethyst dragon that had streaked across the skies above the city. She had even seen it with her own eyes. But what she absolutely hadn't expected was that the owner of the amethyst dragon was someone she personally knew, Su Liang. Wen Mengqing's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she stared blankly at Su Liang, seemingly lost in thought. "By the way, I'm here not just to sell some gear and materials, but also to purchase some intel," Su Liang said calmly, taking a small sip of tea. "Sister Mengqing, could you help me investigate all bosses below the 6th transition with an S grade or above talent? Also, for wild and secret realm bosses below the 6th transition, please send me updates immediately if there's any new information." One was for stealing talents, and the other was for devouring and evolving. The latter did not include dungeon bosses. After all, dungeon bosses would respawn upon death and couldn't be taken out of their instance, let alone devoured. Another one of his strange requests? When Mengqing murmured in her heart as her fingers flew across her phone screen. A moment later, a stack of documents appeared in the exclusive reception room. When Mengqing skimmed through the materials before selecting a few dozen pages and placing them in front of Su Liang. A stack of documents appeared in the exclusive reception room. When Mengqing skimmed through the materials before selecting a few dozen pages and placing them in front of Su Liang. Bosses with S grade or above talents are quite tricky. There are only 10 such bosses below the 6th transition. However, there are plenty of wild bosses. Their general activity areas are noted, and all of them are confirmed to still be alive. Su Liang took the documents and massaged his temples, his brows slightly furrowed. Bosses with S grade or above talents were either too high level or too widely scattered. Even with the Amethyst Thunderfire Dragon as his ride, traveling to each location would still take a considerable amount of time. Wild bosses, on the other hand, were easier to handle. There were dozens of them just around Jiangqing's outskirts. It seemed like the matter of stealing talents would have to wait until he arrived at Taiyan Academy. Ever since the era of mass career transitions began, academies held an extremely prestigious status, second only to the nation and its military. After all, countless powerful individuals with exceptional talents or professions had emerged from these academies. They controlled various resources and subsequently channeled them back to their alma maters. Today, academies were synonymous with resources. Dungeons, secret realms, transition materials, combat supplies, they monopolized them all. The better the academy, the richer its resources. In an era where strength reigned supreme, some truths were brutally cold. Geniuses always enjoyed privilege. They were given priority access to resources, dungeons, and secret realms. After all, these limited resources could only be maximized in the hands of the talented. Su Liang estimated that the S-grade bosses he sought, whether in dungeons or secret realms, would be much easier to locate once he entered the academy environment. With a slight sigh, he bid Wen Mengqing farewell. Before leaving, he placed a heap of epic gear and materials in the back courtyard of the Federal Chamber of Commerce, leaving Wen Mengqing visibly stunned. Among the pile, there were even some legendary grade materials he no longer had use for. As I said, I'd have more good stuff when I returned from the snowy mountains. You can handle selling these for me, Su Liang said with a faint smile before turning to leave. Watching his retreating figure, a complex emotion flickered in Wen Mengqing's beautiful eyes. The journey back to the villa wasn't far, so Su Liang didn't summon the Amethyst Thunderfire Dragon. Instead, he walked while scrolling through his phone. With the college entrance exams recently concluded, professional forums across the country and in various regions were abuzz with activity. Face slap. F-grade talent defies the odds, scores a whopping 900,000 points, humiliating SS-grade talent holders and legendary profession candidates, breaks the national exam record. Shocking. The legendary golden era? Multiple provinces reporting talents scoring over 600,000 points. College entrance exam wraps up, 600,000 points no longer enough to make the national top 10. Amazing. Southern Province unveils a legendary Dragon Knight record shattered with 1.8 million points. Unbelievable. A young man's shocking actions to tame a dragon. That F-grade talent and profession again, defying the odds and slapping people in the face. This scenario felt oddly familiar. As he scrolled through the forums, Su Liang's gaze sharpened slightly. Could there be multiple children of destiny? Or, was he actually a villain? His fingers continued to swipe, and suddenly, 2 new posts popped up. Their popularity skyrocketed, even surpassing the buzz about the college entrance exams. In the blink of an eye, they climbed to the top 2 spots on the trending list. Breaking! The 6th alternate world is opening, suspected to be an orc world. Undead forces in the undead realm halt their assault on the immortal Great Wall, calm before the storm? Su Liang paused mid-step, his expression tinged with surprise. When Su Liang clicked into the 2 posts, he immediately noticed that the portal to the 6th otherworld hadn't fully opened yet. However, A portal, no larger than a fist, abruptly appeared and began to expand slowly. Through this small portal, one could glimpse not only monsters but also humanoid creatures with beast-like features moving about. These beastmen appeared savage, yet they were intelligent beings with a strict tribal hierarchy. In another chapter, reports about the immortal Great Wall emerged, along with various analyses of the undead's motives. Low-tier undead were almost devoid of intellect, driven solely by primal instincts of killing, devouring, and conquest. Only mid-tier undead, those of the 5th rank and above, would begin to develop some semblance of thought. Yet now, all the undead had suddenly halted their assault. This was no coincidence. There had to be an organization, a conspiracy, or perhaps even divine intervention orchestrating events behind the scenes. Still, with him guarding the immortal Great Wall, nothing too serious should happen, right? Su Liang murmured to himself. The guardian of the immortal Great Wall was a titan of Huaxia, a man so powerful that even deities were wary of him. He was one of the beta testers of origin, endowed with an SSS-level talent and a mythical tier profession. What was even more alarming was the arrival of the 6th otherworld onto Blue Star. Blue Star, with the aid of 3 major powerhouses, as well as the elves and angels, had managed to establish strongholds in the otherworlds to fend off invasions. If this 6th Beastman otherworld turned out to be a friendly faction like the elves and angels, then all would be well. But if the Beastmen were an evil force, Blue Star would lack a 4th major powerhouse. The elves and angels could not possibly contend with the other 4 otherworlds simultaneously. If that were the case, the existing balance would be shattered, plunging the world into total chaos. I have to grow stronger as soon as possible. Su Liang took a deep breath, the desire for power burning ever more fiercely within him. At the very least, he needed the strength to protect himself against 9th-rank beings and those who had transcended mortality. As for becoming a god, Su Liang didn't dare dream of it just yet. To become a deity meant wielding the authority of laws. Such power would bring about a qualitative transformation. Even demigods were no more than ants before true gods, easily crushed at will. Villa number 3. Awoo! As soon as Su Liang stepped into the villa, his gluttonous little dragon, Zijing, lit up with excitement. It burst out of the pet space, dashing about eagerly in search of snacks and fizzy drinks hidden around the house. It felt like raising a child. Su Liang chuckled softly, then headed to the kitchen, pulling out several large slabs of meat from a snow mountain mammoth boss. He began to prepare a lavish feast. While Su Liang was busy, a petite figure, dressed elegantly yet moving stealthily, carefully slipped onto the villa's balcony. Roar! Zijing, the amethyst thunderflame dragon, recognized Qin Xiaoyu immediately and was about to greet her. Shoo! Qin Xiaoyu quickly raised a finger to her lips, signaling the dragon to stay quiet. Roar! The dragon let out a soft growl, blinking its large, innocent eyes. Though it didn't fully understand why it needed to stay quiet, it obediently complied. Who's there? Su Liang's ears twitched as he caught a faint noise. He turned around, only to see a figure darting toward him at high speed. He instinctively prepared to defend himself, but upon seeing the face of the intruder, he froze in shock. Qin Xiaoyu? Qin Xiaoyu wasn't wearing her usual knight's heavy armor. Instead, she had changed into casual attire. Her twin ponytails swayed as she moved, and she wore a snug white t-shirt that accentuated her curves. Below, she sported denim shorts that hugged her shapely figure, showing off her long, fair legs. The youthful yet alluring aura she exuded was overwhelming. Su Liang quickly retracted his guard, allowing Qin Xiaoyu to throw herself at him. Hey, what are you doing? Breaking into my house? Su Liang asked, bewildered and confused. Qin Xiaoyu didn't respond. Instead, she exerted a little force. Bang! She shoved the unresisting Su Liang against the refrigerator behind him. Bang! A second sound followed as Qin Xiaoyu placed one slender hand on the fridge, her captivating eyes locking onto his with an intense, almost predatory gaze. The faint scent wafting from her made Su Liang's eyes widen in shock. Her delicate face, so close to his, left him utterly stunned. Wait a second. Am I being cabinet-ed by Qin Xiaoyu? No, this wasn't a cabinet. This was more like a fridge don? What are you trying to do? Su Liang's mind was a blank. What do you think? Qin Xiaoyu bit her lip, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks as she leaned in and kissed him. At this moment, if Su Liang still didn't understand what was happening, he would hardly count as a man. Hold on, though. If we're doing this, our roles are reversed. Isn't cabinet supposed to be something a man does? Su Liang swiftly reversed their positions with a counter push, pinning Qin Xiaoyu against the refrigerator. Confused, she asked, Here? In the kitchen? Shouldn't we go upstairs? Stop overthinking. There's no one else here, Su Liang replied nonchalantly. And another thing, Qin Xiaoyu huffed, her cheeks flushed but her tone firm. You're in the wrong position. I'm the knight. I should be on top. Her heart raced like a stampede of deer, her face turning as red as a ripe apple, while her hands fidgeted awkwardly in the air. Yet, she stubbornly added, "What are you?" Before she could finish, Su Liang's surprised reaction was cut short as Qin Xiaoyu suddenly shoved him to the ground. 2 hours later, Qin Xiaoyu lay curled up like a lazy kitten in Su Liang's embrace. She let out a soft mmm, as if sensing her position wasn't quite comfortable. Shifting slightly, she nestled into a cozier spot. "Xiaoyu, what's gotten into you today?" Su Liang's lips curved into a faintly amused smile as he asked softly. Have you forgotten what I said before the college entrance exams?" Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks tinged pink, but she lifted her chin proudly, her demeanor like a little beast reveling in its victory. However, the next moment, her strength seemed to drain away, and she collapsed back into Su Liang's arms. She was clearly exhausted. "Wow, so that's what you meant by those words. Impressive." Su Liang's lips twitched as he spoke, a mix of resignation and admiration in his tone. He had to admit Qin Xiaoyu had followed through, though the cost had been significant. "Well, I suggest you make more bold declarations like that in the future," he teased with a sly grin. "Ah, stop teasing me." Qin Xiaoyu's face turned crimson as she pouted and lightly pounded her small fists against his chest in mock protest. She had been feeling uneasy about Su Liang's recent attitude toward Wen Mengqing, and the stress from the college entrance exams had only fueled her impulsiveness. When Su Liang saved her earlier, it all culminated in her acting on a heat-of-the-moment decision. "Xiaoyu, do you want to become stronger?" Su Liang suddenly caught her delicate fist mid-air, his expression turning serious. As his first woman, he couldn't let her remain ordinary. She deserved some benefits. "Of course I do, but unfortunately, my talent and class aren't anything special," Qin Xiaoyu sighed softly. An S-tier talent combined with a legendary class profession was the key to true power. But she fell short on both counts. While her current gear and pet gave her a fighting chance and might get her admitted to Taiyan Academy, she knew she'd eventually be left behind. After all, the academy was filled with abundant resources and fierce competition. "I can help you," Su Liang said confidently, a sly grin tugging at the corners of his mouth. With the authority granted by his guiding angel's profession, making someone stronger was a trivial matter. "Really?" Qin Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with anticipation, but soon her excitement waned as she smiled bitterly and shook her head. "It's no use. Gear and pets are ultimately external aids. I'll still lag behind one day." Clearly, she thought Su Liang was talking about giving her equipment, materials, or pets. No. I mean, I can give you a legendary class profession. But, how do you plan to thank me?" Su Liang's grin widened mischievously. "Cut it out. Quit joking around." Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, not believing a word. After all, only a guiding angel could grant professions, and no one had figured out how to obtain one yet. "Ah, why does no one believe me when I tell the truth?" Su Liang sighed, shaking his head in mock exasperation. He extended a hand and tapped a few times in the air. The next moment, the authority of his profession-assigning ability activated. In an instant, a notification sounded in Qin Xiaoyu's ears. "Ding! Transfer complete. Your class has been changed to Calamity Knight, Legendary." "A legendary class profession?" Qin Xiaoyu's eyes widened in shock, her breath quickening. But just as quickly, Su Liang withdrew the profession. "Well, convinced I can do it now?" Su Liang asked with a knowing smile. How is this possible?" Qin Xiaoyu was utterly stunned. Her mouth hung open in an O shape, her face filled with disbelief. This was harder to believe than the time Su Liang tamed a dragon or defeated a 6-turn boss. After all, this was divine authority. "Don't worry about the how. Now, I'm giving you a chance to rephrase your question. Do you want it or not?" Su Liang asked coolly, exuding the aura of a peerless master. "Brother Liang, I want it." Qin Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy. She immediately clasped Su Liang's arm and, with a pleading expression, began to act coquettishly. "Ha! Just calling me brother and you think that's enough to earn a legendary class profession?" Su Liang raised an eyebrow, clearly enjoying himself. "Fine. Daddy, please give it to me." Qin Xiaoyu showed no pride whatsoever, her tone filled with desperation. "I'll do whatever you want in the future." She tilted her head slightly, her big, beautiful eyes blinking as she pouted and begged. Su Liang chuckled silently to himself. Initially, he only wanted Qin Xiaoyu to call him husband. Ugh, how shameless of him. But, I like it. Especially that last condition, it was simply too tempting. With a sly grin, Su Liang decisively used his authority to grant Qin Xiaoyu the class of Calamity Knight. The class authority in his hands contained 7 legendary professions, and the one most suited for Qin Xiaoyu was the Calamity Knight, a knight that brings endless calamity and destruction to all. Though it stood in complete contrast to her previous role as a paladin, her talent was intricately linked to defense, making this new class a perfect match. Wow, this class is amazing. Thank you, hubby, you're the best. Qin Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy as she examined her new skills. She was so thrilled that she leaned in and planted a kiss on Su Liang's cheek, her eyes brimming with admiration. There's no need to be so formal with me. Su Liang affectionately ruffled her hair. Come on, you didn't have lunch yet, did you? Let's head downstairs and grab something to eat. I can't stand up. Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed as she stretched out her arms, silently asking to be carried. This wasn't her trying to act spoiled, it was genuine. She really couldn't stand up. Earlier, her competitive streak got the better of her. She aimed to outlast Su Liang, thinking she could exhaust him. But Su Liang's strength far surpassed hers, and with his relentless speed, the result of their contest left her unable to move. If it weren't for her knightly physique and damage reduction talents, her body might have completely given out by now. Su Liang smiled helplessly and scooped her up, carrying her into the living room. He then returned to the kitchen to tidy up. The mammoth boss meat he had been cooking earlier was now thoroughly burnt. Afterward, he started cooking fresh portions of meat again. Boss meat is rich in nutrients, eat more to replenish yourself. With your current constitution, you still dare to compete with me? Su Liang's lips curled into a meaningful smirk. Humph, I'm different now. I'm a legendary class 2. Next time, it's not certain who'll win. Qin Xiaoyu's cheeks turned a delicate shade of pink as she pouted, her words carrying a habitual tone of defiance. Oh, why wait until next time? How about we settle it now? Su Liang's devilish grin deepened, and he let out a mischievous chuckle. Hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu panicked instantly. Whoa, I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that. Qin Xiaoyu perfectly demonstrated the art of being both brave and timid, quickly pleading for mercy with a pitiful expression. Su Liang chuckled lightly. He didn't actually mean what he said, of course. After all, it was Qin Xiaoyu's first time, she wouldn't recover so quickly. The two of them feasted heartily, devouring over 10 portions of mammoth meat to replenish the energy they had burned earlier. Afterward, Su Liang carried the visibly exhausted Qin Xiaoyu upstairs to rest. I should head out to hunt more boss meat and stock up. Su Liang glanced at a stack of documents in his hands. Now that leveling up had slowed significantly, boss meat became a valuable resource. It could quickly boost attributes and even facilitate leveling up. Though a bit slower than grinding through dungeons, it was a dual-benefit approach. After setting up a spatial marker engraved with 670 at home, Su Liang mounted his amethyst thunderflame dragon and headed to the familiar territory of the Across Mountains. For a moment, memories came flooding back. It was here that he had first ventured into the wilderness. And it was also here that he encountered the mother of his amethyst thunderflame dragon, a thunder drake. Lost in thought, whoosh. A black missile radiating deathly energy whistled through the air, shooting straight toward him. With instinctive combat reflexes, Su Liang slightly tilted his body to evade the sudden attack. Boom! The black missile struck a towering ancient tree nearby. In an instant, the tree withered rapidly, its vitality drained, leaving behind nothing but a dead, lifeless trunk. A cursed missile? An ambush? Su Liang's brows furrowed. This was the signature spell of necromancers, much like a mage's fireball spell. His gaze followed the trajectory of the black missile. There, floating mid-air, was a hunched old man cloaked in a black robe, holding a skeletal staff that radiated an eerie aura. Hee, so it's you who killed Fan Feng and his crew. Your reflexes are impressive, I'll give you that. I never expected that investigating Fan Feng would lead me to a prodigy like you, and one who even possesses a young dragon. I'll sacrifice you to create a powerful undead bone dragon. The black-robed elder's eyes gleamed with greed. To a necromancer, the allure of a young dragon was simply irresistible. Name, Qi Shui. Level, LV 117. Class, Necromancer. Strength, 33,350. Constitution, 44,844. Agility, 38,795. Spirit, 76,138. Talent, Mid-Tier, Power of Undeath, Grade A. Skills, Cursed Missile, Undead Flames, Evil Frenzy, Bone Shield, Death Decay. Mid-Tier, Power of Undeath, Grade A increases damage of undead spells by 100%, reduces incoming damage by 10%. That's it? Su Liang glanced at the panel in front of him, the corners of his lips curling into a scornful smirk. A rare 6th-turn class player, daring to act so arrogant. This necromancer's stats were far inferior to those of a goblin shadow knight, posing no real threat to him whatsoever. His talents were just as pathetic. Su Liang couldn't even be bothered to say more. Blinking thrust. Instant strike. Extinguishing stab. In a flash, his figure disappeared from the back of the amethyst thunderflame dragon. Executing several consecutive blinking thrusts, he closed in on the necromancer, reducing the distance to less than 100 yards. And then, swish! He instantly appeared right in front of the necromancer, his sword gleaming like lightning as he struck twice in rapid succession. Squelch! Squelch! The greatsword sliced through the air, flames erupting in the necromancer's wide, stunned eyes. Immediately after, the blade pierced through the black robe, driving straight into the skeletal frame beneath. The first strike, the necromancer's health bar was instantly halved. The second strike, the health bar was completely emptied. 2 strikes were all it took to kill a 6-turn necromancer. And this was Su Liang fighting without activating any buffs or state abilities. The gap in health between players and bosses was still massive. Besides, the necromancer's stats were utterly unimpressive, hardly worth mentioning. What speed, what damage? You're just a mere 3-turn class relying on a dragon, how could this? The necromancer, only just realizing what had happened, stared wide-eyed, terror, unwillingness, and disbelief all swirling in his expression. As he died with his eyes wide open, his skeletal body plummeted from the sky. Ding! You have killed Shishue. Since the necromancer attacked first, no sin value will be added. Talk about digging your own grave. Su Liang sheathed his flame of joy greatsword, shaking his head as he bent down to rummage through the fallen body. Soon, he had stripped the necromancer's remains clean. Ding! You have obtained 30 million gold coins. Ding! You have obtained materials, Shadow Panther Bone X2. Ding! You have obtained equipment, Soul Devourer Skeleton Staff X1. Ding! You have obtained equipment, Phantom Necromancer Robe X1. Pathetic. Broke. You're a disgrace to 6-turn players. Couldn't you at least bring more gold before trying to ambush me? Su Liang looked disgusted as he complained. A 6-turn necromancer, and all he carried were 30 million gold coins and a pile of low-tier materials and equipment. What a pauper. As for the necromancer's corpse, though devouring it would boost his stats, Su Liang just couldn't bring himself to do it. Besides, the necromancer's body was almost entirely devoid of flesh. It'd be like gnawing on dry bones, an utterly unappetizing thought. Let's move. Time to enter the Evercross mountain range. Su Liang mounted the Amethyst Thunder Flame Dragon once more, flying in the direction of the bosses. Boom! 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 Before long, Su Liang was cutting through the bosses below 6-turn like a hot knife through butter, reaping their lives as if they were mere weeds. Ding! You have killed Red-Eyed Thunder Lion, Dark Gold Boss, gaining 19 million experience points. Ding! You have killed Stormbear, Gold Boss, gaining 8.8 million experience points. Ding! You have killed Blazing Bull Serpent, Dark Gold Boss, gaining 25 million experience points. By nightfall, a beam of white light enveloped Su Liang, and the familiar notification sounded once again. Ding! Your level has risen to 57. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30, finally leveled up. That took way too long. Su Liang stretched lazily on the back of the Amethyst Thunder Flame Dragon. Bosses did yield decent experience, but it still paled in comparison to the concentrated mobs found in dungeons. He'd have to keep looking and mapping out routes. Fortunately, the materials dropped by these wild bosses helped ease his frustrations. Deep in the Evercross mountain range. Boom! A towering white-furred ape, over 10 meters tall with 6 massive arms, swung a colossal log at Su Liang in a furious attack. The ground trembled, dust and debris flying everywhere. Throat-slitting blade. Swish! Su Liang leaped into the air, wielding his flame of joy. With a decisive and clean motion, he slashed across the white ape's throat, blood spraying like rain. As its health bar emptied, boom! The 6-armed white ape's body collapsed like a crumbling skyscraper. Ding! You have slain the 6-armed white ape, Dark Gold Boss, and earned 58 million experience points. Ding! Your level has increased to level 60. All attributes plus 10, free attribute points plus 30. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunder Flame Dragon, has leveled up to level 58. The Dark Gold Boss of the 6th tier brought nearly 60 million experience points, finally filling Su Liang's experience bar to the brim. Before this, Su Liang had spent a full 5 days defeating over 60 golden and dark gold tier bosses, finally reaching level 60. At the same time, he managed to level up his Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon to level 58. During this period, Su Liang also made use of the active effect of Sleight of Hand to steal the 2 skills from the Ring of Dragon's Fury, Pseudo-Forbidden Spell, Ice Dragon's Wrath and Dragon Incarnation, making them permanent abilities of his own. Today's the day the college entrance exam results are released. I need to head back. Su Liang glanced at the time. Although he wasn't worried about any surprises, he still had to return to school to fill out his college applications. After storing the corpse of the 6-armed white ape, he retrieved a spatial crystal and infused it with mana. The next moment, a translucent virtual map appeared before him, displaying only one marked coordinate, his villa in Jiang City. Without hesitation, he clicked on it. The spatial crystal radiated a dazzling light, enveloping Su Liang. Then, his figure vanished from the Hangzhou mountain range. Back home, Su Liang powered on his computer. The results were already out. Absolute dominance. An undisputed, crushing victory. The second highest score in the nation was 880,000 points, already surpassing the historical record, but it was still less than half of Su Liang's first-place score. The top trending topic on the professional forum was once again dominated by Su Liang. Even though rumors of the 1.8 million points and his dragon had already surfaced, many still doubted their authenticity. A third-tier dragon knight? Unheard of. But once the officials confirmed it, everyone was utterly stunned. From this moment onward, the name of the Amethyst Dragon Knight, Su Liang, echoed not just across the nation but throughout the world. 1.8 million points? A dragon knight? Are you kidding me? I'm so jealous. Just riding a dragon once would make dying worth it. An assassin class awakening and clearing a level 25 golden difficulty dungeon in just over 10 minutes on his first day? SSS ranked score, breaking the record? Could there be a dragon egg in the newbie dungeon? Seriously? I'm definitely going to scour every corner of the newbie dungeon when I awaken next year. Maybe I'll be the next dragon knight. You're all too naive. Su God is one of a kind. He's definitely so handsome that even the Dragon Queen fell for him. Online discussions erupted like wildfire, one wave of heated debate after another. The name Amethyst Dragon Knight completely overshadowed the professional title Su Liang had reported. In Lanchao City, Sichuan Province, at the Central Square. Ha ha, watch closely, everyone. This year's national top scorer is definitely going to be me. That Su Liang guy? Some so-called dragon knight? It's all just a publicity stunt to grab attention. A young man with a sinister expression boasted arrogantly, his tone dripping with confidence and conceit, drawing the attention of passers-by. As the virtual screen on the city square displayed the national top 10 scores from the college entrance exam. In that instant, the bold, enlarged name Su Liang, with an overwhelming 1.8 million points, appeared at the very top of the list. Boom! The young man stared at the leaderboard, his pupils dilating in disbelief. He stumbled back 2 steps, his face darkened, as if he had swallowed something vile. 1.8 million points? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this be real? He was supposed to be the F-rank talent with a trash-tier class, the perfect protagonist template. And yet, someone else had stolen the spotlight? Unacceptable. This Su Liang was asking for trouble. Su Liang, you've chosen the path to your own demise. The young man's face twisted with malice, his teeth clenched as he glared at the name dominating the leaderboard. In his mind, that name seemed to look down on him with the disdainful gaze of a superior being. Murderous intent swirled in his eyes as he muttered coldly to himself. With a snort, the young man turned and left the city square, but not before leaving behind a parting comment. Humph, it's just because of the dragon. It's external power, nothing more. In Jiang City, at 3rd High School, one by one, students were returning to school to fill out their college applications. The school gates were crowded with students and reporters alike. Excuse me, how do you feel about your school producing a national top scorer? Classmate 670, do you know Su Liang? Teacher Zhang Shui, as Su Liang's homeroom teacher, could you share your thoughts on his character and performance? Principal Chen, do you know Su Liang? What's your opinion of him? The elderly principal stood proudly at the school gates, basking in the spotlight of the reporter's questions, his face glowing with joy, his smile uncontainable. What a delight! An absolute delight! Originally, he had invested in Su Liang, expecting returns in the distant future. Little did he know Su Liang would deliver such a monumental surprise so soon. In the past, even producing the top scorer of Jiang City or the southern province seemed like a dream, let alone the national top scorer. Now, 5 days after Su Liang's 1.8 million points were revealed, the principal still felt as if he were in a dream. Su Liang had always been the top student in our school, an exceptional talent with astonishing fighting instincts. From the moment I first saw Su Liang, I knew he was destined to rise above all, a true dragon among men. He will undoubtedly become the national top scorer, possessing the rare 9 turns aptitude. The old principal spoke passionately to the reporters surrounding him, his tone full of conviction. Standing nearby, the beautiful homeroom teacher Zhang Shui felt the corner of her mouth twitch slightly. She was listening so intently that she almost started believing it herself. Suddenly, from the corner of her eye, Zhang Shui noticed a familiar, handsome figure approaching from a distance. Her bright eyes immediately lit up. Su Liang was just on his way back to school to fill out his college application forms when he saw a crowd gathered at the school gate. Above the campus of 3rd High School, a massive red banner hung prominently. The bold characters on the banner, each several meters tall, could be clearly seen even from afar. "Congratulations to Su Liang from our school for becoming the national top scorer." "Well, this is anything but low-key," Su Liang commented with a faint smile, striding confidently toward the crowd. He had barely taken 2 steps when the surrounding area erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Su God, I love you. Su Liang, the legend, is back at school. Su Liang, could we have a quick interview with you? Su Liang, our reporter team from South Province Daily would also like a word. A few students and reporters quickly recognized Su Liang and rushed toward him in a frenzy, their exclamations echoing one after another. Almost instantly, a large crowd surrounded him. The reporters, in particular, pushed forward aggressively, microphones in hand, like crazed fans. Cameras and recording equipment were thrust toward him from all directions. "Su Liang, you've achieved an unprecedented score of 1.8 million points this time. How do you feel about that?" The reporter closest to him fired off the first question. "Just basic operations, nothing to brag about," Su Liang replied nonchalantly, waving his hand with a calm smile. It was as if such a feat was no big deal. In truth, apart from defeating the Shadow Knight, he had barely even exerted himself. If he had gone all out, his score would have skyrocketed even further. In fact, if he hadn't held back to avoid harming other examinees, a few large-scale pseudo-forbidden spells would have sent his score to completely absurd heights. After answering, Su Liang gently pushed through the crowd. With Jiang Shui and the old principal shielding him, he quickly made his way into the school. The swarm of reporters was left outside, blocked from entering. As the old principal dealt with the press, Jiang Shui escorted Su Liang directly to the classroom. The moment Su Liang entered the room, his classmates erupted into a frenzy of chatter, speaking over one another in excitement. However, compared to the chaos outside, this atmosphere seemed almost trivial. Under Jiang Shui's stern gaze, the class quickly quieted down. "Su Liang, don't rush to fill out your application just yet. I just received word that representatives from the top 10 academies will be arriving soon. We originally planned to wait until they were all here to formally invite you back, but it seems you came straight over on your own. When the time comes, see what resources they're willing to offer. Prioritize the academy that can provide you with the most support." Jiang Shui handed him an application form, her tone serious as she gave her advice. The top 10 academies were the most prestigious institutions in the Xia Nation, including the legendary Tian Academy among the big 3. For someone like Su Liang, who was not just the national top scorer but also the provincial top scorer of the South Province, the application process was entirely different from that of ordinary students. Ordinary students would evaluate which academy was the strongest or had the most resources, while Su Liang's focus was on which academy could allocate the best resources specifically for him. After all, even the most resource-rich institution wouldn't dedicate all their assets to just one student. "Got it, Teacher Jiang," Su Liang responded with a nod. Not long after, a deafening cacophony of beastly cries echoed from the sky. Screech, roar, neigh. Su Liang looked up, his eyes widening slightly at the breathtaking sight. Crowning falcons, unicorn pegasi, crystalline ice phoenixes, blazing fire eagles, shadow butterflies. An array of extraordinary mounts streaked through the air, descending rapidly onto the sports field of 3rd High School. Zhao Zifeng 8th turn level 153, Su Zichen 8th turn level 153, Wang Yuan 8th turn level 153, Shen Hang 8th turn level 150, Yu Qinghan 8th turn. "This is quite the spectacle," Su Liang muttered to himself, scanning the scene with his true vision ability. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of the top 10 academies, each of these 10 representatives was a powerhouse at the 8th turn or higher. Not only that, but their professions were all at least of the epic tier or above. Their innate talents were formidable, and their mounts were uniformly of epic grade as well. Shortly after, Su Liang spotted the old principal jogging over from a distance. "Let's go," Jiang Shui said with a smile, leading Su Liang toward the high-level conference room of the school. Creak. Accompanied by the slow opening of the conference room doors, Su Liang and Jiang Shui walked in. The gazes of numerous 8th-rank experts immediately focused on Su Liang, completely ignoring the beautiful teacher Jiang Shui. "So, you're Su Liang, right? As expected, you're truly a prodigy among prodigies. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhao Zifeng, an admissions officer from Huaqing Academy. I'm Yu Qinghan from Jiangning Academy." One by one, the admissions officers stepped forward, identifying themselves. Finally, only one remained, a female mage clad in a loose, gilded robe that still couldn't conceal her striking figure. Her golden, wavy hair cascaded down her shoulders. "I am Su Zichen from Tian Academy," and also Zhao Anren's teacher, Su Zichen said as she gracefully approached Su Liang, offering a cryptic smile. Zhao Anren, known as a genius, had already caught up to her peers back in her senior year of college, so her reputation was widely recognized. But what did this have to do with Su Liang? Was she trying to highlight her own teaching abilities? However, Su Zichen's next words caused the entire room to pale with shock. According to Anren, you two met in the 10,000 snow mountains, and she said you were a tremendous help to her. What in the world? A connection, here of all places? The crowd was utterly astonished. It was a brief encounter, we helped each other out, Su Liang replied with a faint smile, brushing it off lightly. He certainly didn't want this to affect his access to resources. That's more than enough. A sly glint flashed through Su Zichen's captivating eyes as she inwardly celebrated her success. Her words had been carefully calculated, meant as a message for everyone present. Su Liang was a student she was determined to recruit, no exceptions. Why? Because of something Zhao Anren had once said, Su Zichen was convinced that Su Liang was likely a dual talent wielder. His second talent? An ability that could reduce a boss's critical attributes, even if they were in an invincible state. And what's more, the effect lasted a remarkably long time and could target multiple enemies at once. Most crucially, this talent appeared to reduce 20% of current attributes. And there's a big difference between a flat 20% to attributes and 20% of current attributes. Take Zhao Anren, for example. With her total attribute multiplier at 500%, a flat minus 20% would bring it down to 480%. But if it were 20% of her current attributes, she'd be left with only 400%. The stronger the opponent, the more terrifying this talent became. A mere dragon? Su Liang's talent was undoubtedly an SS-class anomaly with immense strategic value. Once deployed in battle or against high-level bosses, the potential benefits were staggering. Forget about these connections, Su Liang. Resources are what really matter. At Jiangbei Academy, we're offering 3 million points and will cover all materials you need up to your 8th rank. The admissions officer from Jiangbei Academy snorted coldly, immediately laying out an enticing offer. 3 million points, each point equivalent to 100 gold coins. That translated to 300 million gold coins. While Su Liang wasn't short on money, thanks to revenue from selling materials and future dungeon profits, points held a unique value. Points could be used as currency, but gold coins couldn't be converted to points. Certain materials could only be exchanged with points. In short, points were far more valuable than gold coins. Additionally, from the 3rd rank onward, every job advancement required not only completing advancement tasks but also a substantial amount of materials. Having the academy handle the materials would save considerable time, effort, and money. By comparison, these added benefits made the 3 million points even more valuable. But even so, it wasn't enough. Is that all Jianbei can offer? No wonder you're ranked at the bottom of the top 10 academies. We at Jinling Academy are offering 3.5 million points. Come to Daxia Academy. As one of the 3 premier academies, our faculty speaks for itself. We'll offer 4 million points and provide materials through the 9th rank. Who doesn't belong to the top 3 academies? Huaqing Academy is offering 5.5 million points, along with the same materials. As the admissions officers from the 9 academies continued their heated bidding war, Su Zichen, who had remained quiet after her initial remarks, finally made her move. She walked over to Su Liang with elegant strides, her confident smile lighting up the room. In an instant, all eyes turned to her. Su Zichen parted her crimson lips and slowly delivered an irresistible proposition. At Taiyan Academy, we've held the #1 position in faculty, resources, and inter-academy competitions for years. If you join us, you'll receive 20 million points, materials for advancement all the way to the demigod rank, and priority access to all dungeons in secret realms. With just a single sentence, Su Zichen obliterated the competition. Her offer left Su Liang with no room for refusal. There was no doubt Taiyan Academy was the strongest, especially in the past 4 years. Previously, the other 2 premier academies could compete for rankings, but for the past 4 years, they had been utterly dominated. This was indisputable. In terms of points, even if other academies gave it their all, they could barely reach 10 million points. But Su Zichen directly offered 20 million points, which was 2 or even 3 times the amount of others. Not to mention, they also had priority access to dungeons and secret realms. What? Has the Taiyan Academy gone mad? With resources like this, are you just giving up on the 2nd to 10th places? The other recruitment teachers were utterly baffled, their jaws practically hitting the floor. Even the old principal and Jiang Shui were struck with unparalleled astonishment. The nation's top scorer, Su Liang, had already set an unprecedented record in points and had a majestic amethyst dragon by his side. With this dragon, Su Liang and its growth potential could easily reach the legendary 9 revolutions level. However, Su Liang's talent and profession were plain to see. While his baseline was incredibly high, his ceiling seemed somewhat limited. Further advancement seemed nearly impossible, making such a lavish investment appear utterly outrageous. Could it be? Was Su Liang hiding some kind of secret? But the resources offered by Tian Academy were simply too vast. Everyone sensed something unusual about the situation, but no one dared to take the gamble. Forget it, you all can fight over the remaining 9 spots. Su Zichen flashed a dazzling smile. In her eyes, the other 9 candidates were insignificant compared to Su Liang. Ultimately, the other recruitment teachers hesitated for a moment but decided to withdraw from the competition. After all, this was a golden era of opportunity, and the talents and professions awakening across the nation were extraordinary. The remaining 9 candidates weren't bad either. The second-place finisher had also set a record. But they lacked the ability of a dragon, rapid flight, large-scale skills, and quick point accumulation. Once they matured in the later stages, they might not be inferior to the dragon. There was no need to cling to Su Liang and forsake everything else. It seems I really have no reason to refuse. Tian Academy it is, then, Su Liang said, his mood lifted. Su Liang, welcome to Tian Academy. Su Zichen extended her delicate hand, her radiant smile as beautiful as a blooming flower. The two shook hands briefly, sealing the deal. In the age of universal job transfers, universities didn't have traditional vacations. Or rather, every day was practically a vacation. Professionals had full control of their schedules. Attend classes if they wanted, dive into dungeons if they wished, or simply slack off, it was up to them. So, there was no need to wait 2 to 3 months. In just 3 days, Su Liang would report to Tian Academy. Once he checked in, he would receive all the benefits Su Zichen had promised. As he left the office, Qin Xiaoyu happened to walk over. As the 4th-ranked candidate in the southern province, she, too, was part of the recruitment frenzy. However, the offers she received couldn't hold a candle to what Su Liang was getting. Honey, which academy did you choose? Qin Xiaoyu asked, her big eyes sparkling with curiosity as she tilted her head. Tian Academy. But you should choose the school that offers you the best deal, Su Liang replied, gently patting her head with a smile. Okay. Qin Xiaoyu nodded, her voice cheerful and playful as she skipped into the meeting room. Outside the school gates, reporters swarmed in droves, but this time, there were no teachers or the principal to help Su Liang escape. He skipped heading to the Assassin's Guild and decisively used a spatial crystal to teleport back to his villa. Half an hour later, Qin Xiaoyu returned, looking utterly dejected as she opened the door. What happened? Su Liang asked, puzzled. Ugh, all the other academies made me offers, but Tian Academy didn't even seem interested in giving me resources. And I'm already a legendary profession. Qin Xiaoyu pouted, her voice tinged with frustration. To secure more resources, Su Liang had asked Qin Xiaoyu to inform the schools about her recent advancement to a legendary profession. Of course, he didn't reveal any of his own abilities. Instead, they attributed Qin Xiaoyu's advancement to a fortunate encounter she had recently. She, as a holy knight, had once gained access to the Radiant Shrine, where she received guidance from an angel. Qin Xiaoyu had slightly altered the story, turning the angel's blessing into a profession-changing event. Hearing her complaint, Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that he had claimed too many resources, leaving the budget stretched thin. Su Zichen likely chose not to compete for Qin Xiaoyu. Su Liang explained the whole situation to Qin Xiaoyu, hoping to comfort her. What? You're the reason behind this? Realizing the truth, Qin Xiaoyu puffed up her cheeks in mock anger. Alright. Anyway, Tian and Dasha Academy aren't far apart. With teleport scrolls, it's just a matter of seconds. No way, you have to make it up to me. How should I make it up to you? This time, I'm going to be on top. After the ensuing battle, Qin Xiaoyu lay sprawled on the couch, her soft figure leaning against Su Liang. Since her transformation into a legendary profession, she had once again fallen short in their duel. However, this time, she wasn't nearly as exhausted as she had been last time. After taking a brief rest, I should head back and report to my dad about my choice of academy, Qin Xiaoyu said reluctantly. Her slender, fair fingers traced circles on Su Liang's chest as her face was filled with longing. Come on, your villa is just next door. Why are you acting like we're parting forever? Su Liang said helplessly, rubbing Qin Xiaoyu's head, feeling a bit troubled. This girl was a little too clingy. Walk me back, will you? Qin Xiaoyu pouted, her eyes shimmering with reluctance. Alright, I'll walk you back, Su Liang replied with an indulgent smile. It also gave him an excuse to stop by Jiang He's place to pick up some promised treasures. He hadn't forgotten Jiang He's vow that Su Liang could choose a few valuable items as a reward for becoming the national top scorer. Even though the two villas were technically adjacent, the need for privacy meant there was still a distance of over 1,000 meters between them. Qin Xiaoyu deliberately slowed her pace, and the two walked for nearly 10 minutes before finally arriving. Woof, 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 a woof, a woof. As they approached the villa entrance, a cacophony of barking erupted. Judging by the noise, there were quite a few dogs. This, Su Liang asked hesitantly, isn't this all thanks to you? It's that three-headed hellhound you sold me. Each head has its own mind, and they're constantly arguing and wrecking the house. It's like raising 3 huskies at once. Qin Xiaoyu rolled her eyes dramatically, clearly exasperated just talking about it. At first, she thought she'd struck gold when her hellhound hatched with dual talents, one that enhanced energy and reduced skill cooldowns, and another that boosted attack speed. But the downside was, the dog was too energetic. Its stamina seemed endless, and it refused to stay in the pet space, causing chaos at home every single day. If her family weren't wealthy, they wouldn't have been able to withstand the destruction caused by this hellhound. Had it not been for its incredible combat power, on par with an epic tier pet, she might have considered getting rid of it a long time ago. How was I supposed to know you'd be the one who bought it? Su Liang said with an innocent smile. All right, go on inside. Don't forget to miss me. Qin Xiaoyu stood on her tiptoes and gave Su Liang a quick peck on the cheek before reluctantly heading inside. Ding dong. Su Liang pressed the doorbell of Jiang He's villa. Uncle Jiang, it's me, Su Liang, he called out. Before he even finished speaking, the door opened. Mr. Su, please, come in. Jiang He's secretary greeted him with a polite smile and a respectful gesture to enter. Following the secretary, Su Liang soon found himself in Jiang He's study. So, about that reward for being the national top scorer. Su Liang chuckled sheepishly, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. His meaning was clear, he was here for the promised treasures. Jiang He, as if he had expected this, waved his hand, and several items appeared on the desk. Ah, Liang, I've been waiting for you. I thought you'd come right after submitting your academy application, Jiang He said with a hint of curiosity. Knowing Su Liang's personality, he found it odd that the young man hadn't come sooner to claim his prize. Su Liang laughed awkwardly. How could he tell Jiang He that, after finishing his application, he'd spent his time with Qin Xiaoyu instead? Ahem, Uncle Jiang, what are these? Su Liang quickly coughed and changed the subject. In this card, there are 5 million points. These 5 items are materials that permanently enhance your attributes. Lastly, this is an entrance ticket to the Forsaken Land, Jiang He explained. Hiss! Su Liang gasped, his eyes widening in shock. The rewards were unbelievably generous. The value of the points was self-explanatory, and the materials for permanent attribute enhancement were practically priceless. But the crown jewel was that last item, the entrance ticket. The Forsaken Land was once the dwelling place of countless gods. Though abandoned, it was filled with divine relics they had left behind. Even though these items were discarded by gods, they were coveted by countless professionals, who would stop at nothing to acquire them. Thank you, Uncle Jiang, Su Liang said sincerely. The rewards for being the national top scorer in previous years were nowhere near this extravagant. This was undoubtedly tied to the current golden era, but Jiang He's influence was also unmistakable. It was something I promised you, so of course, I'd follow through, Jiang He said with a hearty laugh. Come, let's go pick out the treasures I promised earlier. Without hesitation, Jiang He pressed a button on his desk, and a hidden door behind the bookshelf slowly opened, revealing a secret chamber. Gulp! As Su Liang stepped into the chamber, he swallowed hard, completely awestruck. Uncle Jiang, what's your background to have a stash like this? The chamber was packed with an astounding array of materials, equipment, treasures, and rare items, numbering in the hundreds, if not thousands. While there were a few dark gold-grade items scattered about, the majority were of epic grade, and there were even a few legendary items. For a moment, Su Liang couldn't help but entertain the idea of robbing the place. This was far beyond the resources of a typical 6th-tier professional. Thinking back to that broke necromancer he knew, Su Liang couldn't help but feel that life really was unfair. The comparison was enough to drive anyone mad. It's just some life-saving items provided by the family. Unfortunately, my class is too mediocre. If I could reach the 8th transformation, I wouldn't have to worry about this anymore. Jiang He sighed helplessly. He was the eldest son of the Jiang family, the prominent clan in Cloud City, and his family even boasted a near-divine powerhouse. Both he and his daughter, Jiang Shui, had inherited SS-level talents, but their awakened classes were disappointing, nothing more than a plain warrior and an archer. If only they had awakened rare or epic classes, with the family's resources, they could have easily reached the 8th transformation. But alas, there were no ifs in life. Left with no choice, Zhang He settled for being an ordinary mayor in Zhang City. Su Liang's heart stirred upon hearing this. He immediately activated his Eye of Insight to appraise Zhang He. Sure enough, the man was indeed a plain warrior with an SS-level talent. Talent and class were equally critical. Once someone awakened a standard class, their potential would be capped. Su Liang hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided not to use his class authority to change Jiang He's class to an epic one. Although Zhang He had been kind to him, Su Liang's ability to grant classes was too dangerous to reveal unless he could trust someone absolutely. Survival always came first. Let's talk about this later, Su Liang thought to himself, quickly collecting his thoughts. He put on an excited expression and began examining the treasures around him. Feel free to pick any 3 items from here, Zhang He said generously, waving his hand. After witnessing Su Liang kill a 6th transformation, epic boss despite only being at the 3rd transformation, Zhang He had no hesitation about investing in him to build a good relationship. Then I won't hold back. Su Liang grinned, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. This was precisely why he had come. Shield of Immortality Legendary Level 120. Darkfang Greatsword Legendary Level 120. Tempered Emerald Crystal Armor Epic Level 100. Radiant Armor of the Lightbringer Epic Level 100. One piece of equipment after another flashed before his eyes, all of them high level. However, Su Liang had long surpassed these levels and could already wear much better gear. What he cared about wasn't the equipment's stats but the skills they came with, particularly those that could turn sleight of hand into a permanent ability. Finally, one piece of dark gold equipment caught Su Liang's attention. War God's Necklace, Dark Gold. Level requirement, none. Attributes, Strength plus 500, Constitution plus 500, Agility plus 500. Skill, War God's Resolve. War God's Resolve. When the wearer takes fatal damage, they become immune to death for 5 seconds, with their health dropping to a minimum of 1 point. During this time, they are also immune to any crowd control effects. Cooldown, 12 hours. The necklace's attributes were impressive, and the skill it provided was exceptional. 5 seconds of invincibility. Even if the goddess of death herself showed up, Su Liang could hold his ground for 5 seconds. This skill was perfect for fragile classes like mages and assassins. With 5 extra seconds, Su Liang's burst damage potential would be terrifying. To him, this skill was as valuable as a legendary piece of equipment. It was a must-have. Next, Su Liang chose an epic piece of gear. Doomsday Armor, Epic. Level requirement, 100. Attributes, Strength plus 2088, Constitution plus 1888, Defense plus 30%, Health plus 30%. Skill, Doomsday Frenzy. Requirement to equip, Constitution above 5,000 points. Doomsday Frenzy. After killing an enemy target, gain attack speed plus 150% and movement speed plus 150% for 5 seconds. Although Su Liang couldn't wear this armor yet, its passive skill was excellent. Finally, he selected a treasure. Dragon's Heart, Treasure. Level requirement, 1. Attributes, Spirit plus 20%. Effect, Dragon-type resistance plus 20%, Dragon-type skill damage plus 100%. Description, known as the Dragon's Heart, this crystal from Dragon Island was formed over years of exposure to the aura of countless dragons. Treasures could be used by pets, and this Dragon's Heart was perfect for Su Liang's Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon. With it, clearing mobs would become effortless, and even dark gold bosses could be dispatched quickly. Su Liang wouldn't even need to lift a finger, victory would come easily. Alright, I'll take these pieces of equipment and the treasure. Thank you, Uncle Jiang. Su Liang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Liang, are you sure you only want these? Zhang He was taken aback. He had expected Su Liang to go after the legendary equipment, but instead, Su Liang had chosen just 1 dark gold piece and 1 epic piece. These will do, Su Liang nodded, giving him an innocent smile. Zhang He was moved to tears. What a considerate kid. In reality, though, Su Liang had dismissed the legendary equipment. Although their attributes were high, their skills were mediocre and not worth his attention. The Taiyan Academy is right here in Cloud City. If you ever need help, just let me know. Don't hesitate to ask Uncle Jiang for anything, Zhang He said earnestly, shaking Su Liang's hand. Uncle Jiang might not be particularly powerful, but within the Jiang family of Cloud City, he still holds some influence. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his heart pounding with excitement. Could it really be this good? The Jiang family, to which Zhang He belonged, actually had a quasi-divine level powerhouse. This meant an added layer of protection for him in Cloud City. It was as if he could now walk around with unchecked confidence. After some polite conversation, Su Liang left Jiang Yi's villa. As soon as he stepped out, he removed the Heart of Stone necklace and replaced it with the War God necklace. At the same time, he swapped out his level 40 Dark Gold Fallen Knight set for the level 60 Slayer's 4-piece set that he had stolen from the Shadow Mantis. Slayer's Hardened Leg Guards, Legendary. Slayer's Hardened Gauntlets, Legendary. Slayer's Hardened Boots, Legendary. Slayer's Hardened Pauldrons, Legendary. Once fully equipped, his stats surged dramatically. A notification appeared. Ding! Congratulations, you have activated the Slayer's set effect. For 4th's critical rate plus 40%, critical damage plus 60%. The set bonus was triggered. With great anticipation, Su Liang opened his attribute panel. Name, Su Liang. Level, LV 60. Class, Godslayer. Strength, 205,465. Constitution, 202,080. Agility, 214,400. Spirit, 121,836. Innate talents, Sleight of Hand, Devour Evolution, Sovereignty, True Sight. Skills, Power of the Godslayer, Divine Concealment, Peerless, Instant Stab, Godslayer Chain Strike, Mercy Release. The sheer grandeur of this attribute panel, even though Su Liang had been mentally prepared, still left him in awe. He had a total of 7 innate talents, 2 of which were SSS level. Apart from the indestructible body, all others were at least S level or higher. Any one of these could create a prodigy. Moreover, he had dozens of skills listed densely on the panel, more than even a 9-realm mage might possess. In terms of attributes, aside from Spirit being slightly lower, his other 3 main stats had all surpassed 200,000. This was comparable to a typical 7-realm epic class professional. With the addition of free stat points, Su Liang's agility had finally surpassed his other attributes. What a satisfying feeling. Content, he closed the panel. Over the next 2 days, Su Liang refrained from taking on any 4th evolution quests. Such quests required rare materials, and gathering materials of 5-star difficulty was bound to be troublesome. He figured it would be better to wait until he enrolled at Tian Academy, or he'd leverage its abundant resources to acquire the necessary items more efficiently. After all, experience points could be stockpiled. During these 2 days, he continued hunting bosses and devouring them through cooking. On average, he consumed the blood and flesh of 3 to 5 Dark Gold tier bosses daily, which boosted his attributes by 100 to 200 points each day. With the power of the Godslayer, class-specific amplification, and equipment enhancements, his effective attributes increased by roughly 3,000 daily. Finally, after swallowing the last piece of flesh from a boss, ding! You have devoured the Scorching Flame Blood Tiger, Dark Gold tier boss, gaining 50 free attribute points and plus 2% fire element resistance. Ding! Through devouring, your 5 senses have undergone evolution. In addition to the familiar free attribute points, this time, something entirely new had occurred. His senses had evolved for the first time. Instantly, his vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch were all significantly enhanced, becoming extraordinarily acute. Su Liang felt as though the entire world had become immeasurably sharper and clearer. While it's common for professionals to experience increments in sensory perception as they grow stronger, this level of enhancement was nothing short of extraordinary. Moreover, this improvement seamlessly integrated with the enhancements provided by his class. In turn, this sensory evolution also amplified his instincts for slaughter. Overall, Su Liang was beyond satisfied with this evolution. On the 3rd day, Su Liang returned to his villa to pack up. Thanks to the 100-fold augmentation of Blue Star, the distances between cities had become vast. Given Cloud City's unique geographical position, even riding a purple crystal thunder flame dragon would take several days to reach it. Without delay, Su Liang headed to Xujiang province, arriving at the only teleportation array in the southern region. After paying 3,000 gold coins based on the travel distance, he stepped into the teleportation array and set off for Cloud City. Boom! A flash of brilliance erupted, followed by a deafening roar, as an intense sensation of weightlessness overcame him. Within seconds, Su Liang had arrived in Cloud City. Cloud City was truly unique. It floated amidst the heavens, suspended among the clouds. Hence, its name, Cloud City. Protected by a massive barrier, it was a colossal city suspended in the sky. Cloud City was unimaginably vast, even larger than the neighboring country of Nippon. Below it lay majestic mountain ranges, expansive plains, mirror-like lakes, and winding rivers. So this is Cloud City, Su Liang exclaimed, his heart filled with awe at the breathtaking sight before him. It was incomparable to anything in the southern regions. Lost in the splendor of the scenery, he was suddenly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps. Clomp, clomp, clomp. A patrol squad, well-equipped and impeccably disciplined, marched in unison. Their formation was over 30 men strong, exuding an overwhelming aura as they approached. Zhao Yanda 5th Advancement Level 100. Jin Jianming 5th Advancement Level 98. Yin San 5th Advancement Level 98. Luo Wei 5th Advancement Level 98. More than a dozen 5th Advancement experts patrolled the area like celestial beings. Yet, in this city teeming with powerhouses, even they could only serve as members of the patrol team. Su Liang hummed a little tune as he casually flagged down a vehicle. In Yun City, mounts were strictly regulated, riders were required to register and pay fees, which meant that riding a dragon for travel was temporarily off the table. "Driver, to Taiyan Academy, please," he said. "Sure thing. You must be one of the new students this year, right?" The driver was momentarily startled before asking. Su Liang nodded. "Man, I envy you guys." The driver's voice was full of admiration. Those who could get into Taiyan Academy were destined to become future powerhouses, with at least the potential of reaching the 7th advancement. Such individuals were guaranteed a prominent place in Yun City one day. "Where are you from, young man?" "From the southern province." "Ah, I heard the southern province recently produced a purple crystal dragon knight. That must be something, huh?" The driver's enthusiasm was akin to that of an excited child. "Heh, it's nothing too extraordinary," Su Liang replied with a modest smile. "Come on, don't be so humble. We're talking about a dragon here. I've lived in Yun City for years and have never even seen one." The driver began to ramble on endlessly. After half an hour of chatter, the car finally arrived at Taiyan Academy. 50 gold coins, the driver said after checking the meter. Su Liang retrieved 50 gold coins from his spatial backpack and handed them over. "Huh, you look kinda familiar." The driver accepted the coins, his gaze lingering on Su Liang's handsome face with a hint of confusion. "Maybe good-looking people tend to have that effect," Su Liang quipped casually, clearly in a good mood. He turned and stepped into Taiyan Academy, leaving the driver behind, who suddenly froze in realization, his eyes widening. "Holy crap, isn't he the owner of that purple crystal dragon?" The driver slapped his thigh in regret, muttering to himself, "If only I'd recognized him earlier, could have asked for a photo or autograph." Taiyan Academy was beyond magnificent. It was even larger than Zhang City. The academy's gates soared 1,000 meters high, exuding an imposing aura that left onlookers awestruck. The 4 grand golden characters spelling Taiyan Academy were said to have been personally inscribed by the guardian of the immortal Great Wall. Just looking at them, Su Liang could feel an overwhelming, inescapable pressure, as if all things in the world were insignificant in their presence. So this is one of the 3 great academies? Truly awe-inspiring. Su Liang murmured to himself, walking toward the academy gates. Not far away, amidst a small crowd, 2 girls' eyes sparkled with excitement as they stared at Su Liang. "Wow, that junior is so handsome. I saw him first, so don't you dare fight me for him," one of them whispered. "A good-looking junior like that? The capable win. Let's see who he likes more," the other replied slyly. "Humph, you little troublemaker, he's mine." Their hushed argument continued as they eagerly stepped forward, preparing to offer Su Liang a tour of the academy. But before they could get close, whoosh, a shadow flashed by, cutting them off. A young woman appeared in front of Su Liang. She was clad in a tight leather jacket that accentuated her perfect curves, her long legs wrapped in black stockings and stepping confidently in high-heeled boots. Twin swords hung at her waist, and her tall, slender figure radiated a commanding aura. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was partially obscured by sunglasses, her expression cold and aloof. This was none other than Zhao Anren. The 2 girls had just opened their mouths to speak, but upon recognizing Zhao Anren, they immediately covered them, retreating a step in shock. "It's Senior Zhao Anren. What's she doing here? Could it be that the aloof Zhao Anren has taken a liking to this junior? Well, it's not impossible. Even goddesses get lonely sometimes." As whispered speculation swirled, Zhao Anren's icy gaze swept over the crowd, instantly silencing them. Frightened, the 2 girls quickly zipped their lips, shrank their necks, and hurriedly scurried to the side. "Didn't expect to run into you here, Senior Anren. Long time no see," Su Liang said, surprised, as he looked at Zhao Anren and greeted her with a smile. Seeing the dragon-slaying maiden Zhao Anren again, she was as stunning as ever. However, Zhao Anren's 178 centimeters height was slightly shorter than his 181 centimeters frame, yet the sheer sense of dominance she exuded made even Su Liang feel an overwhelming pressure. "Su Liang, it's been a while. I didn't think you'd remember me." "I've been waiting here just for you," Zhao Anren said, her lips curving into a faint smile, her beauty blooming like a flower. "A beauty like you, Senior, is truly unforgettable," Su Liang teased with a grin. No woman disliked being complimented, and Zhao Anren was no exception. she immediately beamed with joy. I never expected that the person who fought alongside me to slay a dragon would one day own a dragon of his own, she remarked. She had only recently seen the news on the professionals forum, and confirmed that the southern province's top purple crystal dragon knight was none other than Su Liang, the young man she'd encountered in the 10,000 snowy mountains. Afterward, she had immediately messaged her mentor, Su Zichen, insisting that Su Liang must be recruited into their ranks. That was our first meeting. Who would easily reveal their background then? Su Liang shrugged as he explained, secretly thinking to himself, there are plenty of things you don't know about me. For example, I don't just have a dragon, I've got 7 talents too. Come on, I'll take you to register. Zhao Anren smiled invitingly without saying much more. Sure. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, flashing a grin, and nodded decisively. Getting this kind of treatment, being accompanied by a beautiful senior, how could he refuse? The two of them headed toward the freshman registration area, leaving behind 2 girls with their mouths agape in astonishment. They watched Su Liang and Zhao Anren chatting as though they were already quite familiar with each other, exchanging incredulous glances. That handsome guy is Su Liang? The Amethyst Dragon Knight? They actually look kind of good together. Wait, they already know each other? There's something fishy going on. I thought Senior Anren wasn't from the southern province either? The next moment, a flash of gossip lit up their eyes. Hello, Senior Anren. Senior Anren, good day. Good day, President. Along the way, students continuously greeted Zhao Anren. After all, Zhao Anren was exceptionally beautiful and admired by countless people. She had been the top student at Taiyan Academy for the past 2 years, the strongest among the students, and also the president of the student council. The authority of the student council at Taiyan Academy often surpassed imagination. As its president, Zhao Anren wielded power even greater than many of the teachers. So wherever Zhao Anren went, she was the center of attention. Naturally, being by her side, Su Liang became another focal point. From the looks in everyone's eyes, Su Liang could feel the intense envy, jealousy, and hostility. It was as if they all wished they could take his place. If looks could kill, Su Liang would have been sliced into pieces and killed countless times by now. Senior, your popularity is overwhelming. It's quite stressful being around you, Su Liang remarked teasingly, letting his gaze briefly sweep over Zhao Anren's stunning, hourglass figure. What, are you scared? Zhao Anren glanced at him, laughing softly and casually. Not at all, Su Liang replied with an easy smile, his confidence shining through. He was brimming with self-assurance. Truth be told, apart from a handful of fourth-year students, there weren't many at Taiyan Academy whom he considered a challenge. Oh, a trace of surprise flickered in Zhao Anren's eyes hidden behind her sunglasses. So confident? From what she had observed in their short time together, Su Liang wasn't someone who acted recklessly. It seemed that apart from the Amethyst Dragon and his untraceable invisibility skill, Su Liang had other trump cards hidden up his sleeve. Before long, the pair arrived at the freshman registration area, instantly causing a stir. Wow, she's gorgeous. A real goddess. That guy is seriously handsome. Isn't that Senior Zhao Anren? What's she doing at the freshman registration area? Wait, who's that guy next to her? What kind of person could make her personally accompany him? That guy looks kind of familiar. Wait a second, isn't he this year's national top scorer, Su Liang? Handle it for him, Zhao Anren said indifferently, ignoring the surrounding chatter. Oh, right away, President. The girl in charge of registration snapped out of her daze and turned to Su Liang. In a soft voice, she said, could you please show me your ID and admission letter? She appeared to be a sophomore and a member of the student council. Here you go. Su Liang retrieved his admission letter and ID, handing them over. The senior quickly got to work on the computer. After all, with both the president and a future academy legend standing right in front of her, she didn't dare delay. Before long, the system processed the information, and a sleek black obsidian card engraved with intricate patterns and the words Taiyan emerged elegantly from a machine nearby. The card radiated luxury and grandeur. The girl stared at the information displayed on the computer screen. It seemed she had stumbled upon something extraordinary and froze momentarily. A few seconds later, Su Liang, please take care of this card. She carefully handed the black obsidian card to him, explaining, this is Taiyan Academy's exclusive privilege card. Most academy-related affairs can be handled using it. Currently, your access level is Special Level 3. In addition, the 21.8 million credits from your national exam rewards and enrollment benefits have been fully deposited into your account. After finishing, the senior cautiously passed the obsidian card to Su Liang. For a brief moment, silence fell over the area. Both freshmen and upperclassmen stared at the card in Su Liang's hand, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. What the hell? A special level 3 authority level, meaning not quite level 3, but already exceeding level 2. Traditionally, each year's top scorer would start at level 2 authority. Even among the sophomores and juniors here, many had only just reached level 2 authority. But a special level 3 authority? That was already comparable to some lower-ranked teaching assistants. More importantly, everyone knew that Su Liang's 1.8 million points were earned from his college entrance exams, but these additional 20 million points? That meant Taiyan Academy had spent a staggering 20 million points just to recruit Su Liang. Forget owning such a massive sum of points, most of them had never even seen that many points in their lives. It was a clear indication of how highly the academy valued Su Liang. My God, how is this even possible? Over 20 million points? That's like skipping years of hard work. Holy crap, what kind of background does this Su Liang have? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Thank you. Su Liang remained composed as he took the access card from the senior student's hands. His eyes caught a string of numbers engraved on the card, 100001. The first 3 digits represent that you're part of the 100th cohort of students. The last 3 digits, 001, indicate your rank, first place among this year's freshmen. The senior noticed Su Liang's confusion and kindly explained. Su Liang suddenly understood and chuckled inwardly. Gotta admit, this ranking system is kind of classy. President, should I escort junior Su Liang to his residence? The senior looked up and asked Zhao Anren. Since the president herself had accompanied Su Liang for registration, the senior wondered if Zhao Anren intended to personally show him around. After all, Zhao Anren had also lived in Su Liang's assigned residence before moving to the exclusive villa reserved for Taiyan's top-ranked student. You go ahead, Zhao Anren nodded, signaling her approval. There were many other matters she needed to address, and it would save her the trouble of giving Su Liang a detailed introduction. Got it. The senior's face lit up with excitement as she warmly said, Junior Su Liang, please follow me. Under the senior's guidance, they headed toward the villa district designated for Taiyan Academy's freshmen. Normally, students at Taiyan Academy need to spend points to rent their accommodations. There are standalone villas, villa rooms, and single dormitories, ranging from a few dozen points to over 1,000 points per month. However, students ranked in the top 99 during admissions don't have to pay. Each of the top 99 is granted a standalone villa with their ranking number engraved on it. This is one of the Academy's unique mechanisms. Other students from the same cohort can challenge them, and if successful, they can swap villas based on their ranks. Along the way, the senior patiently explained various academy rules. Challenges, huh? Su Liang squinted slightly, muttering to himself. He wasn't afraid of challenges, of course. However, he found such matters tedious. He hoped no one would be foolish enough to bother him. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to make an example out of them. Before he realized it, they arrived in front of Villa 001, the top-ranked residence. Su Liang's eyes widened in awe. From the exterior alone, Villa 001 was several times more luxurious than his family's villa back in Jiangcheng. It was nothing short of a grand estate. 5 stories tall, the villa featured a private cinema, indoor gym, small-scale karaoke room, tea lounge, gaming room, and even a starry sky-themed swimming pool, every form of entertainment one could imagine. In addition, it boasted a private combat arena, skill testing grounds, evasion training rooms, and pet training areas, facilities exclusively tailored for professionals. The villa's structural integrity was so advanced that it could withstand almost any attack below the 9th tier. It was mind-blowing to imagine what kind of estate Zhao Anren, as the Academy's top student, must be living in. Inside the villa, after bidding farewell to the enthusiastic senior, Su Liang turned to the silent and aloof Zhao Anren, who had remained expressionless the entire time. So, what can I do for you, Senior Zhao Anren? Su Liang sat down on the sofa without the slightest hesitation, bluntly asking. He didn't believe for a second that Zhao Anren had taken time out of her schedule just to help him settle in. In 5 days, we're planning to tackle a super large dungeon. I want to invite you to join us. Your talent for weakening monster stats will be a huge asset, Zhao Anren said calmly, her words direct and to the point. How are the resources distributed? I'm not doing this for free. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, countering her proposal with a question. Experience points alone weren't enough to tempt him. Leveling up by defeating higher-ranked monsters had diminishing returns, and working with them might yield less experience than hunting on his own. You'll receive a legendary-grade piece of equipment just for entering the dungeon. Additionally, you'll have priority in selecting the resources dropped in the dungeon, Zhao Anren replied with a faint smile, her tone soft yet assured. She had anticipated Su Liang's reluctance and had come prepared with enticing terms. Deal. Su Liang's lips curled into a satisfied smile. After Zhao Anren left, Su Liang sat on the sofa, lost in thought. He headed directly to the Academy's mission hall. The mission hall was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands of students. However, currently, there were only a handful of new students present. Most were sophomores and juniors, with the occasional senior in sight. Their strength generally ranged between Tier 4 and Tier 6. At the center of the hall, four enormous screens continuously scrolled through mission information. Reward mission: eliminate the Tier 4 Dark Gold boss Earth Rampaging Boar in the Gale Mountains. Reward points, 5,000. Reward mission: obtain Dark Gold material Primal Black Diamond X1. Reward points, 3,000. Reward mission: obtain Epic material Mountain Drakeclaw X2. Reward points, 80,000. Reward mission: hunt one of the 10 snowy mountain overlords, the Tier 8 legendary boss Thunder Grizzly, and submit Thunder Grizzly's Bearpaws X2. Reward points, 10 million. Machines were placed on both sides of the hall. All one needed to do was insert their Academy card into the machine and click to claim a mission. However, Su Liang wasn't there to take on a mission. He strode forward to the task submission counter. "Hello, I'd like to post a mission." At the counter, the staff member was a bespectacled young woman of only Tier 1 strength. Su Liang spoke directly. "What mission would you like to post?" she asked sweetly. "I need a massive quantity of boss flesh, at least silver tier or higher, with no upper limit. The stronger the boss, the higher the reward points. The bounty will continue until all 11.8 million points are spent," Su Liang declared. For others, defeating a boss might be a challenge. But every student admitted to Taiyan Academy was a genius. Soloing a silver tier boss of the same level was nothing out of the ordinary, and teaming up to take down a gold tier boss was effortless. For some top tier geniuses, even teaming up to take down dark gold or epic tier bosses wasn't out of the question. Generally speaking, after a boss was killed, its materials and equipment would be collected, leaving the corpse as useless. To most, the flesh of a boss was merely tastier than regular meat. But taste was hardly as important as points. Now, with the chance to earn points, Su Liang could acquire attribute enhancements. It was a win-win situation, so why not? Su Liang was confident that by posting this mission, he could easily amass a large quantity of boss flesh, much faster than hunting them down individually. Without hesitation, Su Liang handed over his Academy card for the first major expenditure of points. He reserved 10 million points for other uses and allocated the remaining 11.8 million points entirely to the mission hall. When the time came, as soon as someone submitted boss flesh, the points would be automatically deducted and transferred to the submitter's account, marking the transaction complete. "Are you sure about this?" the bespectacled staff member asked hesitantly. "Absolutely." Su Liang nodded firmly. After a moment's hesitation, the staff member typed up the mission details, estimated the value of various boss tiers, and set the corresponding point rewards. "Does this point structure for purchasing look okay to you?" "It's fine." Once confirmed, the bespectacled staff member swiped Su Liang's Academy card across the mission posting machine. Beep! A crisp notification sound rang out, and a line of black text appeared on the machine screen. Ding! Reward mission successfully posted. Points deducted, 11.8 million. Current remaining balance, 10 million. The deduction was successful. The bespectacled staff member froze in astonishment. He really spent 11.8 million points just to buy boss flesh? Extravagant. Utterly extravagant. As soon as the mission was posted, the hall was instantly flooded with new tasks. Massive lists of purchases for silver tier, gold tier, dark gold tier, and even epic tier boss flesh. What the heck? 1,500 points for dark gold boss flesh? Isn't that stuff practically useless? 2 boss corpses worth of flesh can get you an additional dark gold material. Epic boss flesh is valued at 30,000 points. Holy, who's the crazy rich guy behind this? Spending so much just to eat boss flesh? Instantly, gasps of surprise echoed throughout the mission hall. It didn't take long before people began submitting the boss flesh they had originally kept for their own consumption. Ding! Someone has submitted the task unlimited purchase of dark gold boss flesh. Prepaid points have been deducted. Please proceed to locker number 1333 in the task hall to collect. Ding! Someone has submitted the task unlimited purchase of gold boss flesh. Prepaid points have been deducted. Please proceed to locker number 2673 in the task hall to collect. Looking at the notification on his phone, it wasn't long before Su Liang had received 7 or 8 chunks of boss flesh. A satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Su Liang's mouth as he left the task hall. This was just the beginning. Once word spread about his willingness to purchase boss flesh, the speed of his acquisitions would increase exponentially. Zhao Anren will tackle the large-scale dungeon in 5 days. I still have time. I should go and start my 4th class advancement quest first, Su Liang thought to himself as he walked away from the task hall, already planning his next steps. He headed toward the Assassin Guild at Tian Academy. It was clear now, his name and photo had already made their rounds across trending topics and major forums for career professionals. Student Su Liang, this way, please. Wearing heavy armor and carrying his flame halberd, Su Liang followed the staff member's guidance and entered the Hall of Professions with ease. Arriving before the assassin's statue, a system prompt appeared. Ding! Level 60 detected. You meet the requirements for the 4th class advancement. Please select the star difficulty level for your advancement quest. Was there even anything to think about? Of course, he would choose the 5-star difficulty. Ding! You have successfully accepted the 4th class advancement quest. 4th class advancement quest, Ragnarok, Speed of Slaughter. Quest difficulty, 5-star, chain quest. Quest details, a true slayer must possess unparalleled speed to annihilate all enemies. Please submit the required materials to enhance your attributes. Materials required: Godspeed Crystal X1, Legendary, Storm Crystal X1, Legendary, Heaven's Feather X10, Legendary. Time limit, 10 days. Note, advancement quests are solo only and cannot be completed in teams. 4th class advancements were all chain quests, and the first stage typically involved gathering materials to enhance one's core attributes. However, the materials required this time were utterly outrageous. That said, the upside to such absurd requirements was that the resulting attribute enhancements would be equally extraordinary once the materials were submitted. Closing the quest interface, Su Liang felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, he decided to enroll in the academy before starting his 4th class advancement. Otherwise, just purchasing these legendary materials would have drained his small fortune dry. Ms. Su, I need to collect advancement materials. Su Liang went straight to Su Zichen's office and slapped his card onto her desk. Aren't you authorized for special level 3 access? You should be able to withdraw any necessary materials for class advancements from the school's storage up until your 6th class advancement, Su Zichen replied, barely looking up as she continued handling her work. The materials I need aren't covered by my access level, Su Liang admitted, scratching his head with an awkward smile. At his words, Su Zichen tilted her head, pausing her work. What materials do you need? She distinctly remembered that the special level 3 authorization allowed students to claim many epic tier materials for class advancements. I need. Su Liang coughed lightly before listing out the required materials. The moment he finished speaking. What the hell, you're telling me these are materials for a 4th class advancement quest? Su Zichen's eyes widened in shock. She lost all pretense of composure and even blurted out a curse. Her reaction was understandable. After all, even during her 8th class advancement, the materials she needed weren't nearly as ridiculous as these. Wait a minute. What star rating is your quest? Su Zichen suddenly realized something and asked with a trembling voice. 5 stars, Su Liang replied with an innocent smile, as if it were no big deal. Hearing this, Su Zichen's lips twitched uncontrollably. Anrun's 4th class advancement was only a 4-star difficulty, but you went ahead and took a 5-star quest? Were you always this reckless? I've completed all 5-star missions so far. My 4th advancement must also be 5-star. Su Liang flashed a radiant smile. What? Su Zichen was taken aback, then fell silent. Indeed, Zhao Anrun could only manage a 4-star difficulty mission during her 3rd advancement. Could Su Liang truly succeed? Thinking of Su Liang's dragon, she felt at ease. With a dragon during the early stages, he was undeniably powerful enough to even complete 5-star missions meant for legendary professions. No wonder Su Liang chose to stick with 5-star difficulty. Still, even for a 5-star mission, the materials you need are just outrageous, Su Zichen said helplessly. Requiring legendary grade materials before the 6th advancement? This was her first time encountering such a demand. Teacher Su, you're not going to back out, are you? Su Liang feigned a pitiful look. Wait here. I'll go make the request, Su Zichen said, her lips twitching as she gritted her teeth. She had already spoken. What else could she do now? All she could hope was that Su Liang would actually complete the 5-star mission. If he failed, she'd definitely face some harsh criticism. The resources of Tian Academy were still abundant. In less than 10 minutes, Su Zichen returned with the materials in hand. Go submit them. Let's hope you pass the 5-star mission, Su Zichen said weakly. Don't worry, I guarantee success, Su Liang said, patting his chest with a confident smile. He returned once again to the Temple of Professions. Submit materials. A flash of white light, and all the materials in his hands disappeared. Ding! Congratulations to the professional for completing the first phase of the 5-star mission, Twilight of the Gods, Speed of Slaughter. Ding! You have received the reward, Divine Speed Enhancement, and unlocked the second phase of the mission. Please remain in place to receive the statue's blessing and enhancement. The next moment, whoosh! A beam of golden holy light descended, bathing Su Liang. Su Liang stood quietly, savoring the blessing of the holy light. 5 seconds later, ding! Divine speed enhancement complete. Congratulations to the professional for a 200% increase in agility. Agility, 230,400 276,480. His agility skyrocketed from 230,000 to 270,000. Amazing! Su Liang was ecstatic. As long as he didn't fail the subsequent missions, this 200% agility boost would be permanent. He quickly opened the mission details. 4th Advancement Mission, Twilight of the Gods, Speed of Slaughter. Mission difficulty, 5-star/chain mission. Mission description, 1. A Slayer must possess unparalleled speed to clear the dungeon legendary, Ghostly Sanctuary within 2 hours and eliminate all enemies. Mission penalty, Divine Speed Enhancement will be revoked. Time limit, 12 hours. Note, advancement missions are solo missions and cannot be completed in a team. With only 12 hours remaining for the mission and requiring the dungeon to be cleared in just 2 hours, failure would mean losing the enhancement. Yet, upon seeing this, Su Liang actually exhaled a sigh of relief. For other assassins, speedrunning a dungeon would undoubtedly be the most challenging task. Assassins had very few area of effect skills, and even those they had were extremely limited in range. But for Su Liang, this was almost too easy. 2 hours later, the time limit for the mission depended on the distance, and this time, it was only 12 hours. Thus, the Phantom Sanctuary wasn't far from Tian Academy. Beneath the clouds of the city, hidden deep within the mountains. This is it. Following the coordinates, Su Liang, riding his amethyst thunderflame dragon, arrived at the entrance of the dungeon nestled within the mountains. Before his eyes, detailed dungeon information appeared. Dungeon name, Legend, Phantom Sanctuary. Dungeon difficulty, Nightmare. Level requirement, LV 60. Player limit, 1. Dungeon description, within this mysterious palace, countless powerful beings have fallen. Their lingering resentment has transformed into terrifying phantoms. Dungeon duration, 10 hours remaining. The dungeon only offered one difficulty level, Nightmare. It was a unique dungeon that appeared after accepting a class advancement quest. However, this dungeon wasn't a one-time challenge, rather, it existed temporarily. In just 10 hours, it would vanish. During this time, Su Liang could enter the dungeon as many times as he wished, or even clear it multiple times. He only needed to complete a single 2-hour speedrun within the limit. Without hesitation, Su Liang stepped into the dungeon without needing to choose any difficulty level. Ding! You have entered the dungeon Legend, Phantom Sanctuary. The world spun, and the next moment, he found himself standing at the entrance of a palace shrouded in a bone-chilling aura. The air was heavy with darkness, and the space before him was vast and eerily silent. Almost no light penetrated this foreboding place. But for Su Liang, who had enhanced his 5 senses, his eyes could already pierce through the darkness of the night. And besides, he possessed the innate ability of the true sight eye. Woo-woo, woo-woo. In an instant, chilling gusts swept through, as though countless malevolent spirits were wailing in anguish. Suddenly, woo-woo, the genuine cries of vengeful spirits pierced the air, a cacophony of weeping, lamenting, and shrieking interwoven into a harrowing symphony. Then, countless spectral forms, glowing faintly with ghostly light, clad in long white chainmail dresses, soared swiftly into the air. There were hundreds of them. Suspended midair, they swayed the chains in their hands. At the end of each chain dangled a ghastly, bone-white skull. They encircled Su Liang tightly at the center. Wail of the Wraiths. Howl of Terror. Chains of the Spectre. Wraith Surge. The next moment, the countless specters screamed at the top of their lungs, their shrieks and wails shrill enough to pierce the soul. Invisible waves of sound assaulted him in unrelenting waves. Some of the wraiths even swung their skulls, and chains shot forth, binding Su Liang tightly. He was unable to move. As if that wasn't enough, an onslaught of semi-transparent ranged attacks hurtled toward him, aiming to obliterate him. Too loud. Su Liang's mouth twitched in annoyance. Without even activating his immunity skill, unmatched, he hurriedly clasped his hands over his ears. The attacks landed on him, but they barely scratched the surface of his defenses. The damage they inflicted was less than 1/5 of his total defense, far from causing any real harm. Monster, Vengeful Wraith. Rank, Elite. Level, LV 80. Attributes. Skills, Wraith Form, Wail of the Wraiths, Howl of Terror, Spectral Gaze, Chains of the Spectre. Description: a wraith formed from resentment, existing between the tangible and the intangible. As if being surrounded by elites wasn't enough, this was the rogue's job advancement dungeon, yet the Vengeful Wraith's passive skill, Wraith Form, allowed it to exist in a state between physical and ethereal, granting it immunity to 50% of physical damage. It left no room for speed clearing, and with this many of them, even relying on Phantom Strike to refresh skill cooldowns with each kill, it would still take forever to clear them all. But the worst part was the goddamn racket. 300 to 400 wraiths wailing and shrieking in unison made Su Liang want to puncture his own eardrums. Under such circumstances, even chanting to cast his area of effect skills became a challenge. Xiaozi, come out! Su Liang shouted, summoning his pet from the companion space, a amethyst thunderflame dragon. Roar! With a ferocious roar, the dragon appeared, its intimidating presence dominating the battlefield. The unleashed dragon aura instantly drowned out the shrieks of the wraiths. Boom! Around its massive frame, purple flames and crackling lightning surged and coiled. Amethyst flames, thunder impact. Rumble! A deafening clap of thunder erupted, as if 1,000 storms were converging at once. In an instant, centered on the amethyst thunderflame dragon, thousands of thick, barrel-sized bolts of lightning rained down within a radius of 1,000 yards. The blinding flashes illuminated the battlefield as the lightning, wreathed in purple flames, struck with devastating force. Boom! 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 Not a single wraith was spared. The spectral forms of the vengeful wraiths disintegrated instantly under the terrifying onslaught of lightning. Ding! You have killed vengeful wraiths, gaining 99,000 experience points. X438. Ha! Su Liang exhaled deeply as the battlefield fell silent, all the monsters eradicated. However, he didn't mount the amethyst thunderflame dragon to continue onward. He had no desire to hear any more ghostly wails. After using his true sight eye to confirm the correct direction, Xiaozi, aim over there. Blast it with an Armageddon thunderflame for me, Su Liang commanded through gritted teeth. Roar! The amethyst thunderflame dragon let out a resounding roar and flapped its wings, ascending into the skies. At that moment, the dragon's aura surged violently. Purple flames and crackling lightning danced wildly across its massive body, engulfing it in an overwhelming display of power. The battlefield was swept by its oppressive presence, as though the very embodiment of thunder and flames had descended upon the world. Armageddon Thunderflame. With a deafening roar, the dragon unleashed its ultimate attack. In an instant, rumble! The distant sky turned an eerie shade of purple, enveloping all the ominous palaces ahead. The thunderclap was like the wrath of the heavens, bolts of lightning flashing with blinding brilliance as they tore through the skies. The searing heat of the purple flames scorched the air above the palaces, pushing it to the brink of boiling. The strange purple light grew ever brighter, flooding the entire area. A suffocating sense of obliteration loomed, as if the world itself was ending. The next second, hundreds of thousands of bolts of divine lightning descended like a god's judgment, tearing through the palace roofs with devastating force. Explosions erupted across the battlefield, the violent lightning annihilating everything in its path. Countless scorching purple flames rained down from the heavens, transforming the land into an endless sea of fire, engulfing all in their apocalyptic wrath. Aha! Amid the horrific wails of the terrified wraiths, every last one of the vengeful wraiths was reduced to ashes, their forms dissipating into nothingness. Their souls were obliterated by the thunder and consumed by the purple flames. Ding! You have killed vengeful wraiths, gaining 99,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain the fear wraith, gaining 99,999 experience points. Ding! You have slain the death wraith, gaining 111,111 experience points. Countless notifications rushed in like a tidal wave, and the experience points flooded into his account with ferocity. 10 seconds later, inside the dungeon, the strange purple hue in the sky gradually faded away. The thunderous roars ceased, and slowly, the endless sea of flames was extinguished. In the eerie palace, after the rampage of thunder and fire, what remained was devastation and ruins. Aside from the three bosses, the tens of thousands of minor monsters in the dungeon had been completely wiped out. Well done! Su Liang praised with satisfaction, leaping onto the back of the amethyst thunderflame dragon and heading toward the boss's chamber. 10 minutes later, the amethyst thunderflame dragon stepped steadily into the fifth palace. Screech! A piercing wail filled with hatred suddenly echoed through the air. A humanoid wraith, cloaked in dense resentment, clad in light armor, and wielding two massive daggers, lunged toward Su Liang atop the dragon. Its target was crystal clear: Su Liang. Monster, Vengeful Wraith. Grade, Dark Gold Boss. Level, LV 80. Health, 6,000,000/3 million. Attributes, Strength 3,333, Constitution 6,000, Agility 9,999, Spirit 8,888. Skills, Wraith Form, Wraith Blades, Vengeful Fury, Terror Wave, Shadow of the Wraith. Description: a wraith born of intense hatred, a deadly assassin driven solely by a thirst for killing and vengeance. This assassin boss was incredibly rare, and more so, it was a magic assassin hybrid. Its explosive power far exceeded that of ordinary assassin bosses. However, its defenses were remarkably frail. Phantom Strike. Su Liang had prepared well in advance. He teleported instantly, and with a flash of firelight in his hand, his blazing greatsword pierced forward with precision. Squelch! The blade struck directly into the boss's skull. Even though the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon's apocalyptic thunder and flames hadn't managed to kill it, they had left it severely weakened, with only 1/5 of its health remaining. After struggling to recover for 10 minutes, the vengeful wraith had a mere 3 million health left, far too little to withstand a single strike from Su Liang. Ding! You have slain the vengeful wraith, Dark Gold boss, gaining 37 million experience points. The vengeful wraith disintegrated into scattered ashes, drifting through the air. Its battle loot fell, tumbling toward the ground. After collecting the spoils, Su Liang continued deeper into the dungeon. Not long after, he arrived at the chamber of the second boss. This boss was a spectral centaur knight, wielding a massive war halberd and clad in robust armor. Unlike the fragile assassin, this boss was a tank-class entity. Even under the devastation of the apocalyptic thunder and flames, it had only lost a fraction of its health. By now, it had fully recovered. Monster, Spectral Knight Commander. Grade, Epic Boss. Level, LV 80. Health, 69 million. Attributes, Strength 43,000, Constitution 69,000, Agility 65,096, Spirit 33,000. Talent, Centaur Unity, A rank. Skills, Wraith Form, Destructive Charge, Shadow of the Wraith, Spirit of Fear, Summon, Spectral Cavalry. Description: once a proud knight commander, now reborn through an intense grudge that fused him with his mount. His iron hooves vow to bring devastation and despair wherever they tread. Centaur Unity, A rank. The knight and his mount become one, combining their attributes. A glimmer of interest flashed in Su Liang's eyes. With the Centaur Unity talent, the Spectral Knight Commander's attributes were shockingly high, even for an epic boss. Its agility was nearly on par with its constitution. Summon, Spectral Cavalry. Facing Su Liang riding the dragon, the Spectral Knight Commander showed no fear. With a sweep of his war halberd, a group of spectral centaur riders, fully composed of energy forms, appeared by his side. These spectral cavalry resembled Su Liang's frost clones in that they couldn't be targeted or attacked. Charge! The Spectral Knight Commander bellowed, his ghostly eyes glowing with a fierce light, his battle spirit surging sky-high. Destructive Charge! In the next moment, he led the spectral cavalry, initiating a destructive charge toward Su Liang, who had just stepped into the chamber. Thud, 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 thud. The sound of iron hooves pounded the ground, shaking the earth itself. Although only the Spectral Knight Commander had a physical form, the charge felt as if an entire army was stampeding forward. The momentum was overwhelming. With his wraith form, the Knight Commander naturally possessed flight capabilities. Halfway through the charge, his direction shifted, and he began ascending into the air. Xiao Zi charged back at him. A smile curled at Su Liang's lips. Without a hint of fear, he commanded the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon to countercharge. Although Su Liang wasn't a knight and couldn't use mount combo techniques, he had his own means. Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon Claw. The Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon suddenly dove downward, its claws erupting with ferocious purple flames and thunder, as if divine wrath from the heavens was descending, crashing toward the ground. The devastating charge and the terrifying force of the dragon's claws collided fiercely with the opponent, producing an earth-shattering roar. Bang! Boom! Both forces were thrown into disarray, their bodies plummeting rapidly from the impact. At this moment, Su Liang had already leapt from the back of the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, vanishing in a flash of light before reappearing unscathed behind the Wraith Knight Commander. Unrivaled, Flash Stab, Godslayer Combo, Annihilation Thrust. Without hesitation, Su Liang unleashed a torrent of skills, his attacks pouring forth like an unstoppable flood, producing an astonishing burst of damage. Swish! 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 The greatsword stabbed out relentlessly, leaving fiery afterimages that tore through the eerie palace, blazing like a searing sun. The Wraith Knight Commander's health plummeted at an alarming rate. Sensing imminent danger, the Wraith Knight Commander desperately attempted to activate its immunity skill to recover from the stun. Unfortunately, it was already too late. A strike imbued with the annihilating black gleam of destruction pierced deeply into its body. Critical hit. Blessing of Liberation, 5x damage multiplier. Nearly 30 million health points were obliterated in an instant. Ding! You have slain the Wraith Knight Commander, Epic Boss, gaining 180 million experience points. As the Wraith Knight commander collapsed with a thunderous crash, the Wraith cavalry behind it also vanished into nothingness. Clatter! A mountain of loot spilled forth onto the ground. Ding! You have obtained 888,888 gold coins. Ding! You have obtained materials, 10x Wraith's resentment. Ding! You have obtained a special item, Shadow Gem X1. Ding! You have obtained equipment, Wraith Armor X1. Ding! You have obtained equipment, Wraith Summoning Staff X1. Su Liang quickly gathered the spoils of battle. Beyond the abundance of materials, there were two pieces of equipment. Among them, the Wraith armor had exceptional stats, undoubtedly one of the finest epic level armors for level 80. If he lacked a better option by the time he hit level 80, he could wear it for now. Wraith armor, epic, level 80. Attributes: Constitution plus 1888, Agility plus 1888, Defense plus 25%, Health plus 25%. Skill: Ghostwalker. Requirement: Constitution above 4888. Ghostwalker, transform into a ghostly form, ignoring physical collisions, increasing movement speed by 50%. Duration: 15 seconds. Cooldown: 3 minutes. The attached skill wasn't particularly dazzling, but the ability to ignore physical collisions was quite practical. What thrilled Su Liang even more was the other piece of equipment, the Wraith Summoning Staff. Wraith Summoning Staff, Epic, Level 80. Attributes: Spirit plus 1588, Mana plus 30%, Spirit plus 20%, Damage output plus 20%, Cooldown reduction minus 10%. Skill: Summon, Wraith Knight Commander. Requirement: Spirit above 4888. Summon, Wraith Knight Commander. Summon a Wraith Knight Commander to fight for you. The summon inherits 50% of your attributes. Duration: 1 hour. Cooldown: 6 hours. The staff's attributes were average. Its attached skill, however, was practically useless for mages. The summon stats were based on the wielder's attributes, and the Wraith Knight Commander, being a Centaur Knight, required Constitution and Agility attributes completely incompatible with a mage's build. A mage summoning this would end up with a fragile, easily destroyed knight. Moreover, a mage's strongest attribute, Spirit, had no effect on the summon's capability. But for Su Liang, it was a completely different story. He could use his Thieving Hand's ability to steal the skill and make it his own. Summoning a Wraith Knight Commander that inherited 50% of his attributes? While the boss's skills weren't as overpowered as his own, they were more than enough to crush a legendary boss of the same level. And the best part? This summon required no nurturing, it grew stronger as Su Liang grew stronger. In the future, Su Liang was confident he could summon a Wraith Knight Commander capable of defeating even demigod-level bosses. Whoosh! The amethyst thunderflame dragon flapped its wings, swiftly soaring through countless palaces, as though traversing an invisible dimension. Finally, they arrived at the lair of the final boss. It was an opulent palace, its grandeur unmatched. Candlelight flickered, and the walls were inlaid with dazzling luminous pearls, forming a stark contrast to the grim and eerie surroundings of the other halls. On an emperor's luxurious chaise long sat a figure with a breathtakingly seductive silhouette. Her face was flawless, her golden crown glinting atop her head. This was the Wraith Banshee Queen. She exuded an aura of allure, enchantment, and death. Beautiful yet deadly. How many years has it been? Finally, a human has arrived here again. Let me enjoy toying with you. Embrace the fear, and savor it. The Wraith Banshee Queen's gaze was as sharp as a blade, piercing straight into Su Liang. She licked her slender fingers with excitement, her pale, thin lips parting slightly as she murmured in a voice as intoxicating as a siren's call. Unlike the shrill and harrowing cries of other specters, her voice was alluring and filled with passion, akin to a heavenly melody. It sent tingles down one's spine, leaving them captivated and entranced. Su Liang took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions in his heart as he chose to ignore the provocation from the spectral enchantress. Silently, he recited an incantation and activated his true sight, probing her attributes. Monster, Spectral Empress Seviana. Grade, Legendary Boss. Level, LV 80. HP, 305.44 million. Attributes: Strength 102,330, Constitution 305,440, Agility 264,000, Spirit 337,760. Talents: Empress of Destiny, SS grade, Spectral Revival, SSS grade. Skills: Spectral Form, Wail of Terror, Mind Control, Spectral Storm, Phasing Reality. Description: The Empress Seviana, who once craved power and wealth, defied death, and transformed into the formidable Spectral Empress. She delights in tormenting her victims and takes pleasure in their suffering. Empress of Destiny, SS grade. You are the Empress of Destiny. all attributes x 200%, and the attributes of all subordinates plus 50%. Spectral Revival, SSS grade. As the Supreme Spectral Empress, you can harvest the souls of corpses and revive them as spectral entities to serve you. The number and strength of controlled specters vary with the power of the Spectral Empress. Su Liang's pupils contracted slightly, another SSS grade talent. And on top of that, this Spectral Empress possessed a dual talent combination. The synergy between these two talents was like a walking disaster for anything spectral. However, in the current battle, only the SS grade talent Empress of Destiny provided her with immediate attribute enhancements. Her subordinates had already been obliterated in a single strike by the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, rendering the secondary effect of Empress of Destiny ineffective. As for Spectral Revival, it posed no threat to Su Liang at the moment. Moreover, the Palace of Specters was devoid of any corpses for her to exploit. At that moment, the Spectral Empress bellowed angrily, "You wretch! How dare you ignore the Empress herself?" Her fiery gaze burned with rage, clearly infuriated by Su Liang's disregard. Slowly, she floated up from her opulent golden throne, her luxurious gilded robes billowing in an unseen wind, while her long hair danced eerily in the air, both bewitching and sinister. Su Liang glanced at the wrathful Spectral Empress and couldn't help but let out a mocking chuckle. By this point, only 25 minutes had elapsed, most of which had been spent navigating the map. Completing this challenge within the 2-hour time limit seemed like a breeze. Unfortunately, the time constraint meant he couldn't thoroughly loot the boss. Don't get the wrong idea, when Su Liang spoke of looting, he wasn't just referring to the dropped items but also the boss's skills and talents. Previously, it had taken him an entire day and night to steal the SSS grade talent devouring evolution from the Shadow Mantis. As for the Spectral Empress, her talents, skills, and loot were even more abundant. Attempting to acquire her talents within the 10-hour time frame was nearly impossible. Let's clear the run first to ensure the quest completion, Su Liang decided. Afterward, I'll grind her down slowly and see what I can steal. Shrieking Sonic Wave. Just as he finalized his plan, the Spectral Empress unleashed a piercing shriek. Sound waves, sharp as arrows, hurtled toward him. Frost Clone. Unrivaled. Blink Thrust. Perched atop the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, Su Liang activated his clone and the invincibility skill Unrivaled. Without hesitation, he executed a blink thrust, leaping into the air and precisely threading through the incoming sound waves, simultaneously closing the distance to the boss. Slap! Slap! This time, Su Liang didn't resort to his signature fire of joy. Instead, he delivered 2 resounding slaps, his clone mirroring his actions in perfect sync. "What the hell are you screeching about?" Su Liang roared angrily. These spectral attacks were unbearably noisy, their shrillness grating on his nerves. With his enhanced senses, the cacophony felt as though it would tear his eardrums apart. The Spectral Empress froze momentarily, utterly dumbfounded by the slaps. In the next instant, she regained her wits and thought to herself, "I'm a spectral being. Isn't screaming normal for me? Cursed wretch! I'll have your head." The humiliated Spectral Empress flew into a frenzy. "Ah!" She let out another ear-splitting shriek. Wail of terror. Invisible sound waves radiated outward from her as the epicenter, spreading rapidly. Su Liang's health took a minor hit, and although the skill carried a fear effect, his unrivaled state negated it entirely. Unfurling the wings of the void on his back, Su Liang retaliated with a swift counterattack, thrusting his sword backward. Bloodthirsty Stab. The weapon is imbued with the power of bloodthirst, delivering a devastating thrust that deals 2000% attack damage and restores an equivalent amount of HP. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mana cost, 9,999 MP. Slash. In an instant, Su Liang's health bar was replenished to full. Rage. With the activation of the skill, his eyes turned crimson, and his attack intervals shrank drastically. Attack speed doubled. In the blink of an eye, a series of radiant auras erupted beneath his feet. Within moments, 6 dazzling halos encircled him. Amethyst Flame, Thunderbeam. The Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon unleashed a beam of thunderous light, instantly enveloping the Phantom Empress. Paralysis effect activated. Immobilized. Swish, 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 swish. The corners of Su Liang's mouth curved up slightly as he followed up with a series of basic attacks, each strike infused with true damage. The Phantom Empress's ghostly form, which reduced incoming damage by 50%, stood no chance against his assault. Phantom Strike. Winter Impact. Piercing Oblivion. Full Force Blow. The Phantom Empress was a legendary boss, not one to be easily taken down in an instant. Su Liang's basic attacks seamlessly interwove with his skills as he relentlessly drove the Flame of Triumph greatsword into her shadowy form. Stab. Withdraw. Stab again. His frost clone mirrored every move of his main body perfectly. Squelch, squelch. While dishing out relentless damage, Su Liang didn't forget to use his control skills, though the Empress's resistance to such abilities meant their effectiveness was gradually diminishing. Su Liang and the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon worked together with effortless synergy. Whenever one control effect wore off, Su Liang would immediately follow up with another stolen skill, keeping the pressure on. Under Su Liang's lightning-fast, continuous assault, his Godslayer combo count rapidly climbed, increasing his attack speed and power with each passing second. The Phantom Empress's health bar began depleting at a terrifying rate. When her HP dropped to 50%, purifying body, phase shift. The Phantom Empress roared in fury, unleashing her dominant skill. She cleansed all current debuffs and became immune to control effects. Simultaneously, her form began to flicker, shifting between corporeal and incorporeal states. Only when she was in her physical form could she be damaged. "Wretch, die already," the Phantom Empress growled, her face twisting into a sinister grin. Phantom Storm. In her incorporeal state, the Phantom Empress unleashed a devastating storm of spiritual energy, sending a whirlwind of psychic blades hurtling toward Su Liang. "Talk less, fight more," Su Liang muttered, refusing to dodge. Sword in hand, he pressed his assault, aiming to end the battle swiftly. SHHHHKKK. The storm whirled into countless sharp edges, slicing into his body over and over again. Unfortunately for the Empress, her efforts were in vain. Though Su Liang lost a decent chunk of health, the lifesteal effect of his aura, combined with the Flame of Triumph's vampiric properties, allowed him to recover effortlessly. When the Phantom Empress attempted to pull away and create distance, fast, too fast, Su Liang's speed far surpassed hers. He stayed close, relentless as a hurricane, thrusting his blade over and over again. The presence of phase shift slowed the rate at which her health dropped, but it was only delaying the inevitable. Desperation set in. Endless wail, death screech, psychic tremor. Unable to escape, the Phantom Empress poured all her energy into offense. Yet her damage output paled in comparison to that of the Shadow Mantid's explosive single-target strikes. The majority of her skills dealt sustained damage over time rather than burst damage. Her attacks lacked the power to overwhelm Su Liang in a single blow, a critical flaw he exploited to justify his unyielding, toe-to-toe dueling. 15 seconds later, Su Liang successfully looted 2 rare materials. By then, the Phantom Empress's health bar was almost empty. Oblivion execution. Seizing the opportunity while she was in her physical state, Su Liang lunged forward and struck with precision, launching her into the air. What followed was a flurry of attacks as Su Liang's figure blurred, delivering stabs from every direction. When the assault ended, Su Liang smoothly sheathed his sword. Boom! A jet-black explosion erupted from the Phantom Empress's body, shaking the battlefield. With only 10% of her health remaining, slain. And no, how could I fall? I am the Empress. In utter despair, the Phantom Empress drew her final breath. She couldn't comprehend how someone could possess such a perfect balance of attack, speed, and defense. It seemed this opponent had no weaknesses. Ding! You have slain the Phantom Empress, Zyavina, legendary boss, earning 888 million experience points. Ding! Your level has reached the cap. Excess experience has been stored in the experience pool. Please proceed with your 4th advancement as soon as possible. The dungeon clear time was finalized, 27 minutes. A 5-star difficulty quest for the 4th advancement, this easy? Su Liang looked relaxed, though his ears were ringing slightly. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has gained 60 levels. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has learned the skill Amethyst Lightning Storm. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has learned the skill Dragon's Aegis. Ding! Your pet, Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, has learned the skill Amethyst Meteor Swarm. At the same time, the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon reached level 60, successfully completing its 4th advancement. Roar! The dragon let out an ecstatic, resounding roar, its body swelling dramatically. Now towering at nearly 60 meters tall, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, it cast an immense shadow over the battlefield. The amethyst hue of its scales deepened, shimmering with a radiant purple glow that was both vivid and harmonious. This majestic dragon now appeared even more noble, elegant, majestic. Beyond these qualities, the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon had also mastered powerful new skills. Amethyst, Lightning Storm, a tempest of amethyst flames entwined with lightning surges forward, devastating everything in its path. Enemies caught in its wake suffer 300% magic damage. The skill's range varies with the dragon's size and strength. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Mana cost, 999 MP. Dragon's Guardian, the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon transforms into a dragon spirit, bonding with its master and granting them the might of a true dragon. HP plus 500%, attack plus 100%, movement speed plus 200%, attack speed plus 100%, damage taken minus 30%. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 12 hours. Amethyst Dragon Meteor Swarm summons a shower of amethyst meteors, raining destruction upon all enemies within a 44,444-yard radius, dealing a staggering 8,888% magic damage and stunning them for 2 seconds. Cooldown, 24 hours. Mana cost, 99,999 MP. Looking at these abilities, Su Liang couldn't help but marvel once again at the sheer absurdity of Dragon's power. The range of Lightning Storm could grow with the dragon's size and strength, making its late-game potential rival that of pseudo-forbidden spells. And this was typical of Dragon. Magic Dragon's Breath, Amethyst Dragon Flames, Thunder Beams. These were the terrors that made dragons so feared. It was said that a single strike from a dragon could level an entire city. The second skill, Dragon's Guardian, was something Su Liang could relate to, as he had similar abilities like Dragon Form and Ashen Mode. However, those skills had very short durations. Dragon's Guardian, on the other hand, lasted a full hour. This was a hardcore, long-lasting buff perfect for extended battles. Moreover, unlike Dragon Form, this skill didn't require a physical transformation, meaning Su Liang could still use his existing abilities. The 500% increase in HP alone allowed him to confidently go toe-to-toe with countless bosses without hesitation. Finally, Amethyst Dragon Meteor Swarm was an ultimate move even more terrifying than world-ending Flame Bolt. Closing the skill panel, Su Liang returned to reality. Perhaps it was due to the peculiarities of the interwoven reality system, but the corpse of the Spectral Queen hadn't dissipated like other spectral beings. Su Liang began rummaging through her remains. Before long, aside from a generous haul of legendary crafting materials, he also pulled out 2 treasures glowing with a radiant orange light. Not bad, my luck's pretty decent today. Su Liang raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. The drop rate for legendary tier bosses was notoriously low. Getting even one piece of gear was something to be grateful for. Yet here he was, with 2 legendary items in hand. Crown of the Spectral Queen, Legendary. Level requirement, 80. Attributes, Constitution plus 4,666, Spirit plus 4,666, Spirit plus 20%, HP plus 20%. Skill, Crown's Guard. Equip requirement, 28,888 Spirit. Set bonus, Queen's Might. 2/6 pieces, all attributes plus 10%. For 6 pieces, all attributes plus 20%. 6/6 pieces, all attributes plus 30%. Crown's Guard, passive when the wearer takes damage, activates Crown's Guard, reducing damage taken from the source by 50% for 2.5 seconds. Cooldown, 10 minutes. This golden, jewel-encrusted crown had been worn atop the Spectral Queen's head. Its attributes and skills were exceptional, and the set bonus was incredibly powerful, granting an all-around boost to stats. However, its design was just a bit too extravagant. Su Liang immediately decided to shelve the idea of equipping it for now. If he couldn't steal a better skill later, perhaps he'd grudgingly consider wearing it. Turning his attention to the next item, Robe of the Spectral Queen, Legendary. Level requirement, 80. Attributes, all attributes plus 5,200, Spirit plus 30%, Constitution plus 30%, Charm plus 10. Skill, Queen's Aura. Equip requirement, 28,888 Spirit. Set bonus, Queen's Might. Queen's Aura, the majesty of the Queen is inviolable. Any enemy who dares attack the wearer suffers minus 10% attack, minus 10% defense, minus 20% attack speed, minus 20% movement speed. Su Liang let out a sigh of exasperation. Here was the second piece of the set, and it even came with a downgraded version of the Authority of the Crown Sovereign talent. But he simply couldn't bring himself to celebrate. This was, after all, a golden threaded gown meant for a queen. Su Liang's face twisted in rejection. As an assassin, wearing heavy armor was already strange enough. There was no way he was going to start wearing a woman's robe into battle. He didn't have any unusual fetishes, after all. Let's settle it, Su Liang said weakly, initiating the dungeon settlement. Settling the Nether Phantom Sanctuary dungeon. Dungeon rating, SSS rank. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the following rewards. Free attribute points plus 50. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the following rewards. 8 million gold coins. Ding! Congratulations, you are the first player to achieve an SSS rank in the legendary Nether Phantom Sanctuary dungeon. You have received an additional reward, Nether Phantom Queen's Pet Egg X1. What the heck? The extra reward was actually another Phantom Queen's pet egg. This was the boss with 2 insanely overpowered talents. A flicker of fiery excitement flashed in Su Liang's eyes, and he couldn't help but break into a wide grin of pure joy. He was instantly thrilled. Though he might not be able to steal the Nether Phantom Queen's 2 talents for himself right now, having those talents on his pet wasn't a bad deal either. In his mind's eye, Su Liang could already see an army of phantoms marching at his command, beckoning to him. Just the thought of it made his heart race with excitement. Phantom creatures weren't limited to the wailing and resentful phantoms haunting the Nether Phantom Palace, those eerie souls wailing and shrieking. There were also powerful elemental phantoms to consider. For example, lightning phantoms, frost phantoms, deep-sea phantoms, and so on. Not to mention the variety of phantom bosses. Soon, Su Liang would be able to level up effortlessly, without lifting a finger. He wouldn't even need to ride his Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon anymore. Exiting the dungeon, Su Liang didn't immediately return to Tian Academy to submit his 4th-tier class advancement mission. Instead, he continued farming the dungeon. Beyond his desire to attempt stealing the Nether Phantom Queen's skills and talents again, there was another reason. This particular legendary dungeon with level 80 monsters was one of a kind, the only one in the entire world. Other legendary dungeons were all massive 20-player or 50-player instances. Even if you ignored the mobs and only focused on the bosses, it would take several days just to clear one. For dungeons above level 100, there were cooldown periods after completion, ranging from a week to a month. During this cooldown, the dungeon would be inaccessible for further attempts. This was exactly why, during the admissions process, when Su Zichen mentioned that Su Liang had priority access to dungeons, other recruiting instructors saw it as a rare and valuable privilege. There was another factor as well. The monsters in those dungeons were at least level 1200, with incomparably formidable strength. Su Liang wasn't entirely confident in taking down a 7th-tier boss, and besides, even his Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon couldn't one-shot level 120 monsters, and the experience gain from killing monsters above his level had a cap. The efficiency was just too low. So, how could he pass up on a dungeon as perfectly suited for him as this one? This dungeon would disappear in 9.5 hours. If Su Liang didn't farm it now, when would he? Due to the passive effect of Master Thief, the chance of stealing was too low, with outcomes far too random. Plus, waiting for the boss to regenerate health wasted too much time. So, instead of stubbornly focusing on stealing from the Nether Phantom Queen boss, Su Liang rode his Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon, relying on his 2 pseudo-forbidden spells combined with the dragon's 2 massive area of effect skills, to continuously wipe out ordinary phantoms. He went on a mad speedrun spree. 9.5 hours later, whoosh! Su Liang was teleported out of the dungeon. Right in front of his eyes, the dungeon entrance vanished into thin air. So exhausting. After 10 hours of high-intensity dungeon runs, Su Liang couldn't help but stretch his stiff body. Then he began tallying his gains. Because the cooldown times for his pseudo-forbidden spells and the Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon skills were quite long, he couldn't chain them seamlessly, which slowed his clearing speed at times, including his first run. In just 10 short hours, he had completed the dungeon 17 times. First and foremost, he had gained a massive amount of experience and materials. On top of that, he managed to complete the 6-piece set of the Queen's legendary gear. In fact, he had gathered 2 full sets of the Queen's legendary gear and even had an extra crown left over. What a haul! A satisfied grin tugged at Su Liang's lips. The dungeon map might have been small, but the materials and equipment it provided were incredibly valuable. It was just a pity that this amazing legendary dungeon had now vanished for good. Cloud City, Tian Academy, Assassin Guild. Inside the Professional Sanctuary. Submit quest. Su Liang selected the option to submit his quest. In the next moment, a golden beam of light descended, and the entire Professional Sanctuary began to shake violently. Outside the Professional Temple, Su Zichen's delicate face carried a trace of anticipation. As soon as she received Su Liang's message, she rushed over without hesitation. Boom! When the golden pillar of light descended, the temple trembled violently. Even though Su Liang had already proclaimed that he had flawlessly completed the 4th transition mission, Su Zichen had mentally prepared herself for what she was about to witness. But at this moment, seeing the success of a 5-star difficulty 4th transition with her own eyes, Su Zichen's heart pounded like a drum. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with amazement, and her whole being was overwhelmed with shock. He really did it. The 4th transition wasn't something that could be achieved solely with the help of a dragon, it was absurdly difficult. Su Liang had completely demonstrated his potential. One must understand. In Disya, only 2 people had ever completed a 5-star difficulty 4th transition mission. One of them was the current ruler of the Xia kingdom. The other was the legendary powerhouse guarding the immortal Chang 08 city. If Su Liang could grow safely from here, his future would be limitless. Even if he couldn't match those two legends, achieving demigod-level strength was a certainty, and reaching the level of a mythical powerhouse was a highly promising possibility. He truly had the makings of a god. In Su Zichen's mind, it was as if she could already see a rising star ascending rapidly, unstoppable in its brilliance. At the same time, other students noticed the anomaly within the professional temple. After a brief moment of silence, the assassin guild erupted into chaos. Holy crap! A golden enhancement light pillar with 5-star difficulty, who pulled that off? Did a freshman just complete a 5-star difficulty mission? The students exclaimed in disbelief. The last time someone at Tian Academy completed a 5-star mission was 4 years ago, when senior Zhao Anren managed her third transition. Recall the third-year assassin. Ha ha ha. So an assassin among us finally pulled off a 5-star mission? Time to restore the glory of the assassins, this is our duty. Looks like the next top student will be one of us assassins. A few assassins beamed with pride, as if they themselves had achieved the feat. Who do you think it could be? It's probably Su Liang, right? He's the top scorer this year, and his profession is also an assassin. Him? He only rose to fame because of that dragon. His equipment isn't even that great, but if the dragon helped, it's plausible. Compared to professional circles in Jiang City, the students at Tian Academy were well aware of the significance of this golden light. Immediately, fervent discussions broke out. Some students rushed out of the Assassin Guild to spread the news, while others stayed put with eager anticipation, waiting to see who it was. However, everyone shared one unspoken assumption. Whoever completed the task must have been tackling a 5-star difficulty mission for their third transition. After all, it was impossible for someone to enter Tian Academy without completing their second transition. As for the fourth transition, that was utterly inconceivable. It was too fantastical to even entertain. Inside the professional temple. Ding! Congratulations, professional, you have completed the 5-star difficulty mission Twilight of the Gods, Speed of Slaughter. Fourth transition successful. Ding! Congratulations, professional, you have earned a permanent 30% increase to all attributes. Ding! Congratulations, professional, you have learned the skill, Rune Blade. Ding! Congratulations, professional, you have learned the skill, Godslayer Aura. Ding! Congratulations, professional, you have learned the skill, Forbidden Art, Moment of Terror. His attributes skyrocketed once again, with agility surpassing 300,000 points. He had gained 3 new skills, now standing shoulder to shoulder with the legendary Amethyst Thunderflame Dragon. Then, 6 consecutive flashes of white light illuminated the space. Ding! Your level has increased to 66. All attributes plus 60. Free attribute points plus 180. The notifications continued to roll in. Su Liang sighed and shook his head. In the Phantom Soul Temple dungeon, he had fought countless battles, defeating hordes of level 80 elite monsters and bosses ranging from epic to legendary. And yet, he had only managed to level up 6 times. After level 60, leveling up was truly akin to climbing to the heavens. He allocated all his free attribute points to agility. Then, he began examining his new skills. Rune Blade, imbues your weapon with god-slaying runes for 3 minutes. Normal attacks are released as slashes, dealing 300% slash damage. Cooldown, 30 minutes. MP cost, 9,999. Godslayer Aura, passive. The overwhelming power of a Godslayer suppresses all living beings, reducing their current attributes by 20%. Attacks have a chance to inflict fear upon targets. However, no skill can conceal the dominant aura of a Godslayer. Forbidden Art, Moment of Terror, consumes 99.99% of your HP to unleash power beyond the limits of your body. Grants plus 9,999% attack and plus 9,999% attack speed for 1 second. Cooldown, 12 hours. Forbidden Effect, during the skill's cooldown, the no healing debuff is applied, making HP recovery impossible. Staring at the 3 skills displayed on his status panel, Su Liang's mouth twitched as he fell into deep thought. The good news, he now possessed a ranged attack capability as an assassin. The bad news, he seemed to be straying further and further down the path of an assassin. The Rune Blade was incredibly powerful. Not only could it transform melee attacks into ranged ones, but it also enhanced basic attacks. Even in close combat, it could significantly boost his damage output. Yet, with Su Liang wielding the massive sword in his hands, the way he launched ranged attacks made it seem as though he was unleashing sword energy. This was completely at odds with the image of an assassin. And as for Godslayer's aura, that was a whole other story. This skill was essentially an upgraded version of innate talent, sovereign supremacy, with an added fear effect as a bonus. When the two effects stacked together, bosses were rendered utterly useless. However, this made it impossible for Su Liang to conceal his presence. Damn it! Divine Stealth had practically turned into just a buff skill. Well, to be fair, Su Liang had indeed been using it more as a burst skill lately. But a Godslayer armed with Godslayer's aura, could that still be considered an assassin? Su Liang started to have doubts. Granted, Divine Stealth still had its undetectable feature. It allowed him to remain unseen, and his exact location couldn't be pinpointed while he was invisible. But it also let others know that he had gone into stealth mode and was coming to kill them, as if he were whispering in their ears, "I'm coming to kill you, you better watch out." Forget it. Whatever. Su Liang decided not to dwell on it. After all, as long as he eliminated all witnesses, it would still count as the perfect assassination. Lastly, there was the forbidden skill for assassins, a skill so dangerous it was akin to a forbidden spell for mages. Its side effects were enormous. It drained 99.99% of his health, leaving him unable to leech, heal, or recover for the next 12 hours. But in exchange, he gained nearly a 100-fold increase in attack power and speed for 1 second. For that 1 second, Su Liang became a terrifying demon of destruction. Don't underestimate a mere second. Under the effect of the 100-fold attack speed boost, Su Liang could unleash nearly 100 attacks in that time. Pair that with the unyielding War God skill that granted him 5 seconds of invincibility, and he became unstoppable. However, if he failed to kill his enemies within those 5 seconds, the moment the effect wore off, he'd shatter like glass at the slightest touch. Damn it, is this guy really Su Liang, the disgrace of all assassins? He actually completed the 5-star difficulty 3rd-tier advancement quest? Could the rumors be true? Is he really a perfect match with Senior Anran? What the hell is going on? Why do I feel a bit scared just looking at him? What did he do? This can't be some kind of fear-inducing skill, right? He didn't seem this terrifying when he first came in. What is this aura? It's horrifying. I've faced demigod-level powerhouses before, and even they didn't make me feel like this. As Su Liang slowly walked out of the career shrine, the moment the crowd laid eyes on him, a wave of oppressive pressure washed over them. Su Liang's aura was terrifying. It was suffocating, especially for those who were hostile toward him, those who considered him a disgrace to the assassin profession and accused him of stealing Zhao Anran's affection. A sliver of fear involuntarily crept into their hearts, as if they were standing before some monstrous entity. What's going on with you? Su Zichen walked over, her face full of confusion. After hesitating for a moment, she asked. The terrifying aura radiating from Su Liang was enough to make her, an 8th-tier powerhouse, feel fear. If she hadn't known that Su Liang was only at the 4th tier, she might have mistaken him for a god. It's just the passive effect of a skill. I can't turn it off. Su Liang rubbed the bridge of his nose, looking a bit embarrassed. Hearing this, Su Zichen gave him a peculiar look. An assassin with a skill like this. It wasn't just strange, it was outrageously strange and absurdly cocky. Wouldn't he be at risk of being taken out by any passing powerhouse while walking down the street? Well, congratulations on completing the 5-star difficulty quest. Su Zichen offered her heartfelt congratulations, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Then she added, if you ever need anything, just give me a call. There's no need to come all the way to my office. With that, she handed over her number and contact info on UltraChat to Su Liang. Returning to Villa number 001, Su Liang unlocked his phone and opened SuperChat. Qin Xiaoyu's avatar was blinking furiously. Qin Xiaoyu, Liang, I miss you so much. What are you doing? Qin Xiaoyu, Liang, guess who I bumped into? Qin Xiaoyu, hee, it's Yue and Tang Ji. Now I won't be bored anymore. Oh, by the way, that Lin Ting has also joined Daxia Academy. Qin Xiaoyu, hubby, have you cleared the instance yet? Why aren't you replying to my messages? Sad puppy eyes. Qin Xiaoyu had sent him 3 or 4 messages, all from the afternoon. Clingy little troublemaker. Su Liang smiled faintly and started reading through the messages. Lin Yue was, of course, that dual-soul necromancer with 2 professions, and Tang Ji was the decently attractive legendary class mage who had teamed up with Qin Xiaoyu. As for Lin Ting, he was the 3rd-ranked Thunderflame mage from the southern province. Impressive. Su Liang was momentarily stunned. Daxia Academy had managed to scoop up 4 of the top 5 ranked students from the southern province, everyone except him. Su Liang, I was doing my 4th-class advancement task this afternoon. Just got back from the instance. Su Liang typed quickly, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Qin Xiaoyu, wow. Congrats, hubby. You're amazing. I'm still working on my third-class advancement, and you've already reached the fourth. I need to work harder. Her reply came instantly. Su Liang, keep it up. How are things on your end? Are you settling in okay? Qin Xiaoyu, the academy didn't rank me in the top 99 during evaluation, so I didn't get assigned a private villa. To save points, I'm temporarily staying with Yue. Qin Xiaoyu, humph, from now on, you're not allowed to call me a spendthrift wife anymore. Qin Xiaoyu, tomorrow, I'm going for a challenge. Yue lives in villa number 33, there's no way I can let her outshine me. The three major academies had similar housing arrangements. Only the top 99 freshmen were eligible for private villas. But Qin Xiaoyu was a special case. Her profession's unique characteristics made it difficult to classify, so the system hadn't registered her properly. As a result, she didn't make it into the top 99. However, Su Liang knew the truth. Qin Xiaoyu was now decked out in overpowered epic gear, and her profession was the legendary class Calamity Knight. Though this knight profession seemed ordinary on the surface, it boasted a plethora of area of effect skills. She was both tanky and capable of high damage output, a walking, human-shaped nuke in the late game, leaving destruction in her wake wherever she went. Her strength was undoubtedly on par with Lin Youwei's. In fact, she could easily surpass her. And with her explosive output three-headed hellhound, Qin Xiaoyu had no problem ranking within the top 10 of Daxia Academy. As for her exact placement, that was hard to predict. This year's incoming class was full of monsters, a golden generation with fierce competition. Of course, this was assuming Lin Yue didn't switch to her Death Queen profession. If Lin Yue did switch, she could easily rank in the top 3, perhaps even claim the number 001 seat among the Daxia Academy freshmen. And so, the two of them chatted enthusiastically for over an hour before Qin Xiaoyu reluctantly said goodbye. Qin Xiaoyu, I need to rest now. I have to wake up early for the challenge tomorrow. Ah Liang, don't forget to miss me. Su Liang, Qin Xiaoyu, also, come visit me at Daxia Academy when you get a chance. I bought so many stockings, black ones, white ones, fishnets, rhinestone garters, striped, lettered, lacy. Qin Xiaoyu, picture, a display of all the stockings. Qin Xiaoyu, picture, a photo of her legs. Su Liang? What the? Su Liang was utterly stunned. Was she seriously trying to seduce him right before bed? How was he supposed to sleep now? Tonight was destined to be a sleepless one. The next morning, early dawn. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell of villa number 001 rang repeatedly. Creak. With dark circles under his eyes, Su Liang opened the villa door with an imposing air and stepped out. In front of him stood over a dozen people, both male and female, all new students. Moreover, they were all prodigies ranked within the top 99, each residing in their own private villa. What do you want? Su Liang's gaze turned cold as he spoke indifferently. The aura of god-slaying intent radiating naturally from his body caused the group of elite students, who had just been about to speak, to freeze in place. It was as if something had caught in their throats, rendering them speechless. After a few seconds of silence, we're here to challenge you. I want villa number 001, a defiant young man finally mustered the courage to speak, becoming the first to step forward. Let's go. Su Liang's expression remained indifferent. He had been looking for somewhere to vent his frustration anyway. Tian Academy, Virtual Arena. This was merely a battle for rankings, so there was naturally no need to go all out. By the time Su Liang arrived at the arena, it was already packed with spectators, at least 700 or 800 people. News of someone challenging Su Liang for villa number 001 had spread throughout the academy the day before. Nearly all the freshmen had gathered. Even students from other grades had come to watch the spectacle. After all, Su Liang was the only person in the past 100 years to bring a dragon into reality before reaching the 8th rank, a feat that had never been seen before. Even in a place like Tian Academy, where geniuses gathered, he was undoubtedly a figure in the spotlight. What's more, rumors about Su Liang's connection with Zhao Anren, the academy's top student and student council president, had drawn even more attention. Su Liang is here. No wonder senior Zhao Anren chose him, his aura alone is terrifying. This aura. Why do I feel like even as a 5th rank, I wouldn't stand a chance against him? Interesting. Is this some sort of skill? In an instant, Su Liang's presence silenced many. Let's head straight to the arena. Unfazed by the crowd's stares, Su Liang calmly inserted his academy card into the arena's registration machine. The defiant young man inserted his own card as well. Instantly, 10,000 points were deducted. Challenging someone's ranking wasn't something one could do on a whim. There was a price to pay. Otherwise, with countless people issuing challenges every day, it would be endless chaos. If the challenger won, they would claim both the ranking and the points. If they lost, the 10,000 points would automatically transfer to Su Liang's account. Additionally, the cost of challenging the same opponent doubled with each attempt: 10,000 points for the first challenge, 20,000 for the second, 40,000 for the third, and so on. For these geniuses, 10,000 points was no small amount, a cost that would make anyone think twice. Especially for freshmen who weren't yet strong enough to hunt high-level monsters. Rank 011, Wei Sui, Storm Sword Saint. I ask for your guidance. Summon your amethyst dragon. The defiant young man, Wei Sui, revealed an eager expression. In his eyes, Su Liang had only secured the top rank because of his dragon. Though the dragon was powerful, all Wei Sui needed to do was bypass it and defeat Su Liang as quickly as possible. After all, Su Liang was merely a fragile assassin. Even if he had completed a 5-star difficulty 3rd rank advancement, so what? External power was, after all, still external power. Not necessary. Su Liang didn't even bother to lift his gaze. You arrogant fool, who do you think you're looking down on? Wei Sui's face twisted in anger, his teeth clenched, as Su Liang's dismissal stoked his fury. 3, 2, 1. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the countdown ended. In the next instant, wind speed, storm phantom sword. A silver-white longsword appeared in Wei Sui's hands, with a storm swirling around him. He stomped forward, surging towards Su Liang. The blade of the sword was also engulfed in a storm, ready to tear through anything in its path. Su Liang raised his hand. An Ashbringer, flame of exaltation, appeared in his grasp. His gaze remained steady as he waited for his opponent's approach. In the blink of an eye, Wei Sui closed the distance, his sword cutting through the air with a violent gust and afterimages as it slashed towards Su Liang.